On May 16, 2167, the demon race completely occupied the last refuge, putting an end to the human era. The SSS-rank Lightning Assassin Chen leaned back, panting heavily amidst the desolate ruins. Though his face was drenched in crimson blood, the gaze he pinned on his enemy remained as sharp as a blade. Tracing back 7 years ago, the great demon Lan Yue and the 7 devils descended to the mortal realm, bringing an overwhelming macro power that flattened the human world in the blink of an eye. In the present, the demon lord bared his sharp fangs in a mocking smile, his glowing red eyes ridiculing Chen over his delusional title of savior. To him, humans were ultimately just weak, ephemeral creatures. As soon as his words fell, he raised his muscular claws, condensing a blood-red evil aura, and arrogantly declared that he would send the male lead on the final stretch of his journey to death. A dark sphere erupted in the palm of the monster, twisting into a thorny, blood-soaked mass of mutant energy, radiating an oppressive, chilling aura ready to crush the opponent. The demon accelerated and charged forward, opening his hideous jaw wide, roaring and forcing him to obediently surrender his body as nourishment. Unable to just sit and wait for death, Chen scraped together his last bit of stamina to release a blinding white bolt of heavenly lightning, colliding fiercely with the enemy's evil aura and creating an earth-shattering explosion. On the boundary between life and death, memories of his little sister and friends suddenly flooded back, making him drop his head in despair. But then the lightning across his entire body once again erupted in fury. His heart ached at the thought of his revered master and his family. Now, they had all turned into fading afterimages, withering away amidst the blood-scented rain. Blood seeped from the corner of his lips as he clenched his jaw so tightly that electrical sparks flew. His bulging veins clearly showed his ultimate resentment over the lives of his loved ones being stripped away by beasts. His eye sockets blazed with frantic killing intent. A radiant light enveloped his entire body, and he let out a roar, swearing a venomous oath to drag this wicked beast to be buried alongside him in the underworld. The peerless SSS-rank ultimate move, Doomsday Arc, was activated, condensing into a colossal pillar of light that tore through the clouds and crashed down directly onto the head of the dark creature. The devil was utterly stunned, its limbs thrashing in vain as its body became completely paralyzed. It widened its terrifying eyes, entirely unaware of what monstrous force was sealing it. Subsequently, Chen's body slowly fractured into countless fragments, yet his expression was strangely peaceful as he sank into the brilliant halo. Fragmented nostalgia about his younger sister, and his master shattered like a broken mirror, hovering in the void before being swallowed by the darkness. The warm scenes of his childhood faded. He curled his lips in a final farewell to his parents, embracing the endless torment of his own meager power, unable to protect those he loved. Midst the glaring sun, his eyelids shut tightly, holding on to the burning desire that he could have held on just a little bit longer. At the same time, the demon's body also evaporated in resentment, while Chen's mind merely surged with the wish to reverse time and space, to wipe out the demon race's lair right from the cradle. An apocalyptic shockwave cleanly swept away the desolate wasteland, washing away the war god's lingering obsession with an opportunity to stop the enemy from descending upon the world. Ashes fluttered faintly in the blinding white space, marking the end of a human life stained with sorrow due to far too much loss. Unconsciously, gentle morning sunlight slipped through the eaves, shining directly onto the male lead's face, forcing him to groggily open his bandaged eye. He sat blankly on the soft mattress, while the light piercing through the glass danced across his heavily bandaged body, ignoring the shoes lying haphazardly on the tiled floor. Springing up as if propelled by a coil, he slumped straight onto the floor. He widened his eyes, gluing his gaze to his 10 fingertips, wearing a foolish expression as he realized he hadn't yet gone to see the king of hell. Settling back onto the edge of the bed, he hastily swept his gaze around the pristine infirmary room, his brain going on strike as it failed to comprehend which dimension he had just been thrown into. At the peak of his suspicion, he dashed straight to the balcony, sticking his nose out with his eyes wide open as if he had just witnessed magic. Appearing on his retinas was the peaceful dormitory area of the academy. In the distance, groups of young men and women carrying books were playfully frolicking under the radiant sun. With his back drenched in cold sweat, he pressed his bruised face against the transparent glass, cursing subconsciously. Wasn't the world already reduced to ashes? Did these kids crawl up from their graves? After staring blankly at his hands under the morning sun for a long time, the young man had to reluctantly believe in this absurd miracle. He had truly been reborn a decade into the past, the time when he was still wearing out his pants in lecture halls. Bathed in the harmonious morning light, he stood rooted to the spot, forehead dotted with sweat and a vacant look in his eyes, yet the door of fate had officially granted him the right to rewrite the past. Still immersed in the aftershock, the male lead froze once more upon witnessing a chaotic array of graphic glitches flashing wildly right before his eyes. Following that, a cold, mechanical stream of light displayed. The gluttony mutation has merged, thoroughly cementing a crazy truth. He was now sitting right at the starting point prior to the apocalypse. Seeking to solidify his belief, he grabbed his phone, its interface displaying every number with absolute clarity. 4:15 p.m., May 16, 2157. Looking at his reflection in the glass, he muttered amidst a flurry of turbulent, stirring emotions, "I have swum back 10 springs and autumns, returning exactly to this point in time," completely ignoring the mutation fusion notification hovering before his face. His vision suddenly flared with a blood-red glint, a chill seeping out from the back of his neck as he realized the critical nature of this timeline. This was exactly 3 years before. The devils descended to the mortal realm. He shivered as the hellish vision was recalled. Just 3 springs away, in the year 2160, the great demon Wrath would unveil the curtain of death, dragging along a horde of colossal tentacles to devour the entire metropolis. Bloody fragments of memory resurfaced, clearly sketching out the beasts of the night. Wrath was the very catalyst that breached the underworld, paving the way for the demonic horde to flood into the human domain, serving as the genesis for the end of all things, and also the reason he lost everything. He bitterly recalled the mountains of corpses and seas of blood under the heels of those wild beasts. However, shaking off that sorrowful chapter, he clenched his trembling fists, his eyes flashing with a thirst for vengeance. Everything was different now, for he had been resurrected. With half his face obscured and his pupils gleaming with a cold aura, he spread his arms as if wanting to tear apart destiny itself. As long as he eradicated the vanguard Wrath, the seal to the underworld would remain permanently shut. He now held the power to turn the tides of the universe in his hands. Just as his blood boiled with passion, he suddenly froze, blankly fixing his eyes on the completed gluttony light panel, muttering questions to himself. Thinking carefully, what exactly is this mutation control board? All alone in the infirmary, he waved his hand to touch the mechanical illusion, murmuring to himself, "This thing has been floating around me from the moment I woke up until now." Suddenly, flickering graphic light rays darted across the palm of his hand, exactly like a string of glitched system codes. Startled out of his wits, the young man dropped his jaw in shock as his palm emitted a colossal information board glowing with the text level 01. Striking his retinas directly was the name Chen sitting prominently at the top, accompanied by a series of parameters ranging from physique and luck to spirit, all hitting the absolute maximum of 100, making him blurt out, "What do these wildly surreal numbers mean? Is this my current strength?" Blinking with deep suspicion, Chen frowned in thought. He had never encountered such a bizarre anomaly. In the past, he solely relied on his mutant abilities to fight to the death. In a flash, the mechanical code unrolled a long list of magnificent titles, from mage to lightning assassin, attached to a cruel reality. Humanity only had a 1 in 10,000 chance of reaching the threshold of awakening. Reminiscing about that dark memory, he drowned in indignation at having served as a punching bag for a gang of thugs, despite grinding away his years at an academy specialized in cultivating mutants. Ironically, in his previous life, he couldn't unlock his powers during his entire 4 years, becoming a bottom feeder trash easily trampled upon by the world. Waking up from the messy tangle of the past, Chen grimaced and rubbed his chin, adopting a mock-serious look. "So this was the reason that landed me in the medical room, Tusk." Midst his chaotic train of thought, his eyes suddenly widened, letting out an O as the light panel flickered incessantly and then reorganized itself. The ethereal screen shrank down into a golden card, engraved with the title of Lightning Assassin and accompanied by a chain of ultimate skills, such as a Thunder God speed buff or a paralyzing Thunder Sword, making him blankly murmur, "An assassin with the lightning attribute." Following the card, the glorious afterimage wrapped in heavenly lightning from his previous life came rushing back. He couldn't suppress his pleasant surprise. "This is absolutely my old mutant ability, isn't it?" Dropping his jaw in utter disbelief, Chen was bewildered as the card updated with an additional title of the Glutton. He vaguely realized a burst of energy was boiling in his veins. Could it be that his power from the previous life had reincarnated along with him? Did he unlock his power ahead of schedule? Not bothering to linger any longer, he closed his eyes tightly to calm his mind. Crackling golden lightning enveloped both his body and the card. I have to test this surge of power. Synchronization process, initiate class transition. Who would have thought, right at the moment he braced himself to channel his inner strength, the infirmary door suddenly burst open, scaring him out of his wits as he whipped his head around. Blocking the entrance was a bespectacled young man, his face plastered with band-aids. He shouted with a panicked expression, while floating clearly above his head was the title Ma Long of the Wood attribute. Before the other could even react, Ma Long lunged forward, gripping his best friend's shoulders tightly and shaking him. His mouth rattled off as he yelled, "My poor brother, you've come back to life. How is your body? Are you still kicking?" Shaken to the point of vestibular disorder, Chen cast a sidelong glance at the floating card that his clueless friend couldn't see, and replied apathetically, "Yeah, I'm perfectly fine," secretly gloating in his heart, "just as I expected. Only I can see this damn control board." Young Ma Long nitpicked, spinning the male lead around in circles before shrieking in horror. "Are you kidding me? Your injuries have vanished completely. You were beaten to a pulp just yesterday. Is your self-healing speed even more overpowered than a mutant user like me?" Ignoring his friend firing off a barrage of alien language, Chen resignedly let his gloomy gaze drift into the void, lamenting to himself, "This is exactly my childhood buddy from college days, Ma Long." While his golden buddy Ma Long lifted his shirt to examine his skin with a highly suspicious expression, "Did you just upgrade your tankiness? Or are my eyes blurry?" Chen was once again immersed in a heavy stream of memories. Even if he unlocked his ability, this guy was still just bottom-tier fodder. In the previous life, he died a tragic death on the third day of the demon's emergence, yet right now, he was breathing right before his very eyes. Observing the other's goofy expression, Chen faintly broke into a relieved smile, his gaze marked with determination. Only at this moment did he fully comprehend the aftertaste of the privilege of rebirth. Amidst his daze, Ma Long suddenly jumped in fright, hastily grabbing Chen's shoulders and shaking them vigorously. "Oh God, it almost slipped my mind. Tomorrow is the placement exam. Seeing you this full of beans, let's hurry back to our room to cram." Forcibly dragging his friend out of the medical station, Ma Long nagged and rushed him, "Pick up the pace. Even though you haven't activated your power, this exam is still a matter of life and death for your graduation certificate." Outside, the vibrant evening glow draped itself over the vast academy, casting shadows across the bustling sports complex full of people passing by. Along the paths, countless groups of students were enthusiastically chatting. One girl even whimsically condensed a sparkling pink-purple energy sphere to show off her power. On the green turf, the atmosphere grew even more feverish as several fire attribute players unleashed their kicks, booting a blazing ball in a spectacular display straight out of a sci-fi movie. Strolling amidst the sea of people, Chen tucked his hands into his pockets and let out a bitter, startled sigh. "It's been a long time since I've witnessed so many living, breathing humans," sending a chill down the spine of young Ma Long walking beside him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Hey, what kind of hair-raising tone were you just mumbling in?" Tempting to shatter the creepy gloom, Ma Long gulped and awkwardly suggested, "Bro, how about we just take a lap around the stadium for some fresh air?" Ignoring his flustered peer, Chen continued to serenely gaze into the void, ripples of memories stirring within his heart. He had once lost absolutely everything. The barren scene amidst the ruins swarming with the living dead haunted his mind once again. He silently resolved to himself, if he merely stood by with folded arms, that hellish vision would undoubtedly repeat itself. Snapping out of the murky past, his eyes glinted with a resolute blood-red hue. He must act immediately. At all costs, he had to rank up rapidly. He envisioned the scene where the cultivation world tore apart evil beasts to break through. In this era, the sole path to breakthrough was to slaughter monsters inside their lairs. The catch was, most of the black spots were monopolized and occupied by major powerhouses. A bunch of nameless nobodies, naturally, didn't even have a 1% chance of turning their lives around. Glancing swiftly at the perfect score of 100, he deduced the operating rules. If this truly was his own strength, then what level was he at when weighed against the awakened ones and the monsters? To clearly demarcate the boundaries of power, the authorities had ranked levels from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, D, and the majority of academy students scraped the bottom in the E rank, and only a few exceptional individuals or those with backing could claw their way up to the D rank. Picturing a sparkling letter D in his brain, he excitedly quantified his own strength. Although he could easily estimate it based on his battlefield prowess, he still wasn't sure which rank his nameplate would proudly sit at if tested in actual combat. Looking back at his skinny friend beside him, Chen chuckled inwardly. At the very least, I have more than enough power to crush this guy, when suddenly Ma Long froze, wearing a stupid expression accompanied by a giant question mark. Before he could even digest the situation, a basketball hurtled like a gust of wind, smashing directly into Ma Long's face, crushing his glasses and making him see stars. Taking the full brunt of the malicious bombardment, the Wood Attribute male student was sent flying several meters away, knocked out cold on the synthetic track, with noseblood gushing out alongside pitiful groans. Perched on the stadium bleachers, the Academy's quartet of muscular bullies crossed their legs arrogantly and tossed out a mocking remark. "Oh my, isn't that the trash duo, Chen and Ma Long over there?" The school's head honcho, sporting a buzz cut and a dark complexion, swaggered his bossy face and smirked. "You guys lick your wounds pretty damn fast, huh?" Clutching his bruised cheek, Ma Long retreated in panic, hiding neatly behind Chen's shadow, crying out drenched in sweat. "We're doomed, we're totally doomed. Why do the two of us always have to cross paths with this bastard?" Seeing his prey cowering, the boss gleefully turned to boast to his silver-haired lackey who was standing by with hands clasped in servitude. "I bet with absolute certainty that these two brats are incredibly tough." Then he propped up his chin, tilted his face up, and demanded in a bastardly tone, "You know full well I'm playing ball in this area. How the hell do you not know your place and bring a few crates of water to serve us?" His lowly ego surfacing, Ma Long trembled and bowed deeply as if worshipping the stars, his mouth stammering apologies continuously. "1,000 apologies, boss. I'll run and buy them right away." But before he could scramble off, Chen, with a relaxed demeanor, shoved his hands into his pockets and casually stepped up to block the way, throwing out an icy sentence. "You have no reason to yield. Those bastards are the ones who must apologize." Pinning his gaze firmly on the ringleader's despicable face, Chen's eyes darkened, overflowing with killing intent. "Oh, so it's this piece of trash. A little tragic memory from my previous life has ambushed my brain again." In a split second, the dark film reel of the past replayed with absolute clarity. The moment he had his hair grabbed by this scum, his head smashed into an overflowing water basin, suffocating to the point that his face flushed a deep red. Bubbling water surged straight into his nasal cavity as the trio of thugs surrounded and pinned him down amidst fits of highly violent, hysterical laughter. Along at that time, despite his cowardice, still knelt and kowtowed, crying and pleading piteously to the pack of vicious beasts. "You bastards, quickly let him go." Ignoring all pleas, the boss looked back with the expression of a psychopath, growling his reply. "Why should I let go? I'm enlightening him, you see." He violently shoved his victim deeper into the water basin, brazenly making excuses. "Even up to this moment, that piece of trash still hasn't unlocked his powers. What's wrong with us nurturing a little extra motivation for him?" The whole flock of lackeys chimed in with bursts of laughter, wearing hideous expressions as they relished the sick pleasure of trampling the dignity of a helpless person. Only at the moment they saw the male lead pass out, sprawled across the flooded floor, did they irritably flick their hands and leave the restroom. Foaming at the mouth so soon? Let's disband, the fun is over. Waiting for the scum to vanish from sight, Ma Long scrambled over, tightly hugging his friend's cold body, shaking him while calling out between sobs, Chen, wake up. Are you all right? Waking up with his matted hair hanging down to cover half his aggrieved face, Chen weakly cursed the heavens. Why won't those animals leave us alone? Meanwhile, the male lead quietly grasped an immutable rule. Pure malice did not originally reside in the demon realm. Rather, it existed starkly within human society. Returning to the sun-drenched schoolyard, Chen cast a sidelong glance at the arrogant scumbags. A lackey frowned and twisted his face. What did that guy just bark? An eyesore to him due to the male lead's haughty demeanor, the ringleader cracked his neck joints. His half-smile was illuminated by an eerie green glow. Step up, I need to crush this brat's nose to scratch my itch. But having barely moved an inch, he suddenly hit the brakes. His insolent expression instantly gave way to a dumbfounded, bewildered look, Right behind him, the timid youth Ma Long still couldn't digest the arrogant challenge from moments ago. His shirt soaked with sweat, he tearfully stepped back. Chen, What the hell were you just babbling about? Ignoring the astonishment, the school bully Gong Cheng, an E-rank wood attribute mutant, aggressively stepped down the stairs. His entire right arm instantly mutated into a rough wooden mass, encased in an oppressive green evil aura. Watching the burly brute puffing his cheeks and glaring as he charged forward, Chen indifferently weighed him up. This Gong Cheng merely borrowed his older brother's name as the student council president to show off his might. Stripped of that, his actual strength was absolutely nothing. Sensing a bad omen, the surrounding crowd gathered around, pointing fingers and whispering, "Look, that guy Gong Cheng is about to beat them to a pulp again." As the burly guy aggressively closed in with his brightly glowing mutant arm, the crowd continued to jeer. Tusk, two guys tired of living just got out of the hospital and are already itching for a beating. One is a bottom-feeder mutant, the other doesn't even have a power. Truly the most useless duo in this school. Subsequently, Gong Cheng puffed out his chest, standing tall and blocking the sun in front of Chen. His wooden arm, enveloped in a swirling green aura, pressed down tightly. He tilted his face up and raised his chin, glaring with vicious, menacing eyes full of insolence. "What did you just bark back?" In response to that display of false bravado, Chen looked up with a razor-sharp gaze, clearly articulating every word, "If you know what's good for you, get out of our sight." Boiling with sheer fury, Gong Cheng roared in outrage and threw a wind-tearing punch straight at his opponent's face. "I reckon you're craving another beating." In true reincarnator fashion, right at the moment death knocked on the door, Chen nonchalantly raised his hand, catching the bully's stormy devastating strike as lightly as a feather. The sudden breaking of the punch forced Gong Cheng to stumble backward. His face scrunched up like a monkey as he rubbed his aching wrist joint, while Chen remained motionless in his stance. The surrounding audience dropped their jaws, pulling their hair in horror. What the hell just happened? Did that guy actually catch Gong Cheng's attack so easily? Midst countless stunned gazes, the whispers grew increasingly clamorous. "He hasn't even awakened. Am I hallucinating?" Realizing he was making a fool of himself in front of the crowd, Gong Cheng ground his teeth, swinging his vein-popping, stone-armored hands as he charged forward. "You bottom-feeding trash, how dare you provoke a tiger?" Unexpectedly, Chen didn't even bother to budge. His hand flashed with golden lightning streaks, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smug smile. "Perfect. Using your body as a test punching bag isn't a bad idea," accompanied by the notification that the class transition process was initiating. A blinding light erupted, the system displayed a successful transition, and the male lead officially donned the overbearing, majestic power of a level 01 Lightning Assassin. Standing rooted to the spot behind him, young Ma Long was so shocked that his soul nearly left his body. His eyes wide open, dripping with cold sweat, he stuttered and yelled, "Why you? Since when did you awaken?" Replying to his friend, Chen slightly tilted his head. His entire body was now fully encased in dazzling golden lightning streaks brimming with an oppressive force. At the same time, the bully roared, wringing out his evil aura to activate his immortal demon armor, mutating his arm into a massive, jagged stone spike. The colossal stone mass crashed directly down upon Chen's diminutive position, accompanied by a ferocious roar. "I bet you've completely forgotten the taste of death from my fist." Who knew the title of Lightning Assassin wasn't just for show? Chen turned into a flashing afterimage, contorting his body to cleanly dodge the attack in a split second, leaving the enemy standing there dumbfounded. Leveraging the momentum from his dodge, he instantly returned a lightning-infused uppercut, smashing directly into Gong Cheng's face at wind-tearing speed, forcing a spout of blood to squirt from his nose. Taking the full brunt of the killing blow, the boss's muscular frame spun and somersaulted in midair before flying far away, landing face first and plowing up the pitch. The entire academy seemed to fall silent, the crowd and Ma Long screaming in terror with twisted expressions. What the hell just flew by? He punted Gong Cheng away with just one punch. The audience had yet to fully digest the aftershock. Is this really Chen? What in the world just fell from the sky? Meanwhile, Gong Cheng struggled to prop himself up, his bruised face cursing bitterly, "You bastard, how dare you play dirty and sneak attack me?" Furious over losing face, he turned around and cursed out his lackeys who were standing dumbly like statues. "How long do you brats plan to stand there watching the show?" Scolded harshly by their boss, the white-haired underling sweated bullets. His face drained of all color, he trembled and replied hopelessly, "Why yes, but..." The core reason was that ahead of them, Chen was looming like a fiend. His entire body was shrouded in darkness, leaving only a pair of flickering eyes and an overwhelming lightning pressure that sent chills down everyone's spines. Refusing to swallow his anger, Gong Cheng roared madly and lunged forward again, throwing a punch with a do-or-die mindset. "Ah, I'll tear you apart." Of course, how could justice ever shield an evildoer? Chen's glowing hand gently blocked the massive stone armor once again, squeezing it so tightly that lightning crackled and sparked. Ignoring Gong Cheng's frantic struggles to retreat, Chen raised his lightning-wrapped fist high. His eyes, brimming with murderous intent, delivered a chilling verdict: "You're as weak as a snail." The majestic punishing blow crashed down, tearing up the courtyard. An explosive flash of light intertwined with splattering blood plasma, putting an end to the school tyrant's reign. Under the overwhelming power of the lightning assassin, Gong Cheng's muscular body was hurled into the air like a puppet with cut strings, dragging along a swarm of golden thunderbolts that frantically bit and tore at his free-falling corpse. In the end, he crashed cleanly into the concrete steps of the bleachers, creating a tremor-inducing impact. Resting there after the brutal landing, the Academy's bully was now reduced to a mangled mess of flesh sunken deep into the cracked wall, blood pouring from his mouth, as he fell into a state of deep unconsciousness. Witnessing that heaven-defying power with his own eyes, Ma Long's limbs went weak, and he slumped to his knees on the grass with a blank expression, while the gossiping crowd turned pale and scrambled for their lives. Before he could even recover his wits, Ma Long, dripping with sweat and eyes wide open, murmured unconsciously, "Chen, since when did he break through like this?" This overpowered. Ma Long's open-ended question was voiced out while Chen was deep in thought, scrutinizing his slightly blood-stained hand. Chen reactivated the familiar Level 01 information board along with its series of parameters maxed out at 100. He silently evaluated, "Currently, I have dissected a few fundamental points." Glancing over at the control board, he strung the events together. First, exactly like in my previous life, I am capable of transforming into a lightning assassin anytime, anywhere. Second, even though the system is only flashing at level 1, just as I predicted, my base form is more than enough to crush the lowest tier awakened ones. This proves my current strength is far beyond the E rank. The only catch is I can't accurately pinpoint exactly what level it is at. Nevertheless, amidst the overwhelming joy, his blood-red pupils suddenly narrowed in deep thought. But there is still one unresolved puzzle. Directing his gaze at Gong Cheng's limp body wedged into the wall, the male lead tapped his brain to question the system. I clearly took him down, so why remain the parameters dead still, not shifting even a millimeter? Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Chen condensed a razor-sharp lightning sword and strode toward his enemy, carrying boundless killing intent. Could it be? Picking up on his friend's oppressive killing intent, Ma Long and a group of students shrieked in panic, frantically reaching out to hold him back. "Hey, hold on, Chen, what crazy thing are you trying to do?" Ignoring all the voices trying to stop him, he raised the thunder sword high, pointing it straight at the throat of the unconscious Gong Cheng, intent on claiming his life. Right at that moment, Chen's face sank into a horrifying shadow, leaving only his pupils flashing with a soulless glint alongside a spine-chilling deduction. Is the process of collecting rank up points just as bloody as in my previous life? Acting on his thoughts, tossing away all compassion, he swung his hand to plunge the electric blade into the enemy's throat without the slightest hesitation. However, just as the blade was about to take Gong Cheng's life, a fiery silhouette with a voluptuous figure suddenly blocked the way, her clear voice ringing out, "Dear classmate, this place is the academy, you know." It turned out to be Ling Yu, the authoritative vice president of the student council. She clasped her hands over her chest, smiling with an imposing air. Even though he started it, the price he paid is more than complete. Slightly narrowing her eyelids, the vice president's smile grew even more cunning. She tossed out a placating sentence laced with an implicit warning that brat absolutely won't have the guts to touch a single hair on your head ever again. Seeing the busybody blocking his path, Chen clicked his tongue and withdrew his magic power. He indifferently pulled his hand back, leaving Gong Cheng squashed on the ground and leaving Ling Yu standing there watching him with a profound gaze. Chen faintly furrowed his brows, silently wondering why the student council was so eager to protect him to this extent, when deep down he hadn't really intended to deal a lethal strike. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he leisurely turned on his heel to leave with Ma Long's group, not forgetting to drop a cold remark that if they weren't deterred at the root, these people would keep tailing them endlessly. Hiding behind the wall, The two thugs sweated bullets as they watched his retreating back. Trembling, they whispered into each other's ears that the guy's gaze was too terrifying, vowing to themselves never to get involved with him and feeling completely bewildered as to whether that was truly Chen. Slipping into the crowd that was whispering and mocking them as dirt-poor nobodies, Ma Long frantically ran after him, calling out loudly. Responding to that eagerness, the male lead merely let out a dismissive yeah. Watching the duo disappear from sight, Ling Yu's lips curled into a sharp, scheming smile. Her purple eyes flashed with amusement before she gently ordered her subordinates to retreat. As night gradually fell, a familiar quietness enveloped the male dormitory area once more. In the small room, Ma Long was red in the face, waving his arms wildly as he argued with extreme agitation, berating his roommates for refusing to believe that Chen had awakened as a domineering lightning assassin. He babbled on endlessly, recounting the action-packed scene from the afternoon, asserting that his friend had beaten Gong Cheng to a pulp and terrified the whole gang into silence. However, the two roommates merely acted nonchalant. One picked his nose, while the other kept his eyes glued to a screen. Feeling it was too noisy, Xiangzhu, an E-rank core mage, crossed his legs and slouched lazily in his chair. He boredly picked his ear, sarcastically mocking and questioning where this so-called main character was currently hiding. Seeing Ma Long utterly dumbfounded, Xiangzhu reached out and shoved his friend's forehead hard, grumbling that if he was truly that strong, he wouldn't have the free time to go jogging. The idea of an awakened individual trudging around to train basic physical stamina was entirely absurd. Adding to the comedic act, the friend Xiangyu, an E-rank wood attribute, continued sucking on candy while grinding his game. He coldly tossed out a teasing remark that Ma Long's brain must have been smashed from getting punched. From behind, Xiangzhu chimed in, knocking on his friend's head and advising him to wake up from his dream soon. Xiangzhu stood right up on the chair, spreading his arms to explain that the four of them were stuffed into the same room simply because they occupied the very bottom 4 spots of the entire grade, a bitter and undeniable truth. Right after that, he raised his chin and conjured a blazing red magic sphere, thumping his chest and claiming his name stood highest among this group of losers. He bragged that a person only gets one class in life. Those two were merely bottom-tier supports, while he himself was the true combat mage of this room. Not stopping there, Xiangzhu rolled up his sleeves to show off his tiny biceps, pouting and criticizing Chen's sickly, scholarly appearance as completely unfit for the image of an assassin. On the contrary, he confidently claimed his own power had been exploding lately, perhaps even enough to squeeze into a prestigious club. Still maintaining his muscle-flexing pose, Xiangzhu concluded the matter, ignoring Xiangyu who was engrossed in his game and Ma Long who bowed his head in resignation. Anyway, tomorrow is the final placement exam before graduation. The truth will naturally reveal itself then. In another development, a fiery rift stretched across the sky, casting a blinding light down upon the strictly guarded patrol team stationed beneath the sign for the E-rank practice demon lair. Stepping out of the glowing red spatial portal was a majestic young man in a cape, followed closely by Vice President Ling Yu. This charismatic figure was none other than Gong Ting, the powerful student council president. Striding past 2 rows of subordinates bowing in respect, the president maintained an icy demeanor, boldly declaring that today's training was officially over. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly, his amber eyes darting like daggers toward a dark, hidden corner. It turned out that the person cowering in the shadows, completely wrapped in white bandages, was his troublesome younger brother. Gong Ting furrowed his brows, asking Gong Cheng in a flat tone why he was still stubbornly waiting here. His long-suppressed resentment exploding, Gong Cheng gnashed his teeth, his eyes glaring through the bandages as he wailed miserably. He complained that if his older brother didn't step up to avenge him, he would die of frustration, because that guy dared to beat him to a pulp in front of a crowd, clearly showing absolutely no respect. Ignoring his brother's bitter attitude, Gong Ting smirked slightly, calmly dropping 2 brief words to confirm he understood the situation. Exuding absolute confidence on his handsome face, the president calmly promised to clean up this mess himself on behalf of his brother. The scene shifted to a lavish dining table, where a knife blade masterfully sliced through a premium, juicy steak. Enjoying an elegant dinner at the long table, Ling Yu held her fork, slowly asking the president how he planned to handle the matter, considering his younger brother was clearly completely outmatched by the opponent. Slowly savoring the premium beef, Gong Ting lowered his eyes in thought, his voice carrying a hint of skepticism as he wondered if that kid was truly as formidable as described. Ling Yu smiled sharply, confidently analyzing the problem. She reminded him that he already knew everyone's abilities. In the whole school, you could count the number of people who reached rank D on one hand, and all of them had already been recruited into his club. Her purple eyes shifting slightly, she stated the reality that there was no way the others had the privilege to train in a demon lair. Those petty awakened individuals basically had zero chance of stepping in to upgrade their power. Therefore, no one would be capable of catching up to his progression speed. The echo of her words faded into the dark night, where raindrops poured down on the whitewashed schoolyard, setting the background for a solitary figure jogging tirelessly. Braving the torrential rain, Chen's face was drenched, but he still pushed himself to stride forward. He silently recited his hellish workout, carrying a 100-kilogram weight and running 20 kilometers. The two heavy pitch-black weights in his backpack bounced continuously with each running step. He told himself that basic training would significantly improve his physique. The limit of an awakened was tied to their muscular strength. Only with a durable physical foundation could they fully unleash their class power. Despite the cold rain and sweat drenching his exhausted face, Chen's eyes remained sharp with determination. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that this was still far from enough. At that moment, tragic memories of the past flooded back. The vision of the sky tearing apart, filled with pink-purple demonic tentacles, reappeared. In the year 2160, the Demon King of Wrath shattered his lair to descend upon the world, and in the blink of an eye, human lives were mercilessly slaughtered. A gut-wrenching pain struck as he recalled kneeling in the pouring rain, tightly holding his younger sister's blood-stained corpse. His desperate, heart-tearing cries pierced the heavens, rejecting the reality that his only family member had fallen forever at the hands of the wicked. It didn't end there. A giant demon's silhouette loomed in the burning red mist, exuding absolute oppression. It was the Demon King of Wrath who personally tore open the gates of hell, paving the way for countless other evil gods to flood in and trample the human world. Snapping out of his tear-soaked reminiscence, Chen aggressively wiped the rain off his forehead. With eyes burning with willpower, he clearly mapped out the ultimate goal for his first phase. Facing the phantom of the demon's brutal blood-red eyes, he growled a vicious oath that he would take the life of the Demon King of Wrath at all costs. Maintaining his running pace in the thunderstorm, he calculated his timing. Wrath was the seed of annihilation, and there were still 3 years before he officially awakened. At this moment, the demon was definitely evolving at lightning speed, so he had to force himself to grow 1,000 times stronger than him. Suddenly, his phone rang incessantly in his jacket pocket, pulling him out of his chaotic thoughts. Hastily pulling out his phone, his heart skipped a beat when the name Si-Yun flashed on the screen. A surge of joy washed over him because his sister had finally called back. Quickly taking cover under a tree canopy, he clumsily put on his earphones, wiped the standing water off his face, and answered with a warm, deep voice mixed with a suppressed tremble. Midst the pattering rain, his sister's crisp, cheerful voice rang out from the other end of the line. She wondered why her brother had missed so many calls today, then quickly explained that her phone died because she was busy with her competition, and she had to call back immediately as soon as she dragged herself back to the dorm to plug it in. She joyfully boasted about her achievements, excitedly saying that if she won the prize this time, the burden of their rent would be smoothly resolved. Her hearty laughter made Chen's silhouette suddenly freeze. He melancholically recalled the dark days in his past life, when he had kowtowed 10,000 times begging the heavens to let him start everything over from scratch. Noticing her brother's unusual silence, the younger sister felt a pang of worry and asked if it was raining heavily over there, since he had been silent and unresponsive. Suppressing the surging emotional waves in his heart, a tolerant smile formed on his lips, silently praying that he would gladly exchange his life for this. He gently reassured his sister that everything was fine. Tears mixed with rainwater rolled down his cheeks, his red eyes filled with ultimate satisfaction. Deep down, he made an ironclad vow that even if he had to condemn his body to the depths of hell, he would not back down. Then he choked up and said it was just because it had been far too long since he last heard this familiar voice. Hearing her brother suddenly get so cheesy, his sister squealed and scolded him for spouting nonsense, pointing out they had just gossiped the day before yesterday. She quickly set a date to meet after her competition, told him to wait for good news, and happily hung up. Putting his phone away, Chen tilted his face up to the freezing rain, his eyes exuding an unprecedented coldness and steadfastness. Now, destiny had truly returned to the starting line. Bracing his will, he dashed into the blinding white rain, roaring resolutely that he would run 3 more laps. He absolutely had to achieve a godlike breakthrough in power to protect everything invaluable in this life. The scene shifted back to the dorm room, where his roommates had already fallen asleep, snoring loud enough to shake the heavens. Time quietly ticked away. In the blink of an eye, it had been nearly 8 hours since he was reborn into the past. Standing under the rushing shower, the male lead's toned body glistened with water. He silently calculated his synchronization rate, feeling that he was gradually getting used to this body. Although his physical foundation was still rather weak, it was compensated by an abundance of youthful vitality. Having washed away his fatigue, Chen dried his wet hair, his eyes shining with a thoughtful gaze. For the next step, he had to find the answer to a matter of life and death. Slumping onto the edge of his bed, he stroked his chin, pondering the harsh reality. To break through in power, he had to enter the demon lairs, but ironically, all those spots had been completely monopolized by major factions. Leaning back on the soft mattress, he placed an arm over his forehead and let out a long sigh. Apart from those born with a silver spoon in their mouths, where could an ordinary person like him find a chance to advance? In this situation, where on earth could he hunt down monsters for real combat experience? His half-closed eyes carried a relentless anxiety about the power named gluttony. Just what kind of profound mystery did that sinister power hold? Right as his blurry consciousness drifted into a dream, a blazing red warning panel popped up, signaling that the system had successfully booted, directly sucking his soul into a free-falling void known as the Gluttony System space. Plummeting into an eerie, blood-tinted spatial realm, Chen widened his eyes, trying to maintain his sanity to see what this damn system was plotting. With agile reflexes, he flipped in midair and landed firmly, splashing a thick, murky red liquid beneath his feet. Upon looking up, a colossal black tower radiating sinister energy pierced through the gloomy fog and immediately caught his eye, making him involuntarily gasp in absolute astonishment. Still wearing his messy black pajamas, Chen stood dumbfounded, wondering what on earth this phenomenon was, considering he had clearly just lain down and closed his eyes. Back in the ghostly space, Chen smoothed his messy hair, scanning the desolate, fiery red wasteland, endlessly bewildered as to what middle-of-nowhere hellhole he had been tossed into in just the blink of an eye. He looked up at the spiky structure reeking of death in front of him, muttering guardedly, wondering about the very origin of that disgusting tower. Before he could gather his wits, 2 fleshless, bony creatures slowly emerged from the slimy puddle, frantically sniffing around for the scent of flesh and blood. They possessed the bodies of hunting hounds, but their heads were stark white animal skulls puffing out eerie green smoke. Above their heads, an info panel clearly displayed, Rank E Death Hound Wood Element. Following his survival instincts, Chen immediately stepped back defensively. His palm condensed a blinding golden lightning bolt, accompanied by a system notification of a class change. He frowned in surprise, cursing inwardly that he might have just fallen straight into a demon lair. System flashed to confirm a successful class change, and Chen immediately transformed into a level 1 Lightning Assassin. With a cold gaze locking onto his targets, he decided to set aside the mess in his head and prioritize purging these nuisances first. Sensing the enemy's breath, the 3 hunting hounds opened their bony maws, spewed out sickly green gas, and lunged forward like bloodthirsty ghosts ready to tear their prey apart. However, Chen was not easily bullied. He turned into a blinding golden flash, dashing past the vanguard monster. With his lightning blade, he sliced its body in half as smoothly as cutting tofu. The shattered skull splattered through the air. Immediately, the system chimed to announce the harvested loot, death bone times 3. Immersing himself in a dance of death, he masterfully swung his lightning sword to shred the low-level monsters. Deep down, he smiled smugly because his current power was more than enough to crush these rank E monsters like child's play. Just as he unleashed a fatal slash that stained the space, an experienced stream of plus 52 points continuously danced on the screen. He excitedly affirmed that such a vivid sensation of real combat could absolutely not be an illusion. The best thing finally arrived. A brilliant halo enveloped Chen alongside a level-up icon. He broke into a radiant, fully satisfied smile, realizing the priceless value of this realm as a place to grind and level up endlessly. Observing his status board that had just been upgraded to level 2, his strength had jumped to 210, and his speed skyrocketed to 315. He clenched his fists in satisfaction as all his foundational stats were significantly boosted. His eyes shone with newfound hope, an arrogant smile ever present on his lips. He never in a million years expected to possess an exclusive demon lair where he could freely act out his own one-man show. The moment his inner thoughts faded, a giant monster with shaggy fur and bloodshot red eyes stepped out, growling. Above its head flickered the title, Hound King, Rank E-Boss. The monster bared its fangs and flaunted its claws in a show of force, but the male lead didn't flinch in the slightest. He calmly gathered his power, declaring that he would borrow this place to measure exactly where his true limits lay. A streak of lightning tore through the space, and Chen swung his sword, dashing past and splitting the boss monster's skull right down the middle. The screen instantly displayed a glorious victory, followed by a massive experience stream of plus 320 points and a scattering of dropped crystal items. The system notified him that he had broken through to level 3, massively reinforcing his strength and speed. Chen smirked triumphantly, realizing that the experience from a boss completely dwarfed the small fry mobs, allowing him to level up at godlike speed in just a short time. Standing from afar to admire his spoils, while the beast's corpse was collapsing to the ground, an eerie dark red text suddenly appeared hovering, Devourable. Witnessing that sight, Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind flashing with an absolute bewilderment that rendered him speechless. Staring intently at the text above the monster's corpse, Chen blankly scratched his head, wondering what this word devour implied. Taking a risk and reaching out his hand to test it, a blinding light suddenly erupted from his palm, sparking an incredibly insane assumption in his head. Could it possibly be? Under the halo reflecting on his utterly stunned face, he unconsciously muttered, realizing that this was the true essence of the power concept known as gluttony. Immediately, an eerie red and black twisted maelstrom surged, violently sucking the entirety of the beast's remains into his hand like a bottomless black hole. Feeling the surging life force pouring into his body, he gently clenched his fist. The glowing red energy rubbed together, creating jagged lightning streaks that clung tightly to his punch. When the system announced a successful absorption, the majestic beast from earlier had now shrunk into a hovering blue glowing card, leaving the male lead paralyzed by the power to turn living entities into tools. Staring blankly at the magic card, Chen gulped lightly, awakening to this priceless privilege. He could actually devour his enemies' remains to strip away their classes and make them his own. Shocked by this heaven-defying skill, his eyes glued to his hand, left completely speechless by this unbelievable truth. However, looking at the sinister light lingering on his hand, the image of the evil god Lan Yue from years ago suddenly flooded back, overlapping with reality. This kind of pressure was indeed an exact replica, visualizing the storm of evil power that once swept through and destroyed everything in the mortal realm in the past. It was exactly the exclusive skill of the evil god Lan Yue. He staggeringly recognized the origin of the power boiling in his every vein. Quickly regaining his composure, Chen's expression turned sharp. He gritted his teeth and concluded that the main body of gluttony belonged to that demon king, but it had now been entirely plundered by him. According to the ironclad laws of the world, classes were born to counter each other, and the immutable principle was that each life form was only allowed to possess a single ability. But rules were made to be broken. Looking at the two cards hovering before his eyes, he broke into an arrogant smile as he had matter-of-factly acquired two types of power. Not stopping there, thinking of the countless layers out there, a bold scheme hatched in his mind. If he continued to slaughter and absorb the power of tens of thousands of other monsters, then his arsenal of classes would become infinite. His glowing red eyes flared with the fire of ambition, thirsting to reach the realm of a supreme overlord. Even so, accompanying his excitement was a lingering doubt. He spun around and looked, questioning himself as to why he had managed to seize this heaven-defying power. Shifting his gaze toward the massive architecture, his face hardened as he evaluated what faction this ghostly tower looming behind his back actually embodied. Suddenly, the surrounding space jolted with waves of visual distortion that made him flinch, hastily stepping back into a defensive stance. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, Chen's face tensed up under the deadly pressure enveloping him from all sides. He wondered where this terrifying oppressive aura was coming from. At the threshold of the tower, a giant figure draped in a black cloak, carrying a greatsword radiating a violet killing intent on his shoulder, let out a hair-raising, booming voice, welcoming the one he had painstakingly waited so long for. The info panel was obscured by a layer of static. The butcher with cruel, glowing green eyes slowly stepped out of the darkness, raising his voice to call Chen directly by his name. Instantly, he swung his greatsword, smashing the shaking ground to pieces. In that moment, the male lead's brain clicked, recalling the standard power ranking system that stretched from rank E, D, C, B, A all the way to the peak of rank S. Squeezing out every ounce of his speed to dodge the fatal blow, Chen skidded across the muddy ground, a painful groan escaping his throat. While clutching his chest and panting heavily, his eyes clearly revealed a tense, calculating look. In his past life, he had to risk his life to touch the threshold of rank S, but with his current body, his absolute maximum was merely hovering around rank D at best. Sweating profusely before that towering mountain of a foe, he gritted his teeth and accepted the cruel truth. The entity standing right in front of him bore the rank S level, a gap of heaven and earth that completely crushed all of his survival stats. Ignoring the disparity, he still frantically swung his lightning sword to counterattack. His mind continuously screamed in outrage, wondering if this lair had a system glitch to suddenly pop out a rank S beast in this place. Furthermore, with his face battered with scratches, a chilling question mark kept clinging to his mind. How the hell did this evil creature know his real name? Struggling to parry the deadly blade, Chen keenly noticed an anomaly. Both sides had traded blows for dozens of rounds, and if he had wanted to, that giant could have effortlessly taken his life hundreds of times already. Misstepping a single beat, he took the full brunt of a sword swing that launched him into the air. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, groaning in pain, ending the first round in a tragically bruised state. However, every blow raining down strictly avoided his vitals. He merely wanted to beat him to a pulp over and over again. Clutching his cramped stomach, Chen dragged himself and rolled away to dodge the razor-sharp wave of energy that had just grazed the top of his head. Hiding his face behind the murky cloak, the beast bared his jagged teeth with glowing eyes, mocking the prey to see if he still had any strength left to struggle. Wiping away the fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Chen glared at his enemy, vaguely guessing that his true sinister motive was to physically abuse him in order to break his will and force him into submission. Sitting imperiously before the dark tower, he rested the greatsword on his shoulder and offered a tempting proposal. He advised him to think thoroughly about staying here to share the right to guard the Black Tower, a rare and hard-to-come-by favor. However, with bloodshot red eyes, Chen firmly rejected that shady invitation. He roared that even if he died, he would absolutely never bury his youth in this dark, hellish corner. Exactly as predicted, just as he braced himself to condense a frail spark of lightning to put up a front, a violet blade aura cleaved through the void and rushed at him with terrifying, godlike speed. Before he could even attempt to counterattack, Chen's body went stiff. His eyes rolled back in terror as a geyser of fresh blood spurted out wildly, dyeing the front of his shirt a brilliant red. The giant beast slowly raised the tip of his deadly sword, dropping words of contempt that trampled his opponent's pride. He mocked that if he weren't the only one capable of stepping foot into this land, he would have sent him to the afterlife a long time ago. Suddenly, Chen flinched as a series of massive boulders around him shuddered and broke free from the ground, hovering unsteadily in midair under the manipulation of some evil magic. He unleashed a towering pillar of brutal energy, obscuring even the frantically blinking system notification board. He lowered his voice into a growl, threatening that this would be the last time he spoke. Surrounded by countless meteors waiting to rain down, he issued a chilling ultimatum: surrender obediently or be smashed to pieces under the rubble. Disregarding the impossibly vast gap in power, golden lightning crackled around Chen's steely face once again. He loudly voiced his reply: "My choice is to send you to meet the King of Hell." With a roar that tore through the space, he transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and shot forward with overwhelming killing intent. Immediately, the giant let out a scoffing laugh, mocking his arrogance, and swung his sword to command the meteor storm to crash down upon the tiny ant recklessly charging forward. With survival reflexes pushed to the absolute limit, Chen twisted his body, dancing and weaving through the blazing red meteor storm that was plowing up the ground. Successfully closing in on the target, he raised his blinding lightning sword high, slashing mercilessly at the enemy who was raising his weapon in defense. His eyes shone brightly, brimming with intense focus, secretly pleased because the severe beatings he took earlier had helped him see through the enemy's attack patterns. His hypersensitive brain pinpointed the fatal flaw. Before every slash, he always took 0.4 seconds to gather power. That was the golden window of opportunity to counter the angle of his wrist. Thanks to that, as if possessing the power of prophecy, he wove masterfully, accurately predicting the trajectory and spectacularly dodging the deadly blade. Channeling all of his lightning into his fist, he sneered internally. The most crucial point was that after every unleashed move, he would stall for about 0.2 seconds while waiting to recover. Locking his vision onto the enemy's wide-open chest, he seized the once-in-a-millennium opportunity. He just needed to land a fatal blow in his blind spot before he could retract his stance. And his heart would be pierced through. Chen roared, pouring all his strength into plunging the crackling lightning sword right into the middle of the giant enemy's chest. The skill panel flashed, signaling that the lightning blade strike had triggered an area of effect paralysis. Sweating like a pig, he evaluated that the damage of a rank D nobody couldn't even scratch a rank S monster, but the high-voltage current could at least lock him down for a few brief seconds. Immediately bursting out the Lightning God skill to shroud his entire body, pushing his movement speed to the maximum limit, the male lead ran for his life. Previously, the enemy's attacks had been far too fierce, leaving him absolutely no opening to escape. Bolting forward like a streak of lightning, he was certain that these few precious seconds were more than enough for him to escape the danger zone. Directing his gaze toward a flickering speck of light on the horizon, joy swelled within him. During the intense brawl, he had astutely discovered that it was the sole exit in this eerie realm. However, just as his hand reached out for the halo of hope, the space before his eyes suddenly shattered into a barrage of frantically flashing digital static. Stuck midair in utter helplessness, his face turned pale white as he witnessed the door of life and death completely evaporate without leaving a single trace. It turned out that the rank S beast had already shaken off the paralyzed state who knows when. He released a surging wave of killing intent, crushing his fragile ray of hope, while simultaneously mocking that it was just an optical illusion to deceive his eyes. An exit simply didn't exist, because this place was inherently not a monster lair. From within the burning violet energy halo, a booming, amused voice echoed. He praised that his godly ability to grasp fatal weak points was indeed well worth applauding. The system updated the true portrait of the boss. The towering butcher nodded in approval, judging that he was worthy of being the banner of hope. Above his head, the title clearly appeared, Rank S Purgatory Rakshasa Warrior. His pupils shrinking in shock, Chen widened his eyes as he vaguely pieced together the horrifying truth. He had once witnessed this sinister persona with his own eyes on the very body of the evil god Lan Yue. A bloody flashback recreated the scene of everything drowning in smoke and fire. That was the exact moment of the most brutal battle to the death in his previous life. Midst that sea of flames back then, the silhouette of a demon mask with jagged teeth glowing in blue had firmly embedded itself in his mind, becoming an eternal obsession. Visualizing the scene of a giant ice dragon spreading its wings in the sky, his sweat poured down like rain. In the earth-shattering bloodbath, that demon king had madly swapped between a myriad of high-level powers as easily as flipping his hand. In the earth-shattering bloodbath, that demon king had madly swapped between a myriad of high-level powers as easily as flipping his hand. The shock of being scorched by the hellfire of the multi-horned demon still seemed to leave the flesh-tearing, skin-ripping pain engraved on him to this very day. Or even the moment his body was battered and thrown down by the ghostly tentacles of a grotesque wood element entity. Falling freely amidst a space flooded with light, Chen gritted his teeth and muttered, trying to piece together every shattered fragment of his memories. He had etched deeply into his heart that among those hundreds of unpredictably morphing forms of power, his memory replaying vividly, the Rakshasa beast with raging violet flames from back then bore this exact, identical appearance. The towering silhouette of the evil god with a pitch-black iron chain and those eerie, glowing green eyes was absolutely impossible to mistake. Chen's mind spun in knots at the earth-shattering assumption. Could it be that this boss had once been devoured by the evil god Lan Yue, and because that power of gluttony was currently flowing within his body, that meant? Rooted to the spot in the dead-silent, crimson-red space, facing the grotesque giant architecture, his mouth fell open as he staggeringly realized that this damned spatial dimension actually resided right inside his own body. The giant butcher burst into a hearty laugh, smirking to reveal his jagged teeth. He nodded in praise that the prey not only possessed a will of iron, but his thinking was also as sharp as a knife. He had brilliantly proven himself entirely worthy of taking over every treasure this land was hoarding. His face dripping with sweat, Chen turned his head back, his eyes wide in disbelief as he voiced, "Everything here." Suddenly, a golden key inlaid with a red jewel hovered majestically in midair, accompanied by a system notification. Rank SSS Void Key, a unique item that unlocks the gate to the Demon Tower. The beast's sinewy hand pointed directly at the item. This is the key to the Demon Tower. Finishing his words, he stood imposingly before the eerie structure and slowly spoke. Lan Yue once devoured tens of thousands of brutal evil spirits. Those with the most terrifying power are all currently sealed right behind me, deep inside this tower. His deep, murky voice echoed all around. Absorb them to seize their power. Turn all of them into your source of vitality. Immediately, the system panel flashed, confirming the acquisition. Received Void Key X1. Holding the brilliant rank SSS treasure in his hand, Chen's face remained full of suspicion. He frowned and questioned, "Why are you acting like this? What reason do you have to help me to this extent?" The beast slightly lowered his head to look at the young man, his voice suppressing extreme resentment. Even in the demon realm, the boundary between good and evil has always existed. Those demon kings utterly massacred my clansmen, all just to serve their bottomless greed. He continued to bear his tragic heart. I have waited endlessly for countless eons just to seek an opportunity for revenge, and now that ray of light is present right before my eyes. He was not wrong. You are the last ray of hope. Only you have the ability to turn the tides of the universe. While listening to the painful past, Chen suddenly astutely caught a suspicious point. Looking dumbfounded, he asked, "Who are you referring to? Who is that person?" The beast jerked his chin toward the giant architecture behind him and replied, "All of your questions are hidden deep within this tower. Step inside yourself to uncover the truth." Suddenly, his grand silhouette began to shatter into thousands of sparkling magical specks of light. He uttered his final dying words, "Inherit my power and make them taste the pain of atonement." The male lead stood frozen, his eyes wide in astonishment at the dramatic self-sacrifice of his former enemy, muttering, "Inherit your power." Ignoring the young man's bewilderment, he used his last ounce of strength to roar, as if passing on a torch. "From this moment on, you must become an invincible force. Smash the gate of the Demon Tower and swallow every living being inside." He also left a stern warning, "The evil spirits in that place won't hold back like me. They are the most cunning and brutal beings in this world." Chen's eyes flared with determined fire as he heard those heavy, monumental words of entrustment. "Even so, you are bound to overcome everything. Subdue all of them and climb to the highest peak of glory in this world." The silhouette of the Rakshasa gradually blended into the void's darkness, leaving only one echoing sentence behind. "Up until the very last moment, you must drain and absorb every single demon king." The space was now left, with only scattered fragments of energy falling to the ground, as the majestic echoes gradually faded away. Background: only a soul carrying such a burning desire is qualified to inherit my power. Chen reached out his hand to catch the mystical violet light that was weaving its way into his body. Simultaneously, the system's progress bar began running data. Exactly as expected, a brilliant golden light flashed, and the system chimed continuously to announce the leveling process. Chen proudly reached the threshold of level 10, acquiring a glorious title along with a perfect weapon that just dropped from the beast. Squeezing his eyes shut and then snapping them open with a razor-sharp gaze, he resolutely thought to himself, "I understand. I will inherit your will." The fusion process finished, and the Purgatory Rakshasa class card exuded a chilling aura as it hovered in midair. The male lead gritted his teeth and swore an oath, "I will make them pay for their sins with blood." Just as his momentum was blazing high, the illusion suddenly shattered. The brilliant morning sunlight began shining through the window frame. A dramatic yell rang out, tearing through the silence. "Wake up, everyone! The sun is already shining on our butts." That noisy sound caused his heavy eyes to slowly open. Chen sprang up from his bunk bed, his hair as messy as a bird's nest. Still sleepy, he let out a sluggish sigh. Scanning his eyes over his roommates who were frantically grabbing their clothes, with one guy panicking and urging, "Hurry up, we're going to be late. Today we're absolutely required to wear the school uniform." His face was as blank as someone who had just fallen from the sky. "Am I back in the dorm again?" Looking down and pulling his shirt aside to check his perfectly intact, unscarred chest, he muttered in bewilderment, "The wound has healed completely. Could it be that all the recent events were just a nightmare?" However, the very moment he opened his hand, the brightly lit system panel instantly appeared, making Chen's eyes turn stern. The interface confirmed that everything was real. Even all the items collected from the dream realm had followed him back to reality. His eyes glued to the gigantic number 10 sitting majestically on the info panel, he lightly stroked his chin in deep thought. After just one night, he had already shot up to level 10. He wondered what rank he would be placed in right now. While he was still dazed in bed, the long-haired friend suddenly lunged from nowhere, patted his shoulder and chirped, "Hey, Chen." He leaned in with a teasing smirk, completely ignoring the four-eyed friend standing behind him, sweating nervously, saying someone was hyping you up crazy last night, praising you as some sort of martial arts master. Not letting it go, the long-haired guy leaned his face close, widening his eyes to assert his dominance as the dorm boss, asking, "Do you have the guts to steal my throne in this room?" Ignoring the silly jokes, Chen maintained his ice-cold expression, glancing slightly at the chubby guy who was excitedly dragging them along, saying, "Let's go quickly. The ranking assessment is about to start. Let's see what your true potential is." A huge bite was taken out of a steaming bun as the chubby friend walked and chewed loudly, looking utterly satisfied. The group slowly filed down the hallway. The long-haired guy stuffed his face with the bun while pointing a finger, boasting, "Looking at this dorm, one might think it's a gathering nest for E-ranks. But remember, every rank is divided into 3 tiers. You guys are just low-tier E, while this young master right here is a mid-tier E." A ranking chart appeared as a very visual illustration. While the long-haired guy continued to brag loudly, "The gap between tiers is like heaven and earth. I have more than enough power to crush a dozen low tiers like you all at once. Are you awake to reality yet?" Strutting arrogantly and swinging his arms, he headed straight for the assembly courtyard with towering delusions. Who knows, maybe my rank has skyrocketed this time around." The four-eyed youth stealthily leaned close to Chen's ear, egging him on with a thoroughly dedicated expression. "Hey Chen, go all in this time. Try to crawl your way up to D rank just to scare the living daylights out of that guy." However, our main character merely narrowed his melancholic red eyes, keeping his composure as he muttered, assessing that trivial milestone, just D rank. The whole gang casually strolled through the archway, immersing themselves in the central hub of the event. The vast schoolyard was now packed with freshmen, everyone's eyes glued to the giant screen as a noisy buzz of discussion echoed endlessly. "Wow, you guys got here pretty early, huh?" Suddenly, a fierce white-haired thug leading a gang of arrogant lackeys shoved through the crowd. He swatted hard, making the long-haired friend stumble. "Get out of the way, don't rub against me, you trash." The friends whispered, "Those are Gong Cheng's lackeys." The newcomer wore an arrogant face, radiating a chilling aura that made Chen's friends turn pale, awkwardly stepping back to avoid trouble. "It's best we steer clear for our own safety." Suddenly, the white-haired guy snapped his neck back and glared sideways, causing the long-haired friend to break into a cold sweat and whisper in panic, "Damn it, they're looking our way." Ignoring his terrified, cowering friends, Chen calmly kept his hands in his pockets, nonchalantly looking away with an infuriatingly relaxed demeanor. The two muscular thugs, upon catching sight of that ice-cold face, turned pale. Their pupils shrank in panic as they broke out in cold sweat, stuttering his name as if they had just seen a ghost. Without hesitation, the two thugs hurriedly bowed at a sharp 90-degree angle, shouting in unison with absolute reverence, leaving the dormmates utterly astounded. "Boss Chen, you've arrived." The long-haired friend's jaw dropped as he mumbled softly, while the four-eyed youth pushed up his glasses and chuckled smugly. "What the hell is this? Why are they groveling before Chen? I told you already, could Ma Long's tall tales actually be true?" Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chen coldly strode past the two guys bowing in greeting, absolutely refusing to offer them even half a glance. Suddenly a blunt shout pierced the atmosphere. "Hey!" Chen's glowing red eyes quickly darted back, his gaze sharp as a blade, mixed with a hint of annoyed weariness. A guy wearing a vest over a flashy floral shirt walked up. He smirked mockingly, arrogantly introducing himself as the student council officer, Jiang Jian. "I heard a rumor that someone dared to mess with Gong Cheng yesterday." The officer tilted his face toward the sky, eyes bulging as he screamed the name with fanatical worship. "Do you even know his background? He is the blood brother of our revered president, Gong Ting." The surrounding crowd began to recognize the big shot. They hurriedly parted to make way, whispering softly with a wary attitude, "That's Jiang Jian from the student council." The dormmates lost their souls once again, huddling together and sweating, pitying their brother's fate. Isn't that guy the president's right-hand man? He's a D-rank expert. We're really doomed this time. Why did he have to pick a fight with Chen? This atmosphere is too suffocating. Right then, the guy named Jiang brought his ridiculous face close to Chen's ear, pretending to sniff the air with a look of utter disdain. He dropped a sarcastic remark. You know, my nose is incredibly sharp. I can pick up the aura of a true powerhouse from miles away. However, all that radiates from you is the pathetic stench of a piece of trash lying flat at the bottom of the food chain. In response to that dragging, offensive speech, Chen simply tilted his head, throwing him a lifeless glare, and dropped one razor-sharp sentence, "Are you a dog or something?" Publicly humiliated, the guy named Jiang was so furious he could cough up blood. His eyes rolled back as if they were about to pop out of their sockets as he roared in sheer frustration. "What the hell did you just say?" Just as he was about to lunge forward and go all out against Chen, a tall, sturdy figure hurriedly stepped in to stop him with a deep, steady voice. "Jiang Jian, stand down." Gong Ting appeared with a dashing look and a cold, sharp gaze. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he spoke up to mediate. "I had my people investigate the matter thoroughly. In this case, Gong Cheng was the one who instigated the fault." Hurrying closely on the president's heels along the track, Jiang Jian bowed subserviently. "Yes, Mr. President." Gong Ting maintained his indifferent expression and finalized, "If you make a mistake, you must bear the consequences. That is an inevitable rule." Despite delivering a superficially impartial verdict, Gong Ting still discreetly threw a slight glance backward, carrying an incredibly dangerous and calculating look. Without the slightest flinch, Chen immediately used his sharp, glowing red eyes to lock dead onto the president, sparking an invisible clash of gazes that practically threw off sparks. The examiner's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, drawing the entire school's attention toward the glowing gate. "All students, attention. The ranking assessment will officially begin. We will conduct the tests based on candidate numbers. Please step up to the podium when your name is called." Gong Ting tossed his head, signaling to leave the spot. "Let's get out of here. We need to prepare for the test." The sycophant Jiang Jian hurriedly scampered after him, understood, not forgetting to mutter his evaluation that Chen guy looks so basic, how could he possibly be a threat? At the same time, below the stands, the back of a seemingly ordinary male student was restlessly looking toward the brightly lit testing podium. Up in the sun-drenched VIP observation room, a tall figure greeted his female colleague beside him. "What wind blew you here to spectate today's assessment? Could it be that you've already set your sights on some formidable talent?" The elegant blonde beauty took a sip of tea, the corner of her lips, marked by a haughty beauty mole, curling into a calculating smile. "This assessment will surely be packed with surprises." The voice from the speakers boldly announced the next name in sync with the giant screen. Next candidate, Xiang Zuo. Down below, Chen's doormates were straining their necks, screaming in support, "Fight on, brother Xiang Zuo." The long-haired student stepped onto the stage, reaching a trembling hand forward. With a face tight as a bowstring, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Let's see just how far my true capabilities can reach." Instantly, his body slowly stepped into the shimmering energy membrane of the testing gate. The moment he crossed the threshold, he was immediately swallowed into a murky, pitch-black dimension strung with intertwined bundles of cables. The scene revealed a colossal, floating machine. The system provided detailed instructions. The assessment will be conducted independently inside the simulated demon's lair. Its core is an evil spirit's heart, capable of absorbing power. Following the protocol, the long-haired guy braced himself, channeling all his internal energy. Shutting his eyes tight, he roared and unleashed a blinding fireball. The awakened must unleash their entire mana output before the demon's heart. The artificial organ frantically swallowed the blast of fire magic, trembling violently to measure the data. Afterwards, the demon's heart would convert the recorded energy levels to the outside system via cable transmissions. A series of brightly lit cables transmitted the signals out to the mechanical frame on the stage, triggering a row of LED lights to flash incessantly. The analysis phase concluded, and the glaring answer appeared on the digital energy screen. Finally converted into a data panel, Xiang Zuo pitifully received a mid-tier E rating. The examiner holding the microphone majestically announced the result, recorded at the mid-tier E mark. Meanwhile, the chubby teacher next to him narrowed his eyes in confusion. "Strange, hasn't the potential data finished loading yet?" Below the stands, the four-eyed kid excitedly jumped up, cheering loudly beside Chen, "It's going down. This is the most thrilling part." Alongside that, the system also displayed an increasing index column next to the ranking level. This device is also integrated to measure the maximum power threshold an individual can reach. In the future, a giant letter C flared up blindingly, proving that those with exceptional aptitude would have the golden opportunity to be recruited and nurtured by the government. The notification board finalized. Assessment complete. Current rank, mid-tier E maximum potential. See, it was like a bucket of cold water splashed right into Xiangzu's face as he dragged his feet off the podium, looking completely deflated. He let out a long sigh. My power hasn't budged an inch in 2 years. I thought I could finally break through to D rank. The robotic voice from the loudspeakers continued calling the next person. Ignoring the long-haired guy slumping in the corner, his friend quickly patted his shoulder, comforting him with a harsh truth. Don't be sad, Xiangzu. The rest of us are even scrubbier than you. Gang huddled together, putting themselves down to soothe their bro. It's not just you who missed out on D rank. Are we any better? The golden board called out Xiangyu and Ma Long, both barely scraping by at low-tier E with C-rank potential. The four-eyed friend spouted confidently, where would this school even find so many D-rank experts? We might not even see a single one this year. However, just as he finished his arrogant claim, before the words could even dry, the screen immediately flashed the text. Assessment complete. Current rank, low-tier D maximum potential. This result left all three guys with their jaws dropped, eyes rolling back, completely frozen in shock. A female student leaped for joy in front of the testing machine, while the crowd below erupted in admiration. The first D-rank student of this batch has finally shown up. Wow. A few minutes later, a sharply dressed male student strutted out, sliding on his knees and busting out stylish dance moves as the system honored a new record. Assessment complete. Current rank, low-tier D maximum potential, A. See, Chen's squad of frogs in a well could only bury their faces in helplessness. One guy slumped his head onto the steps, muttering in despair, so there are already 8 people who have reached D rank. The judging panel, the 2 veteran teachers stroked their beards and rubbed their chins proudly. I truly didn't expect this batch to produce so many D-rank talents. Though they are only low-tier, for rookies who have never seen a battlefield, they are absolute gems. The other nodded in agreement. Exactly. In previous years, at best we only had 2 or 3 students hit the D mark. At this rate, the final practical combat exam will definitely be a feast for the eyes. The announcer's voice echoed again, cutting through their marveling. Next candidate. Right after came the sound of branded leather shoes tapping a proud rhythm onto the floor. Gong Ting, his identity freshly called, drew every single gaze toward the handsome crown prince. He calmly shoved his hands into his coat pockets, lifting his head high, and strode confidently onto the stage. The crowd of students instantly erupted into absolute frenzy. It's finally his turn to take the stage. The revered president, the heir of the Emperor Guild, a prodigy carrying countless glorious titles on his shoulders. Completely isolated from that explosive atmosphere, Chen remained standing leisurely in place, hands in his pockets, throwing an indifferent gaze to observe the darling of creation. Below, the cheers for the crown prince continued endlessly. Rumor has it he maxed out D rank 2 whole years ago. Since this morning, the highest experts have only scraped low-tier D, the most shocking record in the Academy's history, only ever stopped at mid-tier D. Who knows how terrifying his true level is. Deep in the hidden corners of the artificial testing chamber, the hideous evil spirit's heart, floating amidst the web of cables, was still beating loudly, waiting to devour its next prey. A moment later, a giant emerald eyeball slowly opened right in the middle of the grotesque mass of flesh, staring with an emotionless gaze at the figure approaching. Gong Ting stepped closer slowly. With a haughty demeanor, he raised one hand pointing directly at the floating demon's heart. The crown prince's sharp, glowing golden eyes narrowed slightly as he whispered his arrogant calculations. Only by unleashing my full might during the final practical combat exam can I truly shake the entire school. So for now, I'll have to hide a portion of my true strength. Even so, he carried supreme megalomania within him. His pupils gleamed with complacency, but even if I hold back, I still have more than enough power to sit securely on the solitary throne in the history of this academy. The analyzer instantly ran through the data on the blinding interface. The beeping echoed like a gunshot signaling that an unprecedented record was about to be broken. The veteran examiner standing outside wiped the sweat from his forehead, squinting tensely as he stared intently at the screen that was continuously shifting colors. That color, could it be? The digital board exploded with earth-shattering stats. Assessment complete. Current rank, high-tier D maximum potential. The blazing gold text smashed right into the vision of everyone present. Down in the arena, the freshmen's jaws dropped, tearing at their hair and screaming in absolute shock. High tier D, seriously, and an S-rank aptitude limit to boot. This is ridiculously unreal. The lackey Jiang Jian grinned ear to ear, putting his two dumbfounded underlings in a chokehold as he screamed like a madman, the #1 talent in academy history. Truly worthy of being our boss. Long live the president. Chen's dormmates were just as flustered, sweating buckets and marveling at the miracle. Did our school really produce an S-rank aptitude monster? I'm dying of jealousy. We just witnessed history. At the judges' table, the two veteran teachers smiled so hard their eyes squeezed shut, excitedly discussing. The data is absolutely accurate, high tier D and S potential. Do we need to report this immediately to the higher-ups? Of course, we must do it right away. At this moment, the crowd below surged like a broken beehive, swarming the casually strolling crown prince. An awakened with an S-rank constitution is a rare national treasure across the globe. He'll easily be highly valued by the government and protected with red carpet treatment. Gong Ting's personal profile shined like a priceless metal as words of praise continued to pour out like a waterfall. Not to mention, he is also the prestigious second young master of the Emperor Guild. This shocking news will definitely sit squarely on the front page of the national newspapers. Just watch. The majestic principal stood on the lavish observation deck, proudly crossing his arms as he gazed down at the schoolyard. This year's assessment truly witnesses the rise of an outstanding generation. The old man smirked proudly, teasing his female colleague next to him. You already figured out that Gong Ting was an S-rank genius, didn't you? No wonder you made the trek here today to watch a good show. The blonde beauty gently lowered her eyelashes, shaking her head in denial with a mysterious, subtle smile. No, I didn't go through the trouble of coming here for that boy. The principal raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh. The corners of her lips curled into an incredibly seductive curve, her sharp eyes brimming with calculation. Compared to Gong Ting. Her gaze pierced through the glass, locking tightly onto Chen's solitary figure amidst the noisy sea of people. I am much more eager to witness the performance of that boy over there. The broadcasting system blared again, slicing through the boiling atmosphere. Next candidate, Chen. As soon as the sound faded, Jiang Jian immediately spun around. He flashed a deceitful smile and threatened, "Hey brat, you better salvage whatever cheap dignity your dorm room has left." He closed the distance, bulging his eyes menacingly with unparalleled smugness. When the stats pop out, don't you dare drag that low-tier E face out again. If all four of you accept your fate as society's bottom-feeding trash in the same room, you'll become the greatest joke of this academy, ha ha ha. The group of Xiang Yu, and Ma Long hiding behind Chen all bowed their heads, stinging from the insults. A bunch of rejects like you having the nerve to show up for the practical combat assessment is a straight-up stain on the school's reputation. The four-eyed youth fumed with rage, pointing right at the officer's face and snapping, "You there, just keep your eyes peeled and watch. Chen will definitely make you take off your glasses in awe." Turning a deaf ear to all the mockery, Chen coldly squeezed past Jiang Jian and strode straight toward the testing podium amidst a chilling silence. Right at that moment, Gong Ting slightly turned his head, shooting a glance of contempt mixed with a bit of curiosity at his counterpart, Chen. Rooted in front of the dazzling testing chamber, our protagonist asked himself a thoughtful question. Can I really pull this off? The bizarre evil demon's heart, inside, opened its giant eye once again, lurking and preparing for the power-stealing process. Chen extended his hand forward, his pupils flashing an eerie red that blended with soaring battle intent. In this era, for an awakened to secure a glorious future, catching the eye of the supreme guilds is the only path. Images of blood-soaked powerhouses plunging into tier monsters apart flashed through his mind like a grim warning. And the single opportunity for millions to prove their worth to the big shots is the life-or-death final examination. The ruthless rules of the game suffocated his rationale. Each squad maxes out at 10 individuals, and students have full authority to recruit their comrades. The squad that claims the throne will be directly rolled out the red carpet and recruited by the Emperor Guild, the most authoritative power in the nation. Hidden beneath the school's glamorous facade, Chen saw right through its cruel operating principles. Therefore, this round of testing isn't merely about determining ranks, it carries a far deeper, multiplied purpose. Back on the sidelines of the arena, Jiang Jian gleefully threw an arm around a chubby male student, sycophantically reporting to the crown prince. Reporting to the boss, this is Yan Lin, low-tier D. groveled and squirmed, smugly painting a glorious vision. Thanks to him, our 10-man squad is officially finalized. All 9 D-rank names of this batch are gathered under your banner. Plus, with the strength of the second young master Gong Cheng, the championship title is 90% secure. It turns out, all these underhanded schemes were just to monopolize the most perfect puzzle pieces for the final exam. The horde of lackeys swarmed around cheering, while a grim truth crystallized in this situation. The most tyrannical force was bound to take shape. Jiang Jian threw his head back in roaring laughter, praising, "The ultimate MVP title will undoubtedly rest safely in your hands, Mr. President." In stark contrast, in another corner, Chen's dormmates were moping and shrinking their necks like a flock of birds with broken wings. The strong form factions to create an invincible alliance, while the weak are eliminated and discarded without mercy. That is the eternal rule of survival. The bespectacled student nervously pushed up his frames, straining his eyes to stare at the still-silent testing podium. How long has Chen been in there? The LED screen remained a blank, gaping green. His name sat squarely on it, but there was absolutely zero data, making the whole group sweat with anxiety. Why hasn't there been a peep for so long? The crowd gradually dispersed. A few trash talkers turned back to mock with wide grins. "I bet 10 to 1 his power is so trash that even the machine is completely helpless in ranking him, haha. Consider the measurement process over, let's head back to the dorm and get some good sleep." Seeing this, Jiang Jian quickly chimed in, sweet-talking his big boss. "The few remaining are guaranteed to be rejects. No need to waste our time sticking around. Mr. President, since our roster is completely finalized anyway, why don't we go find a spot to sing karaoke and celebrate?" Gong Ting nonchalantly half-closed his eyes, bearing a look of boredom mixed with arrogance, and nodded in agreement. "Fine, call all the members of the squad to come along." However, the very moment he pivoted his heel to leave, the digital board behind him suddenly jerked with rapid flashes of static. The lagging frequency grew violently worse by the second. Chen's stat board slowly blinked a line of text that forced every gaze to snap back, "High Tier D." At this moment, the protagonist's comrades seemed rooted to the ground. With O-shaped mouths and widened eyes, they stared blankly at the unimaginable scene that just unfolded. The four-eyed friend joyously leaped into the air, pointing directly at the achievement board and screaming as if he had struck gold. "High Tier D, wow, I told you, I wasn't wrong, was I?" The mocking grin on Jiang Jian's lips instantly vanished, his face twisting into an ugly expression. Meanwhile, Gong Ting also had to whip around, blurting out in sheer shock, "What? High Tier D?" Deep inside the suffocating chamber, the demon's heart suddenly shriveled, breaking into a cold sweat. The emergency system flashed red lights, blaring an alarm. Current assessment result: High Tier D device detects internal disturbance within the demon's heart, risking data corruption. Candidate is required to undergo the measurement again. Not bothering to care, standing opposite the trembling creature, Chen indifferently raised his hand, observing it and smirking as he analyzed his own tyrannical power. "I've only applied my physical form. The core hasn't even activated a class yet. It turns out that a level 10's base stats are already on par with the High Tier D threshold. If you're going to war, you have to go all out." The protagonist decided to play for keeps. A blast of blue light erupted from his palm, accompanied by a progress bar loading class switch data. The fusion process completed in a split second. A towering phantom of a giant butcher materialized. He slightly narrowed his glowing red eyes, booting it up. "Switch complete. Chen, level 10, King of Hell's Death. Now let's test it out using the most mediocre class I've just absorbed." The external measurement system short-circuited once again. The screen flashed continuously, propelling the stat column straight through the roof. The letter D instantly shattered, replaced by a giant, brightly glowing C, accompanied by the verdict: Mid-Tier C. The entire plaza seemed to explode. The male students clutched their heads, screaming in panic, their eyes practically popping out. "What the hell is going on?" Chen's rank just jumped again. Utterly stunned, Jiang Jian couldn't swallow the truth. He screamed wildly, his face twisted and contorted. "C-rank? This is all trash, a scam. This machine is definitely broken." At the judges' podium, the two elders were also sweating bullets, their foreheads drenched as they stuttered, unable to form words. "Why are the stats continuously shifting? I have never witnessed such a crazy phenomenon. Is the machine broken?" Inside the testing chamber, the pitiful demon's heart was trembling violently like a wet dog under a suffocating pressure. The system error notification continued flashing red, crying for help. Critical instability detected within the demon's heart, high risk of result corruption. candidate is required to start over. Ignoring the sweating machine begging for its life, Chen casually swung his hand. An eerie purple light exploded, sweeping through every corner. If that's the case, my 2 remaining classes must definitely far exceed the C threshold. System, activate switch. Finally, the surging purgatory mana descended. The protagonist wore a cold, brutal expression as a majestic Rakshasa phantom roared behind his back. Switch successful. Chen, level 10, Purgatory Rakshasa. Now open your eyes wide and witness the absolute limit of my true power. At this point, the demon heart's singular eyeball was squeezed down to the size of a peppercorn. It sweat profusely, tasting sheer, absolute terror upon directly facing the imposing pressure of a true demon king. Space wasn't just distorting inside the testing chamber. Even the sky outside was ripped open. A violent purple energy storm erupted fiercely, sweeping everything away, officially marking the descent of a monster that defied all rules. The billowing purple demonic aura spiraled into a colossal black hole in midair. Lightning bolts tore the sky to shreds, leaving 2 male students below standing completely paralyzed on the spot. The arrogance of the crown prince, Gong Ting, snuffed out, replaced by a stunned expression as he gazed up at the sky. Meanwhile, Jiang Jian next to him dropped his jaw, screaming in sheer horror, asking what the hell was actually going on. The dormmates were so terrified they plopped onto the ground, hugging each other tight, shaking like leaves while witnessing the bizarre spectacle. Then they marveled that the prophecy of a descent was real, and history was turning a new page as this very dorm room had successfully hatched a monster reaching divine heights. At the same time, the evaluation screen began to glitch relentlessly. Static numbers danced chaotically in both the rank and potential categories. The giant, blinding gold S symbol in the potential slot also cracked, wobbling violently as if it were about to burst from bearing a pressure way past its threshold. The veteran pair of judges stared wide-eyed, their chins dropping to their chests, screaming in unison with astonishment, hardly believing their eyes that yet another monster with S-tier potential had appeared. Even someone arrogant from birth like Gong Ting was now dripping with cold sweat. His pupils shrank, his mouth muttering words questioning the very fabric of life. Suddenly, the S in the middle of the screen was dyed a brilliant blood red, followed by countless blindingly flashing emergency notifications. Every parameter on the digital board was mashed into a garbled mess, while the system howled its malfunction sirens in sheer desperation. The screen flickered with vibrant blocks of color and a barrage of SSS letters, officially raising the white flag before an endless power, because the immeasurable potential had far exceeded the machine's endurance limit. A male student below the stands was so shocked he shut his eyes tight, straining his neck to scream tragically as if the end of the world had come. In the blink of an eye, the artificial testing chamber shattered into hundreds of pieces, billowing red flames entwined with harsh green light, blasting away all nearby objects. A pair of judges completely tossed their dignity aside, bolting straight into the scorching scene on all fours. They frantically yelled to each other that the demon's heart was severely overloaded, and they had to rescue it immediately so the student wouldn't lose his life. Charging into the murky void of the lair, the 2 bodies, one fat, one skinny, hovered amidst a network of snapped cables, panicking as they shouted the student's name to confirm his safety. No sooner had their voices faded than the 2 teachers stared, petrified and dead silent, at the terrifying scene unfolding right under their noses. The once highly vibrant core of the demon's heart was now drained, dry, wrinkled, and smoking exactly like a dried apple, turning the judges pale. They trembled, wondering if this precious artifact was truly ruined for good. The chubby teacher sat flat on the ground, tinkering with the husk. Scratching his head in confusion, he wondered if maybe pushing its output to an exploitative extreme today caused it to short out. At the same time, Chen casually strolled out of the ruins, staying silent without even bothering to open his mouth. Glancing slightly at the glaring red data patch on his palm, the young man calmly pondered with full innocence that he accidentally squeezed the life out of the demon's heart just for fun. However, he also managed to scrape up quite a surprising harvest. System announced the successful absorption of the loot. An exquisite A-tier demon heart capable of probing the rank of any target within 100 meters, while also sounding an alarm when enemies invade. He concluded with amusement, it turns out the gluttony mutation was so starved it swallowed an entire mechanical core hole. Striding past the remnants of a door sparking with electricity, Chen's figure advanced proudly toward the real world under countless glaring eyes. His pupils blazed with a cold emerald light as he silently booted up his newly acquired loot, officially activating the exquisite demon's heart. His vision immediately scanned the entire crowd. Every ranking board hovering above their heads left him extremely satisfied, internally praising this item's immense versatility since he could now peer through to anyone's true strength. Instantly, those dazzling, sharp eyes locked dead onto a single figure looming amidst the sea of people. The stat label blatantly exposed the strength of that haughty crown prince at mid-tier C. Chen curled his lips into a sneer. So Gong Ting has deliberately been hiding his cards all along, but a mid-tier C, at the end of the day, is merely a stepping stone. Standing up on the high podium, the judge cleared his throat to cover up the embarrassment of the recent disaster. He boldly placated the crowd, saying that because the demon's heart couldn't handle the heat and went on strike, today's assessment would have to be postponed. Following Chen's casual departure from the stands, the loudspeaker announcement still tried to make excuses, stating that his previous stats were highly likely due to the machine glitching. The organizing committee would escalate this issue to higher authorities, and students who hadn't taken their turn were asked to return tomorrow morning with a brand new equipment system. Ignoring the judging panel, the dorm brothers swarmed over, wrapping their arms around his neck and shoulders. The bespectacled youth shouted with pride, "No matter what anyone else says, that score is legit. Chen has officially joined the ranks of super geniuses. Whatever you want to stuff in your belly today, the boys are paying." The young man could only let out a helpless sigh, urging the whole gang to just head back to the dorm and figure it out later. The moment he stepped away, Zhang Jian lunged out to block his path. Hands on his hips and curling his lips into a spiteful smirk, he mocked that an incompetent loser like him didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell of reaching C-rank or S-tier potential. It was glaringly obvious that it was just a machine malfunction. Got all up in Chen's face, pointing a finger right at his nose, straining his neck, and spitting everywhere as he threw a massive tantrum. He demanded to know if he thought he could just smash the demon's heart and quietly slip away. Because of this irresponsibility, the entire student council is stuck twiddling their thumbs until tomorrow. Can you even afford to compensate for their precious time? His ears itching from the noise, Chen clenched his fists, golden lightning crackling around his fingers, ready to strike down with a blinding thunderbolt. His eyes narrowed, flashing with a golden ferocity and surging killing intent, thinking to himself that this guy was barking too much, and it would be better to cripple his legs to shut him up. Right at that moment, Gong Ting slowly strolled over, using a condescending tone to scold the guard dog to stop barking nonsense, ordering Zhang Jian to step back and not be insolent to a teammate. The words he just dropped caused the officer surnamed Jiang and his entire entourage behind him to twist their faces, crying out in collective astonishment at the word teammate. The arrogant prince extended a hand full of goodwill, forcing a polished diplomatic smile, inviting him to get on the same boat to conquer the final practical exam. He continuously painted a brilliant prospect, directly calling the name of the stoic youth standing opposite, promising that the highest score record in history would definitely fall into their pockets, Chen. This sudden invitation immediately ignited a storm of sour gossip from the eavesdropping student council. No one dared to believe the president would lower himself to invite Chen to join the team. Zhang Jian gnashed his teeth, sweating profusely as he thought about the team's slots. If this guy was pulled in, someone would definitely have to pack up and leave. He didn't know how to explain it to his comrades, because catching Gong Ting's eye meant a first-class ticket for the graduation combat exam was already in the palm of their hands. The more his brain calculated, the more he saw stars, glaring at Chen's indifferent attitude while hot blood rushed to his head. Plenty of people carrying money to pay tribute couldn't even get through the door, so how the hell did this nobody get a special pass? Even so, the lackey still had to grit his teeth and swallow his anger, clutching the hem of his vest, reminding himself that this was an imperial decree personally issued by Gong Ting. Swallowing the lump of anger down to his guts, he squeezed out a fake smile so forced that the blue veins throbbed on his forehead, telling himself to save face for his boss, then gave a hollow laugh to welcome the newcomer to the pack. Ironically, Chen ruthlessly slapped away the arm draped over his shoulder, ending it with a bland, emotionless sentence that he simply didn't care. Zhang Jian was so shocked his eyes widened like two marbles, while Gong Ting's golden pupils narrowed, reeking of killing intent. Zhang Jian flared up like his tail had been stepped on, shouting right in his face, asking if he knew what he had just said. "You brat, this is the school's invincible lineup." Yet Chen only turned his back and leisurely walked away, dropping a line that he couldn't care less. Not stopping there, the young man even looked back, revealing a sharp crimson gaze to warn him that he was way too deafening, and from this moment on, bothering him was absolutely forbidden. Yang Jian's blood boiled to the point where smoke practically rose to his brain. His face turned fiercely red as he gritted his teeth and hissed out every bitter word, in stark contrast to see Chen's gentle demeanor as he waved his friends over to head home. The sea of people around them stood dumbfounded with dropped jaws, sweating bullets as they whispered about Chen's audacity to bluntly reject Gong Ting, wondering how much nerve he had to dare poke the bear that was the powerful president. Maintained his arrogant posture with hands stuffed in his pockets, ignoring the buzzing gossip behind him, assuming that he wanted to monopolize the throne all by himself, since the assessment had confirmed his strength as a mid-tier C rank anyway, so there would definitely be some juicy drama to enjoy soon. The group of close friends following on his heels laughed so hard they trembled, gleefully asking each other if they had witnessed the dumbfounded faces of those two guys. It looked absolutely hilarious, acting all high and mighty just a moment ago, but completely silenced now. They had to admit Chen had all the guts in the world. Surprisingly, Gong Ting didn't explode in fury. He just pulled a faint smile to console his fuming underling, saying there was no need to mind because that brother Chen surely had his own game plan. Patches of twilight sunshine scattered across the campus as the silhouettes of student groups slowly walked through the giant iron archway to head home. Seated on the high podium, the elderly principal let out a heavy sigh, lamenting his immense regret that the outstanding duo couldn't fight side by side, shattering his expectations for a new record-breaking page of history this year. The blonde beauty beside him only lightly blinked her eyelashes, her lips curling into a sharp, calculating smile, thinking to herself, wouldn't a situation like this be 100 times more fascinating? Her keen gaze flared with amusement as she dissected the mindset of young Master Gong Ting, who was born at the finish line. That ruthless shake of the head thrown right in his face just now was undoubtedly a bloody letter of challenge. Exactly as expected, Gong Ting's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot. His metallic pupils glinted with dense hostility, proving the commentary that the school's authoritative president was by no means a simple character. Yang Jian's mouth next to him kept grumbling and complaining, frowning as he dropped venomous words of mockery, claiming that the other guy was just getting lucky due to a system glitch, deluding himself into thinking he had actually climbed to C rank. However, Gong Ting knitted his eyebrows in deep calculation, worrying what if that result was actually true. No matter how slim the odds were, he was absolutely determined not to allow anyone the chance to snatch the top one throne from his grasp. Catching this, Jiang Jian widened his sinister eyes, flatteringly suggesting good and bad ideas that the brat was just a greenhorn lacking real combat anyway, while this group had bled through countless life-and-death experiences in demon lairs. How about letting this subordinate beat him to a pulp on the boss's behalf? Gong Ting snapped his head back, shooting daggers at his underling, questioning if in his eyes he was really that pathetic and cowardly, causing the lackey's heart to skip a beat as he stammered an apology for dropping his brain when speaking. The young master shoved his hands into his pockets, losing his mood as he strode away, leaving a notice that he had lost the vibe for karaoke today, leaving it to the gathered crowd to go hang out by themselves. Even so, he still looked back, jutting his chin and delivering a razor-sharp gaze, slyly signaling and paving the way for his underling that any of his upcoming actions would have absolutely nothing to do with the boss. Jiang Jian stood frozen for a few seconds to digest all the profound implications of that innuendo just now. Immediately after, his mouth curled into a malicious smile stretching from ear to ear, arrogantly obeying the boss, chuckling as he concluded that everything from now on would absolutely not involve him. About 10 minutes later, beneath a deserted staircase turning, two shadows were secretly discussing. Wow, you mean that guy Chen isn't lingering around the school right now? The white-haired kid laughed boisterously while reporting the intelligence to his senior. That's right, brother Jiang, I just overheard Chen muttering about sneaking home for a trip. He slipped away immediately with an empty stomach, not even grabbing a bite to eat. Delivering a kick that crushed an empty, can rolling on the steps, vicious ambition lit up in the despicable coward's mind, marveling that the heavens were rolling out the red carpet to pave the way for him to strike. Jiang Jian's facial muscles contorted with a laugh reeking of death, directing his deceitful gaze all the way outside the campus. Being outside the law makes it easier to crush that brat to pieces. He plotted darkly, in stark contrast to the peaceful image of Chen leisurely taking strides with earphones on, swaying to the rhythm of the music. Strolling along the bustling street behind the iron gates, fragments of memories tainted with the colors of his past life rushed back to besiege the young man's consciousness. Illusions of battle-hardened mercenaries from his previous life flickered amidst the gloomy clouds. The commando squad belonging to the top guild encountered a disaster while sweeping a demon lair located in the territory of the Holy Kingdom In that dark basement, they clashed with a brutal monster entity wielding power never before recorded in history. A gigantic, glowing pink energy pupil bloomed in the middle of nothingness, completely overwhelming the space, carrying a title that sowed absolute terror, wrath. Horrifying footage of the great guild's elites being whipped to pulp by a mass of tentacles appeared. The entire core army was wiped out without leaving a single intact corpse. From that milestone, wrath tore through its lair and unleashed its fury upon the entire human realm. That was the entirety of the rare clues he held. Stuck in a silent void, Chen frowned as he rearranged the chessboard of this life. In order to swiftly locate the coordinates of the monster lair incubating wrath, he had already prepared a move, and to initiate this chain of schemes. Obviously, to achieve great things, the first step was to have deep pockets. Looking up at the towering architecture, he calculated that he was thirsting for a massive amount of capital. A glaring golden signboard inlaid with the words Gan Monster Trading Floor stood imposingly right in his line of sight. Chen slowly pushed the wooden door and entered the lobby, silently dissecting the underground resources feeding this establishment. Under the jurisdiction of the Gan Guild, this place was destined to rise as the largest wholesale item market in the entire country in the near future. Sweeping his gaze over the racks of razor-sharp weapons, the young man calculated in his head. Weapons and defensive gear were the very lifelines that determined and awakened one's limits. The Monster Trading Center served as an inevitable gateway for all equipment exchanges, while also acting as a saving goldmine to solve his immediate hunger for money. Behind the glass counter, the bald appraiser scrutinized the tiny piece of bone in his hand, frowning as he interrogated the overly green customer about where a kid still sitting in school desks dug up this kind of mutant item. Chen replied curtly with an attitude of absolute indifference, saying he picked it up from a mutant beast's corpse, causing the bald guy to blank out, muttering and wondering why he had never seen this breed before. Suddenly, the pink-haired assistant nearby gasped in realization, exclaiming with excitement as she reported that according to her memory, this was exactly a fang dropped by the Sang-Sen creature, an E-rank cloud-type monster. The girl eagerly unleashed a whole living dictionary's worth of info. Ancient texts recorded that this fang could easily be forged into an E-rank cloud staff or ground into powder for medicine. But the bald guy annoyedly waved his hand to cut her off. Enough, stop chanting. What use is E-rank trash in this place? Pursed his lips, adjusting his glasses with an openly snobby and disparaging demeanor. This organization was originally meant only to host wealthy and noble clients. Those who came were all high-profile awakened dignitaries. Items falling into these hands had to be at least a solid D-rank. A few pieces of E-rank scum not falling into his radar was a given. Finishing his words, he frowned and grumbled, complaining about his own dismal sales. Lately, he couldn't even scrounge up a single rich client. If business stayed this slow, when would he ever rise to the position of regional manager? While Chen buried his face in his phone to check his wallet, the bald guy continued cursing the bad karma in his heart, going to work only to stumble upon these dirt-poor wandering ghosts. It was best to shove this useless pile of trouble onto the new brat to handle. Acting on his thoughts, he turned his back and dusted off his pants, shedding all responsibility. Hey Li, you serve this kid's paperwork and procedures from start to finish. Work hard and be good, your boss here has high expectations for your attitude. This made the flustered girl bow repeatedly, saying yes sir obediently. In less than 10 minutes, Li enthusiastically slid a black briefcase across the glass counter with full professionalism, gently reminding him that his cash was inside, please keep it safe, and asking if he needed to add any other services. Chen stared at the message screen dinging with an additional $18,000 in exchange for 18 monster fangs, his expression remaining as cold as still water. 18,000 was enough to hold out and cover rent for a while. Pocketing his phone, he opened his palm, unleashing a field of deep purple light flashing wildly with digital blocks, whispering softly about the continuing script, let's serve the next dish. Piercing through the flickering space, He pulled straight out a giant sword stained with a terrifying dark aura, slammed it heavily onto the table, and suggested the counter take a look at this hot item. Xiao Li was so spooked she staggered backwards, her mouth wide open in extreme shock upon being hit in the face by a weapon radiating an overwhelming sinister aura, screaming internally that this greatsword was way too hardcore. Carefully inspecting along the blade's body, sweat dripping down her forehead, she stammered her appraisal. Even though I've never had the privilege to lay eyes on this treasure, I have a hunch that at the very least it falls into the B-rank threshold, or perhaps even reaches the A tier. Catching a whiff of top-tier goods, the bald guy jumped out from the corner to spout a barrage that extinguished her pipe dream. Humph, A-rank, are you hallucinating? The black market price for that kind of stuff is peaking at $1 million. I've eaten rice here for all my youth and have never even touched one, let alone you. Without warning, a resonant, deep male voice echoed right behind the bald guy's neck, agreeing that his judgment was absolutely accurate. This divine weapon had no chance of being in the B rank or A tier. Thinking the manager was backing his side, the bald guy grinned sycophantically, rubbing his hands together to flatter his boss like a living saint. He smugly patted his chest, asserting that a ragged brat had no right to possess a supreme item. Little did he expect, the blue-haired male god slightly pushed up his glasses rim, his face hardening as he dropped a stunning hammer blow right on his subordinate's insolent mouth. This treasure was clearly forged from purgatory. Its grade reaches the S-rank threshold. Right after swallowing the letter S, the bald guy looked as if his skull had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Cold sweat poured like a rainstorm, his bloodshot eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, as he panicked and roared until his voice cracked. S-rank? Is it really an S-rank? Beautifully ignoring his convulsing subordinate, the man glided over to grab Chen's hand, shaking it eagerly like an old acquaintance. He bent his back and smiled from ear to ear like someone who just hit the jackpot, raising a voice as sweet as sugar cane to welcome the VIP's visit, tossing aside the petrified, bald old man in the back. Extending a hand to guide the way, he warmly ushered the boy to visit the business lounge, attentively reminding him to feel free to speak up if he needed any services, leaving behind the blushing Xiao Li, who was awkwardly lugging the massive sword while following at their heels. The script was running smoothly without a single hitch. Chen curled the corners of his lips, his eyes burning with the sly satisfaction of a cunning fox because the prey had taken the bait. After all, the guy finally showed his face. The top dog he had spent so much effort casting the net and dropping bait for was no nameless nobody, but the core manager Qing Zhai. The camera lens panned back to the magnificent VIP reception room, where drops of fragrant tea were pouring out, mingling with the hazy smoke. Leaning back leisurely on the soft velvet sofa cushions, Qing Zhai stared intently at the ferocious greatsword sitting squarely in the middle of the table, using a soft tone to probe how the gentleman intended to decide the fate of this weapon. Chen maintained his unchanging stoic face, decisively setting a specific price of 1 cool million. The words entering his ears made the shrewd merchant jump, his eyes bulging through his glasses as he asked back in surprise, setting the price as low as a mere 1 million. He leaned forward, waving his hands to dissect and analyze the luxury of the item. Perhaps you are well aware that A-rank goods have been hyped up to tens of millions, so an S-rank treasure must at least break the multi-million mark. If thrown onto the market, it would be enough to create a hunting storm. It truly cannot be measured with money. The young man remained as steady as a tripod, calmly laying his cards on the table regarding his main goal. I intend to use this S-rank item as collateral for a quick loan of 1 million, with a 1-month term to repay the principal in full. True to his reputation as a notorious merchant, Qing Zhai's brain calculated frantically, narrowing his eyes to dissect the situation. To dare use an S-rank toy for a high-interest loan, what kind of high school or college student would have the sheer guts to come up with this trick? Observing the boy's calm demeanor while sipping tea, he secretly scrutinized every little detail. Looking at this style, he wanted to reclaim the weapon and wait for the day to unleash it rather than liquidating it. His cunning mind surpassed his peers, plus he was hiding a monstrous treasure. Maybe he was a rich kid running away from home to chase his passion, or a prodigy wearing a fool's guise. Either way, this kid's background was definitely formidable. Setting the porcelain cup down, Chen transformed into a true broker negotiating fairly. Exactly 30 days, upon maturity, I'll spit out enough capital without missing a single dime, plus a 10% interest rate thrown in. Do we have a deal, bro? Before even saying yes or no, Qingzhai turned his face away to tactfully dismiss his assistant, who was cowering in a corner, telling Xiao Li to make a run for it and take a walk outside for a bit. Waiting for the click of the door to completely fade, the manager adjusted his glasses frames, breaking into a sly smile to expose the secret. If my memory isn't terrible, you're the kid wearing out the seat of his pants at the National Awakening Academy, and you're about to graduate soon. He tapped his foot, showing off his supreme ability to dig up information. According to street rumors, your university annually sets up a practical combat exam, and this year's tournament happens to fall exactly 30 days from now. Even more interestingly, the prize for the champion is 1 cool million, perfectly matching every millimeter of your debt amount and repayment deadline. His eyes peeking from behind the glasses glinted with a cunning ray. The manager smirked and dropped a highly suggestive conclusion. Allow me to make this speculation. You've already secured the king's flag, reigning at the top of the golden ranking board, with no chance of slipping up, right? Hearing those words, Chen merely intertwined his hands silently, maintaining his profound aura without letting a single gap slip. Reading the strange guest like a book, Qingzhai rattled off his analysis. Clearly, you have the power to rake in a fortune after the exam, so why bring out a treasure to pawn for a quick loan? It proves you are thirsting for this amount of money to the extreme. Perhaps being pushed into a desperate corner is why you had to resort to this lowly tactic. The corners of Qingzhai's mouth pulled into the sly smile of a real estate broker, laying his cards on the table that if things have already come to this. He threw out an irresistibly juicy bait. I am ready to pump 1.5 million in cold hard cash to you right now, and specifically waive the cutthroat interest rate entirely for the 30-day term. He extended his arms wide, warmly expressing his intent for a long-term business handshake, considering this an investment to buy a friendship. His move completely stripped of armor, Chen blinked in surprise, silently seeing through the shrewd old fox setting a trap across from him. Throwing out his trump card to retain this fat wallet debtor, Qingzhai softly promised to take this secret to the grave. As long as you kindly favor our business territory in your future deals, I am willing to offer you all the highest level perks. What do you think of this transaction? Witnessing the godly sales closing style, Chen secretly applauded in praise. This guy only had a bit of garbage info, but managed to string together both his background and his weaknesses. Quite a talent indeed. Instead of exploiting him to the bone when he was down on his luck, he bent the rules to offer preferential treatment to fish for a relationship. The name Qingzhai was truly no figurehead. In the future, this merchant would carry the entire Gan empire to sit proudly at the top of the charts. Both sides stood up to seal the deal with a firm handshake. The young man also clearly set his upcoming direction. To slaughter Wrath, personal strength alone was like a drop in the ocean, so recruiting a few core companions was a priority task. The contract just finalized. Chen pressed his hand onto the magic parchment that flashed with a blinding golden color, officially sealing the debt note. The broker clutched the commitment paper, grinning widely to confirm that the magic contract was bound, and the funds had filled the coffers. Meanwhile, Chen casually glanced at the message deducting the debt, and the dinging sound of 1.5 million added on his screen. The deal was done, and Qingzhai reverted to his sycophantic tone to ask, "By the way, allow me to inquire, if you've already pawned that exquisite divine weapon, what exactly do you plan to bring to brawl in the upcoming exam? Want me to lend you a few firefighting items for emergency use?" He talked a big game, marketing the entire glittering treasury behind him. Even though this branch is out of S-rank stock, we still have enough power to fully handle heavy-duty B-rank items or even A-tier gear. But Chen just waved his hand, bluntly refusing and saying he wouldn't borrow anything, then began to manifest dazzling, glowing, encrypted cubes right in the palm of his hand. The patch of space seemed to split in two. He unhurriedly pulled out a second sword, also deeply purple and reeking of death, looking just as badass, and coldly announced that my house still has another piece of hardware this hot, readily available. Manager Qingzhai and the girl Xiao Li popped their eyeballs, jaws dropping with a thud, their faces contorted as they shrieked in absolute horror, muttering what the hell kind of witchcraft was being displayed here. Serving him down to the teeth, the broker bowed subserviently and opened his hand to make way, sweating profusely like a waterfall as he escorted the big-spending guest all the way to the sidewalk, constantly praising the young prodigy as a youthful hero, wishing him a safe journey. The moment the person vanished from sight, Qingzhai joyfully threw up a V sign and gave an immediate promotion to his obedient subordinate. Thanks to Zio Lee holding back this mountain of money, I hereby approve your promotion to supervisor from this very second." In another development, Chen was letting his soul wander, watching the clouds through the sunlit glass, when he suddenly froze as if striking a strange idea. "Ah, I remember now." His lips curling up, he hastily turned the car around, muttering about his next money-spending destination. The urgent task now was to drag his body out to buy more gear. Without much thought, the young man quickly hailed a bright yellow taxi, swiping his payment and stepping out of the car with an incredibly badass demeanor. The stop was a massive glass-encased concrete block. Hitting his vision directly was the sign for the county's intercity bus station. Rooted in front of the deserted station, tattered fragments of memories from his impoverished days rushed back, making his eyes heavy with longing. In his past life, the worry over food and clothing had brutally tormented the two siblings. Right after graduation, before his power could bloom, he was shunned like a leper by the guilds. The afterimage of a scrawny young man wearing a safety helmet, bending his back to carry bulky goods up the stairs until sweat poured out like a stream, appeared clearly. He had sold his life working as a wandering coolie through every alley and corner just to scrape together enough cash for the rent. The time he checked his bank card, the pathetically ragged balance was stuck at $105.50. Chen pulled his hair in distress next to the sweet little girl who was packing her luggage. His and Yun's life shrank down to two words: tightening belts. After paying rent, we'll be sipping porridge again this month, but the little girl still smiled widely to soothe her brother, promising she had secured a tutoring gig to cover the costs. How tragic it was that, right at that moment, in his hands lay the prestigious admission letter clearly bearing the name Yun, who had passed the threshold of the International Central Art Academy. Sadly, that ill-fated piece of paper was torn in two. He clutched the shredded scraps, whispering bitterly, "After all the effort, you had finally succeeded." Scraps of paper fluttered away, carrying the clumsy lie filled with the familial love of his little sister. "That school is 1,000 kilometers away from home. I just want to cling to my big brother for life." He clenched his hand, reaching into the hazy void, painfully recalling the scene where, out of fear of burdening the family, the little girl cruelly buried the university gates she had longed for so long. Waiting until his neck grew long in front of the station hall, Chen looked around at the messy surroundings and grumbled, "The time is way past due. Yun should have flown out to the street by now." While he was overturning every corner, a crystal-clear voice called out from behind, making the young man jump and turn his head, "My dear big brother." From far away, rushed clattering sounds arrived, blending with the eternal nagging chorus echoing down the street. "Second brother, I've reminded you countless times. If you want to pick someone up, make the effort to go to the exit gate. Who plants themselves at the entrance?" So the little devil sister Yun had materialized, dragging a fancy suitcase, hauling a massive backpack, and panting with her hands on her hips as she scolded, "Have you been grinding so hard that your brain shrunk?" The moment he locked eyes with his own flesh and blood standing alive right in front of him, Chen's pupils trembled violently. All the emotions suppressed for so long shattered into a bone-deep pain that had dragged on for 7 long years. Seeing the Lord just standing there rooted like a statue, Yun pouted, dragging her suitcase closer and complaining, "Hey, old man, aren't you going to lift a finger to help me carry this pile of debt?" The little girl waved her tiny arm in front of her brother's dazed appearance, calling out loudly and asking why her brother suddenly turned into a stubborn stone just like an idiot. Without warning, Chen rushed forward, wrapping his arms tightly around his little sister, pressing her into his chest as if wanting to carve her into his bones, satisfying the long-lasting thirst of missing her. Suddenly ambushed, Yun's sparkling eyes widened, blinking in sheer bewilderment even as her brother's soul was still drifting back to that terrifying number, a whole 7 years. The usually scowling face now drew a remarkably warm curve. He closed his eyelashes, breathing in the peace, and whispered with absolute contentment that after everything, "I've finally reunited with you, Yun." Right in the middle of the bus station with traffic flowing like water, the siblings' sentimental scene made the girl blush slightly in embarrassment, calling out softly to her brother. But before even 3 seconds of deep emotion had passed, Yun was kicking and flailing like a leech hit with lime, kicking away her brother's warming embrace and screaming out loud, "Are you trying to crush my bones or what?" The young man scratched his head, laughing sheepishly and ignoring his sister's sarcastic scolding. The little girl scrutinized him, saying his attitude had been super weird lately. "Don't tell me you carried flowers to flirt with some girl and got rejected flat out." Chen broke into a sweat and hurriedly denied it immediately. "There's no such thing, all right, hurry up, let's pack up and head home." Along the way back, the siblings walked side by side. The girl's mouth babbled endlessly, recounting all sorts of things without stopping. Suddenly remembering something, she rambled on about how the bus ride down here was extremely hilarious. "Let me tell you about it." Hearing the crystal-clear voice echoing in his ears, Chen bloomed a warm smile, the depths of his eyes radiating an absolute determination as he silently swore an oath for his new life. Looking at his little sister's radiant smile, he silently carved into his heart that he would absolutely not let her suffer any more pain or humiliation ever again. However, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly choked by the darkness from the empty alley. Looking from above, this was the exact solitary path that Chen had to walk through if he wanted to get home. Lurking in the shadows, a thug with a half-burnt cigarette in his mouth curled his lips, instructing his stalking underlings to wait until the target appeared and rush out to take him down immediately. His face crinkled with a cruel laugh, his bloodshot eyes glared as he snarled fiercely, "I have to make that brat taste suffering for daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers." A masked lackey, nervously gripping a club, timidly spoke up, "Big boss Jiang Dai, today we brought along a whole bunch of guys from the student council. What if we accidentally gang up too hard and cause a murder?" After hearing this, Jiang Dai blew out a puff of smoke in contempt, gritting his teeth and cursing, "HMPH, originally I only planned to give a light warning, but that brat's face makes my eyes itch terribly. Bottom feeder trash, carrying a garbage E-rank title but beating his chest claiming to be C-rank, and even daring to be insolent to me." The more he recalled, the more furious he felt about the guy's cold attitude and the cold water he threw at him this morning. "You're too noisy. From now on, don't follow me anymore." Rage rushing to his brain, he yelled at his underlings who were firmly holding their weapons. "In a bit, just beat him half to death. I want to cripple his martial arts and see how he takes that crippled life to the graduation exam in 2 weeks." Pulling a gleaming dagger out of his pocket and waving it around, he patted his chest smugly. "I am the most notorious cloud-type assassin in this school. Get ready to receive your karma, you frog at the bottom of the well." The info panel clearly displayed Jiang Dai D-rank cloud-type assassin. At the same time, the two siblings, Chen and his sister, were still leisurely walking under the strong evening breeze, not paying the slightest mind to the storm lurking right in the narrow alley. Yun glanced at her older brother with a suspicious look, questioning, "Hey old man, you've been acting really weird these past few days. Is it because the graduation exam is coming up so you're stressed out?" Walking and shrugging her shoulders, the little girl boldly concluded with a sentence that felt like a splash of water to her brother's face. In short, this dry and grumpy block of wood has no luxury of experiencing a headache from being lovesick anyway. Suddenly she spun around, throwing her tiny fist into the air to encourage him passionately. "Second brother, even if the sky falls, you still have to pull yourself together. You were the one who taught me that the road is still long, and sooner or later, opportunity will smile upon us." The shadows of the two stretched long on the steps, mixed with the offbeat humming of the little sister. "How does that melody go again? Put your faith in yourself. Oh, oh, oh." Witnessing that innocent demeanor, the corner of Chen's mouth curled into a doting smile. He pondered, Yun is really sharp. She noticed his abnormality the moment they met. She still hasn't heard the news that he has awakened, probably assuming the two siblings are still struggling in poverty just like before. Chen gave a wry smile, patting the frowning little girl. "I'm really fine, Yun." But the kid just threw back a sharp glare, grumbling out a verdict, still stubbornly trying to act strong, "Huh. This is men's pointless vanity, isn't it?" The younger sister clasped her hands behind her back and stepped forward, acting like a philosopher concluding a problem. When men reach a certain age threshold, they retreat into their own shells. Books say it, so it can't be argued. It seems my brother has truly become an old man. Leaving Chen standing there scratching his head with tens of thousands of question marks flying around his brain. The silhouettes of the two were gradually swallowed by the darkness of the narrow alley, completely unaware that a pitch-black figure was hiding in the blind spot, scrutinizing their every step. The masked underling poked his head out, frowning in confusion as he asked the boss puffing smoke, "Bro, why is there an extra brat walking with the target?" Yang Dai rolled his bloodshot eyes, a lecherous smirk playing on his lips. "Well, that makes things way too convenient. There are no surveillance cameras in this blind alley, so today I'm treating the boys to a lavish feast." Mid-stride in his leisurely walk, Chen's glowing red pupils suddenly darted backward. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he caught the overwhelming murderous intent closing in on them. Sniffing out the clumsy stalking, he coldly deduced, "This foul stench of bloodlust definitely belongs to the scum of the student council gang. Do these lunatics really dare to show up at my front door to cause trouble?" Without a change in expression, he unhurriedly slipped a hand into his pocket, took out a wireless earbud case, and pulled out a single compact earpiece. Reaching out with a steady hand, he gently placed the tiny device into the ear of his little sister walking beside him. Chen leaned down, flashing the most gentle smile in the world, and coaxed, "Yun, I've been really into a song lately. I just keep playing it on loop. Give it a listen." The little girl blinked in surprise. "Huh, since when did my brother develop a taste in music?" As the soothing melody poured into her ear, Yun closed her eyes, immersing herself in the tune, and replied with a peaceful smile, "Approved. They say music can convey a person's mood after all." The little girl nodded in delight, "Then let me see what's on my old man of a brother's mind." At that exact moment, Chen's expression froze over, his razor-sharp gaze slashing straight into the empty space ahead. Seizing the moment, he let his yellow backpack drop to the ground, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. He turned around, transforming into an impenetrable fortress shielding the tiny figure slowly walking away. Right before his eyes, Jiangdai led a masked pack of lackeys, brazenly blocking the dead end with weapons in hand. Dangling above each of their heads were pathetic stat screens, ranging from mid-tier E-rank to garbage D-rank. The gentle lyrics floated in Yun's mind, erecting a wall that isolated her from the bloody violence outside. Rust corrodes the afterimages of migrating birds, the cracked sky turns into the echo of 10,000 farewells. In stark contrast to the tranquil song, the mob of thugs swung their weapons and charged at him like moths to a flame. The lyrics continued to play leisurely. The stream of time swallows the withered days, counting down the last remnants of the era. Golden lightning wreathed Chen's body as the tragic and despairing memories of his past life rose up to tear at him. "In the year 2160 of my previous life, I lost my last flesh and blood. It wasn't until 2167, when I crawled back from the brink of death, that I finally got to see her silhouette again." His face twitched with furious bolts of lightning, his pupils igniting with a frenzied, screaming bloodlust from deep within his soul. "This is the rare reunion of our family after 7 long, agonizing years. Why the hell do you bastards dare to show up and ruin this moment?" The instant his train of thought ended, he turned into a blinding streak of golden lightning, shooting straight into the middle of the beasts. Clean and ruthless, Chen delivered a lethal kick right in the face of the vanguard, completely shattering his facial features. A terrifying shockwave followed through, sending the second guy tumbling into the air like a torn piece of rag. The little sister kept her eyes closed, enjoying her peaceful stroll as the poetic melody flooded her hearing. Ashes now incarnate into preserved relics, ruined fortresses shatter, becoming mountains draped in moss. Ignoring the sorrowful lyrics, "Who is left to keep the beat for laughter and 1,000 curses? I am left with only my own shadow stretching behind me." Chen's pitch-black arm, brimming with Demon King authority, tore through the veil of lightning and unleashed a brutal punishment. A battered lackey turned his head, his pupils shrinking before the all-crushing sovereign might, and let out an ear-piercing scream of despair. "Ah!" In the blink of an eye, the male lead executed his martial arts like a hurricane, unleashing a barrage of lightning-fast strikes that crushed the scum despite their hopeless resistance. A majestic sound rose, like a meteor tearing through the glorious Milky Way, accentuating the sight of Chen leaping into the air and dropping an axe kick straight down on a thug's head, making him collapse as his weapons scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a massive, muscular brute swung a sledgehammer-like punch, smashing straight down at where the seemingly fragile boy stood. Yet Chen didn't even bother to dodge. He coldly raised his bandage-wrapped arm, coated in lightning, to block the 1,000-pound strike, perfectly syncing with the courageous lyrics. "I reach out my hand, gambling it all." Utilizing the rebound force, he launched a counterkick sharp as a knife, utterly shattering the entire bone structure of the big guy's forearm. Concluding the bloody violence was the gut-wrenching roar of the lackey, "Ah, my arm!" Blending with the fading echoes of the song, in the end, only a faint echo is received. Chen's devastating punch nailed the thug right in the face, smashing it into a bloody, mangled mess. Right after, an earth-shattering lightning shockwave erupted, blowing the lackey's body far away and tearing up the ground in its wake. The epic ballad echoed once more, "I am willing to burn this soul to protect that fragile starlight." The boss, Jiangdai, stumbled back a few steps, his eyes wide with panic at the spectacle he just witnessed. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with this brat? Stealing the opponent's chance to even breathe, Chen transformed into a blinding golden flash of lightning, tearing through the wind like an arrow piercing through space. Sweating bullets, Jiang Dai muttered in terror, how is he so monstrous? Meanwhile, Chen unleashed a flurry of combo strikes, using absolute power to kick aside every single obstacle in his path. The streak of lightning zigzagged, sweeping away the small fries in just a few blinks, clearing a direct path straight to the boss. At the final climax, a hand bearing miles of lightning crashed down, crushing Jiang Dai's knife and forcing him to cough up blood as he collapsed. He gritted his teeth and glared, cursing in frustration, "You brat, do you think you have what it takes to take me down?" Before the nonsense could even finish, a brilliant golden light cleaved through the air, extinguishing all excuses. Chen whipped out a powerful lightning-clad kick that smashed Jiang Dai's face, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. The thug's massive body was launched into the air, taking the full brunt of an additional brutal follow-up punch that struck like a thunderbolt. Eating the critical hit head-on, his facial features distorted miserably, teeth flying out in a moment that depicted absolute agony. The massive reaction force pinned Jiang Dai to the ground, pulling Chen straight down to pile on even more damage. His back scraped violently against the brick wall, carving out a deep, jagged trench. Sections of the brick wall collapsed, burying the arrogant officer alive under a dusty pile of rubble. At the same time, from the perspective of the victim trapped in the crevices, Chen's blood-red eyes flashed exactly like a demon manifesting in the dead of night. Chen bent down, snatching the blade with one hand, and growled in a bone-chilling voice, "I made it clear to you, don't show your face and piss me off." Ignoring the enemy's battered state, he grabbed him by the collar and dragged him up, his eyes spitting murderous fire as he threatened, "Are you deaf, or do you just not understand human speech?" Right behind Jiang Dai, a mocking illusion flashed of him once parading around with his massive pack of hounds wearing all sorts of mid-tier E-rank, high-tier E-rank, and D-rank labels to show off their might. The battered victim screamed, snot and tears streaming down his face as he begged for his life. "My ribs are completely shattered. I can't feel my legs. The test results can't be real. There's no way you're just a D-rank, I'm sorry." Before he could even finish, the sharp tip of the knife pressed against his throat. Chen gritted out each deadly word, "Shut up. If you utter even half a word more, I'll butcher you right now." Upon hearing that, Jiang Dai fell dead silent, choking back his tears, his pupils contracting in extreme terror. His eyes aren't lying, this kid really dares to take my life. The towering bloodlust spiraled into a blood-red demonic phantom behind Chen, terrifying the thug into a trembling mess. He's clearly just a student, so why does his murderous intent reek of blood so heavily? Exactly what kind of hell has this brat experienced? Chen's gaze gleamed with brutality as he gritted his teeth for a final warning. "What I'm about to say, you'd better carve it deep into your brain." He glared fiercely, spitting out words that despised the scum, while simultaneously raising his guard to protect the most important person. "I don't give a damn how rotten and foul you pieces of trash are, but stop showing your faces and poking at me. If you dare to touch even a single hair on my sister's head." The gleaming blade grazed lightly across his throat, making Jiang Dai's heart stop in sheer terror at the spine-chilling conclusion. "No, if your ugly mugs even enter her field of vision, then every single one of you." His tone rang out as hard as cold steel. "I will make your entire bloodline evaporate permanently without an ounce of mercy, understood?" He nodded like a pounding pestle, tears streaming down as he tremblingly clung to the fragile hope of survival. Finished with his business, Chen let go, dropping the limp man onto the rubble, and coldly turned on his heel to leave, dusting his hands off clean as if nothing had ever happened. Right at this moment, the song in Yun's ear also came to a close, the clear melody resonating to signal that the migrating birds had returned, giving back a clear, sunny sky. The little girl whispered, wondering to herself, "Why is it that when I listen to this song?" Tears streamed profusely down her cheeks, and she sniffled emotionally. "It brings me to the verge of tears like this. We've only been apart for a few days." Every word seemed to touch her heart perfectly. "He acts as if he's just tasted boundless bitterness. You aren't all alone, haven't I always stood shoulder to shoulder with you?" Suddenly, Yun took out her earpiece and whipped around to complain to the brother walking beside her. "Brother, this clingy habit of yours is so exhausting." But as soon as she turned around, Chen was already smiling gently, holding out an exquisite red box right in front of her. He looked at his sister with eyes full of absolute adoration and said softly, "Si Yun, I have a gift for you." The little girl eagerly opened the lid, and a dazzling golden pen immediately caught her eye. Si Yun's eyes widened in amazement, shining brightly. "Oh my gosh, this is a magic drawing pen, and it's even the top model from the Dragon Corporation too." But the joy was fleeting as she looked pensively at her brother, questioning the origin of the expensive item. "This pen costs over 10,000 yuan, where did you dig up a mountain of cash?" Si Chen just smiled contentedly, staying silent and letting her fiddle with the rare treasure. Watching his sister caress the pen, the torment from his past life rushed back to gnaw at him. He bitterly blamed himself. In his previous life, he had been too useless when he failed to protect her. Si Yun hesitated, intending to return the gift. "How about we return it, brother? It's so expensive, and honestly, I'm not that passionate about it anyway." Si Chen kept his smile while watching his sister, secretly clenching his fist, silently resolving to atone for all the misery. "And I was an even more pathetic failure for letting your dream die out, but this life will be different." Standing tall amidst the alley littered with the bodies of thugs, drops of blood dripping from his knuckles, Si Chen coldly swore to himself that he would preserve her world entirely. At the same time, the battered and flattened Jiang Dai feebly raised a hand from the ground, calling for help. "Save me, call an ambulance." The scene shifted to their rented room, where a tiny hand tightly gripped the magic pen, emitting a glaring pink light, enthusiastically dancing around to create trails of illusions hovering in midair. As it turned out, little sister Si Yun was thrilled testing out her new toy, sketching a school of fish swimming freely all over the room, exclaiming with a bright smile, "Wow, it's so smooth to use. I can even mold 3D models right out of thin air." Seated at the dining table, Si Chen hunched over, slurping down a steaming bowl of noodles with an expression of supreme satisfaction, happily praising, "As long as you like it, I'm happy. Si Yun, your fried egg noodles really are the best in the world." Yet the little girl was still uneasy about their financial burden, slightly frowning as she nagged her spendthrift brother. "But brother, we still have a pile of rent to pay. If you keep overspending like this." Putting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth, Si Chen casually dropped a line as light as a feather, "I've already paid off the rent for the entire year," causing the little girl to turn to stone, eyes wide as she asked back, "Huh?" Scratching his cheek and sweating profusely, he hastily cooked up a terribly stiff excuse. "Ah, well, I just hooked up a small business deal with a friend, made a bit of profit, so that's why." Naturally, how could that fake acting skill fool his sister Si Yun? She shot daggers at him with her eyes, silently scolding her older brother for being a terrible liar, way too suspicious. Then she crossed her arms in a huff, "Great, now you're even practicing keeping secrets from me. HMPH." Although she grumbled outwardly, her large round eyes slightly drooped, brimming with affection, as she silently concluded a core truth. However, that radiant, genuinely happy smile from the bottom of his heart, "It's been far too long since I last saw it on my brother's face." She secretly smiled as she looked at how the iceberg had suddenly become so bright. Si Yun's small hand gently grabbed onto the fabric on her brother's shoulder, overflowing with 10,000 parts of trust and reliance. Casting aside all doubts, the little girl tilted her head, giving him the softest look, and affectionately urged, "Anyway, brother, no matter what storms may come, you are strictly forbidden from exhausting yourself, okay?" Listening to those sincere thoughts, Si Chen half-closed his eyes, offering a serene smile before nodding in response with a very soft, "Yeah." Shifting to a VIP room flooded in blue hues from a massive aquarium, an even-toned voice reported, "Jiang Dai suffered too severe a consequence in this operation. 60% of his body's skeletal system has been shattered." The report continued steadily behind the arrogant figure with his arms crossed, watching the fish. Even the most outstanding heller would be powerless to restore him completely within a month. The Crown Prince, Gong Ting, slightly tilted his head, a flash of annoyance and contempt crossing his golden pupils as he coldly stated, "I can't fucking believe he was stupid enough to go pick a fight with Si Chen, only to get cleaned up so neatly and humiliatingly like this." The blonde beauty, sipping tea with her legs crossed on the sofa, flashed a faint smile and chimed in, "Looks like that boy will just have to miss his appointment with the graduation assessment." Yet Gong Ting couldn't care less about the life or death of his hounds. He smirked heartlessly, "It doesn't matter, our team just threw away a weak, useless deadweight, that's all." From the dark corner behind, the figure of a portly middle-aged man with a mustache slowly strode over, closely shadowing the Superior Council president. He pushed up his glasses, his face tightening as he harbored schemes, and spoke in a deep, murky tone, "Is it that brat Si Chen again?" An introductory information panel appeared. Gong Shuan, head of the Employment Department, National Awakened University. Watching the fish swim around, Uncle Gong Shuan continued to whisper top-secret info. "I just double-checked the hidden results from the previous ranking assessment." An eyesore indeed. He furrowed his brows tightly, bitterly admitting a harsh truth. That brat is legitimately carrying a C-rank label. He's the only one in the entire school whose rank crushes yours. His ego struck because someone dared to pull the tiger's whiskers. Gong Ting's expression instantly changed. His eyes narrowing into razor-sharp slits brimming with hatred, struck speechless. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his domineering nephew, Gong Shuan assigned a task of utmost importance. This time, your father went out of his way to invite the vice president of the alliance to inspect your graduation rehearsal stage. We absolutely cannot allow any insignificant bug to snatch away that spotlight. Finishing his words, he turned sharply to the blonde beauty to ask for a favor. For this operation, I'll have to rely on my precious niece to help me patch up the gap in Gong Ting's lineup. The blonde powerhouse rested her chin on her hand, breaking into a razor-sharp, confident smile as she replied, "If that's the case then." However, Gong Ting interrupted, smirking with his usual wild arrogance, "Uncle, you're worrying over nothing." His dazzling golden pupils darkened, tainted with malice, as he dropped a shocking boast. "Are you naive enough to think I laid all my cards on the table in that trivial little test?" The image of a small fish swimming freely right in front of a shark's snout flashed briefly, blending with the crown prince's ironclad conclusion, "Just sleep soundly. On the exact day of the practical combat assessment, I will open the eyes of the entire world." Gong Ting's face, overflowing with arrogance and cruelty, took up the entire frame as he growled, planting his flag of absolute dominance, declaring who the true overlord was. The clock ticked to 2300 hours at the male dormitory of the National Awakened University. Si Chen stood under the shower, washing the sweat off his toned body. The system panel reported that today's progress of carrying weights for 100 kilometers had been fulfilled perfectly. The rippling water trickled down his cheek. He deeply calculated his next moves. Now that the financial problem is settled, everything is falling into place. It seems I have more than enough power to trigger the grand plan right after the graduation bell rings. A holographic projection of a shiny golden championship cup engraved with the number $1 million flashed. He locked onto his immediate goal. The next mission is to flawlessly snatch the 1 million champion scholarship this time, and then completely pay off Qing Zhai's debt. Naturally, trust comes first. He recalled the worldly wise face of the manager. The deal with Qing Zhai absolutely cannot be ignored. After all, on the long road ahead, I'll still have to rely on this guy for countless other operations. Resting his hand on his forehead as he lay back on the soft bed, Si Chen stared at the ceiling and muttered, "So the death assessment will kick off in less than a month." Half closing his eyes, he concluded that he couldn't afford to slack off anymore. "I need to grind a few more levels to make it worthwhile." In the blink of an eye, a progress bar ran through his brain, and a colossal crimson demonic tower emerged from the void, accompanied by system notifications. Initializing, loading complete. Gluttony system activated. The solitary figure of Si Chen, like a lone rider with a spear, stepped onto the razor-sharp stone steps, parting the waves as he marched straight into the eerie tower, exuding sky-high killing intent. The status panel appeared crystal clear, and he skimmed through it to reevaluate his arsenal of power. That recent test proved that even my most useless class, Hellish Death King, has hit the threshold of mid-tier C rank. Catch was, a Rakshasa illusion boiling with deep purple lightning flared up and completely shattered the measuring screen. However, my strongest class, Purgatory Rakshasa, is completely blind in terms of ranking. Error reported, exceeded the system's maximum load capacity. Even though I know Purgatory Rakshasa inherently carries an S-rank label, I'm still not skilled enough to wield all that power. In the end, just how much combat prowess I can unleash remains a mystery. Staring intently at the two pitch-black class cards, sealed with giant question marks, he calculated, therefore, the boundaries of strength for the remaining two classes still cannot be defined. Opening his palm, a golden jewel-encrusted key radiating a dazzling light appeared, attached with an overpowered description. SSS-rank Void Key, a one-of-a-kind item to pry open the gates of the magic tower. Plunging the key straight into the glowing spatial rift, he solidified his resolve. I have to take it out for a test drive today and see how it goes. The ghostly gate ripped open into a colossal, deep purple black hole, illuminating the entire horizon. The male lead looked up with curiosity. I wonder what kind of scenery this magic tower will throw at me on the inside. Saying no more, he didn't bother to hesitate, taking a large stride and throwing himself into the deep purple energy vortex, leaving the naked reality behind. The moment he slipped past the boundary, Chen's glowing red eyes suddenly rolled back, his pupils shrinking in sheer astonishment. This is. Crashing into his vision was an endless, surreal expanse of a glittering galaxy, a snow-white wasteland dotted with bizarre stone mushrooms, the Moonstar Garbage Land. Before he could even admire the scenery, his face suddenly broke out in cold sweat, blue veins bulging all over in terror. His entire body felt as if it were crushed by an invisible mountain. Both knees smashed heavily into the ground as he let out a labored groan. Ugh! Bracing his hands on the ground to force himself up, he gritted his teeth, fighting against the terrifying pressure. The gravitational pull in this dump is exaggerated to an insane degree. The system coldly tossed out a line of text. The surface gravity of the Moonstar Garbage Land is 10 times that of reality. Glancing back, that deep purple gate had long vanished into thin air. He muttered, analyzing the situation, "The way back is gone. Looks like I have to annihilate the boss of this floor for the door to reopen. In this harshly torturous environment, I can max out at only 30% of my power. I need to adapt to this hellhole as fast as possible." Suddenly, a massive beast's claw carrying deep purple energy crashed down onto the snow, dragging along a life-suffocating killing intent. A luminescent phantom lion loomed up, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, attached with glaring system stats. Phantom Lion, B-rank Star Warrior. Panting heavily, Chen tensed his body and clenched his fists. Golden lightning hissed and crackled as it charged up with power. Instantly, the system panel blinked, reporting a successful swap. He stood up straight, proudly declaring, "Class switch complete, level 10 Chen, Lightning Assassin. So it turns out the stumbling block of this floor is you, huh?" The beast cared nothing for reason. It let out an earth-shattering roar and lunged forward, snapping its jaws straight at the puny prey before it. Quick as a flash, Chen trailed a golden streak of lightning, slipping away to entirely dodge the deadly claws, sliding a long distance across the barren ground. Unleashing the lightning blade skill to wrap his limbs, his facial muscles still twisted under the gut-crushing pressure. With my body heavy as lead like this, I have to end this in a quick, decisive battle. The electric blade smashed into the beast's energy armor, but ironically, it slipped past the vital spot. The system slapped him with cold, harsh reality. Missed, fatal strike failed, paralysis effect failed. Taken aback by that ridiculously tough defense, Chen's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he hissed bitterly. A dud. Rooted to the spot in the barren wasteland, Chen frowned, dissecting this absurd situation. This ridiculous gravity has severely eaten into both my speed and the accuracy of my attacks. At the same time, the phantom lion vaulted into the sky, dragging a purple trail of light as it dove down to tear its prey apart at terrifying speed. And yet this beast glides around flawlessly. Unable to dodge in time, Chen took the full brunt of the beast's 1,000-pound slap. The system updated with sharp information. Could it be that the power scaling of every monster inside this purgatory magic tower is this terrifying? Backed into a corner, he didn't bother holding back anymore. The swap progress bar lit up once again. Class switch complete, level 10 Chen, Purgatory Rakshasa. Then I'll just have to entertain you with Purgatory Rakshasa. Purgatory Rakshasa card flew out, the status panel sparkling with maxed-out enhanced stats. Purgatory Rakshasa, Star Warrior, myriad bones to void, drains the vitality and power from surrounding corpses, proportionally pumping it into his own health. Triple gravity tribulation, distorts gravitational forces to deal damage to enemies across 3 levels, light, heavy, and super heavy. Fury exploded in every muscle fiber as Chen arrogantly swung a punch imbued with purple lightning, roaring with immense valor. Every class branch holds a different core advantage. For close quarters brawling, you have to rely on the warrior system with its hyper-enhanced strength and physique stats. Discarding all unnecessary movements, the Purgatory Fist smashed straight onto the Phantom Lion's head, bulldozing a deep crater into the ground, cramming maxed-out gravity to force the devastating damage down to its absolute limit. The system panel flickered wildly, reporting the shocking power. Pressure 200%, 400%, 600%. Chen's face flushed red from exertion as he channeled a myriad of power into the fatal hammer blow. Right in the middle of this already heavy environment, the power of my punch is multiplied up to 60 times. The phantom lion took the full brunt of the smash, a flash of utter terror crossing its glowing eyes as it opened its jaws wide and howled in tragic agony. Sending a monster to its grave, the deep purple energy stream exploded into a pillar of light piercing straight up into the sky. Chen landed smoothly on the pure white snow. He dropped a send-off as cold as ice. Don't even harbor the illusion of standing in my way. While the system panel kept grinding to pump his strength, Star Warrior, Triple Gravity Tribulation, Super Heavy Mode. Finishing the battle, Chen collapsed onto the freezing snow, panting heavily in sheer exhaustion. Right at the center of the massive crater carved out by the strike, the beast's corpse slowly evaporated into the void, spitting out a lucrative loot drop. Collected, Phantom Lion Bone X1. The experience bar shot up to the max. He groggily crawled up to receive the glowing level-up notification. Experience points plus 12000, leveled up to 11, Chen. Sitting there catching his breath for a moment, he began to dissect the power disparity between the classes. Every star on the card represents a multiplier milestone for the stats. The higher the star quality, the more powerful the damage pumped into the body after switching systems. The comparison chart laid bare the winning point. Purgatory Rakshasa gathers more stars, so its total amplification coefficient is vastly superior. The ranking after the swap also completely crushes Lightning Assassin. Nevertheless, cruel reality dealt a painful slap to the male lead's pride. Ironically, facing just one B-rank monster forced me to exhaust my trump card. It seems both classes I'm currently using still aren't skilled enough to break through the boundaries of B-rank. Slicking back his sweat-drenched hair, he frowned, pondering an anomaly with the system. Come to think of it. Glancing down at where the monster's corpse had just vanished, Chen questioned an absurdity. Why didn't the system show the slightest, devourable tag after killing this monster? Before his brain could finish processing the answer, the tranquil space was ripped in half again by a blinding pillar of light, firing the signal for the next challenge and the gate leading straight to the next floor. Staring intently at the black hole bearing its fangs right above his head, he had a premonition of something bad. Could it be? Dead on, the peaceful starry sky immediately yielded the stage to a colossal black hole tearing through space, foreshadowing a cruel truth. From the very bottom of the black hole's abyss, tens of thousands of ghostly, glowing pairs of eyes loomed up, pinning their deadly gazes onto the tiny outsider below. Chen's face turned completely pale, cold sweat pouring out like a shower. He trembled, muttering in sheer terror, "Is the true ace still hiding itself?" A magnificent yet brutal spectacle unfolded as herds of phantom lions rained down from the sky like a monstrous downpour. So it turns out the creature I just barely managed to scrape by and defeat was, humiliatingly, just a small fry. Driven to an absolute dead end, the male lead gritted his teeth, resiliently standing right back up to meet the fatal attacks of the ferocious beasts. Life-and-death bloodbath was officially ignited between the pack of bloodthirsty wild beasts and the solitary youth. Amidst the flying flesh and blood and his fragmented train of thought, it wasn't until this moment right on death's door that he finally realized the true hidden meaning behind the Purgatory Rakshasa's words. The chilling instruction from the hulking butcher rushed back into Chen's head while he was being swarmed and torn apart by the lion pack. The moment that gate opens, the only thing opening its arms to welcome you will be endless agony. The blindingly bright snout of the monster rushing in to bite magnified as that cruel voice still echoed in his ear. Yet you have no right to choose. You must swallow every ounce of the pain. His pupils laced with blood-red streaks, his wound-covered face glared at the evil beasts with a resilient gaze. You are forced to trample over everything to achieve victory. In a flash, all illusions shattered. Chen bolted awake on his bunk bed in the dormitory, drenched in sweat that soaked his shirt, gasping nonstop. Everything around him sank back into the peaceful appearance of reality. Yet the remnants of that smoke-filled, brutal battle were still carved deeply into his mind. The sensation of torn muscles, flesh being stripped from bone, the absolute agony within that nightmare was chillingly vivid. The young man's eyes glinted with determination, telling himself that if he wanted to rise as the strong, there are no shortcuts. This solitary and thorny purgatorial journey has actually only just lifted its curtain. The next morning, Friday, May 20th, year 2157, at the Grand Auditorium of the National Awakened University. On the brightly lit stage, a giant banner clearly displayed. National Awakened University Class of 2157, Team Formation Ceremony for the Practical Combat Graduation Assessment. Uncle Gong Chuan leisurely took a sip of water, revealing the head of employment nameplate sitting prominently, exuding an aura of power. Below the rows of seats, the students were chattering away like a noisy market. Hey, heard the hot news yet? Rumor has it that this year's graduation assessment will have a few bigwigs from the Alliance Guild personally coming down to spectate. Chen maintained a cold, statue-like expression, his eyes half closed as he quietly pricked up his ears to listen. No wonder this year's exam regulations were drastically revised so quickly. In truth, the young man was recalculating the bunch of information he had just gathered. Every year, the school couldn't care less about the minimum headcount or rank of a group, yet this time they're forcing every team to gather exactly 5 people, attached with the condition that there absolutely must be one individual possessing strength of high-tier E rank or above. The middle-aged man stroked his chin thoughtfully, secretly musing, HMPH, suddenly changing the rules of the game to turn the exam into a circus for amusement, I suppose. Who can ever grasp the minds of the higher-ups? Then, he cleared his throat loudly to call the crowd to order. Standing majestically in front of the giant screen, Uncle Gong Chuan spread his arms wide and announced loudly, "The ranking scoreboards for all students of this class have been sent directly to your smart bracelets. Please quickly check your devices and complete your team formation procedures in the shortest time possible." The whole hall suddenly erupted in an uproar as green beams of light simultaneously shot out from the wristbands, forming dazzling 3D holographic screens right at the eye level of every student. The ranking list was clearly displayed, and the one sitting securely on the supreme throne was none other than Gong Ting with a high-tier rank D strength, trailed by a series of other formidable rank D faces. The bespectacled Guy Ma Long broke into a cold sweat the moment he scanned the screen, panicking and crying out, "Oh my, this seems like a bad omen." Scrolling down to the very bottom of the list, 3 dead last names struck the eyes. Xiangzhu low-tier rank E, Ma Long low-tier rank E, and most unluckily, Chen was also in the same boat as a low-tier rank E. Ma Long spun around, staring wide-eyed at Chen as if he had just seen an alien, and stammered, "Chen, how? How did you drop all the way down to a low-tier rank E like this?" The surrounding students also erupted into whispering gossips. Wasn't Chen a rank C in the last assessment? How come he went downhill so fast to the rock bottom now? In a hidden corner of the stands, the lackey Jiang Dai, his head completely wrapped in white bandages, smirked sinisterly. So that demon heart from the other day was truly broken. Tusk, I thought if I missed the chance to join President Gong Ting's team, I could at least salvage it by teaming up with Chen, who would have thought he is just a useless bottom feeder. While Chen maintained an indifferent expression, not bothering to care, the vicious, sarcastic remarks kept pouring in. "Absolutely brilliant. I guarantee even a dog wouldn't want to drag him into their team this time." Class officer Jiang Jian stood with his hands on his hips, throwing his head back and laughing triumphantly next to his scarred cronies. "Ha ha ha. In a life-and-death exam like this, who in their right mind would carry dead weights from the bottom of the barrel? That brat Chen dared to reject Gong Ting's invitation before. Now he must be slapping himself until his face turns purple." Perched high up, the Crown Prince Gong Ting arrogantly crossed his arms, his razor-sharp golden pupils narrowing slightly, immersed in a silent demeanor that exuded extreme disdain. Sitting imposingly at the judges' seats, the Uncle Gong Chuan interlaced his fingers, a calculating gleam flashing behind his glasses as he took in every expression of his precious nephew. A sinister smile flickered across his lips as he secretly mocked Gong Ting's naivety. This nephew with no prospects, when will you ever realize the art of manipulating power and suffocating humanity? His glasses gleaming with a stark white light, Gong Chuan triumphantly harbored his dirty tricks. Let this uncle broaden your horizons. Your arch-rival won't even have the right to step into the battlefield. Returning to the chaotic atmosphere, the loudspeaker announcement echoed resoundingly. Students are requested to quickly find teammates. At that moment, the crowd of fans practically flew, frantically chasing after their idol, whining and calling out, "President Gong Ting, President Gong Ting." A swarm of students tightly surrounded the Crown Prince, pushing and howling just like bloodthirsty zombies. "Please have mercy and give me a spot on the team. Pick me, pick me." Even the pretty girls threw away their dignity, screaming deafeningly, "President, I have dedicated 3 solid years to the student council. I swear I won't be a burden. President, my healing skills are top-notch. I will be very useful to the team. "President, please take me in to serve as your beast of burden." An officer sweating bullets spread his arms, struggling to block the furious crowd, screaming until his voice went hoarse. "Hey, order up, back off everyone. Our group is maxed out and only recruiting exactly one more person." 30 minutes of chaos flew by in a flash. Countless wristbands touched each other, flashing green lights, accompanied by notifications confirming the smooth and successful formation of teams. Scattered throughout the hall, squads of students joyfully put their arms around each other's shoulders, cheering in celebration, smooth sailing for the upcoming exam, wishing for a great victory. Dotted along with that were green beams of light flashing continuously. In stark contrast to that jubilant scene, Chen's 3 roommates could only sigh in despair, their faces as droopy as wet rags. "We've gone out of our way to ask around for several rounds, yet not a single soul bothered to look our way." Stranded at a corner by the entrance, the 3 male students scratched their heads in utter desperation. "We barely scraped together 4 guys. Don't tell me our group won't even be able to reach the ticket to take the graduation exam." Along slightly pushed up his glasses, his gaze hardening with vigilance as his nose picked up the scent of dirty schemes. "This whole thing is way too shady. How on earth did Chen's results suddenly plummet to the bottom of society like this?" Chen's deep red pupils remained calmly serene, ignoring Ma Long, who kept dissecting the bizarre rules, forcing us to gather exactly 5 members, and insisting on having at least 1 high-tier rank E. It's obvious the higher-ups are intentionally pushing our dorm room to a dead end. The bespectacled guy mournfully reiterated the life-and-death nature of the exam. "This practical combat assessment is the only lifeline to demonstrate our true capabilities. We have to carry the team to get sky-high scores to even hope for a decent living later on." The competition rules chart clearly displayed the disparity scale between humans and monsters. In the final stage, the number of monsters at the demon lair will automatically scale according to the team size, so it's not like just dragging a huge crowd in will easily guarantee high scores. That's exactly why countless disdainful glares were shot straight at Chen's group. At the end of the day, even if they couldn't squeeze into Gong Ting's elite lineup, no idiot would bring a bunch of dead last losers back to be dead weight. The bottom feeder list plainly exposed the 3 most depressing names in the system. A whole 3 low-tier rank E talents at the rock bottom of the entire school were all gathered in our dorm room. Ma Long low-tier rank E, Xiangzhu low-tier rank E, Chen low-tier rank E if this situation drags on. Midst the despairing atmosphere, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, making the long-haired boy Xiangzhu flinch and turn his head. "Hey Xiangzhu." A smug group of students tilted their chins and called out, "Xiangzhu, we are short of exactly 1 person. Come fill in the blank. I bet you're also sick and tired of having to carry those 3 trashy dead last roommates of yours, right? If you miss this boat, you might even lose your eligibility to take the graduation exam altogether." Witnessing that scene, Chen slightly narrowed his sharp pupils, his brain quickly assessing the tragic situation. If things don't improve, our dead last trio will certainly end up being boycotted by the whole world. The vision of 3 lonely young men trudging along was laid bare before his eyes, silently predicting a dark future, the worst of which being stripped of the right to take the exam entirely. Frozen on the spot, Xiangzhu bit his lower lip hard, lowering his head to drop an apology that sounded as heavy as lead. However, a split second later, the boy spun right back around, resolutely standing with his ride-or-die brothers. "Us roommates made a pact to live and die together a long time ago. I will absolutely not turn my back on my comrades." Seeing that, the other group turned on their heels in resentment. The guy in the lead irritably pointed his middle finger to the sky and cursed aloud. "Suit yourself, we just wanted to find some random guy to make up the numbers anyway. Daring to reject us, what an ungrateful prick. Don't you dare come crawling back to beg later." On the gigantic electronic board, a series of blinding green checkmarks appeared one after another, implicitly confirming that all the high-tier rank D prospects had already settled down with a team. Witnessing that scene, the bespectacled guy Ma Long frantically pointed at the screen, sweating profusely and screaming. "Everyone else has already finished forming their groups. Where the hell are we supposed to dig up a high-tier rank E talent now? It's plain as day that we are short of exactly 1 spot, yet despite looking until our eyes pop out, not a single soul wants to take us." Chen still wore his unparalleled calmness. He turned his head to glance over, leaving his friend Ma Long to panic until his words became an incoherent mess. His gaze pinned straight onto the middle-aged man, leisurely interlacing his hands over his stomach. the employment office director Gong Chuan, who even shares the same surname as Gong Ting. It's practically guaranteed that this old geezer is a lackey of the Gong family faction. Connecting the dots, Chen narrowed his eyes to glare at the old man sporting a triumphant smile, internally despising those filthy tricks meant to manipulate the core exam regulations, even deliberately downgrading his true capabilities to make the whole school turn their backs on him. Does he delude himself into thinking I'm capable of standing in Gong Ting's way? What a bunch of power-abusing scumbags, acting all high and mighty however they please. His deep red pupils flared with an iron resolve. Currents of electric arcs gradually condensed around his body, parallel to the system interface activating. At all costs, I absolutely will not miss this final graduation assessment. Downloading data, changing class. If that old man likes to push things to the extreme so much. In a fraction of a second, roaring golden lightning bolts exploded and engulfed him. Chen strode forward imposingly, his mind constantly roaring, the class change process is complete. Fine, if that's how it is, then I'll just have to toss all pleasantries aside. Sitting calmly nearby, an elderly judge stroked his beard, half closing his eyes to summarize a deeply contemplative philosophy. Competitions are not necessarily the sole measuring stick to evaluate an individual's true mettle. Seeing his comrades suddenly erupt in crackling thunder and lightning, Xiangzu's heart skipped a beat, frantically calling out, "Hey bro, why are you suddenly going crazy? What the hell are you doing?" Chen strode imposingly down the aisle, ignoring hundreds of wide-eyed, astonished stares. Since ancient times, the Academy's training awakened ones have always maintained a bizarre custom. That guy, don't tell me he wants to. What kind of mess is that dude Chen trying to make? In order to push students to master their skills and forge their practical combat abilities, anyone is permitted to initiate a life-or-death one-on-one duel. Therefore, his face exuded a surging murderous aura as he advanced. This move, although wild and arrogant, was the most practical method to flaunt one's true capability before the masses. Of course, when hit with a cold bucket of water like a sudden challenge, plenty of people would undoubtedly flinch and refuse. The students on both sides turned pale and hastily parted to make way, the male protagonist's razor-sharp gaze pinning onto his prey ahead. However, with Gong Ting's personality, don't even dream of him declining. The haughty crown prince narrowed his golden pupils, emitting a dangerous glint. At the same time, Chen had already finalized his ultimate move, just crushing him would settle it all. A brilliant golden lightning bolt flashed across his steely gaze. He was absolutely certain that those fame and fortune-hungry parasites would shamelessly come crawling on their own to beg for a spot in his team. Just as he was about to speak, a graceful silhouette standing backlit at the doorway suddenly called out in a clear, ringing voice. Chen, your squad is still missing a member, right? Chen turned his head in utter astonishment, as that crystal-clear voice rang out evenly again. This lady here also has a sudden interest in participating in this final graduation assessment. The beauty Ling Yu put her hands on her hips, parting her lips in a charming, proud smile as she spoke. Back in high school I managed to get a rank D seal, so joining your group shouldn't count as a burden, right? The girl stepped gracefully past his roommates, who were staring with their jaws on the floor, muttering in hopeless disbelief, "Oh my god, since when did Chen manage to court the campus belle Ling Yu? That is totally insane." This sharp plot twist caused Gong Ting's arrogance to completely crumble. He turned to interrogate his cousin in bewilderment. "What the hell were you just babbling about?" Meanwhile, the uncle Gong Chuan furiously slammed the table. The beauty's graceful figure instantly ignited a storm of public uproar across the hall. Vice President Ling Yu actually bothered to lower herself to join Chen's dead last team. Isn't she an exchange student from another school? The curious crowd parted to both sides, their eyes glued to her sleek silhouette as they murmured in speculation. Is she really that interested in our school's assessment? Her background has always been a total mystery. Rumors have it that she is a female supergenius hailing from the holy summer nation. Unable to sit still, the red-faced Gong Chuan clung to the rules to suppress her. "Student Ling Yu, considering your status as an exchange student, in principle, you absolutely do not have the right to get involved in this academy's graduation assessment." Facing Ling Yu's indifferent smile, the old man shouted even louder, straining his neck to extinguish Chen's glimmer of hope. "Furthermore, since transferring here, you haven't undergone any placement assessments whatsoever. I have also never approved any documentation certifying your current capabilities. Your deliberate interference in this competition is a blatant violation of the rules." Right at that burning critical moment, a burly figure radiating a deep purple halo suddenly descended near the judges' seats, bringing with him a suffocating pressure. Director Gong Chuan is absolutely right. Oh my, Principal, since when did you grace us with your presence? Sensing that oppressive aura, old Gong Chuan sweated bullets, his scrunched-up face revealing extreme terror as he screamed internally, "What the hell? Why did the principal find his way all the way here?" Right after that, the principal, bathed in purple light, strode majestically towards Ling Yu, questioning in a deep voice. "Ling Yu, you came here purely under the guise of a brief exchange. Why are you dipping your hands into this mess?" Chen jolted, his eyes widening in sheer astonishment as he silently calculated. Records clearly state that the principal possesses warrior attributes. How come he wields a spatial skill to appear and disappear like a ghost? Despite that, the principal merely stroked his chin and smiled profoundly. "Ling Yu, your participation will, I'm afraid, completely shatter the scales of justice. An exam is only valuable when it exposes the true strength of these youngsters, am I right?" In response, Ling Yu curled her lips in a faint, enigmatic smile. "Oh my, what a heartbreaking pity then." Chen broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils glinting with a sharp light overflowing with extremely high vigilance. With his eyes glued to the two people in front of him, Chen sweated buckets as he evaluated. "How bizarre, my system is completely blind to the levels of these two heavyweights." Old Gong Chuan awkwardly tried to flatter him, breathing a sigh of relief before fawning. "The principal's teachings are spot on. The illustrious reputation our academy has built is all thanks to maintaining strict discipline and rules." However, the principal spread his arms wide towards the stands, declaring loudly, "The guiding principle of the National Awakened University is to nurture outstanding individuals, while simultaneously granting them the most perfect launchpad to soar, thereby committing an unparalleled and enduring supply of human resources for all of humanity." The principal turned on his heels, his tone as hard as cold steel as he shot a direct glare at Gong Chuan to reprimand him. "The final practical combat assessment is a core identity that has been maintained for decades. This is the exact life-and-death milestone that dictates the future of every generation of students." The atmosphere suddenly thickened. The principal's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, his cleaver-like gaze stabbing straight into Gong Chuan. Suppose some student was stripped of their rights simply due to some shady reasons, then who would be the one to shoulder the reputation of this school, huh? Old Gong Chuan's heart skipped a beat, sweat pouring down endlessly as his soul screamed in panic. Is this old geezer mocking me? Could it be that he has already sniffed out my shady, underhanded tricks? He usually never has the free time to meddle in these trivial matters. Gong Chuan shot a sidelong glance at Chen and Ling Yu, his brain quickly piecing things together in resentment. Did that fat geezer deliberately put on a two-man show with Ling Yu today just to pave the way for that little brat? Aware of his inferior position, he had no choice but to stroke his beard with a scowl, swallowing his bitter frustration to reassure himself, HMPH, just endure it and let it pass. There's no need to invite disaster by clashing with that stubborn old man. And he directed his eyes up at his nephew Gong Ting sitting imposingly above, silently stroking his own ego. "Gong Ting, this uncle has set the table for you to the absolute limit. All the elites already have a place to belong, leaving Chen to break his back carrying 3 dead last burdens into the exam. This time, victory is undoubtedly resting safely in the palm of your hand." Gong Chuan immediately bowed down in a stooped posture, putting on a fake, grinning face to save himself. "Oh, the principal's scrutiny is too accurate. It's all because our employment office worked irresponsibly, failing to foresee that the current regulations would accidentally filter out a few weak elements." He spread his arms wide towards the audience, raising his voice to declare, "I would like to make a correction. Squads that have not met the quota of 5 members or are missing a high-tier rank E member will still be granted special exception to register. The gates of the practical combat assessment will always open their arms to welcome all students." The sacred moment had also arrived. 4 manly arms wearing green glowing devices clenched together, parallel to the text confirming successful group formation on the electronic board. All 4 boys burst into jubilant joy, Xiangzhu raising his hands and howling, "Awesome, we got through the registration phase smoothly." Ma Long threw his arm around Chen's shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. "Chen, the captain's position is entrusted to you." On the observation deck, the principal crossed his arms and looked toward Chen's group, smiling and whispering to the female student beside him, "It seems your curiosity for that boy Chen is much deeper than I thought, Ling Yu." The battlefield was now clearly divided into factions. On one side of the front line was the most unparalleled legion in the Academy's history led by Gong Ting, while the other half was Chen dragging along his 3 dead-last dorm mates. The principal smirked, a smile filled with expectations. This truly piques one's curiosity. I wonder which demon lair those kids will dive headfirst into, and ultimately, how many points they will reap. A judge wearing reading glasses raised a sign high, loudly disseminating the next procedure. Once the team formation phase is settled, the leaders can proceed to select their demon lair hunting grounds. However, the old judge was suddenly startled by the sound of a finalized selection ringing out. He raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. Has a group already snatched up a demon lair? Such godlike speed. The nearby flock of students crowded around, their eyes glued to the bulletin board, their jaws dropping as they shouted, "Holy crap, it's Chen! Chen's group has already locked in their demon lair." 2 male students rolled their eyes all the way back, screaming as if they had just encountered a ghost. What the actual hell, the thing those lunatics just picked is. A chaotic scene erupted. Ma Long and Xiang Zhu were scared out of their wits, flailing their arms and clawing at the air, wailing tragically, Chen, have you gone stark raving mad? Cancel it quickly, cancel it now. O Lord above, my grandpa Chen. Ignoring his peers' whining cries, Chen still wore a face as cold as ice, his deep red eyes calmly serene, interspersed with Ma Long's throat-tearing screams echoing in his ears. Do you even realize which hellish grave you just accidentally clicked on? To explain this nightmare, the practical combat assessment is essentially the student's first-ever real-life encounter with a flesh-and-blood demon lair. Points are only accumulated when the candidate group completely eradicates the monster nest and beheads the boss. Rule board laid it out clearly. 100% completion rate bags a maximum of 10 points. Sweeping all monsters pockets 10 points, letting one slip deducts 1 point. Slaying the Overlord rewards a milestone of 20 points. Successfully executing the boss swallows the whole 20 points. Failing leaves you empty-handed. A speedrun grants up to 20 points. Clearing it within an hour bags the full 20 points, and for overtime, 1 point is shaved off every 5 minutes. System continued to annotate. The tiered demon lairs will feature varying difficulties and point multipliers. Rank F, a multiplier of 1.5, peaking at 75 points. Rank E, a multiplier of 2, maxing out at 100 points. In short, if you hide in a rank F, the absolute peak is only 75, while with a rank E zone, theoretically, you have more than enough to reach a perfect 100. The generous rewards were equally mouthwatering. Whichever squad snatches the top 1 trophy with a perfect 100 points, all members will be given the red carpet treatment straight into the illustrious Empire Guild. Furthermore, the MVP title of the winning faction will automatically secure an imposing managerial seat at the Empire Guild, attached with a massive deposit amounting to millions. 2 male students sweating profusely whispered to each other. The Academy's all-time sky-high record only touched the 90-point mark, and that achievement was forged by the current prodigy/captain of the Empire faction when he first graduated. HMPH, the sheer difficulty of a rank E demon lair is truly brutal. In the end, you'd still need to drag along 3 rank D awakened ones just to have a sliver of hope to clear it entirely. Returning to reality, the hardcore group of students tailing Gong Ting were smirking conceitedly. The crowd murmured back and forth. Gong Ting's faction this time around might even very well shatter the school's unprecedented record. The system's lock-in sound rang out, cutting off their train of thought. The 4-eyed male student looked back blankly and asked, has a team already locked in their choice? That fast? The very next second, his eyes rolled back, sweat pouring like a waterfall as he howled in panic, good heavens, it's none other than Chen's gang. The guy dug his fingers tightly into the display device, trembling as he glued his eyes to the electronic board. That madman. The hunting ground he just snapped up is exactly a rank D demon lair. Chen's angular, unusually calm face stood out on the brilliant green display background, having locked in a rank D demon lair, awaiting his peers' approval. The bespectacled student glared wide-eyed, screaming as if he was about to suffocate, pointing straight at the info board. Since the dawn of time, not a single senior student has ever dared to crawl into a rank D lair. Could that idiot have accidentally slipped his hand on the keyboard? Ultimately, Ma Long standing nearby was still clutching his head, howling in a fit of despair. On the contrary, Chen merely leisurely raised his wrist to check the screen, ignoring his wailing friend. Chen, is your brain waterlogged? Are you lucid enough to realize what kind of burial hole you just dove headfirst into? Collapsing onto the floor, the long-haired friend Xiang Zhu scratched his head and pulled his ears, crying and grimacing as sweat dripped down in his resentment. "You psycho, you absolute psycho. Why is my luck so rotten that I ended up in the same team as this lunatic?" Staring blankly at the glaringly bright notification board, signaling whether the leader's lock-in of the rank D demon lair gets approved or not, he buried his face and mumbled in a dead end, "If I report to cancel the group now, is there any way to salvage this?" Grabbing the hem of Si Chen's shirt and tugging it relentlessly, Ma Long was so terrified that his face turned deathly pale without a single drop of blood left, screeching tragically, "Comrade, are you even using your brain? This is a rank D demon lair. The letter D means." Turning a deaf ear to his comrade's frenzy, Si Chen still wore an indifferent, unbothered face. His glowing red eyes glanced over slightly, casually replying, "Yeah, I've calculated every single possibility." Just as the sentence was dropped, the system alert immediately crashed in, shattering the atmosphere. On the oversized screen, information was prominently displayed. Both Gong Ting's and Si Chen's squads were in a state of pending approval to enter a rank D lair. Immediately following that, the interface of the arrogant Crown Prince Gong Ting lit up on the platform, bringing along a clear notification. "All members have pressed the button. Gong Ting's group has successfully registered." The entire hall seemed to explode. The students' jaws dropped, their eyes wide open as they screamed raucously. "Mother of God, another rank D bet has just been spawned. Another madman has dived headfirst into a rank D demon lair, holy heavens." In the other corner, Gong Ting elegantly crossed his legs, absent-mindedly stroking his wristband, amidst a series of agitated sounds echoing all around. This batch's assessment really has an eye-pleasing drama to savor. Seeing that scene, a blonde female student from Gong Ting's group slightly curled her lips in disdain, dropping harsh words. "HMPH, already a piece of trash yet still loves to put up a flashy front, truly a bunch who don't know their own limits." The piercing, mocking tones from the stands constantly echoed, striking right at the quartet trudging down the aisle. Knowing full well they'd be shelved anyway, that bunch is just putting on an act to polish their names for some cheap fame. Refusing to let it go, Gong Ting's faction clutched their stomachs, laughing boisterously in mockery. "That is a blatant rank D monster zone. It'll be a cold day in hell before his comrades dare to nod in agreement. While the system hasn't closed the books yet, they better quickly go their separate ways. This newly patched-up group is guaranteed to fall apart in a minute. Tragic, way too tragic." Completely engulfed amidst the myriad of sarcastic remarks, Ma Long suddenly calmed down, his gaze behind the glasses instantly turning steely as he carefully observed Si Chen's resolute side profile. Ma Long secretly analyzed, envisioning a godlike metamorphosis. Si Chen's demeanor was indeed incredibly steely, that oppressive aura radiating from the depths of his being. Since when did it finally burst out? Obviously, for the past few years wearing out the seats in the lecture halls, he was always hiding in my shadow to conceal his identity. The bespectacled guy blinked slightly, seemingly having finalized a decision that would change the entire situation. Suddenly, Ma Long swung his hand down hard onto the confirm key, the screen flashing a blinding green signaling approval. He roared with sheer vigor, "Regardless, us brothers have stood shoulder to shoulder for 4 solid years. I am willing to fight to the death with you till the end." Hearing that, the long-haired friend also smacked his lips, reaching out to lock in his choice with a reckless, uncaring vibe. "We've already worn out our asses at the dead last position anyway. Whether we're shoved into rank D or rank F, we're bound for the graveyard either way. Since the water has already reached our feet, we might as well just blindly jump into a rank D lair to experience life for once." Witnessing his two friends risking their lives, the burly young man ground his teeth loudly, sweat pouring down like a stream as he spoke up grumpily. "Hey, you guys." He scratched his head and tore at his hair, howling in absolute distress, yet delivering massive comedic relief. "Good heavens, it's plain as day that I am the boss of this room. How on earth did I turn into the one scraping the bottom of the barrel at the very end like this?" Having said that, he aggressively smashed his fist onto the glowing approval key, shutting his eyes tight and yelling. "I am also getting on this boat. Let's spill all our blood and see how it goes. We're gonna grab that graduation diploma anyway, so let's just go all out to the bitter end, brothers." The entire system immediately flashed with green light beams. Si Chen's face was displayed in majestic awe, attached with a glaring notification. "All personnel have locked in. Si Chen's lineup has registered flawlessly." Taking in that unconditional trust, Si Chen looked back to gaze at his 3 brothers who were sharing his burdens, his warm, deep voice speaking up, "Hey guys." He slowly closed his eyes, his genuine tone interwoven with a hint of shame as he softly confessed, "Honestly, I'm sorry, this rank D monster zone is merely a stepping stone for me to reach out and grab the MVP trophy." Yet in the very next blink, his gaze became as sharp as a razor blade, powerfully vowing, however, "Once you have thrown yourselves into life and death alongside me on this stormy journey." A smile overflowing with conceit and arrogance bloomed on Chen's lips as he loudly concluded, "Then let us brothers together snatch the highest rank in history." Perched on the towering steps, the Crown Prince Gong Ting crossed his arms and looked down condescendingly like an emperor, growling in his throat, "That MVP seat can only call out my name." Without flinching in the slightest, Chen tilted his head back and glared in response, two deep red beams of light bursting into flames of slaughter, clashing head-on with his sworn arch-rival. The empty space between the two suddenly sparked countless electric arcs. Gong Ting glared with his razor-sharp golden pupils, secretly roaring to draw a clear boundary. Chen, there is only one throne for the strongest in this academy." Admiring from afar, the campus belle Ling Yu fluttered her eyelashes in sheer excitement, muttering under her breath, "Living for this long. This is the very first time I've got to witness that extremely tense look on Gong Ting's face." The scenery of the entire hall was dyed in a dark hue, leaving only a halo of light illuminating this fierce confrontation. The deathmatch between the two tigers was finally laid bare before the masses. Taking in that boiling atmosphere onto his retinas, the burly principal stroked his beard with a profound smile, summarizing with a deeply contemplative remark, "Young and highly talented, they know absolutely no fear of the extraordinary." Leaning against the stands, Ling Yu rested her chin on her hand, immersed in thought, while the old principal behind her back was also pondering deeply. She softly murmured her analysis, however, Chen diving headfirst into a rank D lair is truly an overblown delusion of power. Even if he is hiding a rank C trump card, the idea of single-handedly carrying 3 dead weights in hopes of clearing that lair is nothing but a pipe dream. The scoreboard interface appeared sharply as if to reinforce that wild ambition. Although the multiplier for the rank D milestone goes all the way up to 3, theoretically calculated to sweep a whole 150 points. However, tracking the retreating backs of Chen's quartet, the system constantly flashed red, warning of brutal risks. Ironically, its difficulty barrier skyrockets several times compared to a rank E monster zone. Based on the current core strength of this group, that move is blatantly digging their own graves. The muscular principal rubbed his beard with a mysterious smile, nodding in agreement. Very reasonable, the countdown to the practical combat assessment round is merely half a month away. The scene panned to the combat simulation room, where seasoned students were frantically unleashing superpowers and magic, clashing wildly with mind-blowing virtual digital monsters. With such a scarce amount of time, hoping for a spectacular transformation in terms of strength is truly impossible. Outside the brightly lit simulation training room, sweat-drenched students were diligently grinding away. I just hope Chen's group will be able to pull off a somewhat decent performance next term. A blood-red notification flashed. The assessment is only 17 days away. Chen shoved his hands into his pockets, looking with an icy face at his 3 dorm buddies who were sprawling on the school's grass, panting heavily like a bunch of breathless zombies. Utterly exhausted to the extreme, Ma Long braced his hands and collapsed onto his knees on the ground, sweat streaming like a river, as he exhaustedly lifted his head to complain. "I beg you, Chen, everyone else is rushing into the simulation room to grind elemental powers and smash virtual reality monsters. So why are you tormenting us brothers with these stupid antics from morning till night?" Chen slightly furrowed his brows, hastily wiping away a streak of sweat, and silently listened to Ma Long whining. He grumbled that the graduation exam isn't a triathlon, so why force them to play dodgeball, run shuttle relays, and do sprints? What's the use of torturing their bodies like this? Chen's deep red eyes flashed with sharpness. He analyzed in a deep voice, at this point, no matter how much you grind your elemental powers or fight in simulations, it's all in vain. In the end, it's still just a bunch of empty theories. Turning his back to his teammates, his towering figure exposed the cruel reality of the anonymous demon caves. When clashing with unknown beasts, terror will engulf you like a sudden tsunami, and the thing that saves your life in that moment will absolutely not be a bunch of textbook knowledge. His proud silhouette swinging the lightning sword to block the fanged maw of the monster was living proof. Survival does not rely on a few half-baked, patchwork skills, but depends entirely on survival instincts. Hearing this, the 3 friends were dumbfounded. staring up and etching the leader's words into their hearts. The stamina, explosiveness, and reflexes they were being forced to train so brutally right now were all aimed at sharpening the body's natural reflexes. Chen rolled his eyes slightly, dropping the harsh conclusion that the simulation exercises at school were of little help. To truly level up, the only way is to throw oneself into the low-tier demon caves for real combat. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes showed a bitter resentment towards the injustice. The powerless and lowly could never dream of stepping foot in the real combat zones. That has always been the exclusive playground for the Silver Spoon young masters and ladies. His gaze shifted toward the crown prince, Gong Ting, who was arrogantly flourishing his dazzling sword, coldly and brutally cleaving a hideous beast in half. Standing tall amidst the roaring flames of the demon cave, the silhouettes of the noble elites appeared full of arrogance. They were willing to use any means to widen the gap, all to secure their haughty seats of superiority. Gong Ting's side profile exuded defiance, his sharp chin tilt carrying an insolent disdain for everything, a trait ingrained in him since birth. Looming behind him was a dark armor with glowing red eyes, a naked testament to the disparity in their starting lines. They effortlessly monopolized things that others could never reach even if they grinded for a lifetime. Deeply feeling that bitterness, Xiang Zhu and Ma Long gritted their teeth and glared, frustratedly voicing the plight of the poor. How are empty-handed folks like us supposed to survive? Chen turned around, his glowing red eyes exuding an ironclad leadership aura. Becoming the valedictorian and directly entering the Empire Guild will tear down the class wall standing in our way. Ma Long's eyes widened in astonishment, hurriedly listening as Chen outlined their narrow window of opportunity. The graduation exam is the only golden chance for the whole group to turn the tables. Midst the thick darkness swallowing a massive, glowing red entity, Chen's voice rang out clearly. This is also the most perfect launchpad for me to accelerate and rise. With eyes sharp as a butcher's knife, filled with battle resolve, Chen boldly declared, "What I have promised, I will bleed dry to achieve. Victory is definitely in our hands." The screen flashed, counting down 15 days. Chen darted forward like a streak of golden lightning, brawling with a pack of black panthers amidst the mystical galaxy scenery of the Magic Tower. Even so, the training ground was chillingly harsh. He gritted his teeth, enduring a chest-tearing swipe from the panther monster, causing blood to instantly spray into the air. A crushing slap from the giant beast's paw blew the male lead meters away, forcing him to cough up fresh blood, yet he still scrambled up to defend against the vengeful assault. The 10-day countdown chillingly appeared. Chen led the running group, shouting encouragements. "Come on, 5 more laps," while Ma Long behind him had already collapsed face-first onto the track, faintly groaning, "I'm totally dead." Ignoring his battered body in the tower, Chen still frantically channeled lightning into his arm, tearing through space to ruthlessly crush the colossal monster. At the same time, the Crown Prince Gong Ting was also red in the face, crossing his blazing twin swords, bracing himself to block the heavy smash of the stone monster. The glowing red 5-day mark flashed. Chen clenched his jaw, doing one-armed push-ups with a massive weight on his back. His 2 friends stood by, jaws dropped, terrified as they counted the rhythm, 101, 102. 3 days left on the countdown, Gong Ting casually strolled out, parting the waves of fire, his precious sword blazing in his hand. His arrogant and ruthless gaze was like an evil god descending to spread terror. Hitting the 2-day mark, Chen stood tall in the middle of the tower, letting the raging thunder strike down to cleanse his body. A dazzling level 16 promotion notification appeared, bearing the title, Lightning Assassin. Wrapping up the final day, Chen's face was smeared with blood, but his piercing golden pupils burned with the fire of battle. The real fun is only just beginning. And then 0 hour finally struck, the 17th of June, year 2157, the day of the graduation exam. A tiny drone hovered, steadily emitting an electronic voice. "Hello, candidates. I am the monitoring device that will be shadowing you today." A tactical gloved hand gently swiped across the green smart bracelet, steadying the mind to venture into the realm of life and death. In the chilly atmosphere, Chen and his trio of roommates wore majestic combat armor. The system echoed its reminder, "Please thoroughly check your bracelets and gear." Instantly, a deep blue teleportation beam shone down, enveloping the 4 young men. The system grandly announced, "Attention everyone, the graduation exam has officially begun." At that very moment, at the administration building of the National Awakening University, A fleet of glossy black luxury cars screeched to a halt before the lobby, paving the way for the bigwigs to leisurely step up the stairs. The burly principal eagerly stepped forward to shake hands with a sharply dressed gentleman in a suit, greeting him with a smile. "It has been far too long since I had the honor of seeing you, Chairman Gong." The man gently stroked his voluminous hair, flashing a cunning smile as he replied, "I feel terrible for making you wait." He was none other than Gong Lin, co-founder of the Empire Guild, who also held the title of Gong Ping's father. The students clinging to the hallway windows were buzzing with gossip, eyes wide and mouths agape in awe. "Isn't that the big boss who founded the Empire? He's pretty dashing, isn't he?" Catching on to something unusual with sharp eyes, a curious kid pointed toward the back of the motorcade and asked, "Whoa, what kind of heavy hitter is sitting in the back car? What kind of status makes both the guild founder and the principal personally invite them out of the car?" The bodyguard servilely opened the car door, and a stylish pink-haired figure stepped out, rendering the kids speechless. They stammered for ages before managing to say, "It's actually." The big shot had officially made an appearance, his tall stature exuding a noble aura. A dazzling nameplate flashed on his shirt, Cavendish, Vice President of the World Guild Alliance. That male student's eyes bulged out, sweating buckets, screaming so hard his jaw nearly dropped. "The Vice President of the Alliance, the Deputy Boss of the Guild Alliance, has actually graced our school." The kid standing next to him also broke into a cold sweat, clutching his head in awe. "Oh my God, it takes 3 lifetimes of luck just to catch a glimpse of these people. No wonder the admin area is completely on lockdown today. The Guild Alliance is the apex power of the world, after all. Catch their eye, and your life will soar to the clouds." The sweet announcement on the loudspeakers invited the VIP guests into the hall. "The live broadcast of the graduation exam is about to go on air. Please take your seats." Meanwhile, the students couldn't stop weaving fantasies. No kidding, just rubbing shoulders with the Alliance is enough for your life to level up instantly. In the central control room, old Gong Chuan stood sycophantically giving a presentation in front of a giant holographic screen. This year, there are 184 candidates participating in the final round, evenly divided into 28 squads. The screen split into hundreds of frames following the candidates. The old man continued to monotonously report. Among them, 23 teams locked in the F-rank Demon Caves, 3 teams recklessly entered the E-rank, and surprisingly, there are actually 2 teams diving headfirst into the D-rank Demon Caves. Hearing this, the bespectacled secretary with an icy face slightly furrowed her brows. Is there really someone who dares to choose D-rank? She was Secret, the first chief secretary of the Alliance. Ceres twisted her head around, shooting a razor-sharp glare at Gong Chuan, ignoring the pink-haired vice president who was still leisurely munching on pastries. D-rank caves are death traps even for professional mercenaries. Did you people properly educate your students about the lethal nature of that place? Gong Chuan clasped his hands behind his back, smoothly covering up by saying that of course the school had briefed them thoroughly. Because the kids are still green in real combat experience, the majority chose the easiest F-tier, and even the small fry beasts there are enough to make them struggle miserably. The broadcast cut straight into the heart of an F-rank demon cave, displaying a scene of a lightning element male student struggling to land blows on the bloated belly of a spiky-toothed iguana. Through the screen, Gong Chuan continued to explain, "Even so, the brats will be beaten to a pulp when they encounter a lord monster." A mutated iguana roared madly in front of 2 tiny students. A lord's power far outstrips the grunts. Only by exhausting every ounce of their strength might the kids barely take down a bottom-tier boss. Switching the channel to the E-rank area, what hit the eyes were 2 thoroughly battered students cowering in a web trap, hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. The situation here was clearly on a completely different extreme. A swarm of hideous spiders clad in sharp horned armor swung down one after another. The warning panel signaled E-rank scarab spiders. The power of a mere grunt here is enough to go toe-to-toe with an F-rank lord. A myopic male student sobbed continuously, tears and snot smearing his face as he cried out in despair. "Why is this E-rank cave so brutally hard? It's way beyond any limit of endurance." Gong Chuan calmly concluded, "Therefore, for the vast majority of students, raiding an E-rank cave is no different from having delusions of grandeur." Faintly sensing the bloodiness, the secretary Sigrist frowned anxiously and interrogated, "So, do you have any lifelines for the kids when they get bogged down?" Gong Chuan smirked smugly, feigning thoughtfulness as he replied, "Please put your worries to rest, Chief Secretary. The lives of these kids are our precious gems." The camera panned to a squad of hulking bodyguards in trench coats strictly holding down the fort outside the glaring spatial portals. Elites from the Empire Guild have been deployed evenly outside the cave entrances to monitor. Should any life-or-death crisis arise, they will charge in to the rescue in an instant. Along with that, the screen showed a close-up of a female student tumbling backward as a demon spider's claw slashed down. As you can see, the bracelets the candidates wear also have a built-in instant teleportation function. Hovering on the border of life and death, the trembling kid screamed miserably, jamming his finger onto the glowing red button on his wrist. "I want to withdraw from this mess." A blazing red warning flashed, confirming the surrender request. In the blink of an eye, a blazing red light swallowed the kids' bodies, and they vanished without a trace, leaving only their terrified shrieks echoing at the bottom of the cave. Gong Xuan slowly explained, "As long as they raise the white flag, the system will carry them straight out of Hell's Gate." Hearing the brief and smooth procedure, Sigrid gently pushed up her glasses, flashing an amused smile. With conditions that savage, yet two teams still threw themselves into the deadly D-rank. "It seems your school has some hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In that case, I'll have to see just how much chaos those kids can cause." Turning his face away, Gong Xuan's eyes narrowed, revealing utter malice. He sneered inwardly. "Precisely, I too am dying to see how many seconds those foolish brats can manage to breathe." He snorted sarcastically, looking at the live feed showing the quartet breaking their backs braving the blizzard. Those wet behind-the-ears brats will probably have to pack up and run before they even warm their seats. At the same time on the front lines, a glaring red alarm triggered. The D-rank Demon Cave, Cloud Forest Peak, had maxed out its risk level. Chen's group was dwarfed beneath a frozen ancient tree where a horde of grotesque monkeys was swarming. Xiangzhu shivered violently, stammering, "What the hell is this?" A creature with a hideous bat face cracked a ghostly smile, baring its jagged fangs as it swung on a snow-covered branch. A D-rank phantom bat monkey, its appearance was sickeningly repulsive. Amidst the flesh-cutting blizzard, Chen's eyes remained sharp as a razor. He calmly reminded his brothers, "Phantom bat monkeys, cloud-type beasts, they specialize in ganging up, and their swooping speed to snatch prey from above is lightning fast. You guys need to rack your brains and stay on high alert for their sneak attacks." A looming black shadow lunged forward, the bat beast spreading its disgusting claws wide, casting a dark shade over the four insignificant young men standing in the pure white snow. Without a second's delay, the swarm of phantom bat monkeys with haunting pale faces shot down from above like arrows, bearing claws and fangs, starving to feast on their prey. Chen jerked, snapping his head around, his sharp gaze signaling his teammates, "They're charging in." Before he could regain his senses, Ma Long was slammed right in the chest by a razor-sharp, invisible gust of snow. The bespectacled boy tumbled onto the freezing snow, plowing face-first for several rolls, his expression unable to hide extreme panic. Glancing to the other side, Xiangzhu scrunched his nose and dropped his jaw, flinching and springing backward, luckily narrowly dodging a wind slash that cleaved the white snow curtain in half. Ma Long knelt flat on the snow, propping himself up with both arms like crutches, soaked in sweat and panting frantically. "My tough luck, I haven't crossed over yet." Xiangzhu sat slumped, muttering in disbelief. "Truly bizarre, did we two actually manage to swerve and dodge an attack from a D-rank monster?" Instantly, a massive hairy beast slammed down right where they had just been standing, churning up a blinding cloud of snow dust. Xiangzhu's eyes rolled back slightly, sweat streaming down his cheeks as he blankly called his comrade's name, Chen. Mid the blizzard, Chen stood tall and majestic, gripping his lightning sword. Beneath his boots laid a scattered mess of blood-battered monster corpses. Xiangzhu muttered in horror. Did this guy just single-handedly wipe out 3 D-rank monsters in the blink of an eye? Ignoring his teammate's stupor, Chen glowed with a blinding yellow electric aura, his tense face issuing a stern warning. "Your power isn't anywhere near enough to play with them yet, just try to stay alive and stay put here." Finishing his sentence, he sprang up like a coiled spring, soaring high like a streak of golden lightning tearing through the white snow curtain, tossing back a line that extinguished all worries. "I'll handle the rest." But there was no way the phantom bats would let it go so easily. Currents of wind blades tore through space and lunged forward, making the burly friend scream in alarm. Ma Long contorted his body to dodge in ridiculous postures, screaming at the top of his lungs in terror. Xiangzhu was just as battered. He was blown away by an invisible shockwave, flying back and slamming his back painfully into a snow-covered tree trunk. The moment his back hit the wood, Xiangzhu winced and grimaced, but his brain suddenly cleared. Breaking into a sweat, he whispered, "So that's how it is." During that agonizing training for speed and reflexes back then, that guy basically didn't care about asking us for support. His sole purpose was for us to be able to save our own lives. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. Xiangzhu ground his teeth audibly, his eyes flashing with a mix of helplessness and stubbornness. Damn it. For the longest time, I was the notorious big bro of the room, so why do I now have to ride this brat's coattails just to scrape through the graduation exam? Soaring through the eye of the storm, Chen transformed into a literal meat grinder. He unleashed relentless combos and lightning sword strikes that scorched the bodies of the frantically roaring phantom bat monkeys. Two other phantom bat monkeys desperately flapped their wings and nose-dived like vengeful spirits seeking blood, baring their razor-sharp fangs, ready to tear him apart. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of golden lightning bolts crisscrossed and minced the void, slicing the horde of monsters into shredded meat that splattered wildly midair. The roommate stood dumbfounded with wide eyes, pupils dilated from the sheer shock, secretly thinking to himself. Before, when Ma Long bragged about how badass Chen was, I still half doubted it, but seeing it with my own eyes now is downright chilling. Chen landed smoothly, enveloped in a blinding halo of golden electricity, his gaze sharp like the Grim Reaper dispensing despair. This guy was so brutal, there was not a single trace of a soon-to-be graduating student in him. The sky flashed as a volley of golden lightning shredded the gloomy phantom bats. The friend gulped hard, nodding with absolute certainty. He is genuinely a battle-hardened god of war on the battlefield. Witnessing that visually stunning suppression, Xiangzhu's face slumped gloomily. He hung his head and mocked himself. Since when did this guy suddenly turn into such a solid pillar of support? I really have become nothing but a stepping stone. Lost in his tangled thoughts, suddenly, a phantom bat shrieked and lunged for a sneak bite from a blind spot behind Xiangzhu's neck. The burly friend frantically waved his hands and yelled, "Watch out, there's a monster ambushing from behind." Thanks to the instincts forged from his grueling physical training, he arched his back flexibly, a dark red flame beginning to erupt on his fist, slipping past the claws of death by a hair's breadth. Seizing the moment, his hand pounced and tightly gripped the ankle of the hybrid beast. The hulking friend roared, his face flushed red, calling out to his companions. "Hey Xiangzhu and Ma Long, we brothers can't just keep playing the dead weight clinging onto Chen forever." Ma Long and Xiangzhu jerked with wide eyes, the flames casting light on faces that still held a trace of confusion as they vaguely absorbed the yell that awakened their brains. That's right, this isn't just that guy's solo graduation stage. With his long hair fluttering wildly in the wind, his pupils blazed with the boiling fire of willpower, letting out a roar that tore through the blizzard. This is our graduation playground too. Catching onto that hot-blooded vibe, the remaining friend waved his hands, radiating a blinding green aura, gritting his teeth and boldly agreeing. "You said it right." Seizing the moment, the long-haired youth swung his arm, gathering emerald green energy, burning with passion as he loudly chanted his spell. Would magic binding vines have a taste of this? A series of dark, thigh-thick vines, resembling octopus tentacles, erupted from the white snow, tightly constricting the body of the incoming phantom bat. However, the beast let out a deafening roar, unleashing insane brute strength to snap the tangle of vines, the backlash sending the friend tumbling backward, legs in the air. The long-haired friend was drenched in sweat, his face entirely drained of blood as he screamed in terror. "Oh my God!" It shattered the shackles in one go. Just as the monster was about to bite back, a bone-chilling wave of cold air swept in, flash-freezing its hideous body stiff. Ice magic freezing gale. It turned out to be the four-eyed friend Ma Long, exhausting all his strength to blast blue magic from his 10 fingertips, his eyes popping out as he yelled, "I've pinned it down, Xiangzhu, pile on the damage, hurry." Swinging a fist enveloped in roaring magic fire, Xiangzhu smirked triumphantly. "Let's see you try to escape this." Thanks to the smooth combo, the phantom bat monkey was wedged tightly between the blizzard and the giant vines, roars echoing out. Critical skill, freezing gale combined with binding vines. Xiangzhu hit it now. Having his move prepped and waiting, Xiangzhu wound up, sweeping his arm to summon a massive glowing fireball, answering curtly, "Got it." He crouched and vaulted himself into the air, putting his entire being into hurling the blazing firebomb dead center into the bulls. Chew on this, nuclear mage, explosive fire bullet. A blinding explosion erupted, the greedy flames swallowing the form of the hogtied beast, creating an aftershock that blasted away the white snow curtain. The phantom bat monkey writhed in the crucible of fire, its pale face shrieking out hair-raising sounds filled with resentment. Seeing the attack still wasn't enough, Xiangzhu gritted his teeth and fanned his arm, hurling another torrential barrage of fireballs, grumbling while drenched in sweat. Brutal, this water buffalo is ridiculously tanky, huh? A continuous rain of fire bullets pounded the beast right in the face, yet it still stubbornly flared its disgusting wings out to shield itself amidst the glaring halo. Down on the ground, the long-haired guy clenched his teeth, his forehead pouring sweat as he strained to maintain the wood magic, his voice faint from exhaustion. "I'm completely out of gas holding it down." Ma Long was also at his lee. Mitt, his glasses glaring amidst the swirling snow as he roared in despair. "I'm also running on fumes here." With no way back, Xiangzhu channeled a supermassive, towering fireball, veins popping on his neck as he roared, pouring in his last ounce of strength. "All or nothing, I'm going all the way with this." Right on the line between life and death, Xiangzhu's pupils flared with the bloodshot rays of fury and frenzy, his ferocious face screaming, "Take this." The fireball dropped like a fat bomb, swallowing the space with an earth-shattering explosion, illuminating the entire sky. Nuclear mage, converging explosive fire bullet. As the smoke faded, the monitoring device hovered amidst the silent blizzard sky, cheerfully beeping out an electronic notification. "Congratulations, congratulations on successfully knocking out the phantom bat monkey." The three musketeers collapsed exhaustedly onto the snow, putting their heads together and panting heavily, yet still beaming with a fulfilling smile, howling in sheer joy. "We cleared the stage, we really just devoured a D-rank monster alive." Standing at a slight angle, Chen looked back at the three brothers who had just created a miracle, his pupils slightly dilating with a mix of astonishment. Ma Long sprawled on the ground, excitedly pointing forward to call the crew. "Hey Chen, do you see that gold mine? Right where the illusion dissipated and dropped the good stuff, monkey bat demon finger bone ×1. Xiangzhu craned his neck to look at his comrade, sweating profusely but still managing to squeeze out a cocky smile, bragging loudly. "These trivial things are a piece of cake." Chen stuffed his hands in his pockets, smiling gently and praising them. "Yeah, you guys did great." Meanwhile, the drone's loudspeaker broadcasted a cheering announcement. "Warm congratulations, all the monster nests in this cave have been wiped out." At the central command, old Gong Chuan stared wide-eyed with his jaw dropped, beads of sweat pouring down his soaking face, trembling and muttering in utter shock. "Impossible, how could this be so surreal? These useless brats who have never tasted real combat." A live broadcast displayed the scene of the rank D beast corpses dissipating into sparkling blue smoke. The old scorpion-faced examiner finished his sentence. Did they really just obliterate a rank D monster that far exceeds their level? The principal and Gong Lin maintained their stone-cold expressions, their icy gazes sweeping over the events through the screen without uttering a single word. Tearing through the silence, Vice Chief Cavendish leaned back elegantly on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand with a highly amused smirk. "Well, this kid fights pretty well, doesn't he?" The final frame stopped at the sharply handsome side profile of Chen, who was casually standing amidst the fluttering snow, accompanied by an ambiguous comment, and resting his chin on his hand, Alliance Vice President Cavendish narrowed his deep-set eyes, flashing a cunning smile, thinking to himself that this kid really resembled an old acquaintance. The light from the projector illuminated the rogue's face as he silently marked his prey. "So that kid is Chen, huh? I will definitely remember this name." Next to him, the principal slightly furrowed his brows, his bullet-shaped face scowling through his glasses, silently observing without making a peep. Sensing the burning smell of a derailed script, Gong Chuan broke into a cold sweat, hastily turning his head and coughing awkwardly to change the subject and cover his embarrassment. The old man waved his hand to clear the air of mocking gazes and to flatter his grandson. "Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, look here. The other team that chose a rank D dungeon has also swept their way to the very core." The screen immediately switched channels to show Gong Ting dancing like silk, swinging his sword to unleash dozens of dazzling streams of sword aura, blowing away the surrounding mob of petty monsters. Witnessing that display, Secretary Ceres pushed up her glasses, her sharp gaze nodding in approval. The kids combo their moves so smoothly, they're not far off from professional mercenaries. Hearing the praise, Cavendish also smiled and gave a high score. "Oh, interesting. The graduates from this batch have quite decent combat power." Slightly pushing his glasses up, a stereotypical sinister smile crossed Gong Chuan's lips. "The fun has just begun." He smugly gloated internally, "The best part is yet to come." The camera shifted to the red alert of the Rank D Demon Cave, the Death Vine Cavern, where a horde of eerie mushrooms rushed out, toxic miasma mushrooms, Rank D Wood Element warriors. Covering the rear, a blonde girl furiously shredded on her electric guitar, unleashing sound waves that buffed damage, stamina, and speed, Wood Element magic, the Elegy of Decay. Gong Ting's hardcore minion swung his hand to gather a deep purple energy fireball, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Gather into one." A massive flower crystallized from internal energy bloomed, sucking the demonic mushroom horde into a mid-air vortex. Starlight Mage, Stellar Gravity, Captain, go for it. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Gong Ting ascended at godlike speed, the sword drawn from its sheath flashing with the soul-summoning light of the Grim Reaper. He swung his blade, slashing through the void, detonating a spectacular firebomb that roasted the toxic mushrooms. Nuclear Warrior, Sky-Spanning Fire Slash. Landing majestically, Gong Ting sheathed his sword, his face arrogant and haughty as he stood in the center of the flames with his name tag flashing. Gong Ting, Rank C Nuclear Warrior. Stepping on the charred monster corpses, he smirked arrogantly at his lackeys. "Well, the graduation exam monsters are exact replicas of the ones during my training. Taking out the trash is a piece of cake." His subordinate slicked back his hair and flattered him, his face lifted to the clouds in arrogance. Just like the script, this exam had been prearranged by the elders. As long as they clung to the boss, their path in life would naturally be paved with roses. Then the whole gang strolled leisurely, fist-bumping and laughing loudly. "If we keep up this momentum, the championship trophy is ours for sure. Let's roll, it's time to butcher the boss." Switching channels to a completely opposite universe. Chen strode through the blinding white blizzard, his crimson eyes radiating a bone-chilling, murderous intent. The system updated the Rank D Cloud Peak dungeon. The exhausted quartet dragged themselves to the highest snow peak, panting and groaning. "We actually crawled to the roof of the Rank D dungeon." Welcoming the group of students was a massive white snow ape, covered in scars, viciously gnawing on a bloody corpse of its own kind. Ice Phantom Ape, Rank D Cloud Element Warrior. Shuddering at the tyrant's sight, the long-haired youth and Ma Long broke out in a cold sweat, their legs turning to jelly as they stuttered in fear. "That's the final overlord, right? If it just lightly grazes me, I'll probably be logged out for 10 lifetimes." The Ice Phantom Ape turned its head to look, its crimson eyes glowing in the mist, its jagged fangs dripping with blood and dropping chunks of flesh, looking absolutely spine-chilling. Ma Long flailed his arms forward in utter panic, sweat flying everywhere, screaming and whining. "Oh dear gods, it's glaring at us." Without waiting for an invitation, the giant snow ape let out an earth-shattering roar and lunged forward, forcing the three tough guys to run for their lives, wailing wildly, "Ah ah ah." In the nick of time, Chen launched himself into the air, wrapping his legs in brilliant yellow lightning, and delivered a skull-crushing kick straight to the beast's face, making blood spray out like a fountain. He swept his arm, unleashing a storm of massive energy lightning bolts, plowing through the ice and sending the giant ape flying backward. The skyscraper-like mass of flesh of the Ice Phantom Ape was knocked into the air, tumbling wildly, while Chen landed in an incredibly badass pose. The ruthless lightning strike had mashed half of the monster's hideous face, with fresh blood splattering violently in the air. Before the enemy could even taste the ground, Chen darted out like a yellow streak of lightning, shattering the icy surface and slicing the beast into 100 pieces that fluttered away in a split second. Ma Long knelt flat on the snow, his glasses cracked, looking dumbfounded and petrified, speechless as he wheezed, "Purge that smoothly again." The log panel popped up a notification, gained 200 experience, picked up Ice Ape Skin ×1. Chen kept his hands in his pockets, standing arrogantly next to the headless corpse, his expression indifferent and unrippled. Contrary to the excitement of his bros, he frowned, his eyes heavy with disappointment mixed with a bit of doubt, muttering to himself, "How surreal. Dissecting a Rank D dungeon boss only squeezes out this measly bit of exp. The loot drops are way too pitiful." Suddenly the corner of Chen's eye twitched. He snapped his head to the side, dumbfounded as he muttered, "Weird, where did this fat stash of magic stones come from?" The two youths hurriedly sprinted to the chopped ancient tree trunk, waving their hands and calling out, "Hurry up, come see the good stuff, that big guy hid a whole magic stone mine in the tree hollow." A colossal ice crystal radiating dazzling rainbow light caught their eyes, brilliantly illuminating the entire patch of snow. Xiangzhu gasped in awe. Looking at this size, It must be at least a medium-grade magic stone. All three gulped hard, reaching out their hands with greedy and craving faces, laughing foolishly. Ha ha ha, if we dig this pile out and smuggle it, our brotherhood will be rich and well-fed for life. But unfortunately, his sixth sense rang the alarm. See, Chen's eyes widened, his pupils dilating as he jolted and shouted to stop them. Wait. Too late. From the core of that dazzling crystal, something cracked open like a giant incubating egg. It lit up instantly the moment Xiangzu's hand touched it. The three musketeers stood rooted to the spot, their faces contorting in shivers as the flash hit their faces. See, Chen slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes flashing with a fiercely stern look in the face of an unforeseen disaster. It turned out the demonic thing that just emerged from under the ice and snow was a blast bomb planted by a cloud element mage. Unfortunately, even the flying camera drone short-circuited and crashed with a bang. In the control room, a flashing red "connection lost" text appeared on the tracking screen of Si Chen's group. Gong Xuan pushed his glasses slightly, letting out a mocking laugh. The fish took the bait. Just as I guessed, high-level beasts have brains after all. Useless trash is only good at getting in other people's way. It seems the graduation exam for you brats ends here. Gong Lin smirked, pretending to be righteous and chiming in. In such a perilous situation, the safety of the students must come first. Exactly, saving lives is the priority. Looks like we have to mobilize the guild's strike team to intervene. Let the kids stop here. Just as the grounding order was about to be issued, the principal stood with his hands behind his back, raising his deep, somber voice. Just give the kids a little more time. His face, scarred from the battlefield, remained as steadfast as a high mountain. The principal calmly pointed out, the sensors are still constantly updating the students' physical conditions. Currently, their vitals are not abnormal, nor has there been any surrender signal. His sharp eyes gazed forward, delivering a resolute statement. The right to decide whether to stay or leave must be determined by the students themselves. Back in the freezing snowland, the bespectacled student Ma Long squeezed his eyes shut, his nose running, and let out a sneeze that shook his shoulders. He huddled up, hugging his shivering arms in the freezing space. Right behind him, Xiangzu and the long-haired boy had turned into solid blocks of ice. It's truly freezing, piercing through flesh and bone. Thank God I have cloud element traits so I can hold on a bit, otherwise we would have all gone to meet our maker long ago. Suddenly, a massive figure exuding a deadly chill slowly walked over, dragging along a spine-chilling, screeching laugh. Ki ki ki. Ma Long's eyes widened in terror as a skeleton wearing a frost crown appeared, with ghost fire blazing in its two eye sockets. Could he be the true ruler of this dungeon? Sweat poured down Ma Long's forehead like a shower, his face deathly pale as he muttered. I think this creature appeared in the monster manual, a cloud element mage proficient in both confinement and attack skills, with transcendent control over frost and snow. His nature is extremely vicious. He loves the game of toying with prey until they suffocate. A glaring red notification popped up, adding fuel to the fire. Frostbone King Cloud Element Warlock Final Boss. He quickly pieced the data together. The snow mine explosion just now was 100% his dirty trick. Terrified out of his wits, Ma Long scrambled to turn around and flee, disregarding his image. Facing a super rare rank C boss like this, how could he possibly compete alone? The bespectacled student struggled to weave through ice blocks as big as buildings, gritting his teeth to force himself to speed up immediately. Suddenly, a paper-thin snow blade hissed through the air, plunging deep into Ma Long's thigh, causing blood to spurt out profusely. The young boy grimaced in burning pain, lost his center of gravity, and tumbled a few times down the snow-covered hill. The Frostbone King slowly emerged from the abyss, his eerie blue eyes looking down at the struggling weakling, not forgetting to let out a mocking laugh. Ki ki ki. Slumped on the cold snow, Ma Long clutched his bleeding red wound, panting heavily. At the same time, his wrist device flashed a red alert. Attention, severe injury to the left leg. Does the student wish to stop the exam right now? However, brushing off the terror, Ma Long's eyes glared with determination. He thrust out his palm, which was gathering a bright green glow, and shouted, I won't give up. The urgent task right now is to shatter that frost block to rescue Si Chen. He aimed the energy stream straight at the snow wall trapping his brother, shouting, Cloud Element Magic Root Cleansing Spell. The screen immediately notified, applies purification power to a target, gradually erasing all negative effects. Ma Long gritted his teeth and bet on it. As long as he got out, the tables could still be turned. But unfortunately, The final boss wasn't going to just stand and watch. A cold spear tore through the void again, pinning straight into Ma Long's shoulder. He threw his head back and screamed in agony, red blood pouring out in streams. The frail figure collapsed onto the snow, the energy stream he was casting instantly interrupted. Midair, a ruthless red text appeared, purification process failed. The skeleton tilted his skull, extremely delighted to witness his prey writhing. The eerie laughter echoed again across the snow-capped mountains, ki ki, ki ki ki. With death imminent, the monster raised his hand to the sky, condensing a barrage of razor-sharp shards to deliver the decisive blow. Cloud element skill, Frost Fangs. The device on Ma Long's wrist blared a red alert. Critical warning, heart rate too fast, right arm suffered a deep stab wound. Does the student agree to withdraw from the exam? On the very line between life and death, Ma Long lowered his head, his heavy pants puffing out misty white breath. His pupils were bloodshot, blazing with ultimate fury. Give up? No way. Fragments of humiliating memories rushed back. The image of bullies shoving him and hurling insults appeared vividly. It was precisely because he always hid from hardships and fears that he always regressed, was ignored, made a laughingstock, trampled upon, and ruthlessly oppressed. But in that darkest hour, Chen's sturdy shoulder appeared, grabbing his hand and dragging him away from the scum. Ma Long's eye sockets were soaked. He roared, scraping together his last drops of strength. We risked our lives to drag ourselves this far. The bespectacled student's eyes burned with the thirst for survival. He gritted out every word. It was so hard for us to seize this chance to turn our destiny around. Ma Long gritted his teeth until they bled, a magical glow flashing around his cracked glasses. He screamed with pride, I absolutely will not surrender so pointlessly. Gathering his residual strength, the student pointed his hand towards Chen's snow prison, shooting out a brilliant emerald light. Root cleansing spell. The space seemed to explode before his iron will. Ma Long's eyes bulged with bulging veins, channeling all his exhausted energy and screaming until his throat went hoarse. Ah ah ah. Facing the blinding magic stream, the massive ice block trembled violently. The boss didn't sit still either. He immediately launched a barrage of razor-sharp ice fragments at Ma Long. Ma Long's hands shook violently, but he stubbornly squeezed dry his mana, his screams still tearing through the tranquil atmosphere of the snowy mountain. Ah ah ah. At the very moment hanging by a thread, the sweet fruit took shape. Chunks of frost shattered and splattered in all directions, intertwined with the horrifying sound of breaking. Ah ah ah. At the same time, faintly visible behind the shattered snow, a pair of eyes carrying a deadly golden hue flashed with lightning, slowly opening to bring the breath of death. A deafening thunderous roar blew away all obstacles, like a hurricane of light sweeping across all things. Holy lightning. The Frost Bone King stumbled backward in panic, his pitch-black eye sockets widening in astonishment at the terrifying power that just erupted. Through the thick smoke, Chen's figure, wrapped in blinding golden electricity, tore through the wind and rushed forward like a savior, reaching out to catch Ma Long's exhausted body just as he collapsed. Supported by his best bro, Ma Long nudged his glasses, panting heavily. He broke into a smile of both resignation and relief. Heh, in the end, you had to break out of that cage yourself, huh? Chen still wore his usual cold expression, but offered a warm reassurance. No, you made a huge contribution. How are your injuries? Ma Long sighed in relief and replied, Nothing serious, I've sealed the wounds. Both boys simultaneously looked up the snow hill, where the demon was baring its claws, spreading terror. That creature is a rank C cloud element boss, Frost Bone King. His skin is as thick as a buffalo's. We absolutely cannot let him use that sealing spell one more time. Hearing that, Chen slowly stood up straight. His crimson pupils reflected a bone-chilling cruelty, glaring at the obstacle like looking at a dried corpse. But before he could strike, a sharp frost boulder as big as a comet smashed straight down from above. Cloud element skill, Super Blast Snow Mine. The two boys stared at each other, speechless. Holy Spirit, what the hell is that? The Frost Bone King looked up at the sky, roaring with the maddening, ear-piercing laugh of a victor. Caught in a dilemma, the bespectacled student clutched his head, screaming in despair. Damn it, how could he lug out a giant frost bomb of that size? How are we supposed to dodge that damn thing? It was too late. The frost block, heavy as Mount Tai, crashed into the ground, tearing open the snow cover and bursting with a brilliant light signaling destruction. A blinding white light erupted fiercely, swallowing and leveling the entire mountain peak into the endless void. Floating midair amidst the blinding white snow was the silhouette of the demon waving his dry skeleton, continuously emitting that painful, screeching laugh. But the bizarre sound suddenly died out. His eerie blue eye sockets twitched slightly, glaring down at the unscientific scene unfolding below. Right at the epicenter of the ruin, a brilliant blue streak of light pierced through the ice block like a sword, shooting straight up into the vast sky. Chen's figure stepped out arrogantly, his body completely intact without a single scratch. The dazzling interface flickered. Level 16, Chen Purgatory Emperor, Cloud Element War God, Frost Constitution, immune to freezing, resistant stats explode in cold climates. Struck by the horrifying sight, the Frostbone King's jaw dropped. His eyes widened in terror like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Hiding right behind his back, Ma Long sweated profusely, so shocked that he stuttered. Chen, what is this power you are showing off? Aren't you from the Lightning Assassin class? Don't tell me you belong to that unique group of people. Half of Chen's face was now covered by a pale skull mask. An arrogant blue chill radiated, silently affirming the shocking truth, one who unlocked the dual-class privilege. Seizing the opportunity, Chen raised his hand forward, condensing a blinding purplish-pink lightning bolt. The system began to activate. I sincerely apologize. Due to my mistake, I pushed you three into danger, initiating class conversion. His gloved hand clenched tight, crushing the bright purple aura. Chen's eyes boiled with fiery rage, his voice sharp and grating. But now, the joke is over. The notification flashed, signaling successful conversion. Level 16 Chen, Purgatory Rakshasa. Chen swung a massive purplish-pink greatsword that tore through space. His eyes, filled with absolute fury, delivered the final verdict. I'm going to chop you to pieces right here, right now. Standing frozen before this development, Ma Long's sweaty face dropped open in total shock. The screen displayed the golden trait icon. Normally, each human could only awaken one innate ability. Nevertheless, in extremely rare anomalies with a 1 in 10 million chance, there were still individuals who unlocked two powers in parallel. Right at this moment, next to the glowing energy ring, a blue symbol was attached. These individuals, precious as gold, were known as dual system awakened ones. Images of bloodthirsty factions hunting for talent flashed by. Globally, barely 10 people possessing this superpower had been recorded. Once a hidden factor revealed themselves, they would immediately become a juicy piece of meat, fiercely fought over by countless elite guilds. Realizing everything, Ma Long's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out, shouting to the heavens. How the hell does Chen actually hold that kind of power? Standing amidst the blinding golden thunder and lightning, Chen pulled the corners of his lips into an eerie smile, remaining silent and ignoring worldly affairs. Immediately after, half of his face was hidden beneath the pale skull mask, spewing out a piercing blue aura. Very well. Things weren't over yet. Chen flourished the massive heavy sword radiating a blinding purplish-pink might, petrifying his companion. All three classes. His eyes, blazing with demonic energy, glared straight at the prey. The notification screen showed all physical and combat power stats hitting the ceiling. It felt like any single one of those traits was frighteningly overpowered. Without hesitating, Chen slashed the giant magic sword straight down into the snow, creating a purplish-pink pillar of light that pierced through the clouds. His figure hovered in the air, pouring every ounce of deathly power into this mercilessly radiant, smiting blow. On the ground below, Ma Long raised his hands to shield his face, gritting his teeth in terror before the surging oppressive force. This aura of death completely overwhelmed the intimidation of the creature from earlier. In stark contrast to his initial arrogant attitude, the final boss's eye sockets rolled back. His protruding teeth shrieked tragically amidst the ocean of slaughtering light under Chen's sword point. A slash cleaved down through the void, with the power to split all things in half. The attack, carrying 3 times the gravity in a supermass state, completely vaporized its target. As the halo faded, the ostentatious form of the Frostbone King shattered into 100 pieces, turning into dust before the absolute crushing power. Simultaneously, the glowing gold dashboard flashed a joyous announcement. Glorious victory, gained 5,000 experience, leveled up Chen, reward picked up, Frost Fang X1. Along timidly approached the monster's remains, sweating, looking up at his friend with boundless admiration. Truly worthy of being my big bro, just one single strike, and you sent the rank C boss to meet his maker. Stashing away his murderous intent, Chen returned to his usual nonchalant demeanor, giving a side-eye to his friend, whose jaw was still dropped as he gave a subtle reminder. The other two are still stuck in the ice block. Do you still have enough mana to rescue them? As if waking up from a dream, Ma Long scrambled toward the two frost blocks, sweating profusely as he ran. Holy crap, I almost completely forgot about Xiang Zhu and the kid. Hold on just a little longer, bros. In another development, Chen's gaze landed on the cracked, crown-wearing skull of the final boss. The red interface popped out a notification, absorbable. Not missing the chance, he casually reached out his hand. A demonic streak of light shot straight from his fingertips into the remnants of the dry skull. Ribbons of blue aura violently flowed back into Chen's palm. The crimson status bar flashed continuously, absorbing, processing. Every stream of the most primal freezing life force of the beast was stripped bare, perfectly integrating into the teenager's body. The green system immediately reported the devouring process complete. Frost Bone King, Cloud Element Warlock Branch. All stats in power, acceleration, physical condition, luck, elemental affinity, and willpower increased. Ultimate skills: Frost Fangs condensing water vapor into daggers to hunt targets. Blast Snow Mine compressing cold air to the peak then detonating, sealing everything within a 20-meter radius, upgradable to Super Blast Snow Mine spreading hundreds of meters. Chen thought to himself, I just bagged a brand new Cloud Element Warlock branch. This is the first time I've devoured an ability in reality, not in a dreamscape. Lightly flicking his hair, the boy's sharp face revealed utter arrogance and profound satisfaction toward the newly seized power. Glancing at the unmanned camera drone that was frozen solid after the explosion, he calculated internally. The camera kicked the bucket because of the snow mine, so my ability probably hasn't been exposed. There's plenty of time left. Either way, sweeping all the points will be a breeze. At that very moment, Chen's entire body flared up again with a brilliant golden electrical glow, the sign of a breakthrough. The dazzling interface popped up to announce the news. Class proficiency leveled up. Lightning Assassin reached 100%, received 1 optional stat point. However, the male lead raised an eyebrow in curiosity when he noticed a sparkling emerald, star-shaped badge nestled on the screen. Oh, I actually snagged a star. The camera shifted to a battlefield, engulfed in toxic miasma. In Gong Ting's group area, the high-risk rank D dungeon Death Vine Cavern. Deep inside, a giant plant monster was thrashing wildly, swatting the students away. Rank D Wood Element boss Giant Man-Eating Flower. On the ground, a minion ground his teeth until his jaw almost dislocated, the veins on his forehead bulging. He strained his neck, casting a mana chain to tightly bind the beast, roaring in a cold sweat. Is this the power of a rank D boss? Beat it hard, brothers, I'm running out of breath and can't hold it anymore. Another member dumped all his mana, blasting 3 golden lightning bolts straight into the monster's bulky shell. Yet the lightning bolts merely scratched the surface without leaving a single mark. That guy panicked and bit his lip tightly. Its skin is ridiculously thick. Our attacks can't pierce through that armor at all. The giant flower bud fiercely whipped its vine tentacles made of branches and leaves, sending the teenagers flying upside down. Miserable screams echoed. I'm letting go. Face down in the mud, panting heavily, the male student broke into a cold sweat, his face pale without a drop of blood, screaming as he trembled. We never encountered anything this terrifying during our internship. Damn it, what do we do now? The chain wielder whipped his head around, putting all his stakes on the only lifeline left. At this point, we can only rely on the boss. How are Boss Gong Ting's preparations over there? Way in the back, Gong Ting was sitting pompously right at the center of a shining magic array, his hand ready on his sword hilt. You're still not done charging mana. The sorority girls continuously piled buffing spells for stamina, strength, and elements onto the crown prince. Enjoying the surging flow of power, Gong Ting's pupils sparked with murderous intent. With a cocky, cold demeanor, he dropped a line. This is enough to feast on. Borrowing the momentum from stomping the ground, he turned into a flaming shooting star tearing through space, shooting forward as fast as lightning. With a dazzlingly burning sword strike, Gong Ting vertically cleaved the towering body of the man-eating flower, sealing a highly satisfying life-or-death match. With his aura blazing high, the crown prince's face was filled with life-taking intent. He let out an ear-piercing shout, "Turn into ashes." A massive-scale firebomb erupted, the ferocious sea of fire swallowing everything around it into ashes. Right at the center of the explosion, Gong Ting hovered in the sky just like a descending flame god, closing the books with his signature ultimate move. Nuclear War God, Blazing Sword Siege Breaker. The lackeys below went crazy with joy, throwing their hands up and jumping around, kissing up to him to the max. Big bro is the absolute boss, peak brand quality. Straight fire boss, boss is too badass. Instantly, the system interface lit up with good news. Congratulations to Gong Ting's squad for clearing the rank D dungeon, total time 35 minutes. A hyperactive minion laughed foolishly in triumph. Ha ha, making mincemeat out of a rank D cavern in just 30 minutes. I bet nobody can break this unprecedented record. Just as they popped their heads out of the teleportation gate, the whole gang swaggered and bragged while calculating their scores. We cleared the stage in under an hour, plus the ×3 multiplier of the rank D stage. The total score is 150, a beyond perfect number. At the very least, it breaks the whole school's record. Gong Ting lifted his chin arrogantly and spoke. Let's take a stroll, boys. Let's go out and see whose name is on the golden scoreboard. Just as they dragged themselves to the waiting hall, a succub immediately raised his voice sarcastically. Even if they crashed into the trashiest rank F nest, those chickens would still take over an hour to clean up the garbage. The guy next to him shoved his hands in his pockets, jokingly adding fuel to the fire. Aside from us, anyone popping out of the dungeon at this time has gotta be those losers who hit the surrender button early. Ha ha ha. Inside the hall, the students who forfeited the exam were sitting on the floor holding their heads, trembling and praying. Oh monsters, spare my life. A heavily bandaged best friend beside him struggled to comfort him. Snap out of it, we escaped the demon cave ages ago. Little girl sobbed, her hands tightly clutching her friend's shirt, hiccuping as she trembled. So terrifying, those creatures were scarier than a horror movie. However, the subordinate's gaze suddenly froze the moment he stepped into the main hall. He curled the corners of his lips, forming a disdainful smile filled with sarcasm. Glancing toward the corner of the wall, where Xiang Zhu and Ma Long were huddled together for warmth, the minion immediately threw shade. Si Chen's group really are a bunch of cowards who bolted early, didn't miss a beat. He aggressively stepped forward, flashing a condescending face and staring intently at Si Chen, who was indifferently drinking water. Well, if it isn't Si Chen, right? The whole gang swarmed around, mocking and hurling harsh words to crush their opponent. You can't even finish a single test, yet you talked so big before. Just as he opened his mouth to bite again, Gong Ting slowly stepped up, growling an order. Enough, back down all of you. The crown prince tilted his chin toward the main gate, winking for his servants to prepare for the welcome. The vice president has arrived, let's go meet the VIP. The words had barely escaped his mouth when a roaring round of applause broke out, blending with eager praises. Excellent, truly a peak performance. Mr. Cavendish, vice president of the World Alliance, smiled brightly, walking side by side with the principal. Today, my eyes have truly been opened by a visually stunning masterpiece. Midst the crowd that automatically parted respectfully to both sides, the influential figure lightly strode straight into the front hall. The minion sweat nervously, his eyes wide as he whispered into Gong Ting's ear with extreme excitement. The big shot at the top of the power pyramid is there, boss. He's walking toward our side. Seeing that, Gong Ting excitedly reached out his hand to intercept him. But life isn't a dream. The powerful delegation swept right past their faces, leaving Gong Ting standing there utterly dumbfounded like a block of wood. The crown prince's eyes widened in shock, and upon turning his head back, he heard the sincere praise clear as day. Kid, you truly are a rare talent. Vice President Cavendish warmly shook Si Chen's hand, praising him enthusiastically, clearing a rank D demon cave in just 21 minutes. Ignoring the petrified faces of the crowd, the big boss patted Si Chen on the shoulder with endless praise. Even professional special task forces might not be able to pull it off this quickly. Absolutely magnificent. Gong Ting's lackeys rolled their eyes back, jaws dropping as they howled like maniacs. What the hell? Not only did those four broke losers clear a rank D dungeon, but they also snagged a 21-minute record. Hiding behind Si Chen, his three friends poked their heads out, grinning from ear to ear and waving eagerly. Hee hello, Mr. Vice President, a stark contrast to the male lead, whose stone-cold face remained utterly unchanged. Si Chen lowered his eyelashes slightly, his dark red pupils flashing with deep calculation. Cavendish, the Vice President of the Global Alliance, the man who held the seat of the second most powerful person in the world. Why on earth would this old man show up in a godforsaken place like this? Reading that scrutinizing gaze, Mr. Cavendish smiled calmly, his eyes showing clear amusement as he delivered his final remark. Your name is Si Chen, right? It seems this undercover trip wasn't a waste of time after all. The profound smile, Vice President Cavendish turned to look at the Gong family representative, slowly flattering him. The Gong family's precious son put on quite a show too, young and highly talented, leading his whole crew through a rank D trial. Guild Master Gong Lin really has a magic touch when it comes to training his heir. Like father, like son, indeed. Hearing this, the gloved man broke into a sweat, bowing deeply to flatter and please his superior. "Mr. Vice President, you flatter us too much." However, the smile on his lips vanished in the blink of an eye, his face as taut as a bowstring, utterly speechless. Because he was being pierced by the big boss's razor-sharp gaze, radiating a layer of suffocating oppression. Mr. Cavendish half closed his eyes, maintaining the elegant smile of the aristocracy, signaling the end of his tour. "It's getting dark, I shall take my leave now." As the entourage of officials swept out of the hall, an accompanying figure gently nudged the principal with his elbow, teasing him. "You really hit the jackpot this time, old man. Where on earth did you manage to dig up 2 once-in-a-millennium gems at the same time?" Waiting until the VIPs were completely out of sight, the Gong family teacher cleared his throat, wiped his sweat, and hurriedly announced to the crowd. I will now announce the scores for the 2 groups. Since there was a neck-and-neck tie with perfect scores, I hereby declare. Both squads will hold hands and take the co-championship trophy. All members from both sides are guaranteed a ticket into the Empire Guild. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen's friend group shrieked with joy, hugging each other in tears. "Oh my God, we got accepted into the real Empire Guild." Engulfed in the earth-shattering cheers of his lucky friends, the kids rejoiced excitedly. "Haha, we secured a golden ticket to the upper class right out of school." Ignoring Gong Ting, who stood frozen with a face as black as the bottom of a pot out of pure bitterness. Putting on a stern face, the teacher dropped another bombshell. "That's not all. The 2 leaders, Gong Ting and Chen, will proudly take seats as senior managers at the Empire Guild, while simultaneously splitting the 1 million prize money for the title of Best Player." Upon hearing the word splitting, both Gong Ting's and Chen's pupils froze simultaneously. Both sides fiercely glared at each other, sparks flying from the corners of their eyes in speechless shock. Chen stroked his chin, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his brain ran wild calculating his finances. "I'm only pocketing $500,000. I already gritted my teeth and swore to Qing Zhai that I'd scrape together $1 million within a month. Am I really going to have the nerve to ask for an extension now? Looks like I'll have to grind hard and make another 500 grand fast." Before he could finish tallying up his debts, Gong Ting suddenly stomped forward, radiating blazing murderous intent as he roared. "There is only one throne, there cannot be 2 kings." Gong Ting's face was full of hostility, pointing his razor-sharp gaze at his enemy as he declared war. "I demand a one-on-one, do-or-die duel with you." The moment the declaration of war left his mouth, the whole auditorium froze, mouths hanging open in sheer disbelief. The Gong family's young master's thoughtless impulsiveness immediately made the VIP delegation stop in their tracks. Everyone simultaneously turned their heads to watch the drama unfold at this impromptu arena. The Gong family uncle frantically waved his hands to play peacemaker. "You impulsive brat, what the hell are you babbling about? The exam is over. The 2 of you sharing first place is a perfectly happy ending. Besides, Chen would have to be crazy to dive headfirst into this nonsensical arena bet." Despite the attempts to stop it, entirely contrary to everyone's expectations, Chen coldly responded to the provocation. "Suppose I win." The male lead pointed his thumb back at his own chest, his eyes flashing with the cunning glint of a debtor desperate for cash. "I get to sweep the entire 1 million prize, right?" Catching that money-reeking question, the uncle was so dumbfounded that he choked on his own spit, sputtering it out in shock. Gong Ting ground his teeth loudly, sealing the deal with an overwhelming aura of arrogance. "If you have what it takes to take me down, then you can just walk away with all that money." Standing there watching this tragicomedy, Vice President Cavendish smiled brightly, having stumbled upon a piece of entertainment that suited his tastes perfectly. Interesting, immensely interesting. The 2 young men stood face to face in the middle of the hall. The atmosphere was dead silent, yet suffocatingly tense, silently signaling to the crowd that the curtain had yet to fall on this drama. Facing Gong Ting's murderously aggressive demeanor, Chen maintained an emotionless expression, casually speaking up. "So, what are the rules to decide the winner?" The screen shifted to a magnificent room, where a bespectacled manager sat with his legs crossed on a classic sofa, speaking leisurely. "At first, I guessed you barely had enough strength to climb to top 1. I truly didn't foresee you shattering all records with a perfect score." He smiled with satisfaction, exactly like a shark who had just hauled in a massive net. Your name is all over the front pages. It seems I placed my bet in the right place. You don't need to pay me back that $1.5 million anymore. Just consider it a venture capital fund I poured into you. Chen sat calmly in the opposite chair, holding a teacup with both hands, his face devoid of joy or sorrow as he heard his creditor call his name. Chen. Turning a deaf ear to the lucrative temptation, the male lead's eyes suddenly became unusually resolute, decisively brushing it off. A debt must be paid. Borrowed money is something I am obligated to return properly. In the midst of a space filled with warm sunlight shining through the window, Chen spoke solemnly. I came to see you today to inform you of two things. These words made the creditor narrow his eyes in casual curiosity. The male lead slightly lowered his eyes, hedging his words in a resigned tone. First is regarding the payment deadline. Please give me an extra week. Because of tying for the championship in the recent exam, I fell short by 500 grand compared to my calculations. His eyes flared with murderous intent again upon remembering the thorn blocking his path to making money. Chen sealed the deal with a blood-stained appointment. I just set up a life-or-death duel with the guy I tied with. The time is 1 week from now, at a natural dungeon outside the school's territory. Hearing the arena coordinates clearly, the green-haired creditor jolted in surprise, widening his eyes and crying out to the heavens. What the hell? Two greenhorn brats wanting to dive headfirst into a wild demon cave. Two kids who haven't even gone through any formal guild training, crawling in there to throw their lives away. Chen maintained his composed expression, cutting off the dissuasion. Don't worry about it. As long as I take the trophy in next week's final, I'll snatch the remaining $500,000. Not stopping there, the male lead threw in a bait that was hard to refuse. I will hand over all the loot I farm from the dungeon to you. Consider that as the interest to compensate for a 1-week debt extension. Hearing this incredibly sweet deal, the creditor gently pushed up his glasses, breaking out in cold sweat as he pondered in judgment. This kid doesn't have an ounce of fear about stepping into a forbidden zone. Is his head completely filled with nothing but debts and profits? This guy's nerves are truly made of steel. Setting his teacup down on the table with a clack, Chen continued the flow of the conversation. There is one more reason why I had to come find you in person, a matter of much greater significance. The space suddenly sank into silence. Chen narrowed his blood-red eyes, a gloomy atmosphere blanketing the room as if he were about to unveil an earth-shattering secret. The bespectacled man held his breath in anticipation, his eyes widening as he gulped nervously and pricked up his ears to listen. Amidst that chillingly silent void, Chen's lips parted slightly, spitting out each syllable with an eerie charm. The suspense was pushed to its climax. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the creditor's temple, his pupils twitching under the invisible pressure. Then Chen slowly dragged out every word without getting straight to the point, creating a suffocating, time-freezing moment. Finally, unable to swallow this pretentious, beat-around-the-bush act anymore, the creditor shot straight up, his face blank and speechless in front of this troublesome brat. On the afternoon of June 17th, white clouds drifted lazily across the sky above Qingshui High School, Kangcheng County. Stretching as she walked through the school gates, the young girl Zhao Yun squeezed her eyes shut and cheered happily. Well, that's the final exam trial over. In stark contrast to her expression, the group of male students behind her were murmuring dejectedly. What did you choose for the final multiple-choice question? I read the prompt and my brain just tied itself into knots. Casting off the burden of exams, the girl pulled out her phone, smiling secretly and whispering, "The wonderful summer officially beckons from this very moment." Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered, and her big round eyes lit up as if she just remembered something. Oh my, I almost forgot. Gazing at the lock screen photo of the two siblings smiling brightly, which read 14 hours and 35 minutes, she smiled softly. Today is also the day my older brother takes his graduation exam. Memories from 4 years ago came rushing back, when the teenage Chen waved his acceptance letter, smiling foolishly as he showed it off to his younger sister, Yun. They found elemental potential in my body. The National Awakener University gave me an exclusive free pass to enter. Back then, the little girl looked up at him with eyes sparkling like stars, asking admiringly, "So you're going to become an Awakener soon, brother? Exactly like Mom and Dad, right?" Bathed in a patch of sunlight shining through the window, the teenage boy gripped his sister's hand tightly, promising in a resolute voice. "Spot on, now I can apply to a top-tier guild and make money till my hands drop. I promise to give you a prosperous life." Si Chen's blazing red pupils flashed with a sharp gaze. He lowered his voice, gleaming with ultimate determination, and who knows, I might just be strong enough to uncover the truth behind our parents' mysterious disappearance. Hearing that, the little girl jumped for joy, waving her hands in cheer. Yes, my brother is #1, the absolute best brother in the solar system. You'll definitely become an incredibly majestic awakener, just wait and see. Yet just recently, the image of her older brother slumping his head on the desk and letting out a long sigh came rushing back. Oh God, I'm already a senior, why is this awakening thing still avoiding me? Even though his heart was filled with countless sorrows, whenever he looked up and met his sister's eyes, he would try to force a bright smile to comfort her. Everything is still going perfectly fine, sis. Reaching out to rub her hair, he completely hid the bitterness behind his twisted smile. It seems your brother will just have to work his tail off and grind even harder. Pulling her thoughts back to the present, Xiao Yun stared blankly at her phone, her heart aching as she remembered his grueling journey. Since the day he stepped into the Awakener University, he has always exhausted his strength, putting in 100 times more effort than others, yet he remains the only one empty-handed when it comes to awakening. The young girl's gaze dropped gloomily. Clutching her phone tightly to her chest, she whispered, "Watching everyone else awaken one by one, he must feel so self-pitying. He's just trying to hide it completely so I won't have to worry." While she was drifting in a sea of thoughts, a female friend fell out of nowhere and slapped her right on the shoulder, making her jump in surprise. "Hey, Xiao Yun." Zhu Tong, Xiao Yun's classmate, had joy written all over her face, her eyes shining as she updated her with hot news. "Heard anything yet? The National Awakener University has produced not just one, but 2 graduating geniuses this year." Strolling along the schoolyard, Zhu Tong chattered away incessantly. Both of those guys steered their squads to grab perfect scores. The vice president of the Guild Alliance even personally stepped forward to shower them with praise. The press is plastering it everywhere. Our Kangchang County is definitely going to soar like a kite catching the wind after this. As if suddenly remembering something, her friend whipped her head around and asked, "Oh hey, your older brother is also hitting the books at that school, right?" The fatal question left Xiao Yun with no choice but to scratch her head and give an awkward smile, stammering, Right at that moment, a guy with fluffy pink hair loomed out of nowhere, blocking their path and dropping a flirtatious remark. "Good afternoon, Xiao Yun." This block made the 2 young girls jump out of their skin. It turned out to be Jin Du Xin, the wildly popular male student of Qing Shui High School. The boy shoved both hands into his pockets, striking a pose leaning against the wall and tilting his chin up to proposition her. "I've booked the entire penthouse at the Zai Feng building. You're free at 8 tonight, aren't you, babe?" Her friend Zhu Tong immediately covered her mouth, letting out a gasp full of jealousy. "Oh my, Xiao Yun, since when did you know our school's male idol?" Contrary to that admiration, Xiao Yun's face darkened, utterly speechless. Not lingering for even half a second, Xiao Yun hoisted her backpack, spun around, and booked it like she was being chased by a ghost, leaving the male idol stranded with his crossed legs and a shattered, beautiful dream. Seeing that, Zhu Tong hurriedly chased after her, panting as she shouted out while running, "Hey, why did you bolt so fast?" Running headlong, the younger sister's tears welled up out of pity for her brother. "His peers are snagging max scores and blasting all over the news, while my brother has been struggling forever without gathering enough power to awaken. Sob, just thinking about it ties my stomach in knots. I need to rush home right now and whip up a massive feast to lift his spirits." The night of June 17th fell, warm yellow light spilling through the window of a cramped rented apartment. In the middle of the room, a lavish feast that seemed to radiate a halo was ready. The centerpiece was a boiling, steaming sukiyaki hot pot, surrounded by a sprawling array of side dishes that made one's mouth water just by looking at them. Just as he pushed the door open, Si Chen's eyes went wide in shock. Freezing with his hand on a pot lid, he stammered, "Si Yun, where did you find the time to whip up all this?" But less than 3 seconds later, the older brother was proudly seated, slurping and picking up meat while exclaiming, "Oh my God, this sukiyaki hot pot smells insanely good." Opposite him, the younger sister rested her chin on her hand, smiling gently as she watched her brother dig in heartily. During the cozy meal, the television started broadcasting the news. The anchorwoman's voice rang out clearly. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, Dongzin National Awakener University officially concluded its graduation combat exam perfectly." Ignoring the noisy speaker, Si Chen closed his eyes tight, leisurely savoring the flavors melting in his mouth. On the screen, the announcer's voice continued. Mr. Vice President of the Guild Alliance, G. Cavendish, personally descended upon the scene, warmly interacting with the candidates. Catching that nonchalant expression, the younger sister let out a long sigh, her heart aching bitterly. Sure enough, my brother is forcing himself to play the tough guy again. Failing graduation is a stinging slap to anyone, yet he pretends like no storm has passed by at all. Right then, the female MC on the TV suddenly raised her pitch with excitement. This year's exam recorded a rare co-championship, where two genius students steered their squads to claim perfect scores. The camera panned straight to the powerful vice president as the broadcast continued its momentum. Mr. G praised this exam to the highest degree before the media, even pointing out and naming one valedictorian captain to commend. Xiao Yun was still absent-mindedly resting her chin on her hand until an all-too-familiar name rang out clearly from the TV speaker: student Chen. As if a jolt of electricity surged through her body, the younger sister jumped, whipping her head around to stare at the screen, her eyes bulging with overwhelming astonishment. Her pupils shrank from the shock, her jaw dropped, and her mouth stammered as she repeated every word. The one who grabbed the perfect score is student Chen. Boom, the scene cut to a pitch-black corner. The toe of a man's leather shoe stepped right next to a blood-soaked leather whip on the floor, accompanied by a voice as cold as ice. This stage, I have already set it up for you. Gong Lin, wearing a pair of pitch-black glasses, loomed in front of a giant fish tank, his hand gripping the leather whip as he continued to berate the one crawling on the ground. I even went through the trouble of bringing a crowd of spectators here just for you. His face was etched with blazing fury, casting a contemptuous glare down at the defeated loser. Yet you dared to smash this perfect performance into pieces. It turned out the one groveling on the floor was none other than Gong Ting. His body battered with a bleeding slash right on his chest, he could only grit his teeth and endure his father's scolding. You didn't win, not at all. You had the nerve to go and lose to some nameless nobody. Gong Lin ruthlessly stripped his son of all authority, issuing a suppressive order. From this moment on, you are not allowed to decide anything for yourself anymore. I have already smoothly arranged your duel for next week. Gong Ting dropped his head, sweating profusely in utter humiliation. In his ears rang the heartless verdict: once you've become useless, then let me step in and handle it for you. Gong Lin's facial muscles twitched with towering ambition. He exhaled a freezing breath to finalize things. No matter how steep the price, the throne of absolute supremacy is only allowed to belong to the Gong family. The dark corner of conspiracy temporarily closed, and reality yanked the viewers back to the brightly lit TV. The broadcast was still buzzing with news. Mr. Vice President G declared that student Chen's performance had been deeply engraved in his mind. He expects the Dongzin nation to steadily cultivate many more outstanding talents like him. Doubting her own hearing, Xiao Yun whipped around to look at her brother with a look of extreme bewilderment, stammering, "Hey brother, that person named Chen the TV just mentioned. Is that you?" Chen remained completely unbothered, one hand holding his bowl, the other shoveling rice into his mouth, answering dryly as if it were a trivial matter. "Yeah, is something wrong?" The moment the last word fell, the chopstick slipped from his younger sister's trembling fingers and fell onto the floor, tapping out a clattering rhythm. Outside the window, a bolt of lightning tore across the night sky, crashing down on the apartment complex with a boom, delivering a visual shock exactly like Xiao Yun's currently reeling state of mind. Her pupils dilated, reflecting the blinding lightning as her mind spun in circles, screaming in silence, "My brother, it's actually my own flesh and blood brother," during the entire graduation evaluation. Xiao Yun's inner world exploded. Her mouth hung open in horror as she muttered. Not only did he steer his squad to a perfect score, but he was also personally praised by the vice president of the Guild Alliance. The room sank into a bizarre silence. Xiao Yun lowered her head, stiff as a log. On the contrary, the male lead kept loudly chewing his food, his expression blank, not understanding which nerve his sister had just tripped over. Shattering the silent moment, a tear of joy rolled down her cheek. The corners of the girl's lips curled up into a bright smile overflowing with pride. "My silly older brother." Both sniffling and smiling radiantly, the girl looked at him adoringly, telling herself, "He has finally reached the peak," completely ignoring Chen opposite her, who was staring with wide, foolish red eyes at his crying sister in utter confusion. Right at that moment, the camera transitioned to a plate of premium raw beef being picked up, accompanied by a timestamp. June 17th, 2157, the night after the graduation combat exam. Amidst the luxurious VIP room, Vice President G casually draped his arm over the back of the chair, savoring a sweet piece of meat and clicking his tongue in praise. Exactly as expected, Dongxin Nation's premium Wagyu beef truly is #1. The vice president smirked with a faint, calculating smile, glancing to the side and slowly asking the person opposite him, "How far along is your progress?" Ling Yu, draped in a trench coat, sat with her arms crossed coldly opposite Vice President Ji. Ling Yu maintained an indifferent attitude, presenting the mission results. All the reports gathered up to this point are right here. Resting peacefully on the table was a top-secret file labeled the Devourer. The report's contents confirmed that for an entire year, the target hadn't revealed a single trace. Even so, the following line was layered with a bad premonition. Perhaps they have already sniffed out our presence. Vice President G curled his lips triumphantly. He leisurely waved the piece of meat on the tip of his chopsticks, dropping a word of praise. "Well done, just enjoy the food first." Ignoring the food in front of her, she seemed completely unbothered. Her thin lips parted slightly as she continued her report. "There is still one more thing." Shooting a glance as sharp as a knife, the blonde beauty spoke seriously. "Lately, I have been keeping my eye on a suspicious individual. He just crossed paths with you not long ago." Upon hearing this, Ji frowned in curiosity. Narrowing her razor-sharp eyes, her tone was thick with wariness as she analyzed that guy's explosive power breakthrough in such a short amount of time. The camera panned to a massive, spooky tower submerged in darkness. Her assessment rang out hauntingly. It is truly abnormal to an unbelievable degree. In another development, deep within the Devil Tower, Level 17 Lightning Assassin Chen was deep in thought on the battlefield. He thought to himself, "I've been stuck on this first floor for over half a month and have nearly wiped out every monster. Now my body has perfectly synchronized with this 10 times gravity environment." Looking up at the glowing system panel, he continued analyzing. "Post-graduation exam, my Lightning Assassin class has gained an extra star. It turns out that frequently using a specific class really can increase its proficiency. That means..." Standing among an array of overpowered class cards hovering around him, Chen's eyes blazed with immense desire. "Right now, none of the 4 classes I hold have reached their limits." Decisive and without hesitation, he slammed the energy straight into the stats panel. The star I just got must be dumped immediately into speed, the vital stat for an assassin. Right now, my speed stat alone is more than enough to rival a rank assassin. However, despite being confident with his new well of power, he still collided with a harsh scene overflowing with wild beasts on an icy snowy carpet. Even so, a pack of cougars radiating a dark purple aura growled, pacing slowly to corner their prey, murderous intent billowing like smoke. Holding down the fort far in the distance was an alpha lion with a blindingly brilliant mane. Chen clicked his tongue, admitting the difficulty. "I still haven't found a way to pierce through the defense of this floor's boss." Without warning, the fierce beasts opened their fang-filled maws, kicking off the air and lunging at him with extreme ferocity. With lightning-fast reflexes, Chen's gaze was sharp as a knife. His entire body detonated in a blinding halo of lightning, activating the ultimate move of a lightning assassin, Godspeed Strike. A massive golden lightning bolt tore through space, crashing down on the snowy hill with a boom, missing the lunging beast by a hair's breadth. Taking advantage of the chaotic moment, Chen gathered lightning into his fist, flying toward the alpha beast. His mind endlessly calculated. "This boss's ability is incredibly bizarre. The moment I catch an opening and try to rush in for an attack." The electric blade slashed violently, tearing the air apart, but the target was no longer there. Sure enough, it vanished instantly. Whipping his head around to look, Chen annoyedly noticed the enemy's silhouette looming far in the distance. It reappeared right next to the lioness lying in the furthest corner. Scanning the entirely silent battlefield, he dissected the monster pack's tactics. These guys flexibly adjust their positions according to the situation. Yet their core formation never changes, always leaving 2 lionesses for close combat and letting 2 stay back for ranged support. Gritting his teeth in frustration, his gaze locked onto the cunning boss. "And that alpha lion forever maintains the furthest distance away from my reach." Chen's face fully exposed his disdain as he muttered, at a loss for words. Carrying the title of a majestic alpha, yet it never bothers to get its own hands dirty. Asking himself in annoyance, he glared at the giant monster's aggressive and domineering face. What the hell is this Lion King's class anyway? While he was deep in thought, a lioness lunged out of nowhere, opening its maw to crazily pounce on him, full of cunning. Not bothering to panic, Chen's eyes lit up. His palm instantaneously gathered a mass of shimmering golden lightning, preparing to counterattack. The brutal lightning bolt pierced straight into the target, breaking through its shield, exploding right on the monster's face. But the very next second, that lioness teleported to escape the strike. This move again. The prey dissolved into the air and escaped, leaving only a faint halo. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Whenever I try to finish off a lioness, it instantly vanishes without fail. And just as expected, the silhouette of the beast that just dodged death flashed brightly, proudly reappearing right next to the alpha lion. The moment Chen stalled, another lioness opened its maw and lunged forward to suppress him. He calculated inwardly. The moment I hit the brakes, a lioness will surely fly over to bait out my attack. With a deadpan face, the lightning assassin crossed his arms and braced himself. Golden electricity violently surged around his body, his eyes burning with intense murderous intent as he prepared to strike. Quick as lightning, Chen turned into a streak of light, lashing out with an electric blade that carved through the dark purple sky, launching a lightning-fast attack to drive away the monster. Looking down from above, the monsters retreated but still formed a deadly circle enclosing him. The young man exhaled and analyzed. These guys strictly adhere to their formation, their coordination is absolutely perfect. Following that were fiery clashes. Chen continuously unleashed lightning strikes, battering the purple halo-radiating beasts in the face with relentless assaults. Unfortunately, right as the strike was about to touch its flesh, the lioness craftily turned into a blinding ray of light and evaporated into nothingness. Only for those treacherous beasts to poke their heads out from pitch-black spatial vortexes at a safe distance a split second later, purely to provoke him. Refusing to give up, the male lead gritted his teeth and leapt backward to dodge another's pounce, simultaneously gathering lightning to swing another counterattack, then lunging forward again. Just like that, Chen's silhouette nimbly somersaulted across the white snow, carving out countless brilliant golden lightning bolts, yet still couldn't even graze a single hair on the monster pack. Hitting his limit, he dropped to one knee on the snow, surrounded by purple phantoms continuously pouncing on their prey. He bitterly realized that this was an endless loop. They were launching a relentless war of attrition aimed at him. His face dotted with sweat mixed with a few bleeding scratches, Chen panted heavily, his eyes etched with extreme irritation. Huff, huff, these bastards. The massive face of the alpha lion appeared full of arrogance. It sat proudly from afar, tossing him a contemptuous look that drove him mad with anger. It's completely just toying with me. Suddenly, Chen's pupils dilated. A flash of realization sparked in his mind, shattering the stalemate. Hold on a minute. He somersaulted into the air, dodging razor-sharp claws while muttering curses at his own stupidity. Why on earth am I banging my head against the wall trying to match their speed in close combat? Instantly opening the system panel, a cool blue light radiated out and swallowed his entire body, bringing along the familiar notification. Loading, switching class. The golden lightning vanished, replaced by an emerging bone armor clad in razor-sharp ice and snow. Chen's pupils now cast the freezing blue light of the Grim Reaper. If you guys don't want to fight me head-on. His face donned an expression of heartless cruelty. Lifting his head high to glare at the beast pack, his tone was full of provocation. Then why shouldn't I use a mage class to deal with you? The character info panel brightly appeared, confirming the flawless switch. Class switch complete, done. The male lead now revealed his true form as a terrifying entity. Chen, level 17, Frost Bone King under the Cloud Mage branch. Suspending himself in the misty void of white snow, Chen waved his hand to summon swirling magical energy behind his back. Cloud Mage, Frost Ice Spikes. The ground shook violently. Countless razor-sharp ice pillars pierced through the snowy carpet and stabbed straight down from above, tossing the scattering lionesses away. Even the spot where the alpha lion stood was given no peace. Heartless ice stakes continuously sprouted up in clusters, forcing it to step back. Leisurely observing the results, Chen stood tall, calmly explaining his combat philosophy. Mages have weak physiques in close quarters, but they are exceptionally excellent at ranged attrition and crowd control. Not giving the enemy a chance to breathe, a massive rain of ice spikes poured down from the vault of heaven, relentlessly crashing straight onto the arrogant alpha's head. Deafening sounds of impact echoed. Blocks of ice smashed into the ground, creating blinding explosions of freezing air. Smelling a disadvantage, the alpha lion hurriedly dragged its pack and leaped straight into the purple spatial ring to escape. The monsters popped out from another ice ridge, blankly scanning their eyes to search for the target with extreme panic when they couldn't see a single trace of their prey. From above, Chen's pale hand wrapped in ice bones raised high. He smirked and dropped his verdict. "Once all of you have been herded into my attack range." The alpha lion looked up at the sky, its pupils shrinking in terror. A drop of cold sweat broke out on its temple. Right above the monsters' heads, Chen had already condensed a massive block of ice energy, blazing as blindingly bright as a deep blue sun. Cloud Mage, giant explosive ice bomb. Locking the gaze of a true hunter onto the beasts being driven to a dead end, Chen's face became more terrifying than ever. He roared, "You will have nowhere left to hide." Helpless and desperate, the giant beast opened its maw wide and let out an ear-piercing howl. Arrow. A split second later, the giant ice bomb slammed into the ground, detonating a blinding blue light that swallowed the entire space. The shockwave, carrying biting cold air, swept across everything, plowing through the entire area in the silence of death. The dust and smoke cleared, laying bare the aftermath. The lion boss and its followers had been frozen stiff inside giant, razor-sharp blocks of ice, completely immobile. The battle didn't stop there. The system panel instantly flashed purple. Chen pulled off a lightning-fast, violent class-switching move. Class switch complete, done. This time he transformed into a berserker warrior. The chain wrapped around his neck shook violently, his blue eyes burning with brutal fire, plunging down into the realm of death. The battle on the first floor of the Devil Tower. Contorting his facial muscles and baring his razor-sharp teeth, his murderous intent surged to its peak. He roared loudly, ending it right now. Crashing down from above, Chen unleashed a devastating purple lightning strike right into the face of the ice block trapping the monsters. Star Warrior, Tier 3 Gravity Smash, Super Mass Mode. The ground cracked open. The terrifying pressure from the gravity strike shattered the ice, crushing the lions' bodies into countless fragments scattered across the white snow. A fitting end for the arrogant hunters. The severed head of the vicious beast gradually dissolved into streams of pitch-black smoke. Fading into nothingness, accompanied by the final system notification, vanished. The mist gradually cleared, revealing the giant purple corpse of the beast lying motionless on the cold ground, while Chen leisurely withdrew his battle stance. Instantly, the system panel projected a brilliant golden light to celebrate the victory. Level up, level 24 Chen, along with dropped items. Phantom Lion King Bone ×4, Phantom Lion King Heart ×1. The male lead stood amidst the glowing halo with an incredibly badass, razor-sharp expression. Hovering above the mangled corpse of the boss monster, a glowing red notification panel descended, labeled as consumable loot. Without hesitation, Chen reached out his arm. A blinding light erupted from his palm as he activated his power to absorb the fallen enemy beneath his feet. His eyes burned with an arrogant crimson hue, and his glowing hand reached out dominantly. He coldly spat out every word. "Now tell me, what the hell is your exact class?" In response, a torrent of sinister purplish-red energy gushed from the corpse, twisting and swirling in midair exactly like a hellfire. That phantom energy was immediately sucked in, spiraling frantically before shooting straight into Chen's open palm. In just the blink of an eye, the entire blazing red aura was completely swallowed into his fist, leaving behind only a few faint streaks of light. Brilliant pinkish-purple class card appeared before his eyes, displaying highly detailed information. Phantom Lion King, Star Beast Master Class, attached with Beast Contract and Spirit Contract skill trees. Can forcibly form a contract with wild beasts, capture probability depends on luck. The stronger the intimidation used by the user, the higher the success rate. If the master dies, the contracted beast will also perish. Beast Contract, Star Orbit Jump, consumes mental power to teleport to the contracted beast or summon it to the user's side. Staring at the newly acquired card, Chen raised an eyebrow in a mix of surprise and amusement. Beast Master, this is the first time my eyes have been opened to this class. Flashes of the recent battle crossed his mind, and he suddenly realized the enemy's cowardly trump card. No wonder it never dared to fight me in hand-to-hand combat. It turns out its base stats were incredibly weak, relying solely on its contracted beasts to deal damage. Recalling how the lionesses constantly vanished and reappeared through spatial portals, he nodded, highly evaluating this ability. Spatial teleportation is actually quite useful. Chen's eyes narrowed, reeking of calculation. He muttered, mapping out a plan. I can force a wild beast to sign a contract, but the catch is it requires extreme intimidation. Looks like if I want to collect a contracted beast, I'll have to use some slightly ruthless tricks. As soon as he finished speaking, the snow-covered space around him suddenly cracked and shattered just like pieces of glass. He frowned in defense. The surrounding environment has changed. The blanket of white snow vanished, replaced by a vast desert engulfed in sandstorms. Chen stood alone in the sea of golden sand, silently wondering, is this the true original appearance of the first floor of the Demon Tower? Blocking the way ahead was a gigantic ribcage of some unknown beast lying desolate amidst the sandstorm, giving off a spine-chilling vibe. So utterly ruined, what in the world swept through here? Looking into the distance, he spotted a brilliant orange-red streak of light piercing straight up into the desert sky. Stepping closer, a swirling pillar of light resembling a spatial portal clearly appeared. He murmured, the door leading to the second floor has finally shown up. However, just as he was about to step forward, from deep within the dark hollows of the giant skeleton, innocent growls suddenly echoed, accompanied by a pair of brightly glowing pink eyes. GRR GRR. The sharp senses of an assassin were instantly awakened. Chen flinched slightly, shooting a dagger-like glare behind him. He turned his body completely, fixing a highly suspicious gaze on the ribcage of the decaying skeleton that was emitting those strange sounds. Stuck between a few ribs, a fluffy little lion cub with large, round, pink eyes was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its tiny body was tightly bound by chains of radiant light. Chen's facial muscles relaxed, and an amused smirk appeared. So there really is an orphaned lion cub left behind. Looks like this is the very last living creature here. Without a word, he immediately condensed his energy. The radiant golden lightning sword once again brilliantly materialized in his grasp. As he took slow strides toward the skeleton, he deeply analyzed the situation. I already sent the Lion King to the afterlife, yet this little brat hasn't vanished. That means it has nothing to do with that boss's contract. Pressing close to the small animal that was constantly growling defensively, he scrutinized it. Those are astral chains locked all over its body. Don't tell me it was imprisoned here by the Phantom Lion King itself. Suddenly remembering the intimidation condition required to tame a contracted beast, Chen's face instantly darkened. His golden eyes flared with a vicious glint, and lightning violently erupted around him, forming the silhouette of an utterly terrifying evil god. Taking the full brunt of the overwhelming killing intent and Chen's villainous expression, the poor lion was scared stiff, its eyes bugging out in panic as its whole body trembled uncontrollably. Not giving the little guy a chance to recover, Chen slashed the electric blade straight down, splitting the skeleton's ribcage wide open as a show of force. The intimidating move made the little lion jump in shock, terrified to the point of hugging its head and crawling flat on the ground, tucking its tail in surrender. Looking at the pitiful, cowering state of the little creature, the killing intent around Chen instantly vanished. He cast a sideways glance at it and calmly said, "Then I suppose I'll give you back your freedom." The lion cub lifted its head in a daze, its tail still tucked, watching his tall figure walking away on the sand. His faint voice echoed back, "This place definitely isn't your home, is it?" A faint, bitter smile suddenly painted Chen's face. His eyes dimmed as if dragged back to some painful memory. "Losing your kind, having your homeland destroyed, I know that taste all too well." The vast desert sank into a deep silence. The little fluffball shaped like a white lion looked up at him with its large, round, pink eyes, blinking continuously and staying obediently quiet. Chen walked toward the moving reddish-brown pillar of light, not forgetting to tell the little guy behind him, "You'll be very lonely staying by yourself, but try to live well. I have to head up to the next floor now." Just as he turned his back, a blindingly bright pinkish-purple system interface suddenly popped up with a series of notifications. Beast contract request received. Since the target is volunteering, the success rate is at maximum, activating 2 passive skills. First, enhances all stats and shares acquired experience equally with the master. Second, the master has the right to share its vision if the contracted beast falls into danger. Chen froze, turning his head with a dumbfounded expression, beads of sweat on his cheek. He let out a confused ham. It turned out right behind him, the lion cub was sitting squarely on the sand, its tail wagging nonstop. Hovering above its head was a status showing readiness to bond. "Lion King Leo has offered to form a contract. Do you accept?" Looking at the little fluffball knitting its brows and acting cute, the assassin raised an eyebrow to confirm. "Do you genuinely want to tag along with me?" The response was a squeaky but determined cry, roar. Chen's expression suddenly hardened. He turned around, standing imposingly before the fiery red door, and spoke in a warning tone. "From this moment on, I will level every floor of the demon tower. The higher we climb, the more bloodthirsty and frenzied the monsters will become." He locked his gaze onto the little guy's clear eyes, stressing every word so it understood the risks. "You might end up crippled or at worst, lose your life. Have you thought this through?" Without the slightest hint of fear, the lion cub opened its tiny snout and let out a decisive roar to settle the matter. Roar. The corners of Chen's mouth curled into a smile, his eyes hidden in the shadows exuding satisfaction. Understood. Instantly, the signature pink star sigil of the Beast Master flared in the depths of his eyes. Surging mana radiated all around as he boldly accepted this life-and-death contract. A blinding light swallowed the entire space. System interface quickly scrolled through the confirmation lines. Lion King Leo contract finalized. Class Star Beast Master. Stats updated: Strength, Speed, Stamina, Luck, Element, Spirit. Skill Spirit contract. Allows for the forceful capture of magical beasts based on probability. The greater the pressure from the master, the higher the success rate. Life synchronization. If the master dies, the beast perishes. Passive. Comprehensively enhances pet stats and shares experience. Skill Star Orbit Jump. Consumes mental power to instantly teleport to the pet's location or summon them to your side. Passive. Shares vision when the pet is injured or in danger. All skills activated successfully. The imposing aura from earlier completely vanished. Chen flashed a bright grin, pointing his thumb backward. Over there, the lion cub was doing mid-air somersaults out of sheer joy. "Sweet, let's hit the road together." The two companions confidently strode into the blazing fiery door. The guy didn't forget to remind his newly recruited little bro, "When I'm fighting, remember to look after yourself." The little guy trotted along, obediently nodding. Roar, roar. His body fully submerged into the swirling pillar of light that felt like scorching magma, brimming with focus to prepare for battle on the next floor. A glaring light hit his angular face directly, forcing Chen to narrow his eyes and assess his surroundings. A blistering heat immediately smacked against his skin. Stretching out before him was a bottomless abyss. Cascading waterfalls of magma poured down, dyeing the sky a deep red and turning the place into a literal purgatory. Sweat poured down like rain, causing him to wince. Chen let out a long breath, hurriedly wiping the drops rolling down his forehead. "Phew, it's so scorching hot, feels like my body is about to evaporate." Right beside him, the white lion cub wiggled close to the edge of the rock. It poked its tiny head out to peek at the flowing magma below, a gigantic question mark hovering over its head. Ignoring the stifling heat, Chen stepped forward, silently calculating in his head. That cold demeanor startled the little guy, who frantically scrambled to catch up. "I wonder what kind of wicked monstrosity we'll clash with on this floor." The words had barely left his mouth when a blinding white light suddenly flashed, swallowing everything in its path. Chen's facial muscles froze, his eyes widening to their absolute limit. A split second later, an invisible pressure punched a gaping hole right through the center of his toned chest. His internal organs were obliterated, and fresh blood splattered out like mist. His face was etched with horrific shock, his gaze vacant and utterly disbelieving. His brain hadn't even processed the agonizing pain of torn flesh before death came knocking in the blink of an eye. The gruesome vision abruptly shattered. He jolted awake on his soft bed, his entire body flinching. Cold sweat drenched his forehead as he gasped heavily, his voice choked in his throat. Gasp. His eyes still lingered with the haunting trauma of that hyperrealistic death. Chen shakily clutched his left chest, stammering in terror. "I was killed in the blink of an eye, couldn't even catch a clear glimpse of the enemy. What on earth was that demonic power?" He dropped his head, letting the shadows obscure his face. His eyes reflected heavy contemplation. What kind of plague is the gatekeeper on the second floor? Just as the psychological shadow of the demon tower was still suffocating him, the clear, affectionate voice of his younger sister called out from outside the door, pulling him back to reality. "Big bro, come out and eat breakfast." The gentle morning sunlight filtered into the kitchen. Sitting squarely on the table was a bowl of ramen wafting a mouth-watering aroma, its golden hue accompanied by a plate of fresh fruit salad, looking absolutely drool-worthy. Chen picked up a massive bite of noodles, his eyes shining like stars at the delicious taste. Chewing heartily, he praised, A breakfast like this is no different from a royal feast. While the older brother was happily wolfing down his food, his younger sister Zio Yun was hurriedly munching on bread behind him, adjusting her backpack with her other hand. She carefully reminded him, "When you're done, remember to clear out the pile of dishes in the sink. Oh, and keep an eye on the washing machine in half an hour to hang out the clothes." Holding his chopsticks, Chen looked back at his sister, who was frantically slipping on her shoes, and asked, "Zio Yun, where are you going in such a rush? Isn't it summer vacation?" The girl answered swiftly, "I'm off to my summer part-time job." Hearing this, he poked his head out of the kitchen, showing obvious surprise mixed with a bit of gloom. "Huh, I already told you to let me handle the financial issues." Zio Yun turned around, flashing a bright smile and winking playfully. "My older brother has reached the peak of glory, so this little sister can't allow herself to stay stagnant. Besides, being cooped up at home all summer is too suffocating." The door slammed shut with a bang, leaving behind a cheeky parting remark echoing back, "I'm off, don't forget to wash the dishes and hang the clothes." Chen was left utterly speechless, a series of question marks practically popping up over his head. The view shifted to the sink area. A stream of water poured down, washing away all traces of grease from the pile of plates and bowls. Next, the male lead had no choice but to resign himself to being a homemaker, hanging clothes one by one onto the drying rack under the golden morning sunlight. Basking in the brightly lit room, Chen's rigid features suddenly softened. He smiled and mumbled, "Zio Yun is always so understanding." Placed neatly on the table was a photo capturing the innocent smiles of the siblings. Chen admired it, reflecting peacefully, "She always pushes forward with strength and resilience, no matter the storms. She's clearly still just a growing child, yet standing together, I almost feel like I'm the one being protected." He leaned against the edge of the table, his gaze deeply fixated on the family photo with utmost cherish. However, the piece was far too fragile. A dark illusion flashed through his mind, recreating the giant, writhing tentacles of that bizarre creature. "As soon as I sort out the trouble at school, I'll have to enter a death match with the furious Demon King. I'm afraid my time by Zio Yun's side is running short." Zio Yun's radiant smile filled his mind, awakening his anxious and fearful heart. "She is the only attachment that keeps me worrying." Suddenly, Chen's eyes lit up. A bold idea had just flashed through his head, making him blurt out, "Wait a second." He slapped his forehead, closing his eyes to meticulously sketch out the plan. Maybe this solution is actually viable. Instantly, his pink star-ocular jutsu flared up. A magical black hole tore through space, dropping the snow-white lion-shaped fluffball with a thud onto the tiled floor. Witnessing this real-life magic trick with his own eyes, his jaw dropped, sweat beading up from sheer shock. "I actually..." He hastily crouched down, staring intently at the little beast that was using its paw to scratch its head in utter confusion. He exclaimed joyfully, "Successfully summoned a contracted beast straight from the dreamscape of the Demon Tower into the real world." Before the joy could fade, chaos struck. The lion cub immediately unleashed its goofy nature, darting straight onto the sofa, gnawing the tissue box to pieces, and shredding it all over the living room just like a miniature hurricane. Ignoring the messy battlefield, Chen lifted the Lion King card to inspect it, a smug smirk evident on his lips. "At this rate, leaving Leo in Zio Yun's care while I'm away is the perfect move. If she ever runs into trouble, I'll pick up the signal immediately and teleport in to rescue her." Picturing his sister cuddling the pet, a confident smile appeared on the older brother's face. Zio Yun has been obsessed with cats and dogs since she was little. With a baby lion added to the mix, she'll definitely go crazy over it. The words had just left his mouth when the crashing sound of shattering glass echoed from the kitchen, smashing the dreamy older brother's rosy fantasy to pieces. Chen flinched, poking his head into the kitchen and looking around with an utterly exasperated expression. A scene of devastation caught his eyes. The culprit was the little lion, sitting innocently right in the middle of a battlefield of smashed dishes on the floor and in the sink. He let out a long sigh, muttering to console himself, "I still believe she can handle it." At evening, the glaring red sunset blanketed the entire city, casting a gloomy orange hue over the tangled power lines at the end of the day. In a desolate alleyway, a surveillance camera suddenly exploded, scorched to ashes by pitch-black lightning. Under the faint, flickering light, a battered old man, completely drenched in blood, was dragging himself backward. His hand tightly gripped a shattered weapon as he stammered, begging, "Stay back, don't come any closer." Looming over him was the towering shadow of an abomination with tar-black claws, engulfed in hellfire. He threw his head up with a look of utter despair. "You, what kind of plague are you?" The only response to that fear was a cold-blooded slash. The demon's claw tore through the air, completely severing the old man's left arm, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. The bone-deep pain brought the old man to his knees, making him wail miserably. Fresh blood mixed with streaming tears as he screamed in agony. In the end, his eyes bulged, reflecting the burning shadow of a brutal and ferocious demon. "What kind of freak are you?" Instantly, blinding tendrils of light tightly bound the old man's body, lifting him up in the air. The Grim Reaper interface popped up coldly, ending a foul human life with the text, "Loading." Returning to the bustling atmosphere, the late bus had just pulled away, dropping Xiao Yun off at the stop after an exhausting shift. The girl, loaded down with 2 bags of groceries, trudged unsteadily, her cheeks flushed with exhaustion. She let out a heavy sigh. "Phew, the shift is finally over. People are swarming to buy milk tea during the summer. Standing there serving them makes my spine ache." Xiao Yun's petite back trudged forward, brushing past the ruins of the camera that had just been destroyed earlier. She mumbled to herself, calculating, "I wonder if my brother will like this flavor." The empty alley was so dead quiet it gave you goosebumps. The sound of footsteps hitting the pavement echoed clearly through the murky late afternoon. Suddenly, a chill shot straight up her spine, causing Xiao Yun to freeze in her tracks. She whipped her head around to scan behind her. Her eyes widened, brimming with caution. Just then, a creepy, resonant voice drifted out from the darkness. "I waited forever, and you finally arrived." The frame shifted to a bouquet of blood-red velvet roses glowing eerily. The voice playfully dropped its words like a preset trap. "You've finally shown up." At that very moment, a dandy, heavily groomed punk stepped out to block Xiao Yun's path. Holding a massive bouquet of flowers, he dramatically waved in a sleazy manner. "I've been waiting for you forever, Xiao Yun." This guy's identity was Jin Du-Zin, a male student from Qing High School. The girl stood rooted to the spot with a look of sheer helplessness. "The Jin guy just closed in and kept rambling. The other day you slipped away too fast and ruined our date, but don't worry. Tonight I've splashed out and booked the entire rooftop of the Zai Feng building." Xiao Yun's face instantly darkened. She held her head high, shooting out a glare as sharp as a knife. "How did you know I live around here?" He stroked his messy hair, tilting his chin to the sky in smug pride. "Oh, that's trivial stuff. After all, my old man is the director of the first hospital. Pulling a few strings to dig up your info was as easy as taking candy from a baby." Too annoyed to entertain his garbage talk, Xiao Yun turned on her heel to walk away, dropping a brutally harsh rejection. "We belong to 2 completely different worlds, so please don't ever show your face around me again." Driven mad by the humiliation, the Jin guy lunged forward, grabbing her wrist tightly, jerking her back and shouting maliciously, "Stop right there." His face twisted into an incredibly repulsive look, his 5 fingers squeezing her arm like pliers. "Do you have any idea how much effort it took to book the entire floor at Zai Feng? I even called a dozen buddies over. If you don't show up, you're practically trampling on my dignity." Not backing down one bit, Xiao Yun glared back at him and snapped fiercely, "Why should I give you face? Besides, creeping and stalking someone at their front door like this is completely sick. Do you know that?" Slapped squarely in the face with the truth, Jin Du-Zin's dashing facade cracked open. He stepped back, a stiff, disgusting smile curling on his lips. "Sick? What the hell do you think you are anyway? I went out of my way to pamper you, and yet you throw cold water right in my face." His animalistic side flared up, overriding all reason. His face distorted pathetically under the furious red glow. Grinding his teeth, he let out a threat. "Do you think I'm so nice that I can't teach you a lesson in under 3 minutes?" As a response to that filthy remark, Xiao Yun took a running start and delivered an earth-shattering iron headbutt straight to the bridge of his nose, making him see stars. The young master fell flat on his back, both hands clutching his bloody nose as the expensive roses lay shredded around his shoes. The girl proudly carried her plastic bags, looking down with peak contempt. "You'd better haul that skull of yours to your dad's hospital for a checkup first." Turning her back with a frown of sheer irritation, Xiao Yun didn't forget to drop one last stinging remark. "Stop haunting me. You've completely ruined my good mood today." Leaving the mess in the alley behind, the scene panned to the lit window of a cheap apartment. Xiao Yun, carrying her heavy thoughts, stepped into her small home. And yet, just as she pushed the door open, all her worries suddenly evaporated without a trace. The girl scooped up the snow-white lion cub into the air, her eyes exploding with sparkling hearts as she squealed loudly. "Oh my gosh!" Pressing the white fluff ball tightly against her chest and nuzzling it, Xiao Yun smiled until her eyes were mere slits, eagerly turning to ask her brother, "Big bro, which shop did you bring this incredibly cute magical beast from?" Chen sat relaxed with his legs crossed, watching his gleeful sister. He took a small sip of water and calmly said, "His name is Leo. From today onwards, it's your job to take care of him." Xiao Yun squeezed Leo tight against her chest, squealing in delight. "Wow, I really get to raise a baby lion." Her hands petting nonstop, the girl looked him up and down, wondering, I vaguely remember only big adult male lions grow manes, so why is this tiny Leo already sporting such thick neck fur?" Watching his sister's giddy behavior, Chen rested his chin on his hand, smiling affectionately. Xiao Yun's voice kept chirping continuously in his ear. Whatever. Tomorrow I'll run over to apply for a magical beast adoption permit so little Leo can have an official residency. A bizarrely serene feeling bloomed deep within his heart. Chen calculated smugly. Looks like Xiao Yun is already crazy about Leo. At least from now on, I won't have to be on edge about her safety while she's at home. Shattering the peaceful atmosphere, the phone in Chen's hand buzzed once, signaling a newly arrived message. He instantly shifted his gaze away from the warm atmosphere, lowering his head slightly to closely inspect the content on the screen. An email notification clearly displayed a message from the Guild Supervision Bureau, sent at 2012 hours on June 18, 2157. "Greetings, after a rigorous review process, your application has been approved." Scanning over it, Chen smirked in satisfaction. "The paperwork finally went through. From now on, my plan will proceed smoothly." His eyes narrowed, as sharp as a saw blade, blazing with a fiery red will to fight for the impending battle. "The next step, I absolutely must claim glory in the placement match 6 days from now." The 6-day deadline flew by in a flash. The setting shifted to a dense, lush forest with sunlight filtering through the leaves, tagged with the location, 1510 hours on the outskirts of the green light forest. Standing tall and guarding the glowing green portal, the examiner stroked his neat mustache, pushed up his glasses, and cleared his throat solemnly. The 2 candidates participating in the placement duel, gather around. I will now brief you on the exam rules." Sweeping his gaze across the exam site, the examiner loudly announced in front of the 2 male students and the invigilation team. After careful consideration, the school board has finalized the battlefield as the wild demon cave nestled within the green light forest. Probing equipment has determined its danger level to be rank D. Chen and Gong Ting shoved their hands in their pockets, standing shoulder to shoulder. Their demeanors clashed harshly, but both were intently listening to the rules. As agreed, the 2 of you will be tossed into the exact same demon cave. Even so, the proctor didn't forget to dial up the pressure regarding the clash's risks. Despite the assigned grade, the ecosystem inside the wild cave remains a mystery. Its brutality far exceeds those leisurely training dungeons back at school. For that reason, we have summoned 3 elites from the expeditionary force of the Dongzin Nation to act as your close-quarters supervisors. Portraits of the 3 imposing heavyweight experts appeared sequentially on the electronic board. The examiner emphasized their roles. They will tail you closely down into the demon cave. Besides providing protection, they will also evaluate your abilities in real time. Attached to the honor roll are their dazzling resumes: Ivan from the Empire Guild rank C Flora Singer, Caillou from the Divine Eye Guild rank C Nuclear Marksman, and finally, Utah Sato from the Silver Wind Guild rank C Star Warrior. Tapping his finger on the screen, the proctor injected a heavy dose of pressure. Your success or failure depends entirely on the numbers approved by this powerful trio. Not too far away, Gong Lin lifted the frame of his sunglasses, his lips curling into a malicious smile as he secretly plotted. I hope these 3 guys know their place and clean everything up smoothly without leaving any loose ends. Right inside an expensive VIP room, Gong Lin groveled as he turned to ask the man lounging lazily on the sofa. Vice President, your business in the Dongzin Nation clearly wrapped up 2 days ago. Why are you still lingering around here? What is your underlying reason? Vice President Ji shot a light glare, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly, unpredictable smile as he answered unhurriedly. What kind of entertainment could be more captivating than the messy script currently airing here? Panning the camera back to the lush green forest, Chen and Gong Ting stood shoulder to shoulder, both sporting razor-sharp expressions, channeling maximum focus as they prepared to step into a bloodbath. Ji stroked his chin, his gaze glowing with a thirsty look. It's been years since I last laid eyes on a showdown between such geniuses. This is truly a battle worth witnessing. At the landing zone, the examiner raised his arm high, pointing straight at the eerie green black hole and shouted, "I hereby declare the graduation practical combat exam of the National Awakened University, class of 2157, a one-on-one duel." Two gazes as sharp as razors slid past each other, sparking fire. The names of the bitter rivals were announced majestically: Chen in a death match against Gong Ting. Accompanied by the examiner's firm shout, "Officially begin!" the teenage duo took long, proud strides, plunging straight into the gates of hell that flickered with a gloomy light. Chen's figure gradually faded into the pillar of green light. He still wore an indifferent face, without the slightest ripple, wholeheartedly embracing the abyssal black hole ahead. Just as they landed past the magnetic portal, their boots slammed directly onto a tangle of massive, dried-up ancient tree roots. Encompassing all sides was the dark, chilling, and hair-raising atmosphere of this anomalous land. Chen slightly turned his head, his glowing red eyes casting a sidelong glance at Gong Ting. The guy was silently trailing right behind, his hand gripping an intimidating katana. The three-person referee squad also followed inside. The female sniper Caillou scanned the battlefield and concluded, "Withered and dead everywhere, it's 10-to-1 odds that this is a wood element beast dungeon." In the back, the chubby Utah offered a pack of smokes, inviting Ivan for a drag, but was immediately politely declined. "Give it a rest, we're on proctoring duty and the cameras are still rolling." Suddenly, right in the center of Chen's chest, bright red halos flashed incessantly, sounding an alarm about a lethal threat creeping right up to his neck. His pupils constricted in a split second. Countless red alarm labels flooded his retinas, shattering his usual calm facade and replacing it with peak tension. The Grim Reaper interface burst open brilliantly, ringing the bells. "Extreme risk level, heavy-duty monster scanned." The male assassin secretly pondered, "In all my life, I've never seen the demon heart blare its sirens this fiercely." Steady as a rock on the outside, but harboring a storm on the inside, Chen narrowed his eyes to scheme. This is indeed the first time the demon heart has blasted an emergency alert of this magnitude. The catch was, the glaring red beam of light had only flashed for a brief moment before completely vanishing into thin air. He frowned in confusion. The warning evaporated just as quickly as it suddenly hit. Looking up at the giant, decaying wooden trunk piercing through the gray sky, he raised suspicions about the extreme difficulty of the test. Don't tell me this trashy rank D cave is actually harboring high-level magical beasts. All around was nothing but a terrifying silence. Layers of ash gray, withered vegetation, and twisted branches tangled together like a giant pile of skeletal remains blocking the path forward. All deeply engrossed in his calculations, Gong Ting, with a face reeking of bloodlust, charged ahead, overtaking Chen. His hand gripped tightly onto his blade's hilt, while the referee trio nimbly tailed them from afar across the rugged rocks. Observing from a high vantage point, the big-bellied Utah grumbled, "This fog is ridiculously thick." Caillou beside him immediately corrected her teammate with a professional demeanor. "Focus your minds completely, absolutely do not let those two boys out of your sight." Before the words could even hit the ground, the jagged gravel around Chen and Gong Ting's feet suddenly cracked open. Dirt and rocks shot up into the sky as if a giant drill had thrust upward from beneath the earth. From the abyss below, a grotesque entity tore through the ground and soared upward. A quick scan interface appeared, poison cage ant plant shooter type. Its colossal body resembled a queen ant, accompanied by a swollen abdomen flashing a toxic green light that reeked of lethal poison. Without half a second of hesitation, Gong Ting's arm struck out, drawing his razor-sharp sword from its sheath and slicing through the very air. A flash of lightning sparked from the steel blade as the guy from the Gong family dashed forward like a flaming arrow, his fluid footwork pinning pure killing intent straight onto the monster. Witnessing the smooth execution, Utah smirked in delight. Wow, Gong Ting's reflex speed is truly sharp. However, Ivan next to him immediately poured cold water on it. Even so, the level of wild monsters in wilderness dungeons completely outclasses those lab animals at school. These creatures are 1,000 times more bloodthirsty and difficult to deal with. Exactly as expected, the monster hovering in the air folded its pregnant-looking belly and fired a barrage of lethal, venomous green liquid rays. Plant shooter corrosive poison shot. Ignoring the acid rain pouring from above, Gong Ting roared, wildly spinning his fiery orange sword, drawing countless cross slashes that tore through the toxic matter and turned them into harmless specks of dust. Riding his momentum, With just one smooth, lethal horizontal slash, Gong Ting cleaved the giant ant's body into two halves. Green plasma exploded violently in midair. The severed corpse split in two directions, its lower half thudding onto the jagged gravel, oozing slimy green blood that splattered everywhere. Refusing to let it go, Gong Ting shot a cold, piercing glare, tearing through the wind as he rushed forward. He fiercely swung his sword, which was blazing with blinding golden light. The tip of the heavy sword pierced through the thick armor, plunging straight into the giant ant's chest, making it writhe in agony. Following the momentum, the guy from the Gong family leaped into the air, concentrating all his strength to unleash a devastating ultimate skill. Nuclear Warrior Scorching Destruction Sword. A blinding fireball exploded, completely swallowing the remnants of the demonic beast and illuminating a whole section of the forest. From a distant corner, the trio of examiners remained silent as they evaluated. The female referee Caillou slightly tipped the brim of her cowboy hat, and the green scoreboard immediately popped up with a perfect 10. She gave a highly professional judgment. Launching a preemptive strike the moment the monster appeared, the kid completely shattered its long-range shooting intentions in the blink of an eye. Combat reflex speed, 10 points. Joining the chorus of praise, the chainsmoker Ivan also finalized a maximum score, nodding in acknowledgement. Just by quickly locating and breaking the monster's long-range poison exhaust pipe, the kid forced it into a completely passive state. Combat mindset, 10 points. Making no effort to hide his delight, the fat guy Utah flashed a bright grin, completing the streak of maximum scores. Finally, delivering the coup de grace without a second of hesitation, annihilating it in a single move. Finishing capability, a perfect 10 points. Gong Ting stylishly sheathed his sword, exuding an incredibly cool aura. The shower of praise continued to pour. From positioning and crowd control skills to the finishing blow, everything was as precise as a surgical scalpel. Although the opponent was only a rank D wilderness monster, that calm and decisive attitude is truly far beyond what one would expect from a student. However, Utah's attention suddenly took a sharp turn. He whipped his head around to look at the back of the figure casually strolling in the distance. As for candidate number 2, Chen. In stark contrast to the deadly atmosphere, Chen had his hands stuffed in his pockets, walking swaggeringly as if he were just strolling down the street. The fat guy let out a heavy, miserable sigh. When the monster broke loose, he was as stiff as a wooden log. On the contrary, he still maintained that leisurely, relaxed posture. This debut is truly a massive failure. Standing a few steps away, Gong Ting cast a disdainful side glance at Chen. His facial expression laid bare a total, unconcealed contempt. At the same time in the VIP room, the giant screen was broadcasting a close-up of Chen's leisurely stroll. Vice President Ji and his lackeys glued their eyes to the screen, scrutinizing his every move. The leader leisurely took a sip of tea, slightly tilting his head to question the old man in the white suit behind him. Yuan Long, what do you think that kid Chen is hunting for? The corner of old Yuan Long's mouth lifted into a profoundly unfathomable smile, his eyes flashing with the worldly wisdom of a seasoned veteran. I bet that kid is stalking. At that exact moment, the sole of Chen's shoe stomped harshly onto a gnarly cluster of tree roots sprouting on the ground. Standing right at the edge of a bottomless pit, tightly bound by masses of evil-reeking roots, old Yuan Long's voice echoed to conclude his sentence. A shortcut to secure a high score in the blink of an eye. Brilliant, blinding golden currents of electricity began to gather on Chen's right arm. He swept his gaze down to the bottom of the abyss, his lips curling into an arrogant smile. Caught you. Without further ado, a colossal lightning bolt, like the wrath of heaven descending, tore through the thick fog and struck straight down. It pierced through the layer of roots, plunging deep into the heart of the earth. The ground shook madly. From beneath the black pit, an explosion erupted, blasting the charred remains of the giant beast into the air. Amidst the encircling sea of fire, Chen remained as majestic and unmoving as a mountain. Incidentally, an entire swarm of dozens of poison cage ants was also uprooted into the sky by the shockwave. They shrieked miserably amidst the myriad of roaring lightning strikes. The sudden situation made the female proctor Caillou panic and break out in a cold sweat. Her eyes bulged as she screamed, "This kid dares to dive straight into a monster's nest. Has he lost his mind? That whole swarm is rankedy playing it. This recklessly is dragging the entire team to their deaths." Gong Ting couldn't keep his cool either. He snapped his head back to look, grinding his teeth in bitter resentment. Could it be that guy intends to? Completely ignoring the complaints, the toe of Chen's shoe stomped hard onto the ground. using the momentum to spring himself soaring high into the air. His entire body morphed into a blinding golden streak of lightning shooting straight up into the sky. His signature ultimate move was activated, Lightning Assassin Godspeed Strike. With terrifying speed, just like a living lightning bolt, Chen's afterimages danced madly in midair. He shredded the protective shields of the demonic beasts that were in free fall. His lightning sword swung, leaving behind countless dazzling slash marks. He zigzagged relentlessly, mincing any ant that dared to enter his line of sight. Even more horrifyingly, he turned the suspended monsters into stepping stones. By stomping straight onto their skulls and bouncing off in rapid succession, Chen wove a lethal, intricately intertwined net of lightning across the entire sky. Finishing his display of peerless skills, Chen landed as softly as a falling leaf. As he lowered his electricity-wreathed sword, the swarm of monsters behind him shattered into 100,000 pieces. A shower of foul green blood poured down from the mangled creature parts. The male assassin calmly stuffed both hands into his pockets, turning his back coldly on the ashes he had just created. All three examiners petrified right on the mountain ledge. The fat guy Utah let his glasses slip, his face drenched in sweat with a flabbergasted expression as he stammered out, "What kind of demonic trick did he just pull off?" Watching Chen leisurely stroll amidst the mushy pile of corpses, Utah gulped down a mouthful of saliva in sheer terror. The records clearly stated this kid was only hovering around the rank E mark, so how on earth did he level up so fast and cleanly wipe out a swarm of rank D monsters? Isn't a skill level of this magnitude far too heaven-defying? The atmosphere suddenly sank into an awkward heaviness. The judging panel huddled together, sweating profusely as they devised a plan to save face. Well, how do we smooth this over? With such a dazzling performance, what excuse can we use to drag down the candidate's score now? The group whispered among themselves, racking their brains for a scheme. Should we just pin it on him acting impulsively, or claim that his combat moves lacked a breakthrough? Taking in the enemy's majestic display of dominance, Gong Ting's face darkened completely. He clenched his jaw tight, his blazing eyes filled with malice as he growled the name, Chen. In the VIP room, Vice President Ji threw his head back and laughed heartily. He leisurely munched on some snacks, happily praising, "Ha ha ha, you really hit the nail on the head regarding his psychology, my old friend." Ji rested his chin on the back of his hand, his eyes locked onto the projection screen in extreme excitement. To witness such an extraordinary clash of skills right at the start of the exam is insanely thrilling. Let's see how Gong Ting plans to launch his counterattack. In another corner, a hand was clenched so tightly that blue veins bulged visibly, trying to suppress the flames of resentment and jealousy surging in his chest. Suddenly, the live feed capturing Chen's moment shattered due to severe signal interference. Streaks of light flickered violently before spitting out a jinxed, glowing red notification. Signal lost. The unexpected situation made Ji furrow his brows in question. He turned to look at a dumbfounded old Yuan Long and muttered, "Is the transmission acting up again?" Precisely at 1600 hours, just outside the edge of the Devil's Cave, a technician was sweating profusely, his 10 fingers typing away endlessly. Surrounding him were piles of glowing red error notifications casting light upon the emerald green spatial gate. The control panel suddenly flashed bright red, displaying a warning of transmission anomalies. The server interface stuttered continuously, indicating that the blue-level connection of the Devil's Cave was plummeting disastrously down to a mere 23%. To make matters worse, the connection network seemingly evaporated completely from the server. The entire screen was flooded with a blood-like red, displaying a giant, blinding question mark. The signal bar nosedived to a flat 0%, accompanied by the familiar text, "Abnormal signal." The technician broke into a cold sweat, his eyes bulging as he stared fixedly at the machine in his hands. His expression was of utter panic, as if he had just bumped into a ghost in broad daylight. His composure shattered, he snapped his head back to look at his team, waving his arms and screaming in desperation. What kind of mess is wreaking havoc inside this Devil's Cave? At the same time in the entrance area, the jade-green spatial mass lying bare amidst the thorny cliffs was still swirling with its inherent energy. However, the green streak of light suddenly died out as if the plug had been pulled, leaving behind a dark cavity that occasionally sparked with a few weak lightning bolts. The bald employee widened his eyes, his mouth agape as he exclaimed in horror, "The entrance has completely vanished." Shifting the perspective to the battlefield inside, Chen abruptly halted his steps. An aura of brilliant reddish-pink malice ignited and burned around the rims of his ears and the corners of his eyes, drifting along with an evil melody echoing throughout the space. His eyes narrowed with intense wariness, his pupils shrinking suddenly as he visualized the familiar sensation of death in that voice. He muttered inwardly, this tone of voice. A pair of blood-red, star-shaped eyes, sharp enough to tear through the night, flashed across his mind, dragging along a terrifying oppressive aura that solidified his judgment. This voice belonged precisely to the Demon King of Wrath. Shifting back to 1600 hours in the outer zone, the technicians remained petrified in front of the gaping cave entrance. One clutched his head and groaned, the entrance to the cave has vanished, while another frantically hammered the keyboard in defense. We're completely clueless about the current situation too. The machine suddenly reported a loss of signal, and then, realizing that things had gone beyond the limit, the mustached manager gritted his teeth and glared, drenched in sweat as he issued an urgent order. Hurry up, report to headquarters immediately to request backup. Could it be that the interior of the Devil's Cave has truly collapsed? Back on the battlefield, Chen still calmly kept his hands in his pockets, standing as rigid as a statue, ignoring the bizarre red energy wave that had just rolled backward, violently sweeping through the desolate forest where Gong Ting and the judging panel stood just a few steps away. Gong Ting furrowed his brow in confusion, his eyes darting around to scan everything with heightened vigilance as he faced this new invisible oppressive force crashing down. Even the three veteran examiners couldn't mask their anxiety. The fat guy Utah broke into a cold sweat, secretly inquiring, "Hey, did you guys hear something?" Ivan, who was puffing on his cigarette, furrowed his brow and replied, "Yeah, it sounds exactly like some demonic melody." Before anyone could piece the problem together, Chen's face had already stiffened. His eyes harbored extreme astonishment as he realized the chilling truth. This was the very resonance of the Demon King of Wrath. A barrage of frantic question marks tore at his mind, mingling with the illusion of those evil eyes flaring up once more. Why was the voice of wrath ringing out in this place? Wasn't he fated to only show his face 3 years from now? Suddenly, countless crimson warning panels carrying the breath of death popped up explosively, flashing incessantly around the top of Chen's head. Extreme danger. Contamination level has reached the critical threshold. Cold sweat began to bead on his temples. He subtly cast a glance backward with extreme defensiveness. His devil's heart rang a new alarm bell. Something was lurking right behind his back. Laid out before his eyes was a desolate path, where countless ancient tree roots twisted and tightly braided into a dark cavity. From there, footprints carrying a bright red evil energy were steadily advancing toward Gong Ting. Amidst the thick fog, a spine-chilling series of giggles echoed, as if clawing at their eardrums. He. A chill running down his spine, the fat guy Utah trembled as he buried his gaze into the hazy fog. The beads of sweat pouring down his forehead reflected the utter despair hidden behind that dense fog. A pair of eyes glowing with blinding pinkish-purple light tore through the pitch-black mist, making everyone's heart skip a beat, bringing forth the lingering doubt in their minds. What in the world was that freakish creature? Leisurely stepping out from death's door, a towering mantis-like demonic beast showed its face. Its giant, razor-sharp scythe arms oozed a pinkish-purple light reeking of a deathly aura, accompanied by a mocking sound uttered from its mouth. G. The hideous face of the beast curled into a spine-chilling smile. Its cunning eyes locked tightly onto the tiny prey before it, smacking its lips. Tisk, the humans have already fallen into the trap. Witnessing this scene, the fat guy Utah tightly clutched his sweat-drenched head, his mouth gaping as he cried out in horror. This damn thing knows how to speak the human tongue. The beast's massive shadow cast down before the two teenagers, blending with Utah's desperate screams still echoing all around. For a creature to be able to utter human speech, its level must at least be in the transcendent tier. How could such a heaven-defying existence be stationed in a measly rank D Devil's Cave? Sniffing out the imminent danger, Utah roared loudly and dashed forward, bringing down his giant battle axe glowing in pink to block. A creature of this caliber was a calamity far beyond the endurance of the candidate group. He stomped his foot hard onto the ground to establish a solid stance, raising his voice in a loud shout, "Quickly hide behind my back." Sadly, the beast's speed far exceeded their imagination. A cold ray of light slashed through space, cleaving right through the examiner's bicep and causing fresh blood to spout like a fountain. Suffering a blow that sent him flying backward, both a chunk of Utah's arm and his battle axe were blasted into the air, while the mantis proudly maintained its pose of swinging its blood-drenched scythe. Before anyone could regain their senses, the giant reaper's scythe, wrapped in a blinding streak of light, smashed straight into the ground with a speed that tore through the air. Caught by the lightning-fast ambush, the female examiner and the cigarette-puffing guy rolled their eyes back, their pupils shrinking in terror. Both froze completely, as if every reflex neuron had been stripped away. Transforming into a cold-blooded meat grinder, the monster spun frantically, unleashing a barrage of massive green sword auras that swept away all obstacles, accompanied by a deafening snarl. "All of you will have to." A cruel ray of light sliced through the void, piercing straight into Gong Ting's ribs. A streak of dark red blood sprayed out, soaking his uniform and leaving extreme shock frozen on his face. Concluding the bloody prelude, the mantis monster leaned forward and bent down. Its pinkish-purple eyes glinted with a predator's satisfaction as it dropped the remaining half of its threat. Perish in this very place. As the flesh-tearing pain rushed in, Gong Ting gritted his teeth, doing a backbend, his forehead clearly bulging with blue veins. He let out a choked groan from his throat. Ah! Just a second later, Gong Ting decisively swung his arm, chopping off the mantis claw that was buried deep in his flesh. Taking the unexpected counterattack head-on, the hulking mantis widened its pinkish-purple compound eyes, displaying its astonishment at its prey's tenacious endurance. Ignoring his gaping wound, Gong Ting used the momentum to swing his leg, delivering a majestic kick right in the beast's face, sending it flying backward. The beast's grotesque body plowed a long trail across the parched ground. It pinned its razor-sharp claws deeply into the rocky terrain to break its skid right at the feet of the candidate duo. The young master of the Gong family clutched his bleeding chest with one hand, his face wincing yet still retaining its signature arrogance. He tilted his chin at his sworn rival. "See, Chen, this prey made a move on this young master first." His eyes flared with a furious thirst for victory, loudly asserting his dominance. "According to the unwritten rules on the battlefield, this thing is by default my portion. Don't even think about interfering in this." In response to that declaration reeking of monopolization, Si Chen merely looked at him in silence with eyes as tranquil as autumn waters. Suddenly, Si Chen's pupils flashed with a blinding cyan halo, harboring the power to see through all obstacles. Borrowing the power of the appraisal skill, a purple hexagonal holographic info panel clearly manifested right above Gong Ting's head. Mid-tier rank C. At the same time, the true origin of the demonic armored beast was also laid bare. A genuine mid-tier transcendent monster. Taking in the increasingly tragic situation, the female examiner Caillou frantically rappelled down, raising her voice in intervention. "Young Master Gong Ting, you need immediate first aid. I suggest we pause the exam and retreat instantly. This Lord Monster is way out of your league." Brushing off all dissuasion, Gong Ting coldly gathered a bright golden flame to envelop his right hand, his voice deep and resolute. "No." Matching words with action, he crazily pressed his flaming hand straight onto the bleeding wound on his chest, making the flames burn fiercely. Si Chen, standing behind, merely watched quietly this act of toying with the Grim Reaper. Si Chen's sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he silently made a judgment. Is he planning to use the flesh-searing heat of the fire to cauterize the wound in order to stop the bleeding? The smell of charred flesh spread, mixing with a billow of white smoke. Gong Ting swung his flaming heavy sword forcefully, lighting up the entire area as he roared in defiance. "I reject your proposal." His face was flushed and streaked with blood vessels, carrying ultimate stubbornness and determination. He yelled loudly, "This battle is not over yet." As if to return the favor to humanity's arrogance, the mantis monster also glared its evil eyes, radiating boundless killing intent. Without a shred of hesitation, Gong Ting kicked off the ground and vaulted into the air, bringing down a fiery slash aimed straight at the head of the beast, which was smacking its lips in anticipation. At that same moment outside the cave entrance, a majestic white-haired man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glued to the bare cliff face, speaking calmly. "We have experienced the erasure of a cave entrance before. This phenomenon tacitly confirms the existence of a demonic beast possessing transcendent intelligence inside." That person was none other than Lin Wu Kuei, commander of the Empire Guild's raid team. He coldly dissected the beast's cunning ambition. It will pretend to leave the cave entrance open to trick humans into its trap. Once caught in the net, they are no different from fish on a chopping block, left to the mercy of fate. Hearing this part, the mustached manager broke into a cold sweat, his hands flailing in a panic as he pressed for answers. "Then how should we handle this? Is there really no way to force the door back open? Young Master Gong Ting is still trapped tight inside. Lin Wuque threw a sharp side glance from his icy blue eyes, slowly uttering every word. There is only one unique method to pry the exit back open. An illusion of a glowing red power core, imprisoned amidst an intricate network of tree roots, flashed, accompanied by a blood-reeking answer that echoed. Those inside absolutely must eradicate the ruler of the Devil's Cave at all costs. The manager let out a soft sigh of relief, shedding a burden, hurriedly wiping the sweat off his forehead and naively reassuring himself. A maxed-out Rank D Devil's Cave can only house a Rank C Lord, while the general combat power of their group is already nearing the Rank C mark. Thank heavens, it seems that eliminating the Lord won't be too tough of a puzzle after all. However, Lin Wuque immediately poured a brain-freezing bucket of cold water that made the mustached man jump. No, that Rank D classification label is actually just a cunning disguise put up by the Lord itself. The commander calmly issued an earth-shattering verdict. Based on my assessment, it is highly likely that this Devil's Cave is the true source behind the mysterious string of disappearances of rookie awakeners that we've been struggling to investigate recently. Ji's face turned completely pale without a drop of blood left. The mustached man stumbled backward, stammering in horror. If that's the case, then this place is actually one of great peril and little fortune. Midst the desolate towering cliffs, Lin Wuque's final conclusion echoed, crushing the last fragile illusions. A Rank B Devil's Cave. Turning eyes back to the life-and-death arena inside the cave, not even letting its prey catch a breath, the hideous beast furiously double-swung its arms, discharging a flurry of lethal cyan sword auras that interwove and slashed the very space to shreds. Struggling to dodge the attacks, Gong Ting gritted his teeth and swung his fiery red greatsword in an attempt to deflect the storm-like barrage of strikes, his whole body being forced backward. Skidding and plowing a long distance across the dry rock surface, the young master of the Gong family twisted his body to plant his feet firmly, his eyes blazing with the fire of utter recklessness. Enraged by the provocation, the giant mantis beast stretched its repulsive body high, unhinging its grotesque jaw to hiss a savage, eardrum-shattering shriek, signaling its killer move. However, at that exact fraction of a second, Gong Ting used the elastic force to vault himself high into the air, swinging his blinding golden sword with all his might to spectacularly chop off the beast's scythe arm. Riding the free fall, he delivered a thrust that shattered his opponent's protective shield, gritting out every word thick with arrogance. Your weak point is finally exposed. A brilliant arc of a slash illuminated the entire corner of the forest, as Gong Ting exhausted the last of his strength to sweep the blade horizontally, severing the demon's head. The polygonal head spun dizzily in the air before dropping with a thud onto the ground and rolling away, a foul-smelling green pus spilling out and staining everywhere. The headless colossal body consequently lost its support, sluggishly collapsing to the ground right before the horrified gazes of the group behind. Standing frozen while watching the events unfold, the female examiner Caillou gulped down her saliva in terror, whispering softly, "To think that Gong Ting actually managed to single-handedly finish off a lord." Admiration spread throughout the space. Gong Ting stood panting heavily, yet the majestic demeanor of a champion continued to shine brilliantly. Amidst the rising praises, the combat prowess of young Master Gong Ting is truly no ordinary feat. In a hidden corner, the old examiner Ivan blew out white smoke while channeling green magic to heal the fat guy's wounds, speaking leisurely. "How do you feel? The stiffness should have dissipated by now, right?" The response was a sigh of relief. "Yeah, thank goodness you stepped in to heal me just in time, old man." Suddenly, Utah frowned in confusion as he looked down at his tech bracelet, which was emitting a bizarre beeping sound. Ahem. A glowing red no-signal icon blinked continuously on the screen. The fat guy broke a sweat and yelled out in panic, "What the hell is going on here? My bracelet has completely lost contact with the outside." The panic immediately spread. Caillou also raised her hand to check, then frowned as she responded. Mine has suffered the same fate. All transmissions are jammed, and the directional compass is acting up." Looking down at the ground, Ivan discovered that the recording drone had been crushed and broken for quite some time, muttering, "Since when did the recording drone kick the bucket?" Seeing the chaotic scene behind him, Gong Ting turned his head around, an expression full of doubt etched onto his scratch-covered face. However, the nightmare refused to end. The headless corpse, which appeared dead as a doornail, suddenly twitched repeatedly. Cyan blood oozed out as it slowly, hunchingly forced itself up in an eerie manner. In a flash, that body threw an elbow and lunged with immense speed straight towards Gong Ting, making his eyes widen as he had no time to react. Right on the hair's breadth boundary of life and death, a flurry of blinding golden lightning sword auras crashed down from out of nowhere, mincing the tough armor of the wildly flailing corpse. With phantom-like speed, Chen darted past, sawing the monster into tens of thousands of mushy pieces. The system notification panel for 2,000 accumulated experience points instantly lit up brilliantly. Before Gong Ting could regain his senses, he stood dumbfounded, muttering in boundless existential doubt. I sent this thing's head flying with my own hands, so how on earth is it still wriggling? Stuffing both hands into his pockets with his familiar calm demeanor, Chen cast a slight backward glance, dropping a cold explanation. That monster was never the Lord to begin with. It was hit with a hypnosis spell right from the start line. That is the root cause explaining why its corpse still had plenty of strength to wiggle. He swept his razor-sharp gaze toward the dazed judging panel, throwing out a life-or-death warning. If everyone doesn't retreat from this devil's cave immediately, you will become the next ones to fall into its hex. Resentful for having his spotlight stolen, Gong Ting furiously ground his teeth and glared at Chen. How did you manage to get a grip on this whole situation, huh? Stubbornly denying reality, the fat guy Utah blushed furiously, arguing blindly. What kind of garbage are you spouting? This devil's cave harboring a rank C lord is already its absolute limit. Still standing tall and gazing at the beast's severed head, Chen ignored Utah's foolish questioning ringing out behind him. At the very least, this monster ranks among high-tier rank C. How can there be any logic in it not being the Lord? Ignoring that frog-in-the-well mentality, his pupils shrank as dozens of hexagonal danger alarm panels flashed crazily, dyeing a whole patch of the sky a glowing red. Peak risk warning. High danger level demonic beast detected. Echoing out from the deepest depths of the dark cave, an eerie, blinding purple sound wave, brimming with manipulative power, roared and surged outward like a hurricane. Sweeping past every living being in its path, female examiner Caillou's eyes instantly glowed with a bizarre pink light, her consciousness stripped clean in just the blink of an eye. Not stopping there, old Ivan and the fat guy Utah couldn't bypass destiny either. Both of their eyes simultaneously turned a brilliant pink, completely sinking into a state of mind manipulation. Chen knit his eyebrows tightly, swiftly bringing his hand up to firmly press the protective device by his ear, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Too late." That demonic resonance pounded against his eardrums like a sledgehammer coming down, triggering a buried fragment of tragic memory. I am already well acquainted with this devilish soundwave. Purgatory-like scene rushed back into his subconscious, where countless innocent lives coughed up fresh blood before collapsing tragically under the wave of annihilation. In his previous life, Wrath had executed the exact same soundwave. Beneath a torrential downpour tinged with mourning, a past-life illusion of Chen hunched over, tightly embracing the blood-soaked corpse of a young girl, etching an image of absolute helplessness. A voice suppressing immense hatred rang out to conclude the sequence of tragedies, paralleling the image of the earth being completely enveloped by a brilliant pink sonic energy in order to hypnotize and massacre countless civilians across the entire globe. The chaotic picture slowly gave way to dead silence. Chen's facial expression displayed a contemplative yet icy look as he grasped the true origin of the power that had just swept through. Right in front of his eyes, the group of 3 examiners at this moment was no different from brainless zombies. Their eyes glowing with a treacherous pink light, they dragged their aimless footsteps as they lunged forward. Chen's eyes narrowed, brewing an overwhelming murderous intent. He silently made an ironclad judgment. The ruler of this devil's den definitely has deep ties with wrath. The backs of the 3 examiners slowly plunged into the dark, deep cave completely covered in a slimy membrane. Chen also coldly put his hands in his pockets and followed closely behind. The time has come for us to face each other openly. Enveloped by the deadly pink sound waves echoing across the cliff walls, the group plunged deep into the devil's lair like blind moths darting into a sea of fire. The deeper they ventured, a barrage of glaring red triangular signs warning of extreme danger continuously flashed blindingly right before the lightning assassin's eyes. A hair-raising scene unfolded at the bottom of the devil's den. A creature with long, flowing white hair sat imposingly in the void, surrounded by writhing giant black snakes and dozens of cyan eggs pulsating faintly. Scattered beneath their feet was a multitude of pale white skull fragments and bones, intertwined with the rusted weapons of previous unfortunate souls. All of this formed a path reeking of evil aura to welcome Chen and the panel of examiners. Thanks to his thorough, preemptive preparations, the tiny earpiece on Chen's ear flickered, completely neutralizing the dark magic. Exactly like Wrath, the sound wave it uses to lull the brain is an alpha wave. To break it, I already embedded a beta wave audio frequency way beforehand to cancel it out. Glancing at the 3 lives beside him degenerating into broken clockwork machines, the assassin secretly schemed. Since these guys are currently unarmed against the hypnosis, their fragile lives could be claimed at any moment. I must eliminate this lord in a flash. Perched on the slimy throne, the barbaric, hissing voice of the white-haired species echoed throughout the cave, blending with the hissing of the giant serpents. How abundant. It stared hungrily at the 4 delicious prey, obediently waiting below, boldly uttering a series of disgusting compliments. So incredibly abundant, so tender. Chen's gaze remained as freezing as an eternal glacier, ignoring the vicious beast growling to finish its sickeningly carnal sentence. Flesh. Suddenly, a stream of memories drifted back to a blood-soaked past. A hand dripping with fresh blood tightly gripped a shattered piece of wood. Midst the blinding dust and countless bloody slashes drawn across his tender body, the 8-year-old boy Gong Ting leaned on a stick, panting heavily after knocking out an opponent of the same age who lay unconscious on the stone courtyard. Seated on a gold-plated sofa, a man wearing black sunglasses lazily smirked with arrogance, clapping his hands to praise the violent display just performed. Excellent job. Today, you have claimed complete victory once again. The young Gong Ting's eyes back then were sharp and wild, exactly like a beast driven to a dead end. The name called out was extremely cold. Gong Ting, 8-year-old Gong Ting. Following the clan's series of cruel rules, the man pointed towards a lavish banquet table covered with a pristine white cloth, firmly announcing the rule. The winner is allowed to step up to the table and dine. Meanwhile, sprawling on the gray stone steps, another young boy with a severely bruised body knelt down in complete humiliation. The loser must stay right here and kneel throughout the entire night. 8-year-old Gong Cheng. In the silent, dark night, under the faint light of a crescent moon filtering through the wall, the defeated boy remained kneeling with his head bowed, his empty stomach screaming in spasms of extreme hunger. Suddenly, an arm reached out from the darkness, offering him a fragrant loaf of bread, accompanied by a blunt instruction: eat it quickly. Looking up with puffy eyes to see his savior, Gong Cheng was stunned to realize that his older brother Gong Ting was sneaking food to him. He stuttered in a low voice, "Second brother, if father catches you, you'll be beaten half to death again." Gong Ting frowned, displaying a tough exterior, and shoved the bread into his younger brother's hands. His swollen face took on the imposing demeanor of an eldest brother spreading his arms to protect. "Stop nagging, just eat it quickly." Unfortunately, how could any sneaky tricks hide from the beast of the family? A devastating lash from a rattan whip tore through the wind and struck right at Gong Ting's face, carving a deep gash that gushed with blood. The small figure was now tightly wrapped in bandages, kneeling on the floor with tightly clenched fists. The boy trembled violently, bracing himself to endure the towering dark shadow of his cold-blooded father who stood looming above, wielding a whip. Gong Lin lightly pushed up the frame of his glasses, spitting out a chilling threat that pierced the soul. "Do you understand why the Gong family managed to climb onto the throne like we have today?" The arrogant man lifted his chin, his eyes clearly etching the traits of a bloodthirsty dictator. "It is because I, your respectable father, am an immortal champion. Only the victors possess the privilege to create the rules of the game." Turning his back and walking away ruthlessly, ignoring the shuddering child, he threw back a firm piece of dogma that tolerated no resistance. "As for you, your only lot in life is to bow your head and strictly obey my rules." Swallowing the uttermost humiliation and suppressing his fury, Gong Ting smirked, his bloodshot eyes bulging with manic defiance. The boy gritted out every syllable. "If I defeat you, then I will hold the power of life and death to create the rules, right?" In response to the arrogant declaration of war from the battered and bruised 8-year-old boy, the trash of a biological father merely sneered with a faint laugh reeking of contempt. "Yeah." A fragment of memory sank into the ear-piercing echo of clashing steel. The shattered sword scattered and clattered onto the ground, exactly like a testament to sheer, pathetic uselessness. Gong Ting collapsed in his own pool of blood. He coughed violently, hacking up mouthfuls of bitter, dark red blood, and screamed, "Cough, cough. The one I issued the challenge letter to was clearly you, why?" The bespectacled old father stood arrogantly with his hands on his hips behind a white-haired assassin wielding an ice sword, coldly shattering the naive innocence of his own flesh and blood. Why did I let the royal squad get their hands dirty with this low-grade errand instead of me? His hands stretched out as if craving to hoard the entire sky, a tyrant's smirk blooming on his face. My strength is not measured by my personal brawling abilities, but it is constituted by the ultimate power I currently grasp in my hands. Looking down at his son kneeling beneath his heel, he leisurely preached in a tone heavily reeking of materialism and status. The order of the human world is inherently far more complex than your brain could ever imagine. Even so, there still exists an eternal, absolute supremacy. He clenched his hand into a fist reeking of oppression, spitting out every word clearly, and that is victory. Ignoring Gong Ting, who was covered in slimy blood and gritting his teeth to endure it, the venomous brainwashing words continued to hammer down like a sledgehammer. What kind of tricks you use are entirely worthless. Finalizing the ultimate outcome is the only thing that speaks. Bearing the name of Gong Lin's son, you must always reign at the pinnacle of glory. Even if you have to discard kinship, responsibility, or those ideals of yours, you are absolutely required to seize the victory. The face of the terrible father zoomed in, completely blocking his vision, finalizing the horrific indoctrination. Being the champion is the sole reason for you to breathe in this world. The illusion shattered, throwing back a teenage Gong Ting who was dazedly resting his arm on his forehead, questioning himself on the borderline of life and death. Is success truly the only excuse for me to survive? Shifting back to the cruel reality, unfolding before their eyes was a massive lair with the treacherous silhouette of the silver-haired lord, along with an overwhelming pile of green eggs pulsating with heart-stopping beats. Meanwhile, Chen's state-of-the-art earpiece was flickering dimly. He calmly dissected the issue. Exactly like wrath, the sound wave it uses to manipulate the brain is an alpha wave. To counter wrath, I already planted a beta wave audio frequency band a long time ago in order to completely neutralize it. Glancing at the examiners who had now degenerated into hollow zombies, he silently evaluated the situation. Since this group didn't bring any anti-hypnosis countermeasures, their worthless lives could be snatched away at any moment. His palms swirled with blinding golden lightning heralding death as towering murderous intent erupted. I absolutely have to blow this lord away in a flash. However, at the exact moment he was about to unleash his power, a hand smeared with fresh blood reached out from nowhere, tightly gripping Chen's wrist that was sizzling with electrical currents. The abrupt interruption made Chen's eyes widen slightly. Gong Ting staggered forward, struggling to force out every word to stop him. Wait. The young master of the Gong family clutched his blood-soaked chest, his voice weak, but still carrying a trace of his usual arrogance. Chen, I'm genuinely curious what kind of trick you used to dodge its hypnosis. His bloodshot eyes looked up with unwavering determination. He smugly bragged about his persistent endurance, but I also have my own secret to keep this head from getting muddled. Maintaining the demeanor of someone born to command, he growled a warning to the Lightning Assassin. Listen closely, if you recklessly charge out right now, all of our lives will be offered up to the King of Hell. Breaking into a cold sweat, he gestured with his chin towards the slimy cliff in the distance. See that hideous nest of eggs over there? Those green graves were still pulsating, waiting for prey. Gong Ting exposed the monstrous danger. Just alerting them, before the Lord even lifts a finger, dozens of C-rank monsters will be enough to send us to the afterlife. When that time comes, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay the price. His gaze swept across the scattered skulls on the ground, exposing the enemy's perfect trap. The Lord had turned this place into a cheap dungeon, solely to herd inexperienced awakened into a slaughterhouse and suck dry their life force. Gong Ting narrowed his eyes in calculation, seeing right through every move of the evil creature. No matter how arrogant it is, it will crawl its way over to us on its own. A life-or-death tactic was decisively finalized by him, his hand pointing straight at the distant dark silhouette. I suggest we just lay low here to recover, wait for the Lord to drag its own body over, and then go all out to send it off. Chen half closed his eyes, leisurely bestowing a compliment for the young master's sharp mind. Didn't expect you to have such foresight. Abruptly widening his eyes reeking of murderous intent, he coldly poured cold water on Gong Ting's sacrificial intention. Unfortunately, that plan belongs in the trash. That lord doesn't even need to lift its ass off the chair to take our lives. From the bottom of the pitch-black pit, the white-haired creature perched on the throne began to brandish a ghostly wave, playing with all things in the palm of its hand. Right behind them, the fat examiner Utah broke into a foolish smile, unconsciously raising a knife glowing with pink light directly to his own throat. Even more horrifying, the female examiner Caillou also nonchalantly pressed a gun to her temple, while the system panel frantically flashed red with a mass suicide command. Not to be outdone, old Ivan smirked with an insane laugh, raising both hands to strangle himself in obedience to a command from the realm of the dead. Like a golden lightning bolt tearing through space, Chen dashed past all three of them. Electricity-coated neck chops landed cleanly, sending the examiner trio into a deep sleep before they could end their own lives. That lightning-fast rescue immediately caught the eye of the Lord. Its bloodshot pupils flashed with a hint of spite upon discovering someone dared to ruin its chess game. Sadly, man's calculation can never outwit heaven's plan. Right where the examiners lay stacked up, a hair-raising sound tore through the space, shattering all plans. Turn into food. The ground shuddered violently, and the eggshells cracked open simultaneously. Sharp scythes tore through the darkness as they emerged, bringing along a savage screech. All of you. A hideous mantis stretched its grotesque body and stood upright, its pinkish-purple polygonal eyes blinking rapidly, exuding a frenzied craving for flesh and blood. The system coldly threw down a death sentence, confirming the identity of the devilish swarm surging forward like a broken dam. C-rank scythe-armed mantis plant-type assassin, accompanied by a life-demanding roar. Die. Without giving their opponents a chance to breathe, the horde of monsters brandished their glowing green scythes, darting towards them like starving ghosts. Seeing his perfect scheme turn into dust, Gong Ting gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue, his face contorted in sheer reluctance. Looks like I'll just have to switch to life-risking mode. Having said that, he carried his chipped heavy sword and charged straight into the monster swarm, leaving his reluctant teammate with a parting word reeking of responsibility. Chen, I leave these people to you. Pointing the dull tip of his sword forward, Gong Ting boldly gave an absolute order. Carry those three soulless bodies and get out of here right now. I will stay behind and act as a sandbag to block their path. Witnessing the outburst of the arrogant young master, Chen's eyes slightly wavered, astonished by this unexpected heroic transformation. Gong Ting's face lit up with a suicidal resolve. I'm not sure if I can chew through all of them, but holding them back so you can escape is well within my power. Just as he finished his intimidating words, a giant mantis tore through the wind and lunged down from above, baring its disgusting jaws to claim his life. A deafening clash rang out. Gong Ting swung his flaming sword and deflected the attack. He gritted his teeth and took the blame. It was my own competitive nature, demanding to see who's superior, that dragged everyone into this dead-end mud pit. A shockwave erupted from the collision, sending the young master's body flying backward like a dry leaf. Plowing through the barren, rocky ground, he had to brace himself and dig his feet firmly into the floor to break. Tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, he looked up with blazing eyes, gritting out every word. Since I am the one who started this mess, I will personally nail the coffin shut and end it. Witnessing that brilliant display of self-respect, Chen's class change interface suddenly lit up. He curled his lips into a faint smile. It seems I misjudged you, but you aren't the only one who nodded to join this game of determining a winner. Roaring golden lightning wrapped around Chen's body. He stepped up to stand alongside Gong Ting, proudly thumping his chest and declaring his name. Under the title of Lightning Assassin, I would also like to join. He stood tall, gluing his eyes to the slimy egg nest on the cliff, decisively dividing the labor. Pointing his hand towards the white shadow floating on the throne, Chen's voice was as cold as ice. As for this lord. His eyes sparking with deadly golden electricity, he took on the toughest task. I will personally take care of it. Gong Ting gritted his teeth to stop him, his blood-streaked face clearly revealing helplessness. That's a useless trick, Chen. We don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Gulping as he looked at the supreme entity radiating a suffocating pressure, the young master broke into a cold sweat and analyzed. I can feel that this freak's strength has already far exceeded our reach. At the very least it has to be B rank, no, it might have even reached the threshold of an A rank. Glancing back at the 3 logs of unconscious examiners, Gong Ting hastily urged, grabbing these people and running for our lives to evacuate is the only way out right now. Chen remained as steady as a boulder. He turned his back and calmly explained about the inescapable cage. This lord is definitely a tough bone to chew, but the rescue team from the Empire Guild should have shown their faces ages ago. If the dungeon door hadn't been sealed, we wouldn't be stuck here. Hearing this, Gong Ting's pupils shrank in shock. He stuttered like someone who had lost his soul. What? The dungeon door has been completely locked. Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp green light brimming with confidence as he calmly exposed the situation. Pinning his gaze on the devil standing tall and waiting, he laid out a chilling frame of reference. Let's suppose this lord has actually touched the rank threshold. An illusion of a massive shadow lion glowing with pink light flashed through his mind, and he ruthlessly concluded. Then its combat power must at least be on par with the Phantom Lion King at the bottom of this dungeon. Before he could finish his sentence, a mantis frantically screeched, diving headfirst like a deadly drill seeking a life. Snorting softly, Chen threw a punch coated in brilliant lightning, knocking away its claws in a split second. Without giving him time to breathe, the monster bounced up, swinging its razor-sharp dual swords to split his head in half from the air. From behind, Gong Ting widened his eyes in sheer panic and screamed, "Careful!" With unbelievable synergy, Chen swung his lightning sword to bat away the encirclement, while Gong Ting lowered his center of gravity and unleashed a flaming slash to clear the way, the two standing back-to-back to form an impenetrable fortress wall. But the storm hadn't stopped. From the thick fog, an entire swarm of C-rank mantises poured out crawling like a horde of starving cockroaches, bringing along an endless barrage of ear-piercing screeches. While struggling to deflect attacks, Gong Ting broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he evaluated the grim prospect. If we keep getting overwhelmed by numbers against this massive swarm, sooner or later we'll run out of stamina and die. Without a moment of hesitation, Chen's palm immediately condensed a blinding sphere of lightning, preparing for a large-scale cleanup. Pointing two fingers towards the sky, he coldly drew out a resplendent lightning sword, boldly chanting the name of his ultimate skill, Lightning Assassin Lightning Blade. Immediately, he swung his hand and hurled the golden bolts of lightning directly into the center of the monster swarm. The razor-sharp lightning spears pierced through their rigid shells as smoothly as slicing tofu. Pressing the advantage, Chen spun around and swung his sword to harvest the lives of the devilish swarm with another devastating move, Lightning Assassin Godspeed Strike. His entire body turned into a golden lightning bolt enveloping the Grim Reaper, violently zigzagging through the air, hacking down the grotesque monsters in droves just like a farmer harvesting rice. Having the honor of witnessing that blood-soaked artistic performance, Gong Ting's pupils shrank. He stuttered, throwing away all hesitation. How the hell can this be happening? Deep down, the arrogant young master began to question life itself, because assassins inherently had paper-thin health and weak strength. Once ganged up on, they were destined to suffer a huge disadvantage. But the sight before his eyes slapped him right in the face. The lightning blade weaved through every blind spot, every single strike landing precisely on the vital points of the monster horde. With just a few smooth yet ruthless maneuvers, the seemingly indestructible diamond armor of the mantis swarm was cleaved in half, with blood and pus splattering out and staining the battlefield. The guy surnamed Gong swallowed hard, silently bowing down to that magical skill. He is using god-tier speed and supreme technique to make up for the weakness of brute physical strength. Gong Ting's eyes went wide, sweat breaking out on his dirt-streaked face, with his current horrifying speed. Keeping his eyes glued to the phantom lightning dancing amidst the beast horde, he firmly laid out his verdict. Then he must have at least reached the milestone of an rank awakened. Salvaging a ray of light at the end of the tunnel, Gong Ting tightly gripped his chipped sword, muttering, "Perhaps we actually." The flame of pride ignited in the depths of his eyes. The young master roared with overwhelming momentum. Have a chance to turn the tables on this game. But the joy was short-lived. From the dark zone, the white-haired lord entity abruptly unleashed a blazing pink murderous intent, carrying a demonic pressure that crushed the entire space. Its star-shaped, bloodshot eye blinked with fury, as if preparing to bring down a fatal punishing strike upon the insignificant bugs who dared to resist. Instantly, a series of parameters interfered and glitched continuously. A bizarre spell was activated, constantly inflating the power stats of the monsters through the roof in exchange for draining their life force. Backed by that heretical dark magic, a giant mantis with double the normal size descended from the sky, causing even Chen to be startled and exclaim in awe. The polygonal eyes of the evil beast flashed with a frenzied pink light, and it screeched in a tone thirsting for fresh blood. "I will immediately." Bringing down its dual scythes to tear the air apart, it roared demanding to carve up the assassin. hack you into 100 pieces." A concussive boom rang out, the scythe slashed into the ground, plowing up a deep fissure with boulders flying in all directions. Quick as a lightning flash, Chen managed to borrow the momentum to launch himself into the air, narrowly dodging the fatal slash by a hair's breadth. Idling in the back, Gong Ting frowned with anxiety at the overwhelming power of the mutated monster, slightly gritting his teeth as he yelled his teammate's name, Chen. Sweat soaking the back of his shirt, the young master screamed, pouring all his hope onto the young man. "Try your best to hold on." Midair amidst the thick smoke and dust, Chen curled himself into a lightning sphere, frantically clashing against and parrying the rain of slashes from the drug-crazed monsters. However, the weight class difference began to show. The massive frame of the alpha mantis crashed down, completely crushing the small stature of the lightning assassin. Determined not to surrender without a fight, Chen swung his golden lightning sword, whipping a razor-sharp stroke against the rock-hard shell on the devil's back. But an ear-splitting clang echoed back, and dozens of blinding golden lightning bolts were deflected and scattered. The monster's armor seemed to not yield even a single millimeter. The evil beast frantically rolled back its red eyes, opened its maw bristling with sharp spikes, and unleashed a deafening roar that shook the entire cave wall. The erupting shockwave mixed with the brutal collision, forcing Chen to cross his lightning-coated arms to block the attack in a completely passive stance. The sheer crushing force sent him flying violently backward, plowing a blazing trail of electrical sparks across the barren ground. Doing his best to catch his breath, Chen's eyes narrowed to calculate his next moves. These drug-crazed monsters had already touched a power threshold bordering on B-rank monsters. Estimating the toughness of the enemies looming in the mist, he silently exclaimed at the impasse, "Their shells are ridiculously hard. I can't just casually stab their vital points like before. I absolutely must find a way to strip off this damn armor." Just when everything seemed to hit a dead end, from behind his back, Gong Ting's familiar arrogant tones suddenly roared loudly, "Thanks to you, Chen." A blinding golden pillar of fire erupted and tore through the night as a series of Gong Ting's stats skyrocketed and covered the system screen. He proudly raised his sword and laughed arrogantly. You acting as bait was more than enough, causing Chen to look back with stunned eyes. In contrast to the bloody slaughter in the dungeon, the clock struck exactly 17:30 in the siblings' cozy apartment. A clattering sound rang out alongside the appearance of Zhou Tong with a bunch of plastic bags. The girl scratched her head and laughed apologetically. "Sorry I'm late. Picking up the drinks took longer than I thought." Coming out brightly to greet her friend, Yun, with the white furball named Leo perched on her shoulder, waved her hand and replied, "It's no big deal, my older brother hasn't even bothered to show his face at home yet." Hearing that, Zhou Tong widened her eyes. He still hasn't come back." Glancing over at the steaming hot pot tray, her inquisitive friend asked, "Does he know the news about you getting into the art academy yet?" Yun slowly rearranged the items. "Not yet. I just texted him that there is earth-shattering news to talk about today, but it seems he'll be home late. How about we just dig in first while it's hot?" Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, Yun held up an empty jar to inspect it, smacking her lips and complaining, "What bad luck, the garlic sauce evaporated an eternity ago." Determined not to let the meal be ruined, the girl hurriedly threw on her jacket and instructed Zhou Tong, "You sit and watch the house for a bit. Leo and I will run out to buy a new jar," she brightly added. "You just nibble on some food first. Today we have to throw a proper party." Zhou Tong obediently nodded. "Okay then." Under the crimson sunset, Yun hugged a paper bag tightly and walked out of Jai's supermarket. The crisp sound of the automated scanner echoed behind the bald boss's back. "Payment successful. Thank you for visiting." Peeking into the bag slung across her chest, Yun rubbed her cheek gently, pouring sweet words onto the little furball. Hee, you're number one at being a good boy, Leo." In that cramped nest, baby Leo was hugging a biscuit tightly and chewing on it, his large, round, pinkish-purple eyes blinking. Yun continued to gush over him. "You lay so quietly in here without making a single peep." Happy as a lark, the girl skipped backwards down the street, her eyes curving into a smile as she promised, "So incredibly good, next time I'll buy you a whole mountain of biscuits." But that innocent and carefree demeanor had fallen into the crosshairs of predators. A gloomy dark shadow slowly peeked out from behind the cold wall, silently tailing the little girl's every footstep. Skulking in the hidden alley, the guy wearing a beanie gave a thuggish smile revealing crooked teeth, holding a photo in one hand while pressing his earpiece to report the situation with the other. "Confirmed, I'm locking onto that brat right now." His calloused finger rubbed hard on the photo of Si-yun, and he smirked while requesting orders from his superior. Should we make a move and snatch her right away? The other end of the line transmitted a cruel, cold-blooded tone. Don't be hasty. For now, just keep tailing her. We'll make mincemeat out of her as soon as she enters the camera blind spot. The assassin gave a smug, sinister laugh. Understood. The camera panned down to the street surface, where Si-yun's pristine white sneakers were still rhythmically strolling without a care in the world. 10 meters away, the filthy black shoes of the scumbags were also quietly tailing without leaving her heels for half a step, as persistent as life-claiming ghosts. Hiding behind a dark brick corner, Si-yun slightly tilted her head. Her eyes, as sharp as razor blades, glanced backward, completely shedding her fake innocent facade and coldly concluding, "These trashy scumbags have been tailing me ever since I left the supermarket. What kind of trick are they planning to pull exactly?" Not leaving her to guess, two burly thugs slowly walked out of the light, throwing perverted smiles as they cornered their prey against the pitch-black wall. Smelling the danger, little Leo poked his head out of the bag, his pinkish-purple pupils shrinking into sharp diamond shapes, baring his teeth and growling threateningly, forcing Si-yun to comfort him. "You also caught the scent of trouble, Leo." Her slender hand gently patted the opening of the bag, and she whispered an order with the demeanor of a true queen. "Just be a good boy and lie still in there." Lightly smoothing out her collar crease, the corners of Si-yun's lips curled into a thoroughly defiant smile, her eyes glowing red with sparks of excitement. "It looks like we're about to have a little fun." The camera whipped back to the blazing battlefield in the dungeon, where Chen, his body wrapped in lightning armor and his face drenched in sweat, strained his brain to analyze. These buffed monsters possess sweeping stats that are bordering on B-rank monsters. Facing the pitch-black shadow that obscured his entire vision, he gritted his teeth and made a harsh judgment. "Their armor is unimaginably hard. I can't just casually stab their vital points like before. I absolutely must find a way to strip off this damn shell." Right at that perilous moment, hanging by a thread, from behind his back, Gong Ting's face lit up under a blazing flame. He roared, his voice echoing arrogantly across heaven and earth. "Thanks to you, Chen." A blinding golden streak of fire erupted and tore through the night, as a series of Gong Ting's stats skyrocketed and covered the system screen. He proudly raised his sword and laughed arrogantly. "You acting as bait was more than enough," causing Chen to look back with stunned eyes. His face shone brightly like a torch, his bulging muscles flexing to the absolute limit. He shouted loudly across a corner of the sky, "This is my send-off strike." Under the patronage of the nuclear warrior class, he brought down his giant heavy sword, creating a flaming slash that cleaved the sky in two, confidently roaring loudly, "You will be crushed into scum, even if you are an rank lord." A wave of destructive energy carrying a temperature that could melt all things swept across, incinerating the mantises, blocking the path into ash. In just a split second, the charred flesh of the monster swarm rapidly crumbled, turning into ashes under the fury of the flames. The blazing crescent moon continued to screech and tear through the wind, darting straight toward the pitch-black mass, with dozens of hideous tentacles wiggling in the dark corner. Without deviating even a single beat, the brilliantly glowing stream of power smashed right into the middle of the devil's massive body. A concussive explosion shook the entire ground, the flames blazing up furiously as if wanting to swallow the entire space, creating an immensely brutal thermal hurricane. Before the smoke and dust could even clear, Gong Ting had to plant his sword into the ground to support his battered body. Dripping with sweat, he exhaled in exhausted, broken pants. Pant, pant. With eyes dazed from physical exhaustion yet flashing with a ray of hope, he smirked smugly. Finally got the job done. Sweeping his eyes across the battlefield that was left with nothing but monster ashes, he let out a sigh of relief. It's over. But life is never a dream. From within the dense fog, a ghostly tone rang out accompanied by a mocking laugh. "Hee, is this your absolute limit?" Gong Ting's triumphant smile immediately froze dead. He widened his eyes in horror while Chen, standing behind him, also frowned with full vigilance. The smoke and clouds dissipated, exposing the true form of the Lord with its rough, tree-root head and a pair of blood-red snakes coiled around it. It stood tall behind a blinding pink shield, growling in mockery. "You garbage humans." Gong Ting's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper, cold sweat pouring down like a stream. He trembled violently and whispered in despair, "My all-out strike." The Lord still stood as tall as a mountain, its pinkish-purple eye flashing with a ray of contempt. He didn't dare to believe this cruel truth, and yet it didn't even lose a single hair. Contrary to the panic of his makeshift teammate, Chen's face remained as cold as stone. His sharp eyes flashing with a red light, he calmly evaluated the situation. His brain quickly crunched the numbers and came up with a satisfactory answer. It drained the energy from the minor monsters at the exact split second the strike landed, thereby condensing a defensive wall as hard as steel. Losing all his fighting spirit, Gong Ting collapsed, blood seeping from the corner of his lips. His dazed eyes stared at the Grim Reaper beckoning him. Do I really have to lose my life in this wretched corner? Just waiting for that moment, Chen leisurely stepped up to shield his battered teammate and made a fair proposal reeking of money. Gong Ting, let's make a bet. A blinding pink-purple light suddenly flared up and enveloped Chen as the system signaled that the class loading process was underway. He declared in a highly pragmatic tone, "You take first place in this exam, and I pocket 1 million renminbi in prize money." The bandaged hand began releasing sparkling magical lightning, and Chen sealed the business contract. "I have only one condition." Mid the churning energy vortex, the status panel showed Chen at level 24 had switched to the Purgatory Rakshasa class. On his forehead sprouted a glowing demon horn, his hand gripped a great energy sword, and his voice was ice cold. "Absolutely do not breathe a single word to anyone about what is about to happen." Gong Ting snapped his head up, eyes wide and mouth agape in shock to the point he nearly bit off his tongue, stammering, You're actually a dual class awakened." Ignoring the dazed expression of the sole spectator, the blazing pink energy ribbons began to rise into the sky, gathering into one point. The dried corpses of the mantis swarm were dragged out and ground down once more, squeezed to the last drop of essence. Once fully charged, the system reported that the skill Myriad Bones Devastation had been activated. It drained the stamina and strength from the pile of corpses, converting them proportionally into power for the user, sending Chen's stamina stat soaring through the roof. A violent pillar of energy tore through the night sky, and his strength stat also jumped wildly, reaching a game-breaking threshold. The ferocious whirlwind of power forced Gong Ting to cover his face with his hand to avoid being blown away, leaving him speechless, unable to squeeze out a single word. In the darkness, the Lord raised its malformed head, its red eye gleaming as it regarded the new challenger with deep wariness. The mist parted to reveal a crazed smirk with razor-sharp shark-like teeth, as Chen exhaled a puff of provocative smoke. With both stamina and strength maxed out, Chen's demon form now radiated a killing intent that overshadowed even the final boss. He pointed his weapon straight at the enemy's face and smiled confidently. "I told you, I'll personally make mincemeat out of this lord." The Root Lord twisted and stretched, emitting a deep purple light and roared darkly, "Requiem." A gigantic halo crashed down, carrying a mysterious dark curse. Gong Ting clutched his head and collapsed, howling as blood gushed from his nose, yet still gritted his teeth and cursed. Again, this damn hypnosis trick. In complete contrast to his weak teammate, Chen still stood tall and imposing with a completely calm face. The monster froze, its blood-red eye blinking rapidly, revealing utter bewilderment. Chen slung his weapon over his shoulder and strolled leisurely, ignoring the panicked roar of the boss. Why is the hypnosis completely ineffective against you?" Utterly humiliated, the Root Lord decided to muster all its power to unleash its final killer move. A monstrous defensive orb swelled, enveloping its shell along with a piercing shriek, Hell Sound Wave. The deadly purple shockwave blew away everything on the ground, except for a young man calmly standing enjoying the breeze. Far behind, Gong Ting staggered and drove his sword into the ground to keep from being blown away, gritting his teeth as he endured. What a pain. The monster hovered in midair, confidently radiating a blazing red cross-shaped light reeking of menace. Meanwhile, Chen curved his lips into a wild smile, his eyes blazing with the excitement of a bloodthirsty hunter. Immediately, he bent his legs and shot into the sky like a god, making the boss panic and shriek. The Lord trembled inside its protective cocoon, stammering, unable to accept the cruel reality. "How can this be? Why can I not scratch you in the slightest?" Panicked beyond reason, it hurled a giant serpentine tentacle that lunged to tear the opponent apart. "Rip him to pieces for me." Chen calmly tightened his grip on the weapon hilt, purple energy churning around him, ready for a lightning-fast counterattack. Without bothering with theatrics, a wind-splitting slash whipped past, sending the evil serpent's head flying with incredible smoothness. The massive body of the serpent monster dropped with a thud onto the dusty ground, ending its short life in utterly anticlimactic fashion. Still refusing to back down, two other serpent heads opened their blood-red maws wide and lunged in for a sneak bite. Showing not the slightest hesitation, Chen's heavily veined arm crackled with lightning as he swung it up powerfully. He carved a slash that split the sky in two, sending both evil beasts to meet the king of hell in the blink of an eye. Having swept away the trash blocking his path, he kicked off the air and shot like an arrow toward the final boss's protective bubble, scaring it out of its wits. The weak enemy cowered inside its shield, consoling itself with pathetic empty words. "It's useless, my defensive barrier is absolutely invincible." Chen raised his weapon reeking of thunder energy and smirked mockingly. "Is that so?" The system interface appeared, reporting an impending destruction. Star Warrior, Myriad Bones Devastation, absorbs the stamina and strength of surrounding corpses, converting them proportionally into the user's maximum power. The slash-carrying monstrous strength slammed down, shattering the monster's self-proclaimed invincible shield into brilliant glass fragments. The Lord stared dumbly at the fragments fluttering around it and groaned in shock. What the hell is happening?" On the ground below, Gong Ting's eyes bulged so wide they nearly popped out from sheer terror. He smashed the Lord's shield with just one strike. Looking up at the awe-inspiring and brutal back of his teammate, he asked himself from the depths of his heart in shock, "What kind of deity are you, Chen?" The system announced the final finishing move, Star Warrior 3-Phase Calamity Supermass Mode. At the same time, a massive surge of energy crashed down, crushing the monster into nothingness. The terrifying counterattack had barely landed when it created an earth-shattering explosion, gouging the ground into a deep crater. A haze of dust billowed up, obscuring a vast area and making the atmosphere on the battlefield suffocatingly oppressive. Chen stood proudly on the edge of the crater looking down at the monster's remains, while its lingering soul still wailed miserably. "No, I refuse to believe this cruel truth." The young man coolly smoothed his hair, his gaze sharp as a dagger, and questioned, "Spill it, what is your relationship with the Wrath Demon King?" The green energy orb flashed in panic and stammered in protest. How does a brat like you know the name of the Wrath Demon King?" Chen's eyes glared blood-red, and he barked a single shout that crushed any intention of stalling. "Speak." The battered monster reluctantly spat out the truth. "How could I not personally go help him break the seal if I actually knew where he was hiding?" He frowned slightly in thought, muttering while gathering data and dismantling the barrier. So this guy had been thrown into the seal by someone before. The evil beast's battered body suddenly erupted with blue-green strange fire. It tilted its head back to the sky and laughed maniacally, "Gah ha 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 ha." The dark mass poured out curses reeking of malice. "Just you wait, the Wrath Demon King swears he will return one day." Even with its last breath, its power core stubbornly uttered arrogant words. "He will soon command the demon army and wipe out your lowly human race without leaving a single one." After that lengthy tirade of threats, the evil beast exploded into a floating green light mass, while Chen stood watching with folded arms and an indescribably indifferent gaze. That dazzling speck of light obediently traced a line through the wind, flying straight toward the young man. His towering hand lightly snatched the trophy, and the interface immediately announced the absorption and data download process. The screen flashed a notification of successful absorption, along with the card stats: Botanist Monster controlled by Wrath, Wood Mage type. Mysterious Skill Requiem unleashes psychic hypnosis and controls weakened targets. Sound of the Underworld releases mental shockwaves dealing area damage. Shield gathers thought to drain magic from hypnotized targets and erect a sturdy defense. Swallowing the enormous energy, the system signaled a level up, pushing Chen straight to level 25 along with a brilliant victory interface and reward items. The pragmatic young man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seemed the wrathful one would not wait another 3 years to appear. He had long since slipped into the human world, but had become trapped by a seal for mysterious reasons. His eyes narrowed with deep suspicion. He inwardly agonized what kind of bizarre event had quietly occurred beyond his control. Temporarily tossing the tangled conspiracy theories aside, the young man turned and walked decisively to clean up the rest of the battlefield. On the other side, Gong Ting coughed violently, clutching his bruised shoulder and wheezing. "Cough, I never thought you were a dual-class holder." Understanding the abyss-like gap in strength, Gong Ting sincerely bowed his head. "I admit defeat, You surpass me by far. The title of winner of this trial round belongs to you." Being very sensible, Gong Ting promptly added a solemn promise about everything that had just happened. "I will keep your identity absolutely confidential." The solemn promise had barely ended when Gong Ting suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ugh! His legs gave way and he collapsed onto the cold ground, clutching his chest and coughing repeatedly. Chen folded his arms and offered encouragement reeking of rationality. "The Lord has fallen, so the demon cave entrance should be clear. Hang on a little longer, the guild's assault team is almost here." The moment he finished speaking, Chen's cold face suddenly changed, his pupils widening as he sensed an overwhelming threat. From within the pitch-black mist, an evil eye glowing with a sinister pink-purple light suddenly flashed. A middle-aged man in a crisp suit, but with terrifying jade-bright eyes, slowly stepped forward, his body surrounded by a mass of grotesque dark tentacles. Chen's pupils twitched from the mental shock, and he unconsciously murmured his younger sister's name, Yun. The man's distorted, sorrowful face exuded an oppressive killing intent, warning of a catastrophic calamity looming. While the older brother was sweating bullets in the evil lair, his younger sister Yun had to clutch her pet and desperately flee from a series of crimson talismans closing in. From midair, two nimble shadows darted down into the small alley, hunting the girl like wild beasts that had caught the scent of blood. Yun glanced back warily, thinking to herself, "These guys have been tailing me since the supermarket entrance. What the hell are they plotting?" Sure enough, two rough-looking young men were chasing hard, one wearing a beanie and flashing a vulgar grin. Seeing the little creature trembling in her arms, she gently stroked and soothed it. "Oh, do you smell danger too, Dan?" Knowing the situation was unfavorable, the girl held her little companion tight and resolved to find shelter first. A cold sweat trickled down her cheek, and the feisty girl let out a sigh. "It looks like we're about to land in big trouble again." Yun cleverly swerved up a flight of stairs, fully applying the basic survival principle. If you're being chased, head for crowded places. She quickly slipped into a bustling street, where at dusk the crowd was jammed tight as a wedge. Making the most of her petite figure, she expertly weaved through every gap, turning the crowd into a perfect shield. Behind her, the brutish beanie guy shoved passers-by aside and roared fiercely, "Get out of the way." Ignoring that brutality, the quick-witted girl managed to turn onto another path and vanished without a trace. She brilliantly shook off her pursuers the moment they let their guard down. The two thugs looked around dumbly, and the beanie guy growled in frustration. "Where did that brat hide? Damn it, we lost her." While they frantically searched, Yun had safely escaped to the rooftop filled with ventilation ducts. Unfortunately, her stamina was limited, and the girl stopped to pant heavily, wheezing, "I'm exhausted." But before her relief could settle, a shiny black leather shoe suddenly tripped her right by the trash area. The owner of the shoe was a gray-haired young man smoking a cigarette, who drawled, "I've been waiting for you until my legs are sore, sweetheart." Yun paled and retreated, glaring at the blocker and shouting, "Who the hell are you people? How did you find out where I live?" At that exact moment, the two thugs also dragged themselves over, and the beanie guy smirked nastily. "This brat is pretty good at hiding." Surrounded by three rough men, the girl was completely cornered, as the scum slowly closed in with savage laughter. "Hee ha ha ha." Suddenly, a freezing spell wrapped around and completely froze Yun's heels. Losing her balance, she pitched face first onto the concrete floor, letting out a pained groan. The gray-haired man sauntered over, a strange jade-green seal flickering in his palm, and teased, "Tired of running, little girl?" Yun lay curled on the ground, looking up in fear, as the cunning man whispered coaxingly, "Just be a good girl and accept your fate." The chubby beanie guy licked his lips hungrily and reached his grimy hand toward the girl, inviting, "Come play with big bro for a bit, okay?" Sensing the deadly danger, Yun squeezed her eyes shut and desperately screamed with all her might. Suddenly, a blinding pink streak of light tore through the wind and slammed straight into the pervert's face with an earth-shattering blow. The terrifying impact sent the chubby thug flying and crashing through the stair landing, while the gray-haired man coldly observed the situation. Witnessing the unbelievable counterattack, the gray-haired man frowned slightly and let out a curious sound. "Oh." A massive beast paw wreathed in eerie light stomped down hard, tearing the ground into countless cracks. Emerging from the dazzling light, a mighty giant white lion appeared, proudly standing guard over Yun. The girl stared in awe at the great savior, her face relaxing as she stammered wordlessly. The beast fixed its blazing eyes on the enemies, and Si Yun joyfully cried out her little friend's name, Leo. The beanie thug scrambled to his feet, clutching one side of his blood-soaked face, and screamed in terror. Where the hell did this damn lion come from? His companion also trembled and stepped back defensively, grumbling about their employer. When that brat paid us, he didn't mention we'd have to deal with this freak. Ignoring the panicking enemies, Leo bared his fangs and claws, letting out a mighty roar that shook the entire area. The remaining thug frantically gathered golden lightning to fight back, squeezing his eyes shut and roaring desperately. Unfortunately, the awe-inspiring radiance didn't last long. The white lion suddenly fizzled out, shrinking into a tiny ball of fluff spinning in midair. In the end, the little spirit beast plopped onto the tiled floor, its eyes spinning with dizziness, leaving its owner stranded in the deadly encirclement. Si Yun froze, staring at the deflated fluff ball, and called out in alarm, "Leo." The girl cradled her little companion to her chest in distress and asked frantically, "Leo, what happened to you?" The gray-haired man pouted in disappointment and muttered mockingly, "I thought it was some terrifying demon beast." Suddenly, clusters of roots soaked in demonic power burst through the vent covers, crawling out and surrounding the area. The gray-haired man strolled leisurely among the tentacles, mocking the spirit beast's uselessness, so it could only show off for 10 seconds before passing out. The evil roots quickly sealed every escape route, forcing Si Yun into a corner of indescribable terror. Sensing the killing intent from the young man closing in, Si Yun backed away in panic. "Don't." He still advanced menacingly, making the girl break down in fear. "Don't come any closer." Dismissing the prey's piercing scream, the gray-haired man irritably ordered, "Stop wasting my time." He glared at the girl with glowing eyes and issued a cold threat, "Hand it over yourself." In that life-or-death moment, a dazzling pink-purple sigil blazed to life. The system activated support magic, spirit beast contract, star path teleportation. Consume mental power to pull the master to the spirit beast's side or summon the spirit beast to fight alongside. Tearing through the hazy space, Chen descended like a fierce god, slamming into the ground with an earth-shaking impact. The aftershock generated a boundless shockwave, hurling the scummy thugs a dozen arm lengths away. The whirlwind of power swept across the yard, crushing every obstacle in its path. The young man stood tall as a shield for his sister and gently whispered, "Forgive me for being late, Si Yun. I ran into a little trouble on the way back." Si Yun exclaimed in shock, "Big brother." Chen turned back and asked with concern, "Are you and Leo okay?" The beanie guy crawled out of the wreckage and roared irritably, "Damn it, where did this brat come from?" Si Yun had not yet recovered from the sudden turn of events and frantically explained, "Big brother, I don't understand how they found this place, but they're all awakened. What do we do now?" Ignoring the scum's existence, Chen smiled and reassured her with absolute dominance, "Relax, I've got your back." On the other side of the battlefield, the gray-haired man slammed his demonic energy-soaked hand against the wall to assert dominance. The thorny vines clung tightly to his hand, and he gritted his teeth, making excuses for his earlier slip. "I was just careless." The man seethed with rage and growled a warning at the intruder, "Brat, you've succeeded in pissing me off." His pupils blazed a terrifying green, and he arrogantly declared his verdict, "I'll send your whole family off, then go back and squeeze triple the payment out of that guy." The air thickened with killing intent, and Chen calmly clenched his fists, telling his sister to stay close behind him. His eyes flashed a sinister blood red. He uttered a cold, decisive sentence, "I'll clean up this trash in no time." Unbidden, a dusty memory surged back, depicting a gang of thugs beating a skinny teenager in a run-down warehouse area. The orange-haired ringleader with a thuggish face pointed and cursed, "So, still stubborn, you useless parasite." He urged his underlings to rush in and beat up Chen, who was lying on the ground, crazily shouting, "Beat him to death for me." Just as the teenager swallowed his anger and endured the beating, an ear-splitting shout rang out, and a figure holding an iron rod appeared. "You bastards, stop right now." It was his little sister Si Yun, small and trembling as she clutched the weapon. She bravely stepped in front of her brother, "Let go of my brother now." The orange-haired guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, then sneered, "Oh, this freeloading brat wants to play heroine and save her brother." Despite his battered body covered in dirt, Chen reached out and screamed desperately, "Don't you dare touch her." His eyes were shot with furious blood, and he crazily demanded, "You promised you would spare Zio Yun." The shameless ringleader flashed a nasty grin and went back on his word. So what? I like breaking promises, what are you gonna do about it? The scum burst out laughing sickly. He brazenly declared, Today I'll teach your stubborn little cousin a lesson. She's the one who threw herself into danger. The moment the fat guy swung his arm to strike, a brick was already firmly in his hand. Without holding back, he smashed the brick straight into the enemy's face, the vicious blow shattering the brick into pieces and distorting the fat guy's face. The ringleader backed away in alarm, leaving the fat guy collapsed on the ground groaning and clutching his face. He grabbed another brick and hissed through gritted teeth, Your turn. Even though he was weak and alone, the teenager still charged at the thugs with the brick like a bloodthirsty beast pushed to the edge. His eyes blazed with terrifying madness as he screamed in counterattack, Who gave you the right to touch her? The orange-haired guy broke out in cold sweat, his face twisted in terror at the suffocating resentment of the weak one. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen slammed the stone slab directly into his opponent's face with a fiery, fatal blow. The ringleader slammed hard onto the ground, clutching his mangled face and howling in pain. Lying flat on the floor with a bloodied head, he clutched his face and wailed like a 3-year-old, You psycho, you're sick. The faded stream of memory intertwined with the present, as the one skinny boy now spoke gently to soothe, Don't be scared, Zio Yun. Returning to the present, Chen's broad shoulders still shielded his sister in front, as she obediently hid behind him. His blazing red pupils flickered with pressure. He firmly declared, Taking out the trash won't take much time. Before he even finished, the two rough thugs had gathered thunder talismans and charged straight at him like moths flying into flame. Yun clutched the little creature and hid behind the broad back, groaning in alarm. They're all awakened, and they're reckless like lunatics. How can you handle them, big brother? The hoodie guy swung his lightning-wreathed fist, roaring madly as if determined to tear the target apart. The vengeful thug screamed, Brat, what kind of trick are you trying to pull on me? Too lazy to waste words, he flicked his hand lightly, sending the man slamming into the wall with blood spurting. Seeing her gentle older brother now as mighty as a war god, Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. The other thug witnessed that and immediately charged over. The beanie guy leaped from the air, gripping an ice dagger and slashing straight down at his head. With lightning-fast reflexes, Chen caught the opponent's spell bare-handed with unbelievable neatness. Before the chubby guy could react, he launched a kick straight into his face, sending blood spraying. The man's massive body flew like a deflated ball, crashing into and scattering the trash pile in the corner. Seeing his useless underlings getting pummeled, the gray-haired leader hurriedly launched a thorn-covered root to stab from a distance. The root tore through the air viciously, but Chen stood rooted to the spot and slightly tilted his head, letting the thorn streak past his face with incredible style. He deflected the move with a flick of his hand, causing the root to embed itself in the wall and shatter the brickwork. Infuriated by his arrogant attitude, the ringleader swung a bundle of demonic vines and screamed madly, You're just a snot-nosed student. Immediately, he lunged with a bright green killer move intent on taking his opponent's life. I'll skewer you like a sieve. In response to the extreme ferocity, Chen's eyes merely narrowed, flashing a cold red like a blade. With just a few simple moves, the young man gently weaved through the countless roots, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Immediately after, he sprang into the air, bypassed the defensive barrier, and closed in on the leader in an instant. The gray-haired man was terrified, eyes bulging and mouth agape, unable to believe reality. What the hell is this? What kind of movement is that? Behind him, his sister Yun stared in astonishment and suddenly realized, Oh, I almost forgot about this. Watching the muscular back swinging a fist that tore through space, the girl thought to herself, My brother had already claimed the top one throne. The heaven-sent punch slammed into the ringleader's jaw, cracking bone, while the girl proudly continued her thought, and he rightfully won the championship trophy of the Awakening College entrance exam. The terrifying impact sent the brutish man flying into the air, reinforcing Yun's ironclad belief, an awakened one so overwhelmingly powerful it was unreasonable. After a brief flight, the battered body plummeted freely and slammed into the ground, cracking the floor. Before the dust could settle, Chen strolled over unhurriedly, looking down at the roadblock lying flattened amid the rubble. The arrogant thug from earlier was now foaming at the mouth, unconscious beside the stinking trash. His face smeared with fresh blood, officially ending his flamboyant, useless posturing. Having dealt with the scum quickly, the young man calmly looked back and said, "Zio Yun, take Leo home first." He tilted his head slightly and glared at the remnants, playing the role of a model citizen. "I'll toss this trash to the security team and be right back." Seeing her older brother completely unharmed, the obedient younger sister clutched her little darling and nodded. "Okay, I understand." In the blink of an eye, night had fallen completely. The man writhed with a battered body, cracking open his swollen eyes and groaning. Ugh. The moment he came to, he was horrified to realize all three of them had been tied up like rice cakes, and he frantically cried out. The leader looked around the damp basement in panic and stammered at the dark figure before him. "Where is this? Why did you drag us here?" Not caring in the slightest about their terror, Chen coldly interrogated. "My head is already pounding. You belong to the Hai Shan gang, right? The Hai Shan only bite when they smell money." "Then bark for me, which debtor is pulling your strings?" The gray-haired man still stubbornly retorted. "Ha, so you know we do business for money." A dark halo suddenly erupted, enveloping Chen's body. "If I spill it, how can Hai Pai show his face in the underworld?" His pupils gleamed with sinister charm, and the system immediately announced it was loading class switch data, accompanied by an icy voice. "So you don't plan to voluntarily open your mouth and confess?" Instantly, a surge of life force erupted, transforming him into an authoritative demon lord. The system signaled the class switch process was complete. Rebirth evolution complete, ultimate evolution. The status panel immediately opened, proving absolute power. Underworld illusionist system horror level. Stats for stamina, skill, speed, intelligence, defense, and senses all reached an absolute 5 stars. Ultimate skill 1, Dark Soul Domain uses souls to fully manipulate space. Ultimate skill 2, Underworld Illusions sows hallucinations to drive opponents into delusions. Ultimate skill 3, Dark Realm Boundary devours souls to restore life. Immediately, the man's eye sockets were stained a wicked purple. The gray-haired man's face contorted as the demonic force invaded his mind, making him groan in pain. Erg. At the same time, the illusion from the psychic skill began to erode his consciousness, as a massive pitch-black root burst from the ground right before his eyes. Seeing the boss acting strangely, the underling beside him shook him in alarm. "Boss Hai Pai, are you possessed?" The only response was a series of groans. Carrying the pressure of a judge, the young man coldly spoke. "Let's start with your legs. Would type ultimate skill, Requiem Symphony." The thug fully tasted bone-piercing pain as the thorn-covered root stabbed straight through his thigh, sending blood spraying everywhere. Without the slightest mercy, he cruelly delivered the second sentence, "Now your arm." The illusory root mercilessly pierced through his right wrist, making the thug jerk and shriek. "Ah!" Enduring the horrific mental torture, his face twisted helplessly, and the ironclad judgment echoed in his ears. "This is the price you deserve to pay." Along with it came the extreme fury of an older brother seeing his family threatened, and he growled, "Because you dared to lay a hand on Yun." The henchman beside him watched his boss go insane and screamed in terror, cursing, "You bastard, what did you just do to my boss?" Ignoring the ear-piercing barking, Chen's wicked eye sockets flashed with cruelty once more. He hissed the sentence, "Your turn." Chen's gaze swept to the next underling with an icy voice like a death warrant, "Your turn." The scapegoat, utterly panicked, could only open his mouth and wail miserably. Tears and snot smeared across his battered face, he frantically begged for his life. "Spare me, I'll spill everything. It's the son of the director of the #1 hospital." Chen's blood-red pupils flickered in the dark basement while the henchman gasped out each word. "His name is Jin." The scene suddenly shifted to a lavish party, where a young master was indulging in luxury. The time display was clear. Jindu Xin, June 24th, 5 p.m., rooftop outdoor pool, Zaifeng Tower. A close friend with a teasing manner walked over, draping an arm over the girl beside him and mocking. "Hey Du Xin, I heard through the grapevine that a little brat turned you down twice." The friends around his age howled with laughter, adding fuel to the fire. "How could you strike out with some low-class junior? Our school's heartthrob's game has seriously gone downhill." Seeing his pride completely trampled, the young master ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, that brat dared to humiliate me twice in a row. Tonight I swear I'll make her vomit blood." Resentfully standing up and walking away, Jin sullenly replied to his close friend's question, "Where are you going, bro?" "Going to take a piss to save myself. Get out of my way." Standing in the men's restroom, the pink-haired young master still held a huge grudge. Just as the stream was flowing smoothly, the light bulb suddenly flickered repeatedly, making him frown in irritation. Sensing the cold scent of death behind his neck, Jin flinched and glanced back. Thinking bad luck had struck, the young man grimaced and cursed. Damn it, even this broken light bulb wants to mess with me. But the darkness didn't just hide the broken bulb. It also concealed the resentment-filled figure of Chen looming right behind him. With eyes red like a wild beast rising from the abyss, the young man threw out an icy question. You are Jin Du-zin. At the same time in the guard room, two security guards were sipping coffee and chatting away. The rooftop of Zai-Feng Tower had been booked solid by those rich kids again. No wonder the camera system went completely dark. One guard shook his head in frustration and muttered, "They're probably high and throwing a wild party up there right now. Those filthy rich brats sure know how to mess around." The older gatekeeper carefully scanned the guard room, making sure no one was eavesdropping on their gossip. Then he leaned in and whispered a shocking secret. "Come closer. I heard through the grapevine that they scammed and kidnapped more than half of the hostesses in there." His colleague across from him widened his eyes in horror, sweating profusely as he stammered, "Huh, is that true?" The well-informed guard continued to expose the chilling crimes. A schoolgirl committed suicide right here after being assaulted by them, but the parents of those scumbags paid off the media to sweep it under the rug. How could they hide such a disgusting thing? Wrapping up his exposé, the older guy clicked his tongue in warning. "I'm telling you, they've committed tons of heinous crimes, so don't let the educated facade of those rich boys fool you." His profound final words, "They're just a bunch of brainless animals," echoed through the room. Meanwhile, Jin's face turned deathly pale. He pointed a trembling finger and stammered, Who the hell are you?" Stepping back in terror while frantically zipping up his pants, the young master yelled threats to reassure himself. "The rooftop is strictly off-limits to strangers. How did you get in here? Damn it, I'm calling the cops to lock you up." Too lazy to argue, Chen coldly shoved a ringing phone right into his enemy's panicked face. Staring at the ringing phone, cold sweat began to pour down Jin's forehead like rain. The screen lit up, clearly displaying a familiar caller ID, Hai Pai Hai Shan Gang. Gripping the phone tightly, Chen's eyes flashed with blazing murderous intent. "So you're the mastermind who ordered those thugs to mess with Yun." The young master's arrogant facade instantly shattered. His jaw dropped as he screamed, "Why is Hai Pai's phone in your hands?" As Chen effortlessly crushed the phone into a pile of fine powder, the coward continued to squeak. "Where is Hai Pai hiding? What did you do to him?" Realizing he had just poked a hornet's nest, the powerful rich kid was now so terrified he shrieked. Stepping back, he yelled, "Get away from me! What kind of monster are you?" A terrifying, punishing blow sent Jin Du-zin flying through the glass wall, sending shattered shards scattering across the floor. The young master's body slammed hard onto the ground, leaving a trail of fresh red blood on the tiles as he skidded. Falling right onto the edge of the pool, the wealthy boy now lay gasping for air amidst a pile of sharp, broken glass. The mangled face stained with fresh blood, Jin Du-zin panicked and cried out, Someone save me, help." Covered in tears, his eyes widened in sheer terror when he realized the literal god of death had relentlessly tracked him down. Around the pool, the young men and women were still casually popping pills and dancing, making him roar in despair. "Hey you bastards, are you all blind?" The dark god Chen slowly advanced with an overwhelming aura, forcing the rich kid to grit his teeth and curse. "Damn it." As the shadow of death drew closer, Jin Du-zin completely lost his mind, cursing endlessly. "You bastard, damn you." Meeting those blood-red, murderous eyes, he maniacally questioned, "You psycho, who the hell are you? What grudge do I have against you? Why are you pushing me into a corner like this?" Receiving no response, the Jin guy used his background as a threat. "I told you to get lost, are you deaf? Do you know who my dad is? He's the director of the #1 hospital." With tears mixing with blood, the coward shrieked savagely. "My dad swore he would hack you to pieces if you dared touch a single hair on my head. He will take your life." Chen's pupils slightly shifted to a sinister blue as he coldly shouted, "Shut your mouth." Instantly, the phantom magic corroded his brain, making the rich kid's eyes glow with an eerie pink hue. Trapped in the hallucination, Jin Du-zin obediently dropped to his knees within the pitch-black nightmare. With the absolute authority of the Dark Demon Lord, the young man issued a dull command, "Pick it up." Under absolute control, his hand blankly reached for a razor-sharp shard of glass. While an ironclad voice echoed, "Primordial evil doesn't just reign in monster lairs." The rotten memories of these privileged kids bullying the weak and crushing their humanity replayed vividly. It also breeds and multiplies right in the midst of human society. The image of a girl committing suicide out of humiliation rushed back, accompanied by the panicked voices of his underlings. They used their wealth as a shield to sow seeds of heinous crimes. "Damn it, Boss Jin, that girl just killed herself." In response to a life just lost, the beast casually took a sip of wine. "What the hell are you scared of?" and then used his power to cover the sky. His face contorted in a cunning scheme to cover it up. "Just report that she slipped and fell to her death. Whatever the autopsy report says is up to my old man to decide." They used methods more despicable than evil spirits, manipulating everything in this rotten society. The thug's confession echoed back, exposing the latest crime. "It was Jin. Jindu Zin paid us a thick stack of cash. He ordered us to use every trick in the book to make Si Yun's life a living hell today." Returning to reality, the illusionary Jindu Zin tightly gripped the sharp piece of glass against his own throat, growling, "You poked the wrong hornet's nest this time. I will pull out every single threat hovering around Si Yun by the roots." The young master slowly raised the weapon to kill himself, while Si Chen's mind remained as steady as a rock. He accepted any price, even if it meant throwing himself into the deepest, darkest abyss of hell. Without a trace of pity, the ruthless evil god delivered his judgment. "Do it. I don't have the habit of showing mercy." The timeline hastily rewound to 1800 hours on June 24, 2157. Right as the secondary exam in the monster cave concluded, a voice urged, "The final boss has kicked the bucket. The cave entrance must be open. Just grit your teeth and hold on a bit longer. The guild's rescue team is almost here." Gong Ting clutched his wound, coughing violently as he weakly promised Si Chen, "As long as we get out of this dump, I will announce to the whole world that you are the true hero who carried everything today." Suddenly, Si Chen flinched, his eyes widening in panic as a deadly, bone-chilling aura struck his spine. A mysterious man fully clad in a black suit was already towering behind the young man, appearing out of nowhere. Knowing he was trapped in a dead end, cold sweat poured down his forehead. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "I'm really screwed this time." Burning with anxiety, he cried out, "Si Yun is in danger," and immediately activated the Beast Tamer interface. He used his contracted Stellar Beast Star Jump skill, burning his spiritual energy to instantly teleport to his pet or summon it to his side. In the blink of an eye, Si Chen's figure turned into a blinding streak of light and vanished without leaving a trace. Witnessing that scene, Gong Ting's jaw dropped in sheer amazement. It's unbelievable that a mutant can handle so many professions at once. His fiery eyes piercing through the night, Si Chen emitted a terrifying pressure that left his opponent trembling as he gasped, "Si Chen." Meanwhile, in the dark cave, despite being battered and bruised, Gong Ting still grinned triumphantly. "Buddy, exactly how many earth-shattering secrets are you still hiding?" Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps accompanied by the resounding shouts of the rescue team broke the silence. "Found them. The victims are right ahead." The medical team swarmed in like bees from a broken hive, shrilly urging, "Hurry up, emergency treatment right now." Catching sight of the survivor trapped in the deep abyss, a rescuer frantically waved his hands and shouted, "Over here, turn this way." The medical team immediately tended to Gong Ting's wounds with flawless coordination. "I'll handle the tourniquet. Get the gauze out right now." The four-eyed examiner stepped forward, his face scrunched up in disbelief, and kindly asked Gong Ting, "You still breathing, kid? The boss of this cave was at least B rank. You guys are damn lucky to have kept your lives." In the other corner, the chubby guy was also being carefully bandaged. A nurse loudly announced, "The Invigilator is safe. We've successfully brought him out of his coma." Right after that came the pathetic groans of the man who just opened his eyes. "Oh my God, I just fell into a horrific nightmare." Looking around, someone asked in confusion, "Hey, now that you mention it, where did that brat Si Chen sneak off to? I don't see any other casualties. Did he chicken out and run away? Spread out and keep searching." The bespectacled examiner looked bitter, his face darkening as he shifted the blame. "This is all because of those incompetent academy inspectors. Their sloppy cave inspection got you kids beat up like this. As soon as we get out of here, I'll kick every single one of them to the curb." However, the four-eyed guy smirked wickedly, tossing aside his angry thoughts. "But wait, thinking about it, this situation is actually incredibly advantageous." He then spouted nonsense, concocting a fake script. An unforeseen disaster struck in the middle of the exam. Even the invigilators were beaten to a pulp by the monsters. His face beamed with ultimate joy, constantly twisting the truth to kiss up, but right at that life-or-death moment, The precious son of the Gong Lin family went on a rampage and quelled the chaos. What could be a more brilliant script than that? Carrying his pride, Gong Ting hesitated and tried to reveal the truth. Actually, Chen was the one who. Before the words could leave his mouth, a hand clamped down on his shoulder like a vice, making him grimace. The man increased the pressure on the boy's shoulder, gritting his teeth and emphasizing every word. You are the savior who resolved this mess. Without changing his cunning expression one bit, he added to the shameless deception, today's tribulation. He shot a sideways glance at the white-haired boy next to him, dropping a cold remark. Was witnessed firsthand by all the officials present here. Backed into a corner where he had to steal someone else's credit, Gong Ting angrily squeezed his still-bleeding arm. The old fox still refused to let go, continuing to brainwash him with forced logic. You are definitely the hero who smoothly handled this. Having set up the flawless scam, he casually turned around and shouted, "Pack up and let's get out of here. Tomorrow morning's graduation ceremony will be a glorious red carpet reserved just for you." Transitioning to a budget inn at 8 o'clock in the evening, the clinking of soda bottles echoed crisply. A steaming hot pot warmed up the joyous laughter, mixed with enthusiastic cheers. Let's toast to Si Yun, the new student of the Central International Art Academy. Her best friend excitedly threw an arm around Si Yun's neck, praising nonstop. So you're about to touch your dream, you'll definitely become a world-class artist in the future. Right in the midst of that noise, Chen calmly chugged his soda, silently savoring a rare moment of peace. Seeing her brother acting strangely unfazed, Si Yun rested her chin on her hands and gave him a side-eye. Hey bro, why isn't there any shock on your face? It's like you saw this coming from miles away. The young man flashed a reassuring grin. No way, my heart is dancing right now. Yet deep down, an earth-shattering truth echoed. In my past life, on this exact day, she also held this exact same admission letter. Her friend let out a long sigh, clearly showing her envy. I'm so jealous of you. Si Yun, I can't even believe you're going to study abroad in the St. River Nation. Commoners like us could live 10 lifetimes and still not have that blessing. Despite being thrilled, Si Yun's face fell due to a harsh reality. But the St. River Nation is thousands of miles away. The cost of living there is bound to be exorbitant. With a decisive demeanor, Chen slammed his soda bottle on the table and comforted his sister. Throw all your worries about money and distance out of your head. Flashing a blindingly confident smile, he dropped a sensational bombshell. After I graduate, I'm also going to put down roots and work in the St. River Nation. Instantly, the two girls' jaws dropped in pure shock. What did you just say? My own brother got scouted by an entire assault squad from a guild in the St. River Nation. That place is full of big shots. How did you sneak your way in? Bursting with joy, the trio jumped up and down, cheering around the steaming hot pot. Awesome! So we get to live together in the St. River Nation. Oh my God, I'm dying of envy. I'll definitely grind hard to get into a school there too. Watching his sister's radiant smile, Chen's eyes overflowed with affection and ironclad determination. Si Yun this time. Witnessing the girl squinting her eyes in pure joy, he swore in his heart, you will never have to bury your dreams again. In the dead of night, ignoring the water pouring down from the showerhead, the young man calmly recalculated the situation. The obstacle in Si Yun's path has been swept away, and the graduation exam has officially come to an end. Memories of his shady deal with the rich kid came rushing back, along with the class change confirmation text from the system. You take the exam crown, I pocket 1 million yuan. According to the contract with Gong Ting, I'll secure a huge bag tomorrow morning. That settles my debt of gratitude to Qingzhai. Sitting with his shirt open in the dimly lit bedroom, Chen rubbed the back of his neck and pondered, if wrath was truly shackled the moment he fell to earth. The ferocious demeanor of the evil beast flashed through his mind. He frowned and analyzed his moves. With his coordinates in my hands, how can I ignore his unbinding? The 3-year roadmap is full of loopholes. I have to rush to the St. River Nation immediately to speed up the hunt for wrath. A red glint of scheming flashed in the depths of his eyes as the young man calculated his next move. However, before taking action, I absolutely must recruit a reliable assistant. Tomorrow morning's awards ceremony is clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The scene shifted to a retro-designed room. The blonde beauty nervously reported to her boss. Sir, the Devourer just surfaced in the Shuang County area. The red-haired boss casually sipped his tea, raising an eyebrow with great interest. Oh, give me the details. With a sharp expression, the agent recounted her investigation. As soon as I caught wind of the news, I rushed straight to the scene immediately. Tossing a pile of bloody photos onto the desk, she analyzed in detail. All the security cameras around there were disabled late at night, leaving only remnants of a fight and scattered blood trails. The modus operandi is exactly the same as the previous ambushes: kill first, then devour. Concluding with a chilling deduction, the female spy fed him more classified intel. His prey is exclusively awakened individuals with super-strong abilities. Worse still, the power levels of those who meet their maker are escalating rapidly. Shooting a gaze as sharp as a knife, she focused on the target's cruelty. It's obvious that scumbag is evolving at godlike speed. As a fresh cup of tea was poured, a sharp judgment was delivered. Once the Devourer gets a taste of blood, he goes on a relentless killing spree. I bet he's about to restart his slaughter chain. Who would have thought he'd show his face at this critical juncture? The red-haired boss smirked eerily, spitting out a few indifferent words. How interesting. Catching her boss's curiosity, the subordinate slid a stack of photos over and lured him in. I've also saved a much more shocking bombshell for you. In response, the man simply tilted his head up and grunted lightly. Pressing her finger on a red cross marked on the map, the woman reported, "The Devourer's latest crime scene is tucked right in the middle of a rundown rental neighborhood." The next photo revealed the close proximity coordinates and a spine-chilling truth. And ironically, this alleyway is less than 100 meters from Chen's hideout. Upon hearing that familiar name, the man narrowed his eyes sinisterly, staying completely silent without uttering a single word. Piercing her boss with a sharp stare, the woman explained clearly, "Up until this moment, our side hasn't captured a single portrait of the Devourer. But the catch is, both of us have just conveniently witnessed Chen's recent physical breakthrough and his surreal combat performance." With her face half hidden under the flickering light, she dropped a cold judgment. "So, I've narrowed it down to two directions. Either the Devourer has locked onto Chen for his next meal, or—" The man raised his teacup to his lips, slowly drawing out the suspense. "Or what?" His eyes flashed with extreme suspicion, stripping away the most absurd deduction. The Devourer is actually Chen's alter ego. The camera shifted to a luxurious room. The secretary tentatively asked the man who was looking out the window, "Are you really planning to skip the graduation ceremony, sir? After all, they are all your favorite students whom you've carefully mentored all this time." The imposing man with a handsome beard turned around, silently accepting the title of principal. The burly hand gently stroked a little bird trapped in a cage. As the principal spoke in a relaxed tone, "I only built this nest to shelter them from the storm when they were young and naive. Now their wings are fully grown." As soon as he spoke, he unlatched the cage and released the little birds, letting them soar into the blue sky. It's time for them to fly on their own and expand their own territories. Yet the corners of the principal's eyes suddenly furrowed as he let out a surprised sound. Staring wide-eyed at the stubborn, chubby bird clinging to the cage, he muttered thoughtfully, "There's still one stubborn kid lingering behind. I bet he's completely lost his sense of direction for takeoff." The clock struck 13 hours on June 26, 2157. In the most magnificent graduation hall, gasps of awe erupted. "Wow." The bespectacled boy widened his eyes and whispered to his buddy, "I swear this is the first time the Academy has splurged on renting such a massive venue." The muscular friend next to him crossed his arms, lifting his chin as he analyzed, "There's a whole bunch of guild bigwigs here to inspect us today. It'd be weird if the school didn't go all out." Amidst the noisy audience, the four-eyed guy curiously nudged, "I wonder how Chen and Gong Ting's secondary final match turned out. It's completely sealed off. The school is really good at keeping secrets." The young man sitting in the middle replied casually, "We'll know soon enough." The nerd immediately jumped up proudly. "No need to guess, my buddy Chen has definitely secured the trophy." Suddenly, an arrogant student angrily jumped in and scolded, "Hey, Four Eyes, drop that habit of praising that brat Chen every time you open your mouth." Glaring fiercely, the guy gave a thumbs down to the floor in a derogatory manner, loudly declaring, "He didn't stand a chance when going up against my older brother. The crown definitely has Gong Ting's name carved on it." The big guy's lackeys immediately chimed in, pointing their thumbs to the ground to crush the nerd's pride. Deep backstage, the bespectacled secretary solemnly reported to his boss, "All the prominent guilds nationwide have sent representatives to attend this ceremony." He added to the grandeur, "Not to mention the entire top brass of the Imperial Guild is also here in person." At the same time, The crowd outside the hall erupted in awe upon seeing the big shots appear. Yuan Guang, co-founder of the Imperial Guild, along with the founder Ming Jing, stepped into the dazzling light and were obsequiously escorted by the staff into the VIP front row. Hiding in a dark corner and peeking out, the sinister man's eyes flashed with deceit behind his glasses as he whispered, "The race for the Imperial Guild's board of directors is burning up my backside." Casting his gaze toward the old man smiling broadly in diplomacy, he calculated the odds. At this moment, my votes are running neck and neck with that old man Ming Jing. Scanning his eyes across the top brass sitting arrogantly in the premium seats, he gloated and plotted. This party is definitely a sweet bait to lure in that whole flock of fence-sitters on the board. With a face reeking of a lust for power, he bit his lip and growled inwardly, "The chairman's seat will fall into my hands no matter what." Turning to coach his son, the old fox calmly instructed, "Once the party starts, Vice Chairman Ji will personally hand the golden trophy to you." Hiding in the shadows, Gong Ting's face froze while his father babbled on, painting a grandiose picture. "All of humanity will engrave this moment in their bones. This is the launchpad that will propel you to the top of the world, and it's also the shining peak of the Gong family's lineage." The man's eyes turned freezing cold as he growled a threat. "When you get up on that stage later, give a proper speech, don't you dare ruin this big event. Stick your chest out and show off your unrivaled worth." Enduring that delusional pride, Gong Ting lowered his head in silence. His hands gripped the hem of his shirt tightly in torment and guilt. Sitting majestically under the blinding stage lights, the elegant female MC cleared her golden voice to open the event. "Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen." Down in the VIP rows, the big shots attentively hung on every word of her speech. After going through countless hardships and relentless efforts, this year's Awakening University graduation exam has concluded with a resounding success. The three arrogant punks from earlier craned their necks eagerly, waiting for the MC to announce, "I am extremely proud to reveal that." A roaring round of applause echoed from the delegates section as the concluding sentence spread across the hall. The National Awakening University's graduation ceremony for the class of 2157 officially begins. Lost amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, Gong Ting's face darkened, emitting an eerily calm aura. All the way up in the very last row, Chen was already seated. He crossed his legs and folded his arms, looking supremely relaxed and unbothered. His ruby-like eyes casually swept across the stage, staying completely silent and not paying any attention to the chaotic noise around him. The MC pointed her hand toward the still-covered podium, raising her voice to lead the crowd. "Right at this golden moment, everyone will feast their eyes on the crowning of ultimate glory." The velvet curtain dropped, revealing a blindingly sparkling golden trophy, perfectly matching her highly excited voice. "Please drum up a massive welcome for the supreme champion of this year's graduation exam." Afraid the atmosphere might cool down, the MC enthusiastically called out a major figure. "Let's give an earth-shattering round of applause to welcome the vice chairman of the Global Unity Guild, Mr. G. Cavendish." Strutting proudly onto the speech podium, the vice chairman captured the gaze of the entire hall. "Right now, Vice Chairman G will announce the valedictorian and personally present this award." Flashing a diplomatic smile, G. Cavendish elegantly began, "I am extremely grateful for the Imperial Guild's gracious invitation. Thanks to that, I have the blessing to witness firsthand the explosive performance of the brilliant younger generation here in the Dongzin Nation." Then the official deliberately deepened his voice to create a sense of mystery. "I bet many people here are still in the dark, but during the secondary exam, an unimaginable incident occurred." As soon as he finished, a bunch of eager boys below frowned in anticipation. Mr. G's face hardened as he exposed the shocking truth. The monster cave that was initially misjudged turned out to be an extremely terrifying hidden B-rank demonic lair. The entire hall instantly exploded in absolute shock. The students frantically shouted, "A B-rank monster cave? Are my ears playing tricks on me?" A female delegate sitting in the front row broke out in a cold sweat, evaluating in shock. Even an elite guild squad would barely make it out alive when clashing with a B-rank demonic lair. By what miracle did these kids drag themselves out in one piece? Glued to the scoreboard in his hand, Mr. G slowly praised. Yet right at the most desperate moment, one student used his magical footwork and supreme skills to miraculously wipe out the top-tier monsters, completely disregarding the cosmic gap in physical strength. Grinning broadly in praise, the imposing vice chairman loudly announced the achievement. That kid single-handedly chopped off the head of the B-rank Lair's boss, saving the lives of all his comrades. Chen rested his chin on his hand in deep thought, while resounding cheers echoed from the podium. He is undoubtedly the most overpowered graduate. Gong Lin's face was extremely gloomy as he heard the final words of praise, and also the invincible king of this exam. Vice Chairman Ji spread his arms wide, proudly shouting the name of the play's male lead, Gong Ting. In an instant, tons of confetti exploded into the sky to celebrate the fake champion. Lost in a sea of people screaming wildly, Gong Ting slowly stood up, smoothing his suit jacket with a completely conflicted expression. The nerdy student's eyes popped out in shock as he stretched his body and yelled, "Wait a minute, what the hell? Did Chen really lose to him? Impossible, there's 100% chance of cheating going on here." In stark contrast to that frustration, the arrogant guy burst into manic laughter, thrilled to the bone. "How's that? Are you impressed yet? My blood brother is an immortal lord, you fool." The surrounding students also chattered away, soloed and cleared a B-rank Lair. "You're kidding, that's a ridiculous power buff. There really are people born with silver spoons in their mouths, unlike us, who could easily kick the bucket in a measly E-rank cave." Gong Ting's lackeys competed to pump their boss up to Cloud 9. "That's our guild master Gong Ting right there. He's become a living legend, guys. Not only is he gorgeous, but he's also a machine of infinite power." Brushing off the murmurs behind him, Gong Ting dragged his feet slowly up the stairs, heading straight for the podium of glory. From far away, Chen maintained his chin-resting posture, silently watching every step the young master took. The memory of their underground shady deal flashed back as the demon opened his mouth to bait him. "Gong Ting, let's sign a pact." Chen's class change frame flashed, attaching the rules of the game. "You gulp down the crown this round, I pocket 1 million yuan. System notification. The profession update process is loading." The leader of the shadows dropped another sharp threat. "But the one condition is that you keep your mouth shut. You are forbidden from blabbing to the world about what's about to happen." The blood-red, murderous eyes in his memory felt like short swords piercing right through the new king's brain. Pulled back to reality, the stage spotlight clung tightly to Gong Ting, blending with the MC's inviting voice. "Next up on the program, we respectfully invite Gong Ting to the podium for his acceptance speech." In the delegate section, several big shots couldn't stop praising his appearance. "He really gives off that arrogant upper-class vibe. He's 100% genuine genius." The sycophants continued to inflate Gong Lin's pride. Like father, like son, the precious son of the Gong family is just as majestic as his reputation. His path in life is bound to be wide open. Rooted in front of the microphone, Gong Ting was merely enveloped in a spine-chilling silence. The heavily forced instructions of his scheming father echoed back. "When you get up on that stage later, give a proper speech. Don't you dare ruin this big event. Stick your chest out and show off your unrivaled worth." Staring blankly at the pre-written speech, Gong Ting swallowed his bitterness and asked himself, "So this is what my so-called supreme worth is?" The young man crumpled the paper, muttering the deceitful, flattering garbage he had been fed. Vice Chairman Ji hit the nail on the head, clashing with the brutal final boss, protecting the brothers, hacking the evil master to pieces. Tensing his arms, he harshly dragged the concealed truth into the light. "But the catch is, the one who took the hit and carried everything wasn't me, it was Chen." The dazzling glory before his eyes felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on his face, chewing on borrowed achievements. Chairman Ji was right, going head-to-head with a terrifying monster, shielding the bros, skewering the boss. The thin line between morality and deception snapped. Gong Ting cast aside the fake script. "But the hunter who single-handedly balanced this whole mess absolutely wasn't me." Through the hall's loudspeakers, an earth-shattering declaration rang out. It was Chen. Seated down below, even someone like Chen was so startled he saw stars, blurting out in disbelief. Standing on the podium of glory, Vice Chairman Ji also had to raise his eyebrows in shock. "Oh." Sitting amidst the VIP row, Gong Lin was boiling with rage, howling like a maniac. "Gong Ting, what kind of garbage are you spewing?" Gong Ting's disciples also turned pale and jumped up, screaming, "Oh my God, what is Guild Master Gong Ting doing? Did our boss blow a fuse?" Ignoring all the buzzing obstacles, Gong Ting put on an ironclad face and dug out every corner of the truth. When disaster struck in the middle of the demon lair, the invigilators all fainted. At the scene, the only ones left were me and Chen. Chen stealthily covered his mouth with his hand, cold sweat dripping down, frowning at this unexpected turn of events. On the speech podium, the young master continued the story, but kept his word about hiding his true powers. He is definitely the most overpowered lightning attribute assassin I have ever witnessed. Using his ultimate skills and a whole bunch of top-tier combat experience, he easily sent the pack of monsters to the afterlife. All the fancy words Mr. G used earlier were now fully bestowed upon Si Chen by Gong Ting. That friend showed off a kind of power that opened my eyes to what pure might really is. He slapped me awake, proving that an incredibly fearsome awakened one still exists in this world. With a valiant demeanor, Gong Ting loudly returned the crown to its rightful owner. Si Chen is the one who cleaned up all the trouble. The champion of this year's graduation exam goes to Si Chen. Hearing that, Si Chen breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he muttered to himself, "Thank goodness he kept my secret." The entire theater immediately fell into a chaotic uproar and utter shock. What kind of farce is this? Didn't they say the exam results were strictly reviewed by the Empire Guild? Is there a scandal in the grading process? Sitting on the podium looking down at the rioting crowd, Vice Chairman G curled his lips and whispered, "What a great show." Seizing the golden opportunity, the nerdy boy excitedly yelled, "I told you so, there's definitely something shady about this exam season. Get to the bottom of this, a large-scale inspection must be launched." Right in the middle of that mess, Gong Lin's arch-rival, the old man Ming Jing, just smirked proudly, quietly admiring his enemy's self-inflicted humiliation. Furious at being played for a fool, a man turned his head to glare at Gong Lin and snapped, "Hey Chairman Gong Lin, what the hell is this cheap circus act?" His fingers dug into the edge of the table so hard that his veins bulged out, angrily demanding his rights. "Aren't you going to squeeze out a reasonable explanation?" Utterly humiliated in broad daylight, Gong Lin sprang up in a blazing fury and stormed off, not even bothering to toss back a single word of explanation. On the contrary, the main character of the table-turning scene, Gong Ting, leisurely stepped down the stairs, tossing aside the shining gold championship trophy that didn't belong to him. The wealthy young man coldly tore up the fake speech prepared by his father, silently concluding in his heart, "What kind of life truth do I want to mold, and which crossroads will I step on for my future journey?" The silhouette of a caged bird appeared, perfectly reflecting his ironclad determination. "All those crossroads, I must decide for myself with my own hands." As if shedding every last bit of family pressure, Gong Ting proudly tossed the shredded paper into the air. The pure white scraps of paper were just like a bird breaking out of its cage, finally kicking open the iron bars to flap its wings and soar into the clear blue sky. Staring intently at the majestic back of his former student, the principal smiled kindly with secret pride. "Looks like the boy has figured out the next destination for his flight." Halting his steps and turning his head to glance back, Gong Ting cast a sharp look at his arch-rival. "Si Chen, you win this round." Parting his lips in a faint, confident smile, Si Chen quietly absorbed the declaration of war. A split second later, the young master of the Gong family added, "But in the next round." Gong Ting's pupils burned with a blazing fighting spirit. "I guarantee I will step on your head." The camera angle quickly shifted to the job fair, where the nerdy boy was groveling and begging. "I beg you guys to review my CV one more time, just one more time please." The desperate boy clawed at the edge of the interview table and shrieked, "I'll take it even if you tell me to pick up trash or just mop the floors." Unfortunately, the HR lady immediately poured cold water on him and held up a rejection sign. "Our Divine Eye Guild isn't recruiting support types this season. Buzz off to another booth to make a living." Life was truly a gray patch, because for lowly fresh graduates, snagging a ticket into a guild was as hard as finding a needle in a haystack. The crowd murmured amidst the fog of despair, "Did you manage to fish out any offer letters?" Not at all. This year's job market is a brutal bloodbath. On the flip side, if someone was lucky enough to squeeze into a top-tier guild, their destiny would naturally turn to a much more brilliantly gilded page. The HR director of the Empire Guild, Chalison, politely slid a bright red card right under the candidate's nose. "Your background check is all cleared. Here is your practice license. Bearing the label of the champion's teammate, you will be brought straight into the Empire Guild." Fondling the authoritative card in his hand, Ma Long teared up out of pure joy. "Oh my dear Ma Long, this massive leap is exactly making the biggest dream of a lifetime come true." His two inseparable buddies also howled in heaven-shaking celebration. "Spot on. Beloved Empire Guild, here I come. Monster Dissection Institute, make my bed." Ma Long shouted loudly, "I made it into the combat squad." while the friend next to him grinned from ear to ear, and I also bagged a ticket to sneak into the research team. The comical trio joyfully flailed their arms and legs wildly right in the front lobby of the recruitment fair, completely ignoring all the scrutinizing eyes. We really managed to drag our feet into the absolute best guild. We did it, bros, a flawless success. Drifted into a corner, the male student who had previously been so picky and refused to follow in Chen's footsteps was now crying rivers. If I knew this would be the script, I would have kneeled and begged to hitch a ride on Chen's boat back then. I'm green with regret. On the flip side, the three arrogant guys from earlier now had to plop their butts onto the chairs with resentful faces. Just closing my eyes and imagining having to be colleagues with those idiots in the future makes me burn with fury. Right at the elevator lobby, founder Ming Jing turned to his companion to ask about the progress of the job fair. The staff member immediately reported that this year saw exactly 2 groups achieving perfect scores, bringing in an abundant source of rookies, and they were currently processing the data entry procedures. Just upon stepping into the elevator cabin, old man Ming Jing slightly furrowed his sharp brows when he recognized a familiar silhouette standing inside. That character was no stranger, none other than Vice Chairman Ji, his facial expression flashing a hint of surprise due to the unannounced reunion. Wearing a diplomatic smile, Ji quickly spoke up first. What a fateful encounter. Has Chairman Ming Jing also personally graced the recruitment fair? Clasping his hands behind his back, old Ming Jing leisurely replied, I only dropped by to see off an acquaintance. Reading the other's mind like an open book, old Ming Jing smirked profoundly. It seems Chairman Ji is also extremely fond of that young man's talent, isn't he? Ji nodded and smiled in response, not forgetting to drop a compliment on the opposing faction's sweet harvest. It's truly unbelievable that an outstanding talent of that caliber would join the Empire Guild. You've certainly hit the jackpot. While the bigwigs were busy tossing pleasantries back and forth, HR Director Charleston raised a hand to push up his glasses, frowning in confusion because their headcount was still short by 1. Running out of patience, he slammed the table and scolded Ma Long's group harshly. Hey you guys, why hasn't that guy Chen from your group shown his face to do the paperwork yet? The guild is only missing him. Stop wasting my precious time. The entire crowd began frantically darting their eyes around searching for the true champion, as murmurs calling out Chen's name echoed endlessly. Following the chaotic noises, sharp-eyed Ma Long immediately caught the familiar silhouette leaning leisurely against the wall. Ah, he's standing in that corner right there. The nerdy friend sprinted over in a great hurry. Good heavens, why haven't you submitted your registration form yet? The water is already at your feet, and you can still leisurely go to the restroom. The Empire Guild is calling for you loudly over there. At the same time, Charleston calmly took a sip of tea, smacking his lips with full disdain. Tusk, the youth these days are a bunch of ruleless brats, haven't contributed a single useful thing yet, but already love acting like they're superior. Slamming his teacup onto the table to show authority, he growled in a freezing tone, even if you are the champion, you still have to obediently follow the rules. This is the top-tier Empire Guild. Hurry up and drag yourself over here, then fill out the paperwork for me right now. With both hands leisurely tucked in his pockets, Chen calmly stepped forward and dropped a ruthless sentence. I have absolutely no interest in setting foot in the Empire Guild. The rejection had barely escaped his lips when it scared the living daylights out of Charleston, making him spit out the mouthful of water he had just taken. The moment he finished speaking, his group of comrades frantically yelled out, What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Wake up from your dream immediately and stop spouting reckless words. Witnessing their friend's somewhat insane choice, several male students panicked and swarmed in to stop him. What did he just say? Rejecting an invitation from the Empire Guild. This incident immediately drew countless curious glances, and the whole crowd began whispering to each other. Did I hear that wrong? Is that kid trying to pull a stunt for attention? Chen actually dared to say he doesn't care to join the Empire Guild. Even the old man Ming Jing himself was stunned stiff by this arrogant decision. What in the world? Hot blood rushing to his brain, Charleston slapped the table repeatedly and scolded, You little brat. This place isn't for you to play jokes. The board of directors already made an exception to reserve a senior management seat for you. There are countless people out there fighting tooth and nail for it to no avail. Heaps of Empire Guild employees dedicate their entire youth, yet wouldn't even dare dream of that position. Despite those honeyed words poured into his ears, Chen's eyes remained as calm as a rippleless lake. I have never once stated that I wanted to become a member of the Empire Guild. Infuriated to the point of smoke coming out of his ears, the HR head gritted his teeth, glared, and roared. Then what the hell did you drag your face here for anyway? Attracted by the commotion, G flashed a triumphant smile and leisurely parted his steps to approach the crowd. The powerful figure of the Global Guild nodded in satisfaction. It seems this matter has already paved the way for the once-in-a-millennium opportunity I've always been waiting for. A sharp-eyed male student spotted the big shot and whispered, "Look, isn't that Chairman G? What wind blew him all the way here?" Not keeping anyone waiting for long, G cheerfully waved his hand and greeted Chen out loud. Still maintaining an amiable smile, he threw out an incredibly tempting invitation. "Chen, if you disdain the Empire Guild so much, then would you like to take a stroll with me to the Holy River Nation?" Chen's group of best friends were so shocked their jaws dropped, while G leisurely tossed out an even sweeter bait. "Haha, I have more than enough power to recommend you into the ranks of the fading fire knights over there." Dizzied by that macro-scale name, the dark-skinned male student rolled his eyes back and gasped with his mouth wide open. What? Even a veteran like Ming Jing had his heart skip a beat when that phrase entered his ears. The whole hall went into an uproar once again. Fading Fire Knights, isn't that a top-tier organization on the global rankings? I've heard their name echoing thunderously on international television broadcasts. A student stuttered as he explained the terrifying scale of the faction that was just named. There are exactly only 6 guilds globally that have reached this monumental caliber. Rumors in the underworld say their power is enough to wipe out an entire country in the blink of an eye. The silhouettes of those supreme powerhouses flashed through everyone's minds, bringing along a harsh reality. That organization absolutely never recruits talents publicly. Every single slot must pass through an extremely rigorous internal selection process. Chen's cold and sharp refusal ruthlessly poured a bucket of cold water onto the crowd's fantasies once again. "No thanks, I've never had the intention to join forces with any faction." Caressing the business card in his hand, he calmly exposed his true intentions. "I am present here today to recruit comrades." Unable to conceal his astonishment, G could only let out a soft exclamation, "Oh." The group of core brothers went into such a frenzy right after hearing this that they tore at their hair and screamed, "Recruiting comrades, don't tell me you've already opened your own guild." Charleston felt his eyes itching at the arrogance of the little punk, frustratingly throwing the file folder onto the table. "What kind of nonsense are you bragging about? A wet behind-the-ears student who just got his diploma? What qualifications do you have to demand establishing your own guild?" Treating the sarcastic remark like wind blowing past his ears, Chen pulled out a pitch-black card engraved with a crow symbol and held it out towards Ma Long. "Black Crow Guild, I've never heard of this organization before." Glancing over the bizarre business card, the department head sneered, mocking the youth's naivety. "The registration system for establishment only opens from May to June annually, not to mention you have to pay a full 1 million yuan as paving capital." Carrying a superior attitude, the department head ranted on endlessly. "You're just a kid fresh out of school. If you don't hold a recommendation letter from a preceding guild in your hand, don't even dream of getting your application through smoothly." Tilting his chin up to the sky, he dropped a deeply sarcastic remark. "You're just a wet behind-the-ears rookie stepping into the real world. No umbrella backing you up and not even a single dime to your name. What makes you think you have what it takes to claim hegemony?" Suddenly, the female staff member sitting at the computer broke into a cold sweat and frantically called her boss's name. "Boss, the Black Crow Guild is actually listed on the system." The clear-cut line of information on the computer screen delivered a shock that made the entire hall hold its breath. The Black Crow organization was registered on May 18, 2157, and successfully passed the censorship on June 18, with its leader named Chen. Standing there watching the drama all this time, Gong Ting also had to widen his eyes in astonishment, muttering to himself, "Registered on May 18th, in other words." Chen had secretly laid the foundation for his own empire a whole month before the graduation exam officially took place. The knot in his heart untied, Gong Ting smirked with delight upon touching the truth of the matter. No wonder he only aimed for the pile of prize money and completely threw away the glory of the top spot. Observing that leisurely, devil-may-care demeanor, he became even more confident in his own speculation. Right from the starting line, he was solely focused on building his own faction, and in his eyes, the Empire Guild was never a big deal at all. In contrast to Gong Ting's excitement, old man Ming Jing's face sank into extreme gravity. "That's not it." He spoke up, drawing the attention of everyone around. He doesn't at all. His cloudy eyes flashed with a hint of wariness, peeling back the peak of extreme arrogance hidden deep within that person. He fundamentally doesn't even bother putting a single living creature in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Ji just offered a gentle smile, muttering a sentence full of profound meaning. You and that woman are indeed cut from the same cloth. Ignoring the low whispers, Chen held the pitch-black card high, clearly laying out the rules of the game. An organization must have a minimum of 2 people to be granted the right to sweep through demon lairs. But Black Crow right now is just me all alone. Pinching the authoritative card tightly between 2 fingers, he calmly drew a conclusion, therefore. Under countless astonished gazes, Chen decisively extended his arm, holding the business card straight out toward his old classmate. A steady yet heavy voice rang out, specifically calling out the exact target by name, Gong Ting. Gong Ting widened his eyes in disbelief upon receiving the incredible recruitment offer. Do you want to become a piece of Black Crow? The timeline shifted back to the past. About a week ago, on June 17, 2157, at the Midran trading floor, the young man sat cross-legged on a lounge chair, casually saying, I trekked all the way here today to hand over 2 things to you. Hiding away his playful demeanor, Chen sternly entered the negotiation. First, regarding the maturing debt, I demand you extend it by exactly 7 days. The recent graduation exam ended in a tie, so the prize money I brought home was short by 500,000 yuan compared to my calculations. Gently setting his glass of water on the table, he slowly led into the core issue. Next is matter number 2, a story of life and death importance. Drilling his crimson eyes deep into the person across from him, he laid bare an earth-shattering truth. I am actually someone who bent time, returning from 10 years in the future. Merchant Qingjai jumped in shock, cold sweat breaking out as he swallowed that sci-fi-esque story. In 10 years, this world will be crushed by the demon lords, and I am the absolute last supreme awakened warrior left alive in that cruel era. The young man indifferently recounted the apocalyptic disaster. The demon lord who kicked off the doomsday chain was named Wrath. He used his destructive sound waves to sweep through and wipe out almost all living beings on Earth. However, a torch of hope flared up amidst the enveloping dark night. Right at the moment, when everything seemed to fall into the abyss of despair, a merchant named Qingjai generously donated a treasure crafted by his own hands, the Soundless Stone. Hearing his own name mentioned alongside his top-secret blueprint, Qingjai was so terrified that his soul nearly flew away, his whole body going stiff. An epic memory flashed by, depicting the scene of glowing stones shielding human lives. The Soundless Stone sheltered countless living beings from escaping Wrath's sound wave tornado. It was the lifebuoy snatching precious golden time for humanity to consolidate their forces and swing their swords in counterattack. Utterly stunned by the words that just reached his ears, Qingjai sprang to his feet, his chest heaving and choking, unable to utter a single word. His heart tangled like a ball of yarn. He broke out in a cold sweat, calculating in his head, the Soundless Stone is exactly the weapon I am conceptualizing to seal sound magic attacks. But right now it is only in the rough draft stage. Could this kid really be from the future? Intertwining his 10 fingers tightly, Chen drilled his gaze into the other's pupils, throwing out a hook to turn the wheels of fate. Qingjai, shake hands and do business with me. Time progressed back to the present. At 16:30 on June 26, 2157, inside the warehouse of the Midran trading floor, an exquisite silver-gleaming sword lay obediently in a red velvet chest. Hiding behind the cashier counter, Qingjai pushed the chest forward and boldly declared, Your debt of 1.5 million has been completely wiped out. This is your weapon, returning to its rightful owner. Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. A blink of an eye later, the hunter pulled out a glowing floating bag, heavily stuffed with exotic treasures and rare herbs inside. Countless rare and mystical materials poured onto the table accompanied by a clear-cut affirmation. This is the loot I brought back from the demon lair. True to our deal, consider this pile as the interest I'm paying you. Venomous ant legs, sword mantis spikes, and expensive metallic gleaming black-scaled snake gallbladders. Gluing his eyes to the fortune on the table, Qingjai's pupils lit up, squealing in delight. Well, a whole pile of top-tier premium goods. You really do get things done properly. Chen just casually replied, I was too pressed for time so I could only gather this much. While busily inspecting the goods, the merchant suddenly remembered a hitch and casually asked, Oh right, how is your personnel recruitment for Black Crow coming along? Chen's expression remained utterly impassive, nonchalantly announcing the bad news as lightly as a feather. Oh, they shook their head. That completely unfazed confession made Qingzhai widen his eyes in surprise. Oh, this result is beyond my expectations. It seems your expedition to the Holy River Nation will have to be put on hold. Separated by the grand wooden table, Chen coldly shattered that deduction. You're mistaken, I plan to shorten the departure time. His sharp gaze shooting toward the unknown, the young man calculated every move in his head, allowing zero margin for error. My initial script was mapped out with 3 precise milestones. A cute chibi image popped up, sketching out a bold and arrogant initial stepping stone. Step 1, single-handedly build a guild for myself. Step 2, forge and rank up the organization to legitimize the privilege of sweeping through S-rank demon lairs. In the finale, the system panel revealed the final move. I will set foot in the Holy River Nation to pinpoint the exact location of the S-rank demon lair, where Wrath is cowering and hiding. Chen's miniature army majestically showed off its might in front of the giant demon eye, emitting a blinding light. Unfortunately, life is not a dream. The young man frowned slightly, retracing the scratch that just occurred, but an anomalous variable intervened. Quite possibly, the monster Wrath has already descended to this world who knows how long ago. Upon hearing this earth-shattering news, Qingzhai rolled his eyes back in horror, screaming out loud, "What did you say?" Chen's blood-red eyes narrowed, brimming with murderous intent. He explained, "That's why I absolutely have to fly to the Holy River Nation right this instant. As for reeling in allies, I will directly recruit talents over there." Qingzhai crossed his arms deep in thought, letting out a long, heavy sigh at the new move. The current situation seems significantly more tangled now. While sliding his hand into his coat to fish for a hidden treasure, he hesitantly mumbled, "I'm not 100% certain about this either." Following his words, Qingzhai pulled out a mini-machine and calmly placed it on the table. The machine emitted soothing blue sound waves, accompanied by a smug introduction. Will this item actually have any practical effect? Leaning both hands on the table with a scholarly air, Qingzhai meticulously explained, "I enlisted a friend to compose this pop track. Inside it is packed with special beta brainwaves. I've also hooked up with the world-class legendary singer Michael Bruno." A silhouette of the singer basking in glory appeared, intertwined with his veteran media scheme. He will soon finalize the recording and drop it as the trump card for this year's album. With his monstrous recognition in the artist community, he has more than enough power to turn this song into a viral global wave within just 7 days. Qingzhai directed his gaze at Chen, emphasizing the ultimate function of the item. A while back you mentioned that beta waves are the absolute nemesis of the alpha waves discharged by Wrath. So, this is the sturdiest shield I can forge right now with the resources at hand. Chen couldn't hide his admiration for the merchant's lightning speed. In just 7 short days, you actually molded all of this together. Adjusting his scholarly glasses with a gentle push, the man gave a faint smirk. If tomorrow is truly destined to turn into a pile of ashes exactly as you warned. His eyes flashed with a glint of pride mixed with heavy responsibility. Then the actions I am dedicating right now hold a significance 1,000 times greater than all the petty things I've ever had a hand in. Suddenly remembering the second gift, he eagerly patted the young man's shoulder. "Ah, almost forgot, I still stashed one more item for you right here." Lightly rubbing the ring on his finger, Qingzhai channeled his mana, and a spatial portal instantly burst open. Wristwatch emitting a mystical blue glow sat still on the table. This is a Demon Lord tracker, a product I fine-tuned from an original digital watch. The moment it catches a whiff of Demon Lord energy exceeding the S-rank threshold, it will immediately ring and pin the target's exact coordinates. It even has plenty of power to track the prey's residual mana within a 10-day timeframe. He tilted his chin up, pushing the treasure towards Chen, wearing a triumphant smile. "You could dig until your eyes get sore in the market and still wouldn't dig up a second one. This baby will surely become a powerful assistant to help you sniff out that guy Wrath." Trying the device onto his wrist, Chen silently marveled at its miraculousness. This tracker essentially runs as smoothly as my own demon heart, but the catch is it outputs coordinates in a much more intuitive and clear-cut way. I can't believe a guy like Qingzhai is skilled enough to mold such a sophisticated divine artifact. Leaning his back against the bookshelf, Qingzhai let out a weary sigh for his mortal fate. If there were a miracle, I also long to taste the feeling of being an awakened one. That way, I could contribute much more to your cause. My spirit is willing, but my flesh is weak. Chen spun on his heels to leave, indifferently brushing aside his companion's self-pitying words. You're wrong, what you've contributed has already far exceeded my expectations. Half of his face submerged in the shadows, exuding an unfathomably deep aura. Leave the rest to me to handle, because Wrath is the vanguard demon lord to descend into this world. His eyes narrowed, laying bare his wariness against the strongest creature. I still haven't stripped bare all of its tricks. I just hope the heavens show some mercy and don't spawn any more twisted variables. Time relentlessly flowed on beneath the heavy curtain of rain. The clock struck 20:30 at Kangshuang No. 1 Hospital. Savage, beast-like roars echoing out from the VIP hospital room made those standing outside shiver without the cold. Jin Rong, the one holding the power of life and death over Kangshuang No. 1 Hospital, and also the father of Jin Du Xin, stood trembling, his feet rooted to the ground as he stared at the spine-chilling tragedy right before his eyes. Wrapped tightly in a straitjacket, Jin Du Xin opened his mouth wide and cackled with immense satisfaction. I am a filthy piece of animal scum. The flames of hatred shot straight to his brain, making the hospital director's face turn fiercely red, as he howled with boiling rage. Which piece of scum dared to cause this? What bastard tormented my son to such a pathetic state? Snapping his head back to glare at the pack of mercenaries behind him, he gritted his teeth and hissed a threat. You lot are supposed to be the most notorious rank awakened squad in this entire country, aren't you? Embracing a sky full of blazing hatred, old director Jin Rong growled an order to the pack of hunters. I want you to turn every corner upside down right immediately. Use any means necessary. At all costs you must drag that bastard out by his neck, and then chop him into 100 pieces for me. The well-groomed captain gently stroked the sword hidden inside his walking cane, arrogantly reassuring his client, please calm down, Mr. Director. The corner of his lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as the silver-gleaming sword was slowly drawn from its sheath. We guarantee his head will be rolling on the ground by tomorrow at the latest. Without warning, the entire space suddenly tilted violently under an eerily bright red light, making the entire pack of hunters pale as they frantically scanned their eyes around. Smelling the suffocatingly thick stench of bloodlust, Jin Rong broke out into a heavy sweat, wheezing and groaning. What the hell is this? My chest is so choked up I can't even breathe. Unable to bear the terrifyingly crushing pressure from the void, the director went completely limp and collapsed onto the floor, dry heaving in a pathetic mess. The blind hunter in the group turned deathly pale, immediately howling to alert the whole gang about the approaching Grim Reaper. Where did this disgusting mental suppression wave come crawling out from? I bet there's a horrifyingly evil creature lurking right next to us. The hospital's pin-drop silent corridor was instantly stained completely with a gloomy blood red, all things sinking into a spine-chilling dead silence. Faintly visible behind the hospital room's glass door. A pitch-black, giant shadow sporting a pair of demonic horns was slowly advancing forward. The group's female assassin instantly popped her razor-sharp energy claws, roaring in alarm. That monster is standing right outside the door. All the heavy hitters in the room simultaneously pointed their sharp weapons at the only entrance. It's standing right there waiting outside that door. A blink of an eye later, a beastly foot with razor-sharp claws kicked right through the tempered glass to haughtily step into the room. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the ancient creature, the entire notorious gang of hunters widened their eyes and froze stiff, sinking into a realm of absolute silence. The mutant ripped open its maw packed with fangs, drooling as it chuckled with craving. Oh, looks like yours truly gets to feast on a full meal today. Gluttony Demon Lord Lan Yue. Among the myriad awakened professions in this world, people usually categorize them into 5 main branches. The system interface instantly popped up to cram in the foundational knowledge. The fighter takes the Vanguard seal, specializing in bearing their back to absorb damage and leading the formation's charge. Next is the dangerous melee warrior branch, the assassin, an expert at flanking the enemy, launching life-stealing strikes at lightning speed. Right after that is the master of manipulating power, the mage, fully taking the role of controlling the battlefield and carpet-bombing magic damage over a wide area. The info card flipped to the backline support group, the cleric, shouldering the duty of cleansing all negative status effects and buffing stamina for the whole team. After running through the 4 core branches, the system panel concluded with a bizarre footnote. Finally, there remains an extremely bizarre and scarce faction. A blinding explosion of light tore through the night sky, as if to verify its insanity. This faction practically discards every single bit of its own defensive tools. Pulled back into the real combat cycle, Chen was still racking his brains to keep his life amidst a completely different sea of fire demon lair. The earth-shattering explosion flattened all obstacles, clearly exposing the price to pay for this faction, in exchange for the most frenzied and brutal damage output out of all the professions. Landing on a precarious rocky outcrop exposed in the middle of a boiling lava river, the young man softly took broken breaths, his eyes never leaving vigilance against the shadow-hiding enemy. His sharp eyes pointed straight to the sky, silently probing the hovering monstrous beast, the tyrant ruling the second floor of this devil's tower. His lone silhouette stood amidst the towering miasma, a clear testament to his identity as a pure marksman. Finishing his train of thought, his body shot up into the air like a wind-tearing arrow. Chen ducked neatly behind a stone slab, muttering his analysis, tracking the bullet trajectory from earlier. I bet that monster just unleashed its attack somewhere around this corner. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, his brain calculating non-stop. This monster's long-range attacks pack destructive explosive power. The catch is, it's forced to hide for a short beat after every round of bullets to recover energy. Directing his eyes towards the burning rocky outcrop flooded with the stench of death, he told himself he had to drag it out into the light before the second bullet hit. Catching sight of a pitch-black tail darting past the rock as fast as lightning, Chen's eyes flared with a ray of determination. The prey is hiding right over there. Seizing the moment the opponent exposed a flaw, Chen gritted his teeth and told himself, the moment to counterattack has arrived. He vaulted into the air, raising his weapon crackling with blinding lightning, aiming to send the boss down to the yellow springs with just a single strike. The blinding pillar of lightning crashed down onto the blind spot, but sadly, all that was left behind was a severed tail. Suddenly, a blinding explosion erupted from behind the rock, making Chen's vision go dark. He was doomed. The fierce aftershock of the blast sent him flying through a void of billowing red flames. Jolting awake from the nightmare, Chen sat bolt upright on his mattress, letting out a long sigh to calm his racing heart. With beads of sweat drenching his forehead, he frowned as he recalled the hair-raising memories, realizing it was all just a dream. Outside the room, his younger sister Si-yun strolled out, stretching leisurely to welcome the morning dawn. Catching sight of her brother sprawling exhaustedly on the sofa next to his pet Leo, the little girl widened her eyes and asked with concern. Noticing the dark circles around his eyes, Si-yun asked anxiously, "What's wrong, brother? Did you have trouble sleeping last night?" Chen muttered tiredly, "Yeah, I stayed up all night tracking it down, only to be led by the nose and given a painful lesson in the end." Si-yun blinked, curious about his secretive activities. "What on earth did you spend over a dozen hours searching for?" However, he just waved his hand dismissively, "Just some trivial things, it's nothing." Looking at his little sister, Chen spoke in a low voice to share his schedule. "Hey Si-yun, I plan to fly to Shanghai-gu in a few days. After visiting our parents' graves next week, I'll pack my bags and head out." Hugging the little spirit beast Leo tightly in her arms, the girl suddenly remembered and slapped her forehead. "Oh right, next week is the anniversary of our parents' passing." Looking at her brother's quiet back by the windowsill, she felt uneasy. "Do you really have to fly to Shanghai-gu so urgently, brother?" Chen nodded firmly and replied, "Yes, it's a foreign land, so I want to head there early to settle a few things." His distant eyes burned with the flames of determination to pave the way for his plan. "I must speed up the progress." Happily rubbing her face against the little spirit beast's fur, the younger sister murmured, "Looks like from now on, it'll just be the two of us keeping each other company in this house." Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God Leo is by Si-yun's side. Now I can cast aside my worries and leave with peace of mind. Even so, a cloud of unease still lingered in his mind. "The only thing that concerns me is..." Staring intently at the snow-white fluffball, he frowned in calculation. "The telepathic link between me and Leo seems to sever when thrown into certain anomalous circumstances." The foul memories of the demon's lair rushed vividly into his mind. "From the moment I set foot at the very bottom of the demonic crypt and the ceiling door slammed shut, the connection between me and Leo completely vanished." He rewound the life-and-death struggle to find a way out. It wasn't until I struck down the crypt's boss and the final escape gate swung open. His glowing red pupils trembled slightly as he recalled the moment of reconnection. The telepathic link between us was finally restored. His expression hardened, sinking into intense tension. If only I hadn't managed to instantly kill the crypt boss at that moment. The image of Si-yun and Leo being thrust into danger flashed by, making him shudder. Had I been delayed by even half a minute, the ensuing consequences would have been absolutely unimaginable. Turning to look at his little sister, Chen gently negotiated, "Hey Si-yun. Before I depart for Shenghigyu, let me borrow Leo for a few days." The abrupt request left both the little girl and the tiger cubs staring in bewilderment, their heads popping with question marks. The system interface popped up again, cramming in theory, demonic crypts are an extremely rare resource in this world. As a result, the countless spoils gathered from raiding them always carry exorbitant market values. The atmosphere at the auction house was fiercely boiling. The raiding rights for a premium B-rank demonic crypt will start at 10 million yuan, 12 million, 15 million. Under current laws, whenever a new crypt is discovered, the government directly steps in to host a public auction. A representative wearing a guild badge decisively raised a paddle to bid 18 million yuan. The gavel slammed down on the table, sealing the deal. High-level crypts are almost always monopolized by the elite forces of major guilds in the blink of an eye. 18 million yuan, sold. Conversely, low-level crypts without much value will float freely in the civilian market, becoming the targets of fierce scrambling among freelance hunter groups. A man grumbled dejectedly, "Damn it, we had to fight tooth and nail just to snag this tiny D-rank crypt." The friend next to him smacked his lips and sighed, "All the good prey got snatched away. It'll never be our turn. Stop whining and make do with this. We've been empty-handed for a whole month." The hunter took a drag of his cigarette, then assigned a task to the girl standing nearby. "Let's settle for this. Go out there and find one more person to fill up our party. You still remember the rules clearly, right?" The girl resting a baseball bat on her shoulder answered confidently, "I remember perfectly." Standing in the middle of the bustling market, the girl strained her neck shouting, "Step right up and take a look, folks, D-rank crypt right here. A two-person party is looking for a third member. Strict requirement is a fighter. We'll set off immediately once we're full." The awakened labor market was always bustling with people coming and going. Government regulations clearly stipulate that every crypt raid strictly requires a party of at least 2 awakened. Consequently, this talent market has inevitably become a hub for freelance awakened to gather, form parties, grind levels, and make a living. A chubby, short man eagerly solicited, holding out an info card engraved with the name Tanaka Daiki, an E-rank defender. "I have the ability to heat up my teammates' weapons, which will provide a massive damage-boosting buff to your attacks." Unfortunately, the recruiting girl angrily shooed him away. "Get lost. Are you deaf, or didn't you hear me say I need a fighter who would want to drag along a garbage support like you?" The fat guy clasped his hands, begging pitifully, "I'm begging you, I haven't been able to join a single party for a whole month." Ignoring the harsh scoldings behind his back, Chen, wearing a black cloak, walked quietly, silently calculating the most thorough way to protect Si-yun. "I must bring Leo into a demonic crypt to train and level up." The practical obstacle laid out before his eyes forced him to frown in thought. "Right now, I am the sole member of the High Gua Guild, which means I don't have the right to raid any crypts, not to mention the Devil's Tower in my dream is far too dangerous for Leo's current level." Stroking the little creature in his arms, he whispered, "Joining a hunting party right now is the most feasible path. Ready, Leo?" The little tiger cub immediately let out an excited soft roar. The camouflage info form displayed harmless lines of text. Name Li Si-chen, gender male, class star attribute beast tamer, rank E, contracted spirit beasts merely 1. The recruiter stared at the paper and exclaimed in disbelief. "An E-rank star attribute beast tamer, that's rare. I almost forgot this class even existed in the world." He started acting condescendingly to belittle the other party. A beast tamer's strength relies entirely on the quality of their pets. As for that stray pup you're holding, I'm afraid it'll wet its diapers in fear before even entering the dungeon. Its pride hurt, Leo angrily bared its fangs and growled, successfully making the recruiter jump in fright at the ferocity emanating from such a tiny fluffball. Finding it an eyesore, the man waved his hand to shoo them away. "Go on, take your useless cat and get out of my sight. No party has the spare time to take you in." Ignoring that superior attitude, Chen calmly held his pet and turned away. "Let's go, Leo. We'll find another group." Moving to the next stall, a burly guy also flatly shook his head. "We need real strong men who can use their bodies as a shield on the front lines. This party has no need for a mutant sewer rat." The female warrior carrying a chainsaw next to him also dropped a sharp remark. Get lost, amateur. Even the monk clasping his hands in prayer rejected him in a compassionate yet highly damaging way. All living things have souls. Forcing wild beasts to bleed in one's stead truly goes against this poor monk's principles. We have no affinity with each other. Please turn back, benefactor. A cold rain of mockery poured straight onto their faces. Out of the question, your level is too low, don't even dream of clinging onto our team's coattails. Go play somewhere else, resources are scarce, and you still want to bring another freeloader. That little brat of a lion hasn't even been weaned yet, why would you contract with such nonsense? Chen remained silent enduring the storm of words, while Leo slumped down on the ground dispiritedly. Pushing up his glasses slightly, Chen began to deeply regret it. Is the beast-tamer profession truly shunned to the very bottom of society? If I had known earlier, it would have been much smoother to just make up a fake class and sneak Leo into the dungeon. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl rushed over like a tornado, bringing with her a squeal of absolute infatuation from the crowd. Oh my goodness, what is this? The young woman passionately scooped Leo into her arms, her eyes shining like comets as she squealed. Oh, it's so squishy and insanely adorable. The little spirit beast, suddenly being groped, stared wide-eyed in grievance, while the girl continued to eagerly cuddle it. This little puppy is so cute, it's melting my heart. Leo's face squished up, snot and tears smearing its face, looking incredibly wronged by this violent hugging. The little tiger struggled frantically and darted back to Chen's side, whimpering and crying, leaving the girl dumbfounded. Why is it such a crybaby? He unhurriedly picked up his pet and corrected her. It's not a puppy, it's a lion. To be exact, a demonic lion beast. Realizing her embarrassing blunder, the girl scratched her head shyly. Oh, my apologies. This is the first time I've seen such a tiny wild beast, but it really is adorable. While bowing her head, her gaze accidentally landed on the application form in Chen's hand, immediately catching her attention. Taking the virtual resume, the girl muttered as she verified it. Chen, E-rank star attribute beast tamer, huh? Her eyes went wide with shock seeing the surprisingly familiar name. Chen, are you Chen? Smiling as bright as a flower, the girl quickly extended an olive branch. You're looking for a hunting party, right? He gently nodded in confirmation. That's right, this little guy needs real combat to level up. The girl excitedly snapped her fingers with a sharp click. Well, if this isn't destiny at work. She patted her chest and proudly introduced herself. I'm Zun, a D-rank main fighter. Actually, I just won a dungeon at the auction, and now I'm looking for people to fight side by side with. But flipping her attitude like a switch, she hardened her voice and warned him beforehand. However, it's a D-rank dungeon, the mortality rate is no joke. Zun cast a challenging glance. I highly doubt the bravery of you two. Before she could finish, Chen sealed the deal with a silence that radiated his familiar chilling aura. Half an hour passed, and the bright red armored vehicle screeched to a halt in front of a ruined waste dump in the suburbs, accompanied by the girls cheering. We've arrived, everyone. 30 minutes later, outskirts, Scrap Mountain. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, the fat recruiter from earlier suddenly bulged his eyes, staring at his narrow-path enemy. His face flushed with killing intent as he shrieked with contempt. Why is it this useless guy, and why is he hugging that trash cat? Did you two know each other from before? The fat guy shook his head vigorously, jumping up and down to reject his teammate's decision. Spot on, I just kicked this brat out this morning. Hey Zun, why did you bring this guy into the group? He doesn't even have a shred of hunting experience. The young man wearing a baseball cap exhaled a puff of smoke, casually cutting in to defuse the situation. Isn't this great? Many hands make light work. We should give the rookies a chance too. Losing the argument against the majority, the fat guy clicked his tongue and grumbled resentfully. HMPH, I'm just pissed that I'll have to carry a ready-made freeloader on my back. Ignoring the sarcasm, Chen kept his face as cold as ice, acting as if he heard nothing. Zun clapped her hands loudly to gather the formation, correcting their attitudes before action. All right, our numbers are complete. Everyone prick up your ears and listen carefully. Using her authority as the team leader and a D-rank trump card, she raised her voice to instruct them. Even though the three of us have reached D-rank and are full of combat experience, the place we are about to enter is an unexplored forbidden zone. Dropping your guard is absolutely prohibited. Once we step through the gate, Old Lee and I will hold the front lines as the damaged spearheads. You, Jun, you take care of flanking from both sides and cleaning up the aftermath. Shifting her gaze to the muscular guy, the captain ordered, "Cha Mayan Luo, you take on the burden of shielding Xiao He in the back." D-rank fighter Cha Mayan Luo grinned, comforting the E-rank support girl, Xiao He, who was hunching under an oversized backpack. Finally, she looked at the bespectacled young man and finalized a task that reeked of being a mere formality. "The last one is Li Si Chen. You just hover around, look for openings, and deal whatever chip damage you can, that'll be fine." Upon hearing the instructions, Li Yuao gave a thumbs up, laughing smugly. "No need to worry, Captain, piece of cake. I've cleared over a dozen D-rank dungeons already. Let's roll." Receiving the signal, the whole gang of hunters quickened their pace, blending into the dark cave that smelled heavily of mold and moss. Their firm footsteps followed one another, treading on the jagged gravel floor of the desolate dungeon. Leading the formation, Hai Mu Zun slightly waved her hand, signaling an alert. "The target is right in front of us." Turning the corner, a pool of bubbling, glowing red magma immediately struck their eyes, forcing the whole group to break sharply in astonishment. Seeing her crew seemingly hesitant, the female captain immediately urged them, "Everyone, stick close to one another." The deeper they went, the space began to be flooded with bright yellow lightning bolts striking straight down from the cave ceiling, extremely dangerous. Without hesitation, the female leader hoisted her roaring, fiery chainsaw broadsword, ready to hack and slash. The group huddled together in the deep, slimy cave, where bizarre mushrooms cast a golden, spine-chilling glow. Shining a blue magical flashlight onto the cliff wall, Li Yuao yelled out, "Damn it all, this nest is lightning attribute." Hai Mu Zun immediately readied her blade, raising her guard to the maximum, and snapped, "Everyone, raise your vigilance to the absolute highest for me." Bringing up the rear, Si Chen still wore his eternally unchanging thoughtful expression, while the little guy Leo perched on top of his head sniffed around to scout the surroundings. Suddenly, a lightning ball shot out from a dark corner like a deity, landing a critical strike squarely on Li Yuao's back, sending the fat guy flying. Witnessing the cowardly sneak attack, the female captain shrieked in alarm, "A monster has appeared." Immediately following that, a lightning attribute assassin spine rat screeched and lunged out of the darkness, its entire body crackling wildly with electricity. Clutching his painful wound, Li Yuao's face turned pale without a trace of blood as he bawled loudly, "Oh my God, why did we have to run into this damn rat?" Quick as a flash, Hai Mu Zun threw out her fiery chainsaw blade to shield her cowardly teammate, decisively swinging her arm in a powerful slash to force the monster pack back. Gripping her weapon tightly, her mouth still didn't forget to berate the fat guy. "Didn't you brag about being a dungeon-clearing boss? How the hell did you let a weak E-rank monster scare the living daylights out of you like that?" The fat guy whimpered, denying his fault. "How unfair, no one warned me this was a lightning cave. You know full well that the lightning attribute counters my wood attribute. On top of that, this place is crawling with hideous freaks." While the two were bickering, a barrage of blinding yellow lightning balls rained down from all directions like a torrential downpour. Guo Jun was startled out of his wits, twisting his body to dodge a deadly lightning bolt that had just grazed the brim of his hat. The fat guy took another lightning strike right on his rear, scrambling on the ground and howling in pain. "Get away from me, you rabid rat." Meanwhile, Hai Mu Zun was struggling to wield her blade, parrying the shower of attacks from the wild beast pack. Witnessing the enemy numbers multiplying by the second, the captain started sweating bullets and shouted, "What hole are all these monsters crawling out from?" Way in the back, Cha Mayan Luo frantically erected a blue energy shield to cover Xiao He, while Si Chen simply stood with his arms crossed, watching the battle unfold with absolute composure. Cold, sharp glint flashed through Si Chen's eyes. He softly called out his loyal partner's name, Leo. Catching its master's command, the little tiger Leo bared its fangs and growled, its gem-like blood-red eyes projecting overwhelming killing intent, ready to charge into battle.